Scram. All of you scram. Just, ugh, ugh. Had enough. An iron clamp reached into Zhao Yin's mouth, yanking his tongue out with force. With a crack, Zhao Yin's tongue was severed by his adopted son Zhang Dongliang. He could no longer utter a single word, but his bloodshot eyes did not even glance at the cruel torturer, instead fixed on the three women opposite. Those three women were the very ones Zhao Yin had been cursing as foolish women. He had barely spared them a glance, yet never imagined they would be the ones to risk their lives to save him from certain death. They were now looking at Zhao Yin with tears in their eyes. Behind them stood the teleportation portal Zhao Yin had arranged in advance as a precaution. They only had to step through to find a path to survival, yet the three women did not move an inch. Ning Yue, where would we go even if we leave? Ning Yue's face twisted into a bitter smile. She shed her usual cold pride, revealing a rare moment of tenderness. If not for Ning Yue's protection, Jiang Xin'er would have long become a plaything for the ability users. Since Ning Yue cannot leave, Xin'er will not leave either. Jiang Xin'er also smiled bitterly. Ning Yue will die with you. The youngest-looking girl Xiao Dao spoke with tears streaming down her face, but her tone was eerily calm. At this moment, Zhao Yin was bound hand and foot, a magic-suppressing collar around his neck, his tongue gone, and his white chest stained with blood. He had not expected Heaven's Paradise base to fall so quickly. He had not imagined that his most trusted adopted son Zhang Dongliang would betray him, getting him drunk and handing him over to the enemy. Zhao Yin had never expected that among the base's people some would die, some betray, and some flee. In the end, it would be these three women who stayed to fight desperately to save him. In 7 years of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had countless women. These were merely 3 of them. If not for this desperate situation, he might never have known who among those around him were human and how many were dogs. But it was all too late. Clearly the 3 women who had no abilities could not save him. Tonight no one leaves. A tall, handsome man stepped forward from the crowd. Zhao Yin, I never expected you to entrust the Tianri Thunder to these 3 women. They killed nearly 10,000 of my men trying to save you. I must settle this score with you. Zhao Yin finally turned his gaze to the newcomer. It was Lin Tianfeng, once his closest brother, now the Lord of Contracts, one of the most powerful men in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin had met him at the beginning of the apocalypse when Lin Tianfeng was helpless. Zhao Yin had saved his life, and the latter had sworn brotherhood to Zhao Yin. They had faced life and death together countless times. Unlike Zhao Yin, who merely awakened a level ability and survived through wit, Lin Tianfeng awakened an SS-level ability, Contract Soul. 2 years ago they fell out over a trivial matter. In truth, Zhao Yin knew that even without that incident, Lin Tianfeng had long planned to drive him away. As Lin Tianfeng's power grew, Zhao Yin could no longer keep pace. In the eyes of outsiders, a level ability user like Zhao Yin making the mighty Lord of Contracts call him Big Brother was a disgrace to Lin Tianfeng. 2 years ago, Zhao Yin led a group of people to leave the base he had built with Lin Tianfeng, founding a new base alone. He thought they would never cross paths again. But Lin Tianfeng had already turned his adopted son against him, determined to destroy him utterly. Zhao Yin, the Lord of Contracts, has always been benevolent. I have just sworn allegiance to him as my foster father, said Zhang Dongliang. The iron clamp in his hand still held half of Zhao Yin's tongue, dripping blood. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly, gazing at his former adopted son who had groveled before him and the brother he had nurtured with his own hands. In this damned apocalypse, was there such a thing as benevolence? Lin Tianfeng's reputation for benevolence had been earned by Zhao Yin himself, and Zhao Yin had planned the world for him. Otherwise, with Lin Tianfeng's pig brain, he would never have lived long enough to grow. In the early years after the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had been the one protecting the Lord of Contracts. But unfortunately, no matter how clever the mind, in the face of a fully grown SS-level ability user, it was nothing but a joke. A fully grown Lin Tianfeng could not be shaken by any conspiracy or scheme. Zhang Dongliang approached Lin Tianfeng, holding up half of Zhao Yin's tongue, seeking credit. Foster father, you originally promised to spare Zhao Yin if he handed over the base, but he caused you to lose so many men, so I took the liberty of cutting out his tongue. Dealing with 3 useless women still requires my personal intervention. What use are you as my adopted son? Lin Tianfeng said coldly. Zhang Dongliang's face changed, and just as he was about to explain, a man behind him suddenly drew a blade. The blade pierced through Zhang Dongliang's back and emerged from his chest. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the tip of the knife, piercing his heart. He had thought that by betraying his benefactor and foster father Zhao Yin, he would live a better life. He never expected such an end. Lin Tianfeng. Zhang Dongliang tried to speak before dying, but the blade was suddenly withdrawn. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth, and his body went limp. By the time he hit the ground, he was more dead than alive. At that moment, Zhao Yin felt no satisfaction. After the cunning hare is killed, the hounds are cooked. So it was with Zhang Dongliang, and so it was with Zhao Yin. Now the Lord of Contracts held the power of life and death above all others. If he merely expressed dissatisfaction, a subordinate would draw a blade to kill. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Who dared to say no? At that moment Zhao Yin had never longed so desperately for a stronger ability. Even if it were just in a level, how could he have fallen to this state? At that moment Lin Tianfeng raised his hand slightly, and a terrifying giant beast descended from the sky. It was the top-tier mutated beast, the flying white tiger, which Zhao Yin had once racked his brains to trap and capture for Lin Tianfeng. The flying white tiger landed in front of the teleportation portal, blocking the three women's escape route, and easily captured them before Lin Tianfeng. This beast, now grown to make the entire apocalypse tremble, dropped the three women and slowly crawled at Lin Tianfeng's feet like a dog. Zhao Yin, you say I am ungrateful. Let me show you the fate of those loyal to you. Lin Tianfeng smiled coldly, as if playing a trivial game with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's eyes were about to burst with rage, but he could only utter guttural sounds, unable to move even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Tianfeng waved his hand, and several men stepped forward, drawing blades swinging down. 3 sounds later, the heads of the 3 women rolled. They were beauties who could have been among the most stunning in a pre-apocalyptic world, now reduced to 3 headless corpses. Throughout they had not made a sound so calm. Ning Yue's head rolled to a stop before Zhao Yin, her eyes still open, looking at him with tenderness. Zhao Yin was stunned, turning into a wooden statue kneeling there. Ha ha ha! Lin Tianfeng's subordinates burst into laughter. The surroundings were filled with laughter, as if they had played an amusing game. Zhao Yin, who had always been as hard as iron, felt his heart being torn apart. Amidst overwhelming hatred, he felt regret for the first time in the apocalypse. Ning Yue, Xin'er, Xiao Dao, may you rest in peace. If I could start over, I would treat you well. Lin Tianfeng, if I could start over, Zhao Yin would surely tear you limb from limb, no, grind your bones to dust. If I could start over, Zhao Yin would surely obtain a more powerful ability from the very beginning. But what if was there? Lin Tianfeng said coldly. Brother Xiao, you taught me yourself to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. So don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too many of my dark secrets. I will go down in history. How can I leave you alive in this apocalypse? The flying white tiger stepped forward and crushed Zhao Yin's head with one claw. Don't move. Zhao Yin's consciousness slowly returned, and a lazy female voice came to his ear, murmuring coquettishly, little rascal, don't move. Let big sister sleep a little longer. Zhao Yin felt a suffocating weight on his chest. He instinctively reached out and touched something soft. He suddenly woke up, finding a woman lying on top of him. Her face was unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar. The woman was in her mid-20s with fair skin and long wavy hair scattered across Zhao Yin's chest, emitting a faint perfume. The sheets were white. There was a dresser in the room with an open box of condoms on it. The floor was littered with tissues. In an instant Zhao Yin remembered something. Wasn't this the woman he had picked up at the nightclub the day before the apocalypse? Zhao Yin couldn't recall her name at the moment, only remembering that after that night the apocalypse came and he never saw her again. The scene before him was exactly the same as that day. 7 years of surviving the apocalypse had forged a strong psychological resilience, and Zhao Yin quickly understood. He had died in the 7th year of the apocalypse and returned to the day before it began. You little rascal, did I tell you not to move? The woman's face was still buried against Zhao Yin's chest, her slender waist twisting restlessly, a hint of lazy dissatisfaction in her voice. When I go out with a man, I never give a second chance. Are you sure you don't want to take advantage of this? The next moment the woman felt the man beneath her roll over, throwing her off the bed. She hit the floor, clutching her chest and screaming curses. What the hell is wrong with you? Zhao Yin ignored her completely, jumping off the bed and standing before the full-length mirror. He looked at the young face in the reflection. Unlike the weathered visage of the apocalypse, 22-year-old Zhao Yin had fair skin, a slightly lean build, and a faint scholarly aura. Standing at 185 centimeters, he was exactly the slender dog type that infatuated girls before the apocalypse. Zhao Yin's heartbeat quickened. You bastard, help me up. The woman glared at him. I Wang Xiao have been around, but I've never seen a man so heartless after getting what he wants. Zhao Yin snapped back to reality, turned around without a word, and began to dress. In his memory, the apocalypse would strike at midnight tonight. He didn't want to waste time on this kind of woman. She was merely a tool for release. He had no attachment in his past life, and in this life, he would not let her become a stumbling block. What are you doing? Are you just going to leave? The woman grew angrier, also starting to dress, as if preparing to fight Zhao Yin. Though she was not new to such encounters, she felt a sense of being abandoned. Zhao Yin finished putting on his socks and shoes, grabbed the cigarette's lighter, phone, and the open pack of condoms from the table, and stuffed them into his pocket. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and walked toward the woman. What are you going to do? Fear finally appeared on her face. Only then did the woman realize that the sweet puppy from last night had changed into a different person. One look at Zhao Yin's eyes made her feel a chill run through her body. He stopped in front of her, took out his wallet, pulled out a 1,000 yuan bill, slowly bent down, tucked it into her chest, and casually pinched her cheek. I never play for free. With that, he turned and walked out of the hotel room. He had almost forgotten his past life habit of paying after being with a woman. Paying meant no lingering ties. In the early morning, the roads were already bustling with traffic, the sidewalks crowded with people. Elderly couples strolled hand in hand, women led children, office workers hurried to their early shifts. Everyone shared one trait: they were clean and tidy. From roadside breakfast shops came the aroma of fried dough sticks and steamed buns. Nearby were roast duck, braised meat, cake, and milk tea shops. A long-lost feeling surged in Zhao Yin's heart, a mix of emotions. He had once failed to cherish this peaceful life, though after the apocalypse he had dreamed of this scene countless times. Had he really returned? Zhao Yin slowly raised his head, looking toward the direction of Guangzhou No. 2 High School. The future contract master Lin Tianfeng should still be teaching there. But now was not the time to deal with him. He would wait until the apocalypse broke out, then use Lin Tianfeng to find the star crystal carrying the SS-level ability. In this life, Zhao Yin did not plan to establish any base. He had learned that only personal strength mattered. As for Ning Yue, Jiang, Xin'er, and Xiao Dao, he had met them in the 6th year of the apocalypse and had never cared about their past. Now in the vast sea of people he could not find them. He would have to wait. Now in this peaceful era, only Zhao Yin knew that fleeting fireworks were just the brilliance before the apocalypse. Tonight at midnight, an unprecedented meteor shower would descend, countless meteorites striking the Earth, leaving the blue planet riddled with scars. The entire world would become a furnace of apocalypse. Most buildings would be destroyed by meteorites, and the materials humans relied on would be buried in ruins. Especially food, even if some remained, most would spoil under the extreme heat. A month later, unknown radiation would fill the Earth. 98 of humans would become zombies, and the survivors, humans, animals, and plants, would begin to mutate. Zhao Yin organized his thoughts. First, he needed to stockpile supplies. After the apocalypse, all ordinary food would spoil rapidly, and new supernatural food would appear. So he didn't need to stockpile too much, just enough to last until the meteor shower ended. Zhao Yin took a cab home, a high-end residential area in the center of Guangzhou left to him by his parents. His parents were executives at a state-owned enterprise and died in a car accident when he was 15. The inheritance and compensation allowed Zhao Yin to live more comfortably than most before the apocalypse, and without supervision, he developed a wild and unrestrained personality. In his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Yin was sleeping at home, and his villa luckily avoided the meteorite impact. So he decided to stay home when the apocalypse came. He walked into the garage, got into his Audi A6, and drove straight to the ice cream factory 10 kilometers away. The meteor shower would last a full month, initially creating terrible heat. He needed to buy ice to solve this problem. In his past life, he had barely survived that month of high temperatures, nearly dying after the meteor shower ended. He had little strength to search for supplies, and missed the first wave of discovering the star crystal secret. Guangzhou was only a third-tier city with no large ice-making plants, but the ice cream factory could produce ice. Arriving at the factory, Zhao Yin went straight to the director's office. With a generous promise of payment, the director readily agreed to deliver 50 tons of ice to Zhao Yin's address before dark. Next, Zhao Yin went to the building materials market, buying large quantities of insulation boards, nail guns, and high-temperature resistant glue. After negotiating the price, he asked the boss to hire a group of decorators to start work that day, the more the better. After handling that, he drove to the supermarket to buy the most important food. Anything he fancied he loaded into large bags: salt, baked chicken, canned meat, compressed biscuits, milk, instant noodles, ham, sausages, various nuts, and dried fruits. Preserved foods that could last a bit longer, he grabbed them all. As for raw meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruits, he skipped them all. Even more important than food was bottled water. He ordered 30 barrels directly. After the apocalypse, water, electricity, and gas would be cut off. He bought 3 gas canisters and 10 waterproof flashlights. After purchasing more than a month's worth of supplies, enough to last 3 months, if conserved, Zhao Yin finally stopped satisfied. Next, weapons. Though he had developed strong combat instincts in the apocalypse, his current physique was still that of an ordinary person. He needed initial handy weapons. He went to a butcher in the market and bought a pig slaughtering knife and a bone cleaver for 500 yuan. A professional butcher's tools, both in steel quality and sharpness, were far superior to ordinary knives. He then went to a repair shop and had a 1-meter-long iron handle welded to the bone cleaver. A longer weapon meant greater reach. The ordinary bone cleaver became a deadly weapon, while the pig slaughtering knife would serve as a close-quarters weapon. After placing the 2 knives in the trunk of his Audi A6, Zhao Yin finally bought several gas masks. Having purchased everything he could think of, he returned home at dusk. By then, a red sun slanted in the sky, and crimson clouds bathed the earth, casting a dreamlike glow over the world. As if the world itself felt it bloomed, in its final splendor, clinging to the past. Zhao Yin sat in the car, watching silently for 2 minutes, bidding farewell to his homeland in his dreams. He got out. Several trucks were already parked outside the villa, supermarket building materials. The decorators hired earlier had arrived, 30-plus people in total. Only the ice from the factory had not yet arrived. Zhao Yin gave each worker 1,000 yuan red envelope asking them to help move all the useless furniture out of the villa and bring the building materials in. For these ordinary people, earning a hard day's wage 1,000 yuan was equivalent to several days' pay, and everyone worked with great enthusiasm. The 30-plus skilled decorators worked fast. Time was tight, and Zhao Yin's requirement was that it didn't need to look good or be professional, just practical. By 7:30 p.m. darkness had fallen. All the insulation boards were installed. The ice from the factory also arrived. 50 tons of ice nearly filled the entire living room. Zhao Yin paid the remaining balance. It was already 9:30 p.m. After sending off the last batch of workers from the ice cream factory, the villa was left with only Zhao Yin. Looking at the mountain of ice and supplies, the insulation boards fully in place, he finally felt at ease. Zhao Yin had not eaten all day. Glancing at his sports watch, he saw there were still 2.5 hours. He decided to go out for a big meal near the neighborhood and bought 10 packs of soft-packed Zhonghua cigarettes. He returned to the villa at 10:30 p.m. Zhao Yin closed all doors and windows, sealing them with the remaining insulation boards, leaving only a small movable window to observe the outside. It was 11:30 p.m. Half an hour left until the apocalypse. Zhao Yin sat in the ice-filled villa waiting quietly. Time passed minute by minute. Buzz buzz. The phone alarm beside him finally rang. The apocalypse had arrived. Countless meteorites trailing long tails of fire rained down upon the earth like a storm, causing the entire villa to tremble. Simultaneously, the chandelier overhead went dark as the power grid collapsed. Zhao Yin switched on a flashlight, walked over, and pulled open the movable insulation panel on the window to observe the outside. The apocalypse he had witnessed in his past life was now replaying before his eyes. Countless blinding white lights descended from the heavens, flooding the entire world. Dense meteorites, like a relentless downpour, smashed down without end, riddling every building in sight with holes. The entire city was set ablaze, engulfed in thick smoke and raging fires. The artificial lake outside the villa bubbled and hissed, emitting white steam. Help! Someone please save me. What's happening? Why are there so many meteorites falling? I'm going to die. Why didn't the astronomy department warn us? Damn it, Wah. I don't want to die. The house collapsed, my leg is broken, wah. People outside the villa screamed and wept, some cried out in despair. With a crack, an old osmanthus tree in front of the villa was snapped by a bull's-eyed meteorite and quickly caught fire amid the dense shower of falling stones. A choking thick smoke mixed with a wave of heat rushed in through the small, open window. Zhao Yin forcefully shut the movable insulation panel and quickly sealed it with high-temperature resistant glue. The cruelty of the apocalypse could not shake Zhao Yin's heart, which had long grown numb. The screams did not cease until daybreak. Perhaps everyone around the villa had perished. Zhao Yin boiled water to make a cup of instant noodles and ate it with a salt-baked chicken leg. At this moment, no one knew that among the countless meteorites were pieces of blood-red crystals. In the post-apocalyptic world, they would be called star crystals. Each star crystal could randomly yield items needed after the apocalypse, perhaps supernatural resources, equipment, weapons, or even an ability that could elevate one beyond the mortal realm. Some had calculated during the apocalypse that most star crystals only yielded low-tier supplies, with very few providing equipment or evolution serums. Those that granted abilities were even rarer, like phoenix feathers. Likewise, whether supplies, equipment, or abilities, they all varied in strength. A system was later established to classify them from F-level to SS level. Zhao Yin shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. After eating his fill, he found his father's old military coat. Outside the villa, fires raged everywhere, yet the indoor temperature, filled with ice, was plummeting rapidly. Zhao Yin put on the military coat and lay down to sleep. Within minutes, his snores filled the room. 7 years in the apocalypse had taught him to sleep and wake at will, a necessity born of helplessness. Even if the world were to end, what did it matter to him? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a frantic knocking on the door jolted Zhao Yin awake. Anyone there? Open up, let me in. Zhao Yin frowned, recalling a memory from his past life. Outside was Dong Jun, the community security guard who had survived the first few hours of the apocalypse while on duty in the underground garage. Now that garage had also collapsed. Zhao Yin's villa was the only building left standing in the community. Dong Jun had escaped the garage and stumbled upon it. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had let Dong Jun in, and at first Dong Jun was endlessly grateful. But as their stored food dwindled, Dong Jun bared his fangs, using his strong physique to enslave Zhao Yin. When the meteor shower ended a month later, Zhao Yin was too weak from hunger to search for supplies, and Dong Jun was to blame. If Dong Jun hadn't consumed so much food, the Zhao Yin of that past life might have discovered the secret of the star crystal sooner. However, just a few days later, after wasting a large amount of food, Dong Jun was hacked to death in his sleep by an enraged Zhao Yin, who seized the opportunity. Zhao Yin had experienced too much darkness and bloodshed in the apocalypse, and had deliberately tried to forget those past events, so he hadn't remembered this incident immediately. Zhao Yin, are you in there? I saw you come back today. Open the door, or it'll break it down. Outside, Dongjun began shouting impatiently. A cold sneer crossed Zhao Yin's heart. In this life, he would not make the same mistake. He grabbed the bone cleaver beside him, walked to the small window, pried it open, and a smile spread across his face. Is that Brother Dong? Zhao Yin, you are here. Hurry. Hurry and let me in. I almost died. As Dongjun spoke, a meteorite landed right at his feet, making him jump in panic. His voice grew more frantic. Brother, just save me, and he'll do anything. I'm not sure you're really Brother Dong. What if you're a bad guy? Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. How could I be a bad guy? It's really me, Dongjun. Remember that day you passed by the security booth and handed me a cigarette? You haven't forgotten, have you, brother? Brother Dong, come closer, so I can see you. As Zhao Yin spoke, Dongjun, who had been suffering in the heat, approached the small window, revealing a face reddened by the fire. It's really me, brother. Thump. A bone cleaver suddenly thrust out from the window. It pierced directly through Dongjun's eye socket. When it was pulled out, a mix of red and white gushed forth. Zhao Yin withdrew the cleaver and quickly sealed the small window shut. It was as if nothing had ever happened. In this life, Dongjun had yet to harm Zhao Yin, but killing him brought Zhao Yin no guilt. The man would never have left in the end. He would have smashed the door. Without the door's protection, the intense heat would have entered the villa. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had no preparations. In the first few days of the apocalypse, he barely survived thanks to the villa's insulation. But after a few days, the walls grew scorching hot, forcing him to dig through the floor and bury himself in the soil, not only for himself, but also for Dongjun. Fortunately, dirty water from the sewers seeped through the sand and gravel into the pit, solving the drinking water problem and cooling things down, allowing the Zhao Yin of that life to hold on. In this life, he had no intention of reliving that experience. Dropping the bone cleaver, Zhao Yin continued to sleep, and soon his snores filled the air again. In the days that followed, no one else came to find Zhao Yin. The indoor temperature remained consistently below 0 degrees Celsius. He ate when hungry, slept when full, and when awake, he exercised his frail body within the villa. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 29th day of the apocalypse. Despite the insulation panels in the room, the 50 tons of ice had mostly melted, leaving a large amount of standing water. Yet the temperature remained very low. Compared to the torment of his past life, Zhao Yin had lived quite comfortably this month. He still had more than half of his food and water left, and he had even put on some weight. Zhao Yin opened the small window to check. The meteor shower had greatly diminished, with only a few scattered stones falling. Sometimes none could be seen for half a day. 29 days ago, everything in the city that could burn had long since burned out. The temperature was also dropping. Thin smoke drifted everywhere. The surviving people and animals had vanished, hiding who knows where. Zhao Yin knew that not all supplies had been destroyed by the meteor shower. There were places the meteorites couldn't reach. Those supplies might be buried or stored in certain special buildings. And there were ordinary buildings like his villa that had survived. Zhao Yin had little interest in ordinary supplies. What he desired most now was Lin Tianfeng's SS-level ability. Also, he intended to collect as many star crystals as possible before anyone else discovered their secret. Finally, the meteor shower stopped. Zhao Yin prepared everything, removed the insulation panel from the door, and opened the villa's front door. The temperature was still around 40 degrees Celsius, the air laced with thin smoke that had not yet fully dispersed. The ground was pitted and cratered, the buildings in the residential area mostly reduced to rubble, and the greenery reduced to nothing but charred roots. Zhao Yin wore a gas mask over his face, his backpack simply packed with some food and water, and he carried a bone cleaver in one hand. A rolled-up magazine was taped to his left forearm with a butcher knife stuck into it. The entire world was dead silent. In this apocalypse, he had long grown accustomed to solitude. Zhao Yin walked alone, as if he were the only person left in the world, stepping into the thin, hazy smoke without a word. He headed straight for the Guangzhou No. 2 middle school staff quarters. Along the way, Zhao Yin saw countless corpses. Some with half their bodies scorched by flames, others with heads crushed by meteorites. The apocalypse struck at dawn, when most people were indoors, ultimately buried beneath the buildings. Yet these corpses had not decayed despite the heat. Zhao Yin knew that tonight at midnight all the dead would rise again. As they devoured flesh and blood, their broken bodies would grow back, and they would continue to consume flesh and star crystals, beginning their evolution, eventually becoming the nightmare of the survivors. As Zhao Yin passed a shopping mall that had not completely collapsed, he faintly sensed a prying gaze. He paused, turned his gaze coldly. The upper floors of the mall had collapsed, but due to the quality of construction, the lowest floor barely survived. The mall had ample food and water, was spacious, and had good fireproofing and insulation. It was not surprising that someone had survived. Zhao Yin decided not to bother and continued walking. At that moment, in an office inside the mall, a dark, grimy face peered through a crack in the wall, its bright eyes fixed on Zhao Yin's retreating figure. Only when Zhao Yin disappeared into the ruins did the boy's expression slowly relax. He was about 15 or 16, his school uniform dirty and torn, its color nearly indistinguishable. All right, he's gone. No one else will come to share our food. Brother, isn't this a bit wrong? In a corner behind the boy, a little girl of about 11 or 12 huddled. One of her arms was clearly broken, splinted with 2 fire-scorched boards, and wrapped in torn cloth with dark brown bloodstains. The supermarket food section collapsed, and we don't have much food left. How can we afford to feed another person? The boy sighed. But Brother Wang went to look for food in the collapsed area, didn't he? The girl pouted defiantly. Brother Wang has been gone for 3 days. Are you sure he's coming back? The boy retorted. The girl fell silent, slowly lowering her head. The boy stepped forward and gently patted her head. Xiao Dao, when Mom and Dad left, I promised them I would keep you alive no matter what. I swear by Song Zhaojian's name. If Zhao Yin had been here, he would have recognized that little girl, now only 11 or 12, as Xiao Dao. Zhao Yin, unaware of what he had missed, moved swiftly through the ruins. He sensed several more groups of survivors along the way, but ignored them all. The Guangzhou 2 middle school staff quarters were not far away. Suddenly Zhao Yin stopped and turned to look at a nearby meteorite crater. Under the dim yellow sunlight, a faint blood-red light glinted. He quickly jumped into the crater and began digging with his bone cleaver. In no time he grabbed a walnut-sized blood-red crystal. A star crystal? Zhao Yin had not expected to find his first one so soon. In his past life, knowledge of star crystals was practically etched into every survivor's blood. The meteorite shower that lasted a full month carried a kind of blood-red crystal, later called star crystals, most of which were buried in the ruins. Zhao Yin had only heard that at the very beginning of the apocalypse, star crystals lay on the surface. But when the zombie outbreak struck at midnight, the surface crystals were all devoured by zombies. Only a handful fell into the hands of survivors. Later, if survivors wanted a star crystal, they had to either kill zombies to extract them from their bodies or rely entirely on luck. Star crystals could yield all sorts of things. No one could say exactly how many types, even 7 years into the apocalypse. All star crystals looked the same. They might yield food and water, a pack of toilet paper. With luck, they could yield extraordinary equipment, evolution potions. The rarest of all was the ability awakening potion. Abilities were the ultimate prize in the apocalypse, beyond anything humanity had imagined. Before an ability user, any evolved being could only bow in submission, and ordinary people were even less than livestock. But items of the same type varied in strength, later classified from Frank to SS rank. For instance, in Frank, bread might only help a person quickly recover stamina and heal minor injuries at most. But above Frank, it could directly enhance physique, regenerate severed limbs. Zhao Yin squeezed the crystal in his palm, but it remained intact. Only then did he recall that this body had not yet undergone any evolution. He placed the star crystal on a piece of hard concrete, raised his bone cleaver, and smashed it down. Crack! Several fissures appeared on the crystal, and then a white light emanated, lasting 3 seconds. When the light faded, a green military uniform jacket lay in its place. It was an equipment. His very first star crystal in the post-apocalyptic world had yielded equipment. Even though he guessed from experience that the jacket was only Frank, its toughness was far beyond the clothes he was wearing. Ordinary iron tools would struggle to cut it. This was a good omen. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. He stripped off his clothes, put on the military jacket, and instantly felt a sense of security. With the zombie outbreak tonight, this jacket would raise his safety level by a notch. He shouldered his backpack, picked up his bone cleaver, and continued on his way. The path was clear, but he encountered no more surface star crystals. Soon Zhao Yin arrived outside the Guangzhou 2 middle school staff quarters. It was already a desolate ruin, silent as death. If Zhao Yin did not know that Lin Tianfeng was here, he would never have believed anyone alive remained. The zombies and mutant beasts had not yet begun their transformation, and at this moment the survivors were still immersed in the sudden catastrophe. Most would instinctively choose to stay in a safe place and observe. But some were exceptions, like Lin Tianfeng, a middle school English teacher. At that moment he emerged from a largely collapsed basement, clutching a kitchen knife, his expression dispirited, a fresh bloodstain on his white t-shirt. Under the dim yellow sunlight, Lin Tianfeng stared at the ravaged world, momentarily stunned. Little did he know that a pair of cold eyes was watching him from behind a broken wall. Zhao Yin understood that appearing too early would alter Lin Tianfeng's timeline, potentially causing him to miss the star crystal that carried the contract soul. In his past life, Zhao Yin had met Lin Tianfeng 3 days later. By then Lin Tianfeng had already obtained the contract soul. But without any contract beast, Lin Tianfeng was still an ordinary person. When he was searching for supplies, a fallen wall crushed his leg, and Zhao Yin saved his life. Earlier, Zhao Yin did not know exactly when Lin Tianfeng had obtained the contract soul, but now he was certain the time was today. Tonight, the zombie outbreak would devour most surface star crystals. In his current state, Lin Tianfeng could not possibly compete with zombies or have the strength to blindly dig through rubble. Holy shit! Lin Tianfeng gazed at the apocalypse before him, suddenly letting out a frenzied roar, then crouched down, clutching his head and weeping. The past month since the world's end had clearly been unkind to him. He was gaunt, his lips cracked, and his filthy white shirt was stained with blood, though it was unclear where exactly he was injured. When his tears subsided, Lin Tianfeng rose to his feet and cautiously moved forward. His decision to venture out was not born of bravery, but of sheer desperation. He would starve to death if he didn't find food. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the bone cleaver and followed, stepping as silently as a cat. Lin Tianfeng moved slowly, searching for 3 full hours. Everywhere was nothing but black ash. Where could there be anything edible? He suddenly raised a cleaver to his own throat, his expression tense, his eyes bloodshot. Watching from afar, Zhao Yin realized that the master of the contract had nearly taken his own life in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet Zhao Yin knew he could not die. Lin Tianfeng slowly lowered the cleaver, his expression growing resolute once more as he pressed on. Suddenly a voice came from a nearby ruin pleading help. Please. Is anyone out there? Can you help me? Lin Tianfeng's dazed mind cleared slightly, and he walked over. It was a collapsed apartment building. The voice came from the lowest floor where a relatively intact section of rubble lay. The debris above had formed an insulating layer, allowing the survivor inside to live, but now she was trapped. Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely, "Save you. Do you have any food? I've eaten everything I had. Once I'm out, I'll treat you to a feast at Upholding restaurant." The woman's voice said, barely containing her excitement. "Just move these concrete blocks, and I can get out." A feast at Upholding restaurant. A bitter smile curled on Lin Tianfeng's lips. Clearly the woman inside had no idea this was the apocalypse. Without food, why would he waste his strength to save her? He turned to leave. "Where are you going? Why won't you save me? Hey. The woman inside heard his footsteps fading and grew frantic. "Please save my child." "You have a child?" Lin Tianfeng stopped and asked, "How old?" "Just 5 months," the woman said quickly. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tianfeng's lips. "He'll save you." Her voice was strong. She hadn't starved much. So, he began moving chunks of concrete, soon revealing an opening. Inside was a small space like a kitchen that hadn't collapsed. A grimy woman sat on the ground holding a baby. "Thank you, brother." Before she could finish, Lin Tianfeng crawled in and frantically began searching. In the smashed refrigerator, a few rotten vegetable leaves remained. He grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth without a second thought. On the floor lay a pile of snack wrappers and empty water bottles. The woman had survived on these. He twisted open each bottle, letting the last drops of water fall into his mouth. Then he picked up the snack wrappers and licked them clean of any crumbs. He was far too hungry. This meager amount did nothing. Certain there was no food left, his bloodshot eyes turned to the woman. "Brother." The woman sensed Lin Tianfeng's obvious malice and instinctively shrank back. The baby in her arms, as if sensing something, began to wail. "Why didn't you leave any food for me?" Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. "Brother, don't joke. How was I to know you were hungry too?" the woman stammered. "Now that we can get out, I'll treat you to whatever you want." "Treat me?" Lin Tianfeng sneered, muttering. "This is the apocalypse. You are the only living soul I've seen. Where would you treat me?" "Brother, what are you saying?" The woman was startled. Lin Tianfeng didn't answer. His gaze grew colder. He suddenly looked at the baby in her arms. "Where's the baby's formula? Where did you hide it?" He had changed his mind about saving her only because she mentioned having a child. He reasoned that a mother, no matter what, would save food for her child, even if she went hungry herself. The formula was in the bedroom, but it collapsed long ago. The baby survived because I... The woman's voice faltered under Lin Tianfeng's stare, her eyes instinctively dropping to her chest. Lin Tianfeng's gaze followed, and understanding dawned. He swallowed hard and stepped toward her. "Brother. You. Help." Amid her terrified screams, he snatched the baby from her arms, tossed it aside, and tore at her clothes. Over a dozen minutes later, Lin Tianfeng rose, sated and refreshed. My child. My child." Wah. Once released, the woman crawled to the discarded baby, only to find its head had struck a steel rebar. It was already lifeless. Outside the opening, Zhao Yin listened to her heart-wrenching sobs. His face was utterly expressionless. In the apocalypse, humanity had decayed, most had become beasts. Countless others had suffered worse fates than this woman. What was it to him, Zhao Yin? Lin Tianfeng bellowed, "Stop your fucking crying. The kid's death is a release. You should thank me." The woman shuddered, slowly lifting her head to look at Lin Tianfeng. Something in her seemed to have changed. Her eyes were no longer timid. Her once clear irises had turned red, filled with venom, as she stared at him. Slap. Lin Tianfeng struck her across the face. "You want to die too, daring to look at me like that?" Her head snapped to the side, but she slowly lowered it. "I declare you my larder from now on. Relax. If I find food, I won't let you starve." Having said that, Lin Tianfeng bent down and tore the remaining clothes from her body. He ripped them into strips, knotting them together to form a rope. First he bound her hands behind her back, then made another rope to loop around her neck, dragging her out of the opening. The woman remained silent and unresisting, following Lin Tianfeng numbly. Zhao Yin glanced at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Lin Tianfeng still hadn't found the star crystal carrying the SS rank ability. Zhao Yin removed his gas mask, The lingering smoke in the air had thinned further. He took a pack of instant noodles from his backpack and ate them with a bottle of Dongliang special drink. Just as he finished the noodles and was about to drink the last sip, his expression suddenly froze. He saw Lin Tianfeng, as if discovering something, quickly move aside a piece of broken concrete on the road and pull out a blood-red crystal. Lin Tianfeng's face was full of confusion, as if he sensed this crystal was extraordinary. "Teacher Lin, is that you?" Suddenly a low voice came from behind. Lin Tianfeng turned to see Zhao Yin carrying a backpack and wearing only a military jacket on his upper body, approaching with a bone cleaver in hand. A smile spread across Zhao Yin's face. "It really is you, Teacher Lin." "You?" Lin Tianfeng instinctively glanced at the bone cleaver in Zhao Yin's hand, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. "I have a niece who was in middle school at No. 2 high school last year and was your student. We met at the parent-teacher meeting," Zhao Yin said with a smile. "So it's you." Lin Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, his smile blooming. In fact, he couldn't recall who Zhao Yin was at all, but as long as he wasn't here to seize his food stockpile, it was fine. Zhao Yin, as if casually, let out a huh and pointed at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand. "Teacher Lin, what is this?" Lin Tianfeng quickly put the hand holding the star crystal into his pocket and smiled. "Just a little trinket I picked up, keeping it as a souvenir." Zhao Yin raised the bottle of Dongliang's special drink, which had only one sip left, to his lips, as if to drink, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Even in the apocalypse, Teacher Lin is still interested in such handicrafts. Truly a scholar. "Wait." Lin Tianfeng only then noticed that Zhao Yin had a drink in his hand. Even though it was only a small sip, it was rich in sugar, exactly what he needed most right now. "Brother, you don't look very thirsty. Since you're interested in this artificial gem, how about I trade it for that sip of drink?" "Do you take me for a fool?" Zhao Yin suddenly put on a stern face. "You're exchanging a useless thing for my drink. Brother, give me that sip, and from now on you're my big brother," Lin Tianfeng pleaded. "Besides, you still have plenty of food in your backpack, so you won't miss one sip." Zhao Yin successfully caught the intense greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes when he looked at his backpack. Yet the smile on his face remained radiant. "I do have a lot of drinks. Since Teacher Lin wants it so badly, then let's trade." Upon hearing this, the greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes deepened. He gladly handed over the artificial gem to Zhao Yin. "Big brother, can we go together? It's the apocalypse now, but there's safety in numbers." Lin Tianfeng restrained his gaze, trying not to look at Zhao Yin's backpack. Zhao Yin calmly put the star crystal into his pocket, casually tossed the drink to him, and suddenly turned cold. "No, I don't like people calling me big brother." With that, Zhao Yin turned and left. He felt like killing someone every time he heard Lin Tianfeng call him that. Lin Tianfeng was disappointed, but couldn't force Zhao Yin. He could only tuck that sip of drink close to his body, then took the woman and continued searching for supplies. After turning around, murderous intent surged in Zhao Yin's eyes. He didn't show it because he wasn't sure if this star crystal was the one from his past life. If it wasn't, he would have to let Lin Tianfeng continue searching and avoid interfering too much with his timeline, otherwise Lin Tianfeng might not obtain that star crystal. So Zhao Yin took the star crystal from the man he hated to the bone in the most calm manner possible. After Zhao Yin turned a corner behind a broken wall, he directly smashed open the star crystal. This time, instead of white light, a dazzling golden light emerged. After a full minute, the golden light dissipated, revealing a small golden bottle. Zhao Yin quickly grabbed it and uncorked the bottle. Inside was a drop of golden liquid that felt like flowing blood. With just one glance, Zhao Yin confirmed it was the SS Rank Ability Awakening Potion. Even with his strong will, Zhao Yin's hands couldn't help trembling. In his previous life, there were only a few SS rank ability users in the entire world. When the bottle opened, Zhao Yin felt his soul tremble. He had only ever sensed such a terrifying aura from SS rank ability users. Zhao Yin had imagined countless times what it would be like to obtain an SS rank ability. But now that it was actually in his hands, it still felt like a dream. He tilted his head back and drank the golden liquid. It was hard to describe the taste. The golden liquid fell into his stomach, then quickly spread, rushing through his limbs and bones, filling his body with a cool sensation. There was no earth-shattering phenomenon as imagined, nor the burning sensation of the rank ability from his previous life. The SS rank awakening potion was incredibly comfortable. Zhao Yin's mind went blank, and he slowly closed his eyes. He felt some subtle change occurring within him, and as time passed, the sensation deepened. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin opened his eyes. The entire world had changed. Things he couldn't see clearly before were now incredibly sharp. He could make out tiny grains of sand hundreds of meters away. The faintest sound of wind from far away was also perfectly clear. All his senses had become many times stronger than an ordinary person. With his current abilities, any movement within 1,000 meters could not escape his perception. The SS rank ability Contract Soul strengthens spiritual power. This was just the initial awakening. Once his spiritual power grew stronger in the future, his perception would become even more terrifying. This was only a side effect of the early stage of an SS rank ability. The true power of Contract Soul is to enslave any life form except humans. Even the terrifying mutant beasts that people spoke of with dread 7 years into the apocalypse, beings revered as divine beasts and comparable to SS rank ability users, could be used by Zhao Yin as long as he could subdue them. And it was not limited by Zhao Yin's own strength. The main reason Contract Soul was rated SS rank was that there was no limit on the number of contracted servants. In theory, as long as Zhao Yin was strong enough, he could form an army of mutant beasts, sweep through the apocalypse, and become king. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhao Yin had to find enough mutant beasts and be able to subdue them. Zhao Yin soon calmed down. He understood that until he contracted a mutant beast, he was still just an ordinary person. Just like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, even as an SS rank ability user, he almost got crushed by a wall. What Zhao Yin needed to do next was find enough star crystals to enhance his own strength, then find mutant beasts to subdue and contract. Of course, there was one more thing: kill Lin Tianfeng. He had sworn to tear Lin Tianfeng into pieces. Not even 9,999 pieces would be enough. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and soon heard voices about 500 meters away. Although the distance made it hard to hear clearly, it must be Lin Tianfeng and the woman who hadn't gone far. Lin Tianfeng sat on a piece of broken concrete, feeling hungry again. Baby food was indeed not very filling for an adult. His gaze fell on the woman beside him, and he ordered, "You come here." The woman had disheveled hair, only a bra on her upper body. Her black hair hung down, covering her face and reaching her fair chest. She stood motionless, expressionless. Smack! Lin Tianfeng stood up and slapped her. "I'm giving you face. Do you believe I'll kill you and eat your meat?" The woman remained like a wooden doll, standing there with her head down. "Speak. Are you deaf or mute?" Lin Tianfeng slapped her again. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary teacher with a low salary muddling along. But after the apocalypse, he could control the life and death of others with no more constraints. Coupled with the oppression of struggling to survive, he had completely lost his humanity. The woman's head was knocked to the side, and a drop of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Finally, she slowly raised her head, her eyes fixed on Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then erupted in fury, shouting, "Bitch, let's see which is harder, your bones or my palm." Smack! Smack! He slapped her several more times, alternately on her face. But she still stood there staring at Lin Tianfeng with a venomous gaze. If looks could kill, Lin Tianfeng would have died countless times. Damn it! Lin Tianfeng cursed under his breath. His hand was getting sore, but he couldn't really beat her to death. He stopped caring about her expression and pulled the rope around her neck. He directly lifted the woman onto his lap, pulled off her clothes, and bent down. Gulp! Gulp! Lin Tianfeng, stop eating. Suddenly, a gleaming butcher knife was placed against Lin Tianfeng's neck. Lin Tianfeng recognized Zhao Yin's voice and instantly froze. He dared not even turn around to look, hastily shouting, Brother, have I ever offended you? What is this about?" "Kneel," Zhao Yin said coldly. "Brother, we have no grudge, and we are old acquaintances. Why must you?" Before Lin Tianfeng could continue, the butcher knife in Zhao Yin's hand pressed slightly, the blade cutting into his neck. The sharp pain struck, and Lin Tianfeng cried out, "Stop! Stop, I'll kneel, I'm kneeling now." With that, he threw the woman off himself and dropped to his knees with a thud. "Brother, is this enough?" At that moment, a scene from his past life flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. The three foolish women, their heads severed by Lin Tianfeng. When Ning Yue's head rolled to Zhao Yin's feet, her eyes were still open. And Zhao Yin himself had died beneath the claws of the flying white tiger which he had helped Lin Tianfeng contract. 2 swift slashes. Zhao Yin thrust the knife through both of Lin Tianfeng's shoulder blades from behind. As the butcher knife was pulled out, a torrent of blood gushed forth, spraying across Zhao Yin's face, adding a fierce twist to his pale features. "Ah, brother, ill FCK your mother, brother." Lin Tianfeng cursed bitterly. His arms could no longer be lifted, and the excruciating pain twisted his face. "Does it hurt?" Zhao Yin stepped around to face Lin Tianfeng, looking down at him coldly. "Hurt? That's right. It's going to hurt a lot more. What the hell do you want? If it's this woman you want, take her. Why hurt me like this? Ill FCK your mother." Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth and cursed. "I only want your life," Zhao Yin said calmly, then thrust the knife upward from beneath Lin Tianfeng's jaw. With a twist, he brutally cut out Lin Tianfeng's tongue. Lin Tianfeng's eyes bulged with terror, still utterly clueless as to why this was happening. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but not a single word came out. Only blood streamed from his mouth. Thump, thump, thump. He could only kowtow to Zhao Yin with all his might, cracking his forehead within a few blows. "Lin Tianfeng, I swear I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, do you understand?" Zhao Yin said. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was like Zhao Yin from his past life, uttering animalistic sounds, his eyes filled with supplication. Suddenly, Zhao Yin moved swiftly, slashing out his eyes, then struck again and again. Only when Zhao Yin had expended most of his strength did he stop, panting heavily. He realized then that tearing a man into 1,000 pieces was no easy task. The woman beside him watched the murderer of her child being tortured in this way, her face brimming with satisfaction. Zhao Yin suddenly turned and glanced at the woman. You want to have a go? The woman met his eyes, shuddered involuntarily, then nodded. Zhao Yin stepped forward to untie her, then turned the butcher knife around and handed it to her hilt first. Don't let him die before 10,000 cuts. Can you do it? The woman nodded eagerly, took the knife, and lunged forward, slashing at Lin Tianfeng's neck. Stop! Zhao Yin yelled, but it was too late. The woman had already sliced open the carotid artery on Lin Tianfeng's neck, blood spraying like a fountain. Blood covered the woman from head to toe. Realizing she had made a mistake, she turned back to stare at Zhao Yin in fear. You idiot! Zhao Yin was furious. He had made it perfectly clear. He kicked the woman to the ground, snatched the knife from her hand, and barked, Stop the bleeding. Hurry up and stop the bleeding. The woman frantically pressed down, but there was no way to stem the flow. Blood gushed through her fingers as Lin Tianfeng's body convulsed, clearly on the verge of death. Zhao Yin was also blinded by rage. With the supplies he had, it was impossible to stop the bleeding. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Tianfeng died. Bitched! Zhao Yin cursed, wanting to kill the woman himself. But she cowered, trembling all over. Since things had come to this, Zhao Yin had no choice. He handed the knife back to her and asked, Do you know how to chop meat for dumplings? Yes. The woman quickly replied. Zhao Yin nodded. Chop him up. 10,000 cuts. The woman took the knife, a wild look gradually spreading across her grimy face, and charged again, her hair disheveled, covered in blood, looking more insane than a madwoman. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered anymore. He sat on a piece of broken concrete, pulled out half a pack of Huazi cigarettes, lit one, and watched in silence. Thump, thump, thump. The wild-haired woman swung the knife with all her might. Ugh! Nearby in a mall not far from the scene, Xiao bent over and vomited. Beside her, Song Ziojian's face was also pale. Before the apocalypse, they were innocent flowers of the nation, sheltered by society. How could they have ever witnessed such a bloody scene? Brother, how can there be such cruel people? Was someone really killed? After vomiting, Xiaodao's tears fell in large drops. They're not filming a movie, are they, eh? Song Xiaojian remained silent, unsure how to comfort his sister. After a long pause, he said softly, Little sister, this is the apocalypse now. If someday I am killed like that, you must survive on your own. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaodao quickly covered her brother's mouth and started crying again. I don't want you to die. I want to be with you forever. Song Xiaojian patted her head and finally let out a sigh. After all, his sister was still too young to truly understand what the apocalypse meant. Xiaodao said with relief, Good thing we didn't let that bad guy come here. Woo-woo. He's so terrifying. If you ever run into that man, stay as far away as possible. Song Xiaojian instructed. Xiaodao nodded vigorously. Song Xiaojian suddenly changed his words. No. If you ever meet him, you must obey him. Whatever he asks you to do, don't resist. That's the only way to survive longer. Song Xiaojian could sense that Zhao Yin was a very dangerous man, calm, numb, and a killer without blinking. Moreover, he had dared to go out for supplies as soon as the meteor shower stopped. Such a person might thrive in the apocalypse better than most. After witnessing Zhao Yin's killing, Song Xiaojian deeply understood the cruelty of the apocalypse. He was only a 15-year-old boy, and he didn't believe he had the ability to protect his sister Xiaodao. If he were gone one day, how could a 12-year-old girl survive? It would be unimaginably difficult. If she could gain the protection of a strong man like Zhao Yin, her chances of survival would be much greater. Brother, I don't want to listen to that bad guy. Listen to me. That man is cruel, but he didn't harm that woman. Maybe he had his own reasons for killing that man. What we saw might not be the truth. Perhaps he's not a bad person. In the worst-case scenario, only by obeying him would she have the best choice. If Zhao Yin wasn't a bad person, listening to him would win his favor, making it easier to gain his protection. Song Xiaojian didn't say these words to Xiaodao. I know, brother. Nothing will happen to you, and I want meet him. Though Xiaodao resisted in her heart, she didn't argue. Song Xiaojian sighed again. We don't have much food left. If Brother Wang doesn't come back today, he'll go out to search for supplies. Brother, it's dangerous outside. Xiaodao's face turned deathly pale. Song Xiaojian affectionately rubbed her little head. Didn't you see someone already went out? Rather than starve to death, we might as well take a gamble. Zhao Yin had killed Lin Tianfeng, avenging his great hatred. It was as if some invisible shackle had been unlocked, and he felt an immense relief. Having lived 2 lives, his heart was as hard as iron, yet at this moment the thoughts of those 3 women suddenly surfaced. They were still alive in this world, but he had no idea where they were. If he ever met them again in the future, he would try his best to give them a good life. But if he didn't, Zhao Yin didn't intend to waste too much effort on it. After all, his own survival was the most important thing. Without formidable strength, even if he did meet them, he couldn't protect them, and they would only end up like in their past lives. Suddenly, Zhao Yin overheard the conversation of the survivors from the mall he had discovered earlier, about 500 meters away. So they were a pair of siblings. Zhao Yin let out a wry laugh, hearing the little girl cursing him. He didn't mind some people were cursing him now, and there would be many more in the future. Zhao Yin simply ignored the conversation of the two siblings and turned his gaze to where Lin Tianfeng lay, now reduced to a pulp. The woman was already exhausted, yet she still continued to chop, slowly one stroke at a time. All right, give me the knife. Zhao Yin stubbed out his cigarette, walked over, and held out his hand to the woman. The madness on the woman's face gradually faded. She slowly raised her head and stared at Zhao Yin with a vacant look as if she hadn't heard him. Zhao Yin bent down, snatched back his cleaver, wiped the blood clean on the woman's chest, and then sheathed it backward into the paper scabbard on his left arm. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Killing Lin Tianfeng had already delayed him nearly an hour. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, leaving only about 10 hours before the zombie outbreak at midnight. He had to find as many star crystals as possible before the outbreak. Suddenly, Zhao Yin stopped in his tracks. That woman had actually followed him. I won't give you any food. Go find your own supplies. Zhao Yin commanded. In his eyes, this woman was bound to die in tonight's zombie outbreak. Feeding her would be a waste. The woman said nothing, just stared at Zhao Yin from a distance. Her face was smeared with dust and blood plasma, and under the dim yellow sunlight her body was still trembling. Get lost or I'll kill you. Zhao Yin cursed coldly, turned, and continued walking. Within a kilometer radius, as long as no obstacles blocked his view, Zhao Yin could spot any star crystal on the surface. Half an hour later, a trace of blood red appeared 300 meters away, and he quickened his pace. Indeed, a star crystal was half buried in the soil, refracting a faint blood-red gleam under the sunlight. Zhao Yin grabbed it and smashed it with his bone cleaver. 3 seconds later, a bottle of Nongfu spring appeared in his hand. Disappointment flashed across his face. This water was the most worthless item that could be extracted from a star crystal and great item. In his past life, he had drunk plenty of it. Its effect was merely to cover a day's water consumption. Better than nothing. Zhao Yin tossed the Nongfu spring into his backpack and continued searching. For the next hour, he found no more star crystals. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Yin felt a bit irritated. The surface star crystals were not as plentiful as he had imagined. In his past life, there were so many high-level zombies because they could detect star crystals beneath the surface. But for Zhao Yin, if anything covered them, even if he stepped on them, he could hardly detect them. Suddenly, Zhao Yin heard something. He stopped and turned around. That woman was trotting toward him. What the hell do you want? Do you really want to die? Already in a bad mood, Zhao Yin turned and rushed over, kicked the woman to the ground, and raised his cleaver toward her neck. You avenged me. Let me follow you. The woman was calmer than Zhao Yin expected. Exhausted and dehydrated, her voice hoarse, she said, I can be your granary. Hearing this, Zhao Yin's face darkened instantly. He flipped his wrist and struck her face with the back of the knife, leaving a bloody gash. Get the hell away from me. This damned woman dared to waste his time. Zhao Yin suppressed his murderous intent, turned, and strode away. But because he had to constantly watch the ground, he didn't walk very fast. The woman soon caught up again. When Zhao Yin turned back, she stepped back. When he moved forward, she followed again. Zhao Yin was thoroughly annoyed. This woman was utterly fearless of death. Fine. You want food, right? He'll give it to you. Zhao Yin didn't want to waste time on her. After all, they had just crossed paths, and he didn't want to kill indiscriminately. He took out a salt-baked chicken leg and a bottle of Dongliang special drink from his backpack, tossed them on the ground. Take them and get lost far away. Don't follow me again. There were plenty of such ordinary supplies in the villa. For some reason, ordinary food in the apocalypse couldn't be preserved for long no matter what method was used, and it would quickly rot. This was also why Zhao Yin hadn't stockpiled a large amount before the apocalypse. Since it wouldn't keep long anyway, Zhao Yin didn't mind giving her some. He made up his mind if she dared to follow him again after taking the supplies, he would kill her. After Zhao Yin left, cursing, the woman stepped forward and picked up the chicken leg and drank. A flicker of gratitude crossed her face, then her eyes darkened. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yin confirmed she was no longer following, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon another star crystal appeared ahead. His gloomy mood instantly vanished. He quickly picked it up and smashed it forcefully. A pitch-black butterfly knife appeared before him. Another piece of equipment. Zhao Yin's heart leaped with joy. Click! He flicked open the butterfly knife and swung it forward with force. The blade cut through a meteorite. The incision was clean like a mirror. Although the butterfly knife was only grade, anything from a star crystal was a masterpiece. According to his past life statistics, the probability of extracting equipment from a star crystal was less than 1 in 1,000. Of the 4 star crystals he had obtained, excluding the one with the SS grade ability, the remaining 3 yielded 2 pieces of equipment. Could it be that his luck had turned for the better in this life? Zhao Yin tucked the butterfly knife into his belt and continued searching. About half an hour later, he encountered another star crystal. He sensed it and found that the granary was still not following him. He cursed her as a jinx. Without her trailing, he found star crystals more quickly. This time it yielded a sandwich bread. Zhao Yin had eaten this bread in his past life. It could sustain a day's energy consumption and crucially quickly heal injuries. It could save his life in critical moments, making it the most urgently needed resource for him now. He carefully put the bread into his backpack and resumed searching. 40 minutes later, Zhao Yin obtained another star crystal only to get another bottle of Nongfu Spring. As expected, equipment wasn't so easy to get. Soon the red sun on the horizon slowly disappeared below the horizon, and the sky became dim. The smoke in the air had completely dissipated. Without the refraction of sunlight, Zhao Yin found it difficult to search for star crystals. As night fell, even if there were star crystals, they looked like ordinary stones. Zhao Yin had 3 star crystals in his pocket, all just found. To save time, he hadn't opened them on the spot. Now Zhao Yin took the chance to smash all the star crystals. The first one yielded a pack of instant noodles, which could fill the stomach and ward off cold. The second star crystal produced another bottle of Nongfu Spring. Another fucking Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin couldn't help cursing. This was the third bottle. He ignored it and looked at the last star crystal. After smashing it, a white light rose again. Zhao Yin's breath hitched. He could vaguely see a piece of equipment appearing in the fading white light. Soon the white light dissipated, and when Zhao Yin saw the equipment that had dropped, he was momentarily stunned. A pair of black fishnet stockings. Zhao Yin had never imagined he would get something like this. He was currently lacking lower body gear. Was he supposed to wear them? Zhao Yin, a man of 7 feet, would rather be bitten to death by zombies outside than ever wear women's stockings. He resolved, inwardly raised his hand, and tossed the fishnet stockings over 10 meters away. The gesture was utterly free and unrestrained, exuding an air of unyielding manliness. Then Zhao Yin strode away with large steps. In the night, his silhouette was heroic and fearless. A true man, even without pants, would never wear such a thing. Even though those fishnet stockings seemed to be of a grade beyond level. Even though with them his safety would be better ensured. Just try them on once. Zhao Yin accidentally came back to the discarded fishnet stockings, frowned, bent down to pick them up, his face full of disgust. Then he quickly tore off the trousers on his legs and pulled the stockings over his hairy legs. In his previous life, he had never seen such stockings, and without the previous life's level ability True Sight, he had to try them on to know the effect. Zhao Yin exerted a little force from his feet, and his entire body shot forward, instantly covering nearly 100 meters in 3 or 4 seconds. The wind whistled past his ears, his speed already surpassing human limits. Even the flying men of the pre-apocalyptic era would have to eat his dust. Zhao Yin stopped, took a deep breath, and a happy smile spread across his face. Actually, if I wear them inside, as long as I don't take off my pants, no one will know. Zhao Yin thought to himself, so comfortable. This was definitely a level piece of equipment. With Zhao Yin's current physical ability, he could hardly bring out its maximum effect. Soon Zhao Yin calmed down, pulled his pants back on, and lit a huazi. He took a deep drag of the cigarette, silently calculating so far he had obtained 3 pieces of equipment. An level military jacket and butterfly knife, and a level pair of fishnet stockings. Besides that, there were 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, and a pack of instant noodles. Next, blindly searching for star crystals was no longer wise. There were more important things to do. The previous live's level ability True Sight Eye. It was time to retrieve it. That place was an old zoo site, and he still remembered the exact location, about 12 kilometers from here. Moreover, Zhao Yin recalled that the star crystal from which he had obtained the True Sight Eye was on the surface. It had remained untouched until the 3rd month, not taken by anyone nor devoured by zombies, because there was a mutated monkey there. The purpose of this trip was twofold: retrieve the True Sight Eye, and see if he could tame that mutated monkey. Zhao Yin picked up his bone cleaver and headed that way. Thanks to the speed boost from the fishnet stockings, 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin arrived at the zoo site. The buildings here had long been destroyed by the meteorites, and the vegetation had been burned to ashes. Everywhere were the corpses of humans and animals, most of them mangled and broken. The monkey had not yet mutated and was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yin sensed the surroundings. There was no sound from the monkey, and the zoo was dead silent. That monkey was unimaginably cunning, possibly hiding deep underground somewhere. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had exhausted all his efforts to help Lin Tianfeng capture it, failing several times. In the end, he had to spend a fortune to acquire an 11 capture net to catch the monkey, which by then had already reached level. Its growth talent was astonishingly high, one of the most promising spirit beasts Zhao Yin had ever seen. It was just a pity that later, to save Lin Tianfeng, it died in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, by then having grown to level. The immediate priority was to obtain the True Sight Eye. Zhao Yin went straight to the place where he had found that star crystal. He remembered it clearly, an inconspicuous meteor crater. Upon arriving, he quickly jumped down, but the next moment his expression froze. The spot where the star crystal should have been was completely empty. Only broken stones and dirt lay exposed on the surface. In his previous life, it was not like this. He remembered clearly that the star crystal should have been lying exposed on the ground, easily noticeable. Zhao Yin couldn't believe it. He picked up his bone cleaver and dug frantically, until he was panting with exhaustion. The result: he dug 3 feet deep, but there was no trace of the star crystal. He finally confirmed that his True Sight Eye had indeed vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Zhao Yin stared wide-eyed, stunned for a long time. The reason he had come only now was that in his previous life, when he rushed over 3 months later, the star crystal was still there. At this time, most survivors were still cowering in fear. Who would have come to take a star crystal that was supposed to remain until 3 months after the apocalypse? But it had actually happened. Zhao Yin was furious, regretting that he should have come earlier. The true sight I was his. All along it had been part of his plan. He had never imagined it would be taken by someone else. He absolutely could not let anyone take it. Whoever dares to take what belongs to me, Zhao Yin, must die. Zhao Yin gnashed his teeth in hatred. Soon he calmed down, realizing that the thief might not have gone far. He immediately strained all his senses to listen carefully. A few seconds later, Zhao Yin's eyes snapped open, his face filled with rage, and his figure shot forward. About 1,500 meters away, there was the sound of human footsteps, extremely faint, but the furious Zhao Yin caught it. Filled with murderous intent, Zhao Yin appeared within 100 meters behind that person in less than a minute. But when he saw the figure, clearly his gaze froze. Granary. At this moment, staring at that frail silhouette, Zhao Yin finally understood everything. No wonder someone had taken his item. It was her. In his previous life, this woman was supposed to die at Lin Tianfeng's hands. But because Zhao Yin had saved her, she survived, deviating from the timeline Zhao Yin knew and taking what she should not have taken. Now Granary's body was trembling, her steps unsteady, limping along the road, full of meteor craters. Her dirty face was filled with terror, and every time she stepped on a gruesome corpse by the roadside, she let out a scream. Couldn't you have just lived well? Why didn't you find a place to hide? Why did you have to come and take my ability, Star Crystal? I already gave you a chance. You chose to seek death. The murderous intent in Zhao Yin's eyes gradually thickened. She looked pitiful, but she still had to die. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the bone cleaver and strode over. Granary seemed to hear his footsteps and slowly turned around. You. The expression on her face was not the expected panic. Instead, a look of surprise quickly appeared. She tried to keep her voice gentle. It's really you. I was just looking for you. You were looking for me, eh? Zhao Yin's bone cleaver, which he was about to swing, relaxed slightly. I know you're searching for this. Granary slowly reached her hand into her bra. Soon she pulled something out from her chest. In front of Zhao Yin, she slowly opened her dirty palm. There were 3 thumb-sized blood-red crystals. I saw you searching everywhere for these. They must be very important to you, right? Granary asked earnestly. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned, his eyes shifting several times. Do you know what these are? I don't know. I just saw you looking for them earlier. Since I had nothing to thank you for, I went around and helped you search a bit. Granary smiled. Her face was dirty, but her teeth were delicate and white, and she seemed quite excited. I didn't expect to actually meet you again. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to find more for you. Only these 3. Zhao Yin looked at her in silence. Although Granary spoke lightly, he knew that for her to reach this place with her physical ability, she must have exhausted all her strength searching for star crystals ever since they parted. What do you want from me? Zhao Yin asked coldly. You saved my life. Didn't you already give me food and water? I know these things can't repay the debt of saving my life, but I thought it would be a token of my gratitude. Granary's throat was dry and hoarse as she coughed after speaking. Zhao Yin looked at her with deep eyes, suddenly finding this woman hard to understand. This was the apocalypse. Even if she didn't know the true value of the star crystals, unless she was brain damaged, she should know that anything of value was precious to her. Especially since Lin Tianfeng had set a precedent by trading star crystals for drinks with Zhao Yin. She couldn't have guessed nothing, yet she still asked for nothing. Was this woman playing a game of feigned indifference? Just then Granary suddenly grabbed Zhao Yin's hand and placed the star crystals into his palm. Zhao Yin stared at the star crystals in his hand, still stained with blood from her fingers. Blood from digging barehanded through concrete. Please don't reject them, Granary said softly. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered. Of course he wouldn't reject them. Even if she hadn't given them, he had planned to kill her and take them. But now, should he kill her or not? Zhao Yin's heart was torn. Previously, he hadn't considered that this woman could affect the timeline. If he didn't kill her now, he might never encounter her again, and the timeline, he knew, could be completely derailed because of her. Thank you for letting me meet someone as kind as you in this world, and for doing something meaningful, Granary said hoarsely. I'm leaving now. Maybe. We won't see each other again. Granary smiled at Zhao Yin again. A woman like me. How many days can I survive in the apocalypse? So, probably no more meetings. She slowly turned around and limped forward barefoot, her shoes having been lost somewhere. Zhao Yin watched her retreating figure. In the end, he did not raise his blade. 7 years in the apocalypse, and I still haven't turned into a beast, Zhao Yin laughed bitterly. He couldn't bring himself to kill a defenseless woman, especially one who had found 3 star crystals for him. Granary had gone far away. Zhao Yin did not warn her about the zombie outbreak tonight. Life or death would be entirely up to her fate. Next, Zhao Yin stopped thinking about Granary and prepared to crack open the 3 star crystals. The first star crystal was cracked open by Zhao Yin, and the familiar white light once again appeared before his eyes, glaring brightly in the pitch-black night. Yet, Zhao Yin paid it no heed. Within a radius of 1,000 meters apart from the distant Granary, there was no trace of human presence. After the white light faded, a crimson pill materialized before Zhao Yin, but he could not discern its effects. In his past life, star crystals could yield tens of thousands of varieties, and no one knew the full extent. Zhao Yin only knew that aside from supernatural abilities, various pills and elixirs were the most rare and precious. This was a promising start. Thinking that once he acquired the true sight, he would recognize everything, Zhao Yin ceased his deliberation and directly smashed open the second star crystal. This time the white light persisted for 3 seconds and did not dissipate at all. Zhao Yin's breath caught in his throat. Based on his past life experience, the longer the light lingered after a star crystal was cracked open, the more precious the item it contained. Just like the SSS-level Contract Soul he had obtained earlier, which had lasted a full minute and even shone with a golden hue. This time the white light endured for a full 5 seconds. Could it be another great item? At last the white light faded, revealing an unremarkable bronze ring before Zhao Yin. After Zhao Yin clearly saw it, his eyes widened in astonishment. A space ring. He could not remain calm. The value of any space ring rivaled that of an A-grade piece of equipment. In the homeless apocalypse, a space ring was a second life. In terms of rarity, it even surpassed the great equipment. In his past life, he had only obtained a space ring in the 5th year after the apocalypse began. By then Zhao Yin had already nurtured Lin Tianfeng, and with the support of an influential faction behind him, he had managed to acquire one at a tremendous cost. Zhao Yin quickly slipped the space ring onto his finger. With a thought, the bone cleaver in his hand vanished. He sensed that the bone cleaver was now resting quietly in a 10 cubic meter space. With another thought, the bone cleaver reappeared in his hand. No mistake, it was a genuine space ring. Although its space was smaller than the one he had owned in his past life, it was more than enough for Zhao Yin's current needs. It took a long time for Zhao Yin to calm his emotions. Finally, he stopped toying with the space ring, raised the bone cleaver, and smashed open the 3rd star crystal. After the white light, a blue elixir appeared, the great ability True Sight. In his previous life, it was the existence of True Sight that allowed him to survive until the 7th year of the apocalypse. This ability had long been integrated into Zhao Yin's soul, sharing life and death with him. Because of True Sight, he had avoided countless dangers. Day after day, night after night, it felt as if it were only yesterday, and Zhao Yin couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. Though it was not a combat ability, and only grade the power of True Sight could see through the information of all things. In his past life, many powerful ability users had specifically sought out Zhao Yin to appraise treasures, not only earning him substantial commissions, but also building valuable relationships. That was why in that apocalypse many people would show Zhao Yin some respect. A key reason he was able to establish the paradise base. Zhao Yin set aside his distractions, stored all his belongings into the space ring, and turned to walk toward the old zoo site. In his past life, absorbing the great ability Awakening Elixir had been extremely painful and lasted 3 hours. During that time, he needed to find a safe place. For the sake of the mutated monkey, Zhao Yin planned to stay at the old zoo site tonight. The mutation of animals and plants and the zombie outbreak occurred simultaneously, both starting at the stroke of midnight. He intended to activate the true sight before that. Arriving at the old zoo site, Zhao Yin approached the collapsed office building using the space ring to collect intact cement blocks and meteorites that had not been buried due to the building's cushioning. Zhao Yin prepared to build a temporary shelter. After filling the space ring, he chose a relatively flat spot and unloaded the materials. He first used several large concrete fragments to construct a triangular space large enough to accommodate himself, then piled more concrete and meteorites on the outside. He made several trips until a tomb-like shelter 5 or 6 meters high took shape. Then Zhao Yin bent down and crawled into the cramped space barely larger than a coffin. After that, he released all the concrete blocks from the space ring, completely sealing the entrance. Having done everything, Zhao Yin deliberately ignored his fatigue. He took out the true sight Awakening Elixir and without hesitation tipped his head back and swallowed it. Instantly, a burning sensation spread through his stomach, quickly engulfing his entire body. In just a moment, Zhao Yin felt as if he were in a furnace with sweat beads the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Yet his face remained expressionless as he lay motionless inside the tomb. The long-lost pain. Exhilarating. Before the zombie outbreak has even begun, I already possess 2 abilities. Who can compare with me in this life? No one knew that in a desolate corner of the world a man was enduring pain beyond ordinary human endurance, laughing wildly. Time passed second by second, each second feeling like an eternity. Though Zhao Yin possessed a willpower far beyond the ordinary, this body was still that of a common man. At some point he lost consciousness. Zhao Yin had not anticipated that, unlike in his past life, the SS great ability Awakening Elixir had already saturated this ordinary body, making absorbing any other abilities extremely difficult. By the time midnight arrived, he still had not awakened. Roar. Ugh. At that moment, the entire world, which had been silent as death, seemed to come alive instantly. The earth trembled, ruins rolled, and countless buried corpses slowly crawled out from the ground. At that time, 30 kilometers away in a dilapidated shopping mall, a 12-year-old girl suddenly woke up. What's that sound? Is it brother coming back? Bang bang. The door that Song Xiaojian had blocked before leaving to search for supplies was shaking, as if someone was pounding heavily on it. Brother, stop knocking, I'll open the door for you. Song Xiaodao said, joyfully walking over to unlatch the lock and pulling the door open. But the next moment, half of a pitch-black human face came into view. Half of its skull was missing. A fist-sized piece of facial muscle still attached to the stark white skull by a blood vessel dangled in front of its chest, swinging back and forth. Xiaodao froze instantly. Overwhelmed by shock, she forgot everything, let out a scream by instinct, and turned to flee. But she was too slow. The zombie grabbed her collar and pulled her clothes, opening its foul mouth to bite. Help! Xiaodao cried out loudly. Bang! At that moment, the zombie's body stiffened, and it collapsed along with the little girl in its arms. Song Xiaojian, covered in wounds, put down the iron rod, kicked the now headless zombie aside, and carried his sister into the room, quickly closing the door. Little sister, are you all right? Song Xiaojian asked with a face full of worry, lowering his voice. Xiaodao looked up and saw it was her brother Song Xiaojian and burst into tears, but Song Xiaojian quickly covered her mouth. Don't cry. All those dead people have come back to life. I just saw Mom and Dad outside. They crawled out of the collapsed mall too. Song Xiaojian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. They've turned into zombies just like in zombie movies. Xiaodao stared at her brother blankly. She had also seen zombie movies, and as she thought about it, her face turned pale. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. I won't let the zombies eat you, but you have to listen to me, Song Xiaojian continued in a low voice. Xiaodao pushed Song Xiaojian aside and went to a crack in the wall to look outside. More and more zombies were emerging from various places, some from the dirt, some from among the ruins. Xiaodao even saw a female zombie trapped in a deformed car, her lower half crushed by the vehicle, struggling violently in an unnatural posture. Crack! Something seemed to break. The female zombie suddenly pulled herself out, her lower body still caught in the car, while her upper body crawled rapidly, her intestines trailing along with black blood. Xiaodao gagged, but dared not make too much noise, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Song Xiaojian did not stop her. He knew his little sister would have to face all this sooner or later. Xiaodao, we are safe for now. If we ration the food, it can last us 3 days. Perhaps after 3 days these zombies will die off, said Song Xiaojian. It was as if he was comforting Xiaodao, but more so himself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commotion erupted among the zombies outside the wall crack. Then a figure dashed out, rushing straight toward them all. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, are you still alive? Open the door quickly, shouted the man from afar. Xiaodao recognized him and gasped, brother, it's Brother Wang. He's back. Song Xiaojian frowned, his eyes fixed on the zombies gathering behind Wang Quan, and stopped his sister from opening the door. Don't go. Brother, when our parents were crushed to death, Brother Wang saved us, said Xiaodao. If we don't let him in, he'll die. Song Xiaojian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he struggled with the decision. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, I found a lot of food. Let me in first, and when the danger passes, I'll take you there. Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall and arrived outside the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiaodao were. He said urgently, are you really going to let me die? If I die, who will take care of you 2 children? Perhaps it was because of the food Wang Quan mentioned, or perhaps because of his life-saving grace, but in the end Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojian slammed the door shut. Immediately several zombies followed and slammed against the door. Bang! 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 Xiaodao, quick! Help me move something to block the door, Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Xiaodao hurried over to help. The 2 siblings dragged the only heavy object in the room, the office desk, behind the door. The door was still trembling. The zombies outside possessed astonishing strength. If the office door hadn't been a security door, it would have already given way. Song Xiaojian could only press his body against the door along with his sister. Suddenly he caught sight of Wang Quan, who was collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. Brother Wang, come help. Wang Quan looked up, sensing the commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's voice. A flicker of displeasure passed through his eyes, but he still went over to help block the door. However, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room where there was a pile of food and water that could last an adult man at most 1 day. Zhao Yin slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes in the darkness, hearing a clamor of roars. In an instant, Zhao Yin understood that another catastrophe had erupted. This time he had been unconscious longer than in his previous life. Zhao Yin did not go out immediately. He took a flashlight from his spatial ring. With a click, the cramped space lit up. Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon the spatial ring on his hand, and a string of information appeared in his mind. Spatial ring grade A spatial equipment contains 10 cubic meters of space. Then Zhao Yin looked at his own body. Human male ability Awakener strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, life, countdown, 21,920 days. For a normal human constitution before the apocalypse, he could have lived about 60 more years. Everything was not much different from his previous life. After all, true sight, I was of great ability, and could not detect ability types beyond great. However, Zhao Yin was already satisfied as there were not many ability awakeners above great. The real benefit of true sight, I was its ability to identify treasures unearthed from star crystals. Zhao Yin remembered the pill he had obtained earlier, and immediately took it out from his spatial ring. Strong hypnotic incense grade control type drug renders any life form below grade unconscious for 10 minutes. The simple description made Zhao Yin's expression shift. Control type drugs were rare among all grades of drugs. Although it was the lowest grade, it was exactly what Zhao Yin needed most at the moment. He thought of the mutated monkey. It should have already mutated by now. Earlier Zhao Yin had been troubled by how to capture it. With this pill of hypnotic incense, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something. The 3-star crystals given to him by the granary had all yielded good items. Could it be that she wasn't a jinx? He dismissed the meaningless thought and immediately organized his equipment. Long-handled bone cleaver, no grade, durability 8, a sharpness 6, butcher knife, no grade, durability 5, a sharpness 9, butterfly knife, grade F, attack equipment, durability 13, a sharpness 14, military jacket, grade F, defense equipment, durability 16, fishnet stockings, grade E, auxiliary equipment, movement speed 28. Additional effect, charm 3. Currently the highest grade equipment Zhao Yin possessed was the fishnet stockings. Next, Zhao Yin used his spatial ring to collect the concrete debris blocking the door, and then crouched to crawl out. Roar! Before Zhao Yin could stand up, a nearby zombie spotted him. With a snarl, it lunged at him. Zhao Yin's eyes hardened. He raised the bone cleaver and thrust it upward at an angle. Splat! The cleaver pierced precisely through the zombie's mouth and out the back of its head, bringing out a large gush of black viscous matter. Male zombie, no evolution, strength 8, agility 6, spirit 0. Zhao Yin stood up and looked at the first zombie he had killed. From its tattered clothes, he could tell it had been a zoo worker in life. Apart from the wound Zhao Yin had just inflicted, its entire right shoulder was a bloody mess, likely crushed by a collapsed building. But black tendrils of flesh had already grown there. If Zhao Yin hadn't killed it, its broken body would soon have gradually recovered over time. Then it would begin to evolve. In the apocalypse, zombies were always the greatest threat to survivors. They were numerous and possessed astonishing growth potential. Compared to the number of survivors, zombies outnumbered them nearly 50 to 1. Only evolvers or ability users could deal with them. However, in his previous life, less than 1% of survivors became evolvers, and those with abilities were even rarer, 1 in 100,000. Tonight, zombies, reanimated, mutated beasts awakened, and the true apocalypse had officially begun once more. Roar! Roar! Several nearby zombies heard the commotion and quickly surrounded Zhao Yin. They had not yet evolved, although their strength was greater than in life, their stiff bodies made them much slower. Zhao Yin took the initiative to charge forward. The powerful combat instincts honed in his previous life erupted instantly as he swung his blade at a zombie's head. To kill a zombie, only a headshot would finish it off. The zombie's skull was instantly shattered, black brains mixed with white bone fragments splattering everywhere. A few drops of brain matter hit Zhao Yin's face. Expressionless, he quickly moved to the second zombie and split its head with the same strike. By then, the remaining 6 zombies had all closed in. Zhao Yin turned and ran, relying on the speed boost from the fishnet stockings to quickly break out of the encirclement. Then he swung his blade back, cleaving the head of the zombie behind him. Next, he repeated the tactic, and soon the remaining zombies were all eliminated. Given Zhao Yin's current stamina, killing 8 ordinary zombies in a row had left him gasping for breath. He dared not linger. After taking a few deep breaths, he sprinted toward the area where the monkeys were kept. Zhao Yin had to recruit the monkey into his ranks before the zombies evolved, nurturing it as quickly as possible. Only then would he gain an extra means of self-preservation. The zombies seemed to be the true protagonists of this world, evolving at an alarming pace even when they did nothing. In his past life, certain lucky zombies that managed to devour fresh flesh or directly absorb star crystals grew at a terrifying rate. The zombies he had just killed held no value whatsoever. They had not absorbed any star crystals, nor had they evolved any corpse crystals that could enhance an evolutionist's power. Thus, Zhao Yin did not dissect them. Along the way, he encountered no more human zombies, but there were plenty of animal zombies. Relying on his speed, Zhao Yin avoided them all. Most animals possessed innate physical advantages, and dealing with them after they had turned into zombies proved extremely troublesome. Roar! 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 Squeak! 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 From a distance, Zhao Yin heard a commotion of chaotic fighting and slowed his pace. A scrawny little monkey was leaping about, its monkey face twisted with fear. Dozens of zombie monkeys surrounded it, attacking it wildly. They no longer recognized their former kin. Their fish-belly-wide eyes were filled with nothing but a craving for fresh flesh. Zhao Yin had no intention of saving the little monkey. It would not die so easily. In his past life, when he first encountered it, it had already grown to Class C and was the king of this region. Zhao Yin hid behind a broken wall, took out a gas mask from his spatial ring, and put it on. Then he produced the potent, disorienting incense, crushed it with the handle of his knife, and wrapped it in tissue paper. He calmly observed the unfolding situation, ready to act at any moment. Squeak! The little monkey bounded and dodged among the rubble. Though it was extremely fast, the sheer number of zombie monkeys forced it to howl in terror. For some reason, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that the little monkey did not want to harm the zombie monkeys. Soon as zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, the little monkey burst into tears, a very human-like reaction. In that moment of distraction, another zombie monkey grabbed its tail and lifted it into the air. The zombie monkey opened its mouth to bite the little monkey's rear. Just then something unexpected happened. The little monkey squealed piercingly. One of its legs, no bigger than a baby's, suddenly swelled, becoming the size of an adult monkey's leg in an instant, and kicked backward violently. Bang! The zombie monkey that had been holding it was sent flying, its head smashing against a blue stone like a bursting watermelon. The little monkey was stunned, clearly not used to this change. It stood there on one long leg like a golden rooster, while the other leg looked like a tiny toothpick. Zhao Yin, hiding behind a rock in the distance, narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he confirmed the monkey's identity. It was the very same mutated monkey from his past life. Back then, the Class C monkey had been able to fully enlarge its body, but now it was only just awakening to its mutation. After killing one zombie monkey, the little monkey bared its teeth and showed off to the remaining ones. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys had no reason and were not intimidated. They surrounded it again. Thus the scene repeated itself. A group of zombie monkeys chased a single little monkey, leaping and bounding among the rocks, while the little monkey once again howled in terror. The difference was that with one long leg, its two legs were no longer coordinated. Not only did its running speed fail to increase, it actually slowed down. Within a minute, the little monkey was covered in wounds from multiple attacks. Its cries for mercy were useless. Why would the zombie monkeys let go of the flesh that was almost in their mouths? Finally, as if stirred by a surge of ferocity, the little monkey's eyes turned vicious. One of its paws rapidly expanded, and it grabbed a zombie monkey's head. Bang! It crushed it directly. At that moment, the little monkey was no longer the timid creature it had been. Its face was twisted with ferocity and brutality. The little monkey darted toward a second zombie monkey with astonishing speed and smashed its head with a single slap. But its tears flowed even more profusely. Zhao Yin watched it quietly, as if seeing his past self. In the early days of that apocalypse, he had been afraid, had wept, and had grieved over the deaths of others. From fear to strength, and from strength his blood slowly ran cold. To survive, he had risen to kill zombies and humans. In this cruel world, everyone merely fought to live, nothing more. Including that savage monkey at this moment. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that had been attacking the little monkey were dead, their bodies scattered everywhere in a gruesome sight. The little monkey stood there trembling all over, as if it had just woken up and realized it had killed so many of its kind. Though it did not understand why these kind had become like this. Covered in blood, the little monkey gazed at the annihilation of its entire group and began to cry again. So absorbed was it that it failed to notice a human figure slowly approaching from behind. Suddenly, it caught a strange sweet scent. Then it felt a dizzying spin, staggered, and collapsed. As if it sensed something, it saw a pig-faced monster approaching with a grin, step by step. The pig-faced monster was none other than Zhao Yin, wearing his gas mask. To leave a good impression on his first contract beast, he smiled especially kindly. Growing phase macaque, non-grade, mutated beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talents, enlargement, berserk. Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey by its tail, lifted it up, and strode away. When the little monkey woke up, it found itself in a cramped space built from concrete rubble. It tried to move, but discovered it was tightly bound. There was a human. No, it was the pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes. They smiled in a most detestable way. Seeing the little monkey awake, Zhao Yin smiled even more kindly. Like a magician, he produced a salt-baked chicken leg, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite. Want some? Zhao Yin chewed with his mouth full and asked. The little monkey sniffed, its eyes fixed on the chicken leg. The mutated beasts of the apocalypse had been starving for too long. Zhao Yin said calmly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Yin, your future master. I will now contract with you." Of course you can refuse. The contract will still succeed, but as my first contract beast, I hope you accept willingly. Accept, and you'll eat well and drink well with me. Refuse, and you'll have nothing to eat. After saying this, Zhao Yin stepped forward, placed a hand on the little monkey's head, and directly released his ability, Contract Soul. An invisible chain slowly extended from Zhao Yin's palm, forcibly merging into the little monkey's head. This was the power of an SS-level ability. No matter how formidable the mutated beast, even an emperor level from his past life, as long as Zhao Yin was given a minute, it would obediently become his contracted beast. The greatest flaw of the Contract Soul was that it could not enhance one's own combat power until a powerful contracted beast was obtained. Yet once it matured, no other ability could compare. In his previous life, when Lin Tianfeng first acquired this ability, he nearly died several times and survived only by relying on Zhao Yin. But in the end, after Lin Tianfeng grew strong, even when facing other SS-level ability users, most had to bow their heads to him. Top-tier SS-level ability users could rival Emperor-level mutated beasts. And in his past life, Lin Tianfeng had nurtured 2 Emperor-level beasts. At this moment, as the chain formed by the Contract Soul vanished into the little monkey's body, Zhao Yin sensed its existence and immediately heard the monkey's thoughts. "Pig-faced freak, when are you going to give me a chicken leg?" Slap. Zhao Yin smacked the little monkey on the head, his face darkening. "From now on, I am your master. Remember that." The little monkey covered its head with both hands, instinctively wanting to glare at the one who hit it. But when it looked up and met Zhao Yin's eyes, the anger in its heart instantly vanished, replaced by a natural, deep-seated respect. At that moment, it felt that the person before it was its closest kin, one it must protect with its life, fight for, and serve devotedly. For him, it would endure even a ditch of fire without hesitation. "Master, I'm hungry," the little monkey said pitifully. Zhao Yin's expression softened, and he tossed it a chicken leg. Soon Zhao Yin learned from the monkey's thoughts that when the apocalypse struck, it had fallen into the zoo's reserve well. For a month, the monkey had survived by eating moss and drinking well water. Now finally getting meat, it devoured it in a few bites and looked at Zhao Yin with pleading eyes. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and took out a sandwich. This was the only food that could heal injuries. The little monkey was covered in wounds from fighting the zombie monkeys. "Eat it, then come with me to work." Zhao Yin tossed it over. The monkey grabbed the sandwich and took a bite, its eyes instantly widening. The transcendent food yielded by the star crystal had a flavor unmatched by anything before the apocalypse. Fresh, savory, and melting on the tongue. It swallowed greedily. Zhao Yin secretly swallowed his saliva. Even he hadn't dared to eat the food from the star crystal. He silently decided he couldn't let this monkey waste food like this anymore. After the monkey finished the sandwich, its wounds began to emit faint specks of light, visibly healing. Seeming oblivious, it continued to stare at Zhao Yin with pitiful eyes. "Master, I'm still hungry." "Hungry my ass. Get to work with me now." Zhao Yin cursed irritably. He was broke. How could he let this monkey squander? With that, he activated his spatial ring and began collecting the chunks of concrete blocking the door. Food from before the apocalypse would quickly spoil and disappear after the zombie outbreak, replaced by new resources for human survival. The chicken leg from earlier was already stale. There was still plenty of food in the villa, and Zhao Yin planned to retrieve it all and store it in his spatial ring while it was still edible. He decided that after retrieving the food, he would continue searching for star crystals. By now, dawn had broken. The temperature had dropped again, now similar to a summer day before the apocalypse, around 30-some degrees. Zhao Yin led the little monkey out of the makeshift grave mound. The zoo was filled with wandering animal zombies. Several hours had passed since midnight, and all the corpses had zombified. Hiss! A zombie snake as thick as a bowl quickly spotted Zhao Yin and slithered toward him. Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Zombie snake, no evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0. Go kill it. Zhao Yin pulled out a butcher knife and tossed it to the monkey. The monkey received the order, took the knife, and stepped forward. But as it approached the zombie snake, its short monkey legs began to tremble. Before the snake could draw near, the monkey scurried back in fright, trembling behind Zhao Yin. "Master, I'm scared." "Scared of what? Its stats are far below yours." Zhao Yin grabbed the monkey by the neck and flung it toward the snake. The monkey shrieked, panicking, and before it could react, a gaping maw lunged at it. It quickly dropped its body, narrowly dodging. The zombie snake, driven purely by predatory instinct, coiled toward the monkey. The monkey rolled aside, squeaking loudly, mentally screaming, "Master, save me. I'm dying. Master, I'm dead." "Stupid monkey, I'm not dead yet." Zhao Yin cursed. "Kill it, and you'll live. Follow me, eat well, drink well. If you can't kill it, you'll be its meal." He took out a pack of corn sausages, tore open the wrapper, and found them a bit sour. Still, he took a bite, smacking his lips. Delicious. The monkey sniffed, suddenly energized. "Master, eat slowly. I'll kill this bastard zombie snake right now." Its expression turned savage, teeth bared, mouth twisted. One of its hands suddenly enlarged, viciously grabbing the snake's vital spot. Then the monkey raised the butcher knife and slashed down. Crack! The blade sliced off a chunk of rotten flesh, spraying black blood. "Cut its head. To kill a zombie, you have to sever the head," Zhao Yin instructed. The monkey yanked hard, pulling the massive snake body close. With a swift chop, crack, the snake's head was severed cleanly, and it went still without even a twitch. After killing the zombie snake, the little monkey trotted happily toward Zhao Yin. Its face was full of excitement, even a bit dazed, completely unlike the ferocious mutant beast it had just been. "Master, I killed that stinky snake." Zhao Yin patted its head. "Well done. Remember, you are a powerful mutant beast. Zombies aren't even fit to polish your shoes." The little monkey nodded repeatedly, indicating it understood. Its master was praising it. However, its eyes were fixed on the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. Eat. Zhao Yin pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to the eagerly waiting little monkey. It immediately tore open the packaging and devoured it, paying no attention to the staleness. It finished in a few bites and looked at Zhao Yin with longing again. Zhao Yin pointed at the slaughter knife it had dropped on the ground. Pick it up. From now on, do not put it down without my command. In the apocalypse, the blade is your life. The little monkey obediently picked it up, but the expression on its face clearly showed indifference. Don't believe me? Turn around and look, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey turned its head and saw 3 zombie wolves appearing behind it, one of which was already lunging at its neck. The little monkey instinctively swung the knife back, slicing off half of the zombie wolf's head. The other 2 zombie wolves had already flanked it, one on the left and one on the right, closing in to bite. At this moment, the little monkey could only deal with one. Inevitably, it would be bitten by the other. Bang! A large blade suddenly smashed down the back of the knife, landing on the head of the left zombie wolf, which was closer to the little monkey, instantly exploding its head. The little monkey also thrust its knife into the eye socket of the right zombie wolf, cleverly twisting it, and the zombie wolf immediately went still. The fear on its face did not dissipate for a long time. In the wild, you must always be alert to your surroundings. If you lose your life, no amount of food will matter. Zhao Yin put away the bone cleaver, but he did not give the remaining corn sausages to the little monkey. It lowered its head, unwilling to accept it, yet too embarrassed to ask. Zhao Yin walked forward with the bone cleaver, deliberately cultivating the little monkey. He did not want to end up like Lin Tianfeng in his past life, who treated his contracted beast as mere weapon. Once a contracted beast's mind was shackled, it would become nothing but a tool of slaughter. When Zhao Yin was truly in danger, they would struggle to respond flexibly on their own. What Zhao Yin desired more was that the little monkey would one day handle affairs for him like a human. The morning dew soaked the concrete rebars, broken glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and shattered tiles among the ruins. The entire world was barren and desolate. Zhao Yin saw several newly sprouted green shoots. Overnight, the destroyed world had entered a new cycle. From then on, everything would become different. Many new species would emerge, including mutated animals and plants. There were mutated beasts that specialized in killing and devouring humans, as well as mutated grain crops that after mutation were nearly transcendent and could sustain most survivors. The survivors had lost their homes, but gained a new world that was more dangerous, yet full of infinite possibilities. Most food had rotted away, but there were now mutated beast meat, mutated fruits and vegetables, and even the possibility of star crystals. Zhao Yin recalled the past life as he slowly walked out of the zoo ruins. Roar! The roars of zombies were not far away. Amid the ruins, heads surged like a tide. Countless zombies wandered aimlessly. Although Guangzhou City was not large, this was the downtown area. Without the shelter of buildings, zombies were as dense as a rural market or a pedestrian street in the city. Once Zhao Yin and the little monkey were exposed, they would be swarmed by countless zombies, instantly torn to shreds and become their meal. Chill. Don't make a sound. Zhao Yin made a silencing gesture to the little monkey. The little monkey's expression tensed, and it crept stealthily behind Zhao Yin. The man and the monkey avoided the dense zombie areas, carefully using broken walls and debris as cover, and slowly moved away. Finally, they left the downtown area, and the zombies ahead were no longer dense. Just as Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's thoughts. Zombie, there's still a zombie ahead. Turning back, he saw the little monkey's eyes filled with terror, but also a hint of eagerness, staring fixedly ahead. A female zombie was on the path they had to take. Her clothes were ragged and she was staggering, wandering aimlessly. Master, I want to try, the little monkey said, licking its lips with a look of longing. Zhao Yin grabbed its ear and lowered his voice. Aren't you afraid? Little monkey is not afraid. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie, puffing out its chest stubbornly. Master, look, little monkey is very strong. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, 2 more zombies appeared at the end of the line of sight, a young man and a little boy. They were also barely clothed, staggering with blackish yellow saliva dripping from their mouths and letting out low roars. The veins on their faces bulged, twitching and distorting, as if they couldn't control their expressions or as if they were enduring immense pain. Zhao Yin guessed that before they turned, they might have been a family of 3. Although they no longer recognized each other, the most important people in their lives. After becoming zombies, they could still be together. Zhao Yin thought perhaps this was a kind of happiness. The clothes of the 3 zombies were all tattered. The little boy was missing an arm, and maggots crawled in and out of the rotting flesh. A foul stench filled the air. Monkey, you take out the 2 adult zombies. Leave the hardest-to-kill little zombie to me, Zhao Yin instructed in a low voice, his tone laced with killing intent. Master, is the little one really that hard to kill? The little monkey asked doubtfully, but its eyes were still full of trust in Zhao Yin. Of course. The little ones are harder to kill. Leave it to me. Monkey, the 2 adults are easier to deal with. Go. The little monkey felt something was off, scratched its ear, but still grabbed the slaughter knife and cautiously approached the nearest female zombie. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something and communicated through their mental link. Remember to cut off the head. Only decapitation kills them. Roar. The female zombie heard the footsteps, her pale eyes locked onto the little monkey. She bared her yellowed teeth, let out a zombie roar, and charged at the little monkey, her sluggish movements suddenly becoming more agile. The little monkey was naturally nimble. It ducked and dodged easily, evading the female zombie's embrace, leaped behind her, swiftly turned, and thrust the slaughter knife. Thud! The knife stabbed into the female zombie's lower back. When pulled out, it brought dark brown blood. But the female zombie acted as if nothing had happened, turned around, and lunged at the little monkey again. Eek! Eek! The little monkey screamed in terror. It suddenly remembered its master's instruction to cut off the head, so it quickly jumped aside to dodge. At that moment, the other two zombies detected the commotion and both roared as they rushed toward the little monkey. Roar, roar, roar. Eek, eek. The little monkey screamed and communicated telepathically with Zhao Yin. Master, save me. Stop screaming. Do you want to attract more zombies? Zhao Yin cursed. Stupid monkey. I told you to cut its head. Understand? While cursing, Zhao Yin charged forward with the bone cleaver, heading straight for the little boy zombie. The little zombie roared, spread its arms, and lunged at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin sidestepped, then turned, slamming the back of the blade onto its head. Bang! The immense force instantly exploded the little zombie's head. Without bothering to wipe the blood off his face, Zhao Yin quickly turned and rushed toward the male zombie. Seeing his master display such power, the little monkey finally calmed down. It seemed enraged by the female zombie. Its hand holding the slaughter knife suddenly grew larger and longer. A hand far larger than an ordinary man's gripped the knife and swung forward fiercely. Thud! The knife precisely landed on the female zombie's head, splitting it in two. Then it saw Zhao Yin about to decapitate the male zombie. Master, leave that zombie to me. The little monkey cried out, pumped up by its first successful kill. Afraid its master might think less of it, the little monkey in a panic rapidly expanded, its two furry monkey legs fully activating its gigantification ability. Its tall figure took a quick stride, blocking Zhao Yin. Bang! The male zombie slammed into the little monkey, but didn't budge it. Instead, it was bounced back. Thud! The little monkey's slaughter knife plunged into the male zombie's eye socket, and the dark brown brain matter splattered all over Zhao Yin's face again. The battle, though fraught with danger, ended simply. Master! The little monkey stood there, puffing out its chest, as if awaiting praise. Zhao Yin wiped the brain matter off his face, then suddenly jumped up and smacked the little monkey's head. Who told you to spray brain matter everywhere? The little monkey was slapped, instantly aggrieved, covering its head and looking at him pitifully. Zhao Yin glared, then suddenly couldn't help but laugh. The little monkey, sensing its master's joy, immediately became elated as well. It rapidly shrank in size, hopping and skipping around Zhao Yin. Extending its furry paw, it clutched the hem of Zhao Yin's robe, just like a child. Are you hungry? Zhao Yin asked, a flicker of conscience stirring within him. Though it was but a mere 6-month-old monkey with no education, it was nonetheless loyal. At these words, the little monkey nodded vigorously, squatting at Zhao Yin's feet, not even reaching his knees. Hungry. The little monkey is very, very hungry, master. Its furry claws still tightly grasped Zhao Yin. If you're hungry, eat. We're not short on money, Zhao Yin declared earnestly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey immediately grew joyful again, leaping and bounding around Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin retrieved a piece of bread that had already begun to mold from his spatial ring. This bread is still quite fresh. Eat slowly, don't choke. The little monkey took the bread and began to devour it in large bites, its eyes filled with contentment. A north wind blew, carrying a putrid stench. In this desolate, wretched apocalypse, a faint warmth suddenly rose within Zhao Yin's heart. After the little monkey finished the bread, Zhao Yin led it onward. Along the way, they encountered a few more scattered zombies. Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey to dispatch them. With the reward of food, its courage gradually grew. Sometimes, even without Zhao Yin's instruction, the little monkey would charge forward to fight on its own. 2 hours later, Zhao Yin finally took a detour back to the residential complex. From afar, he saw his villa standing isolated amidst the ruins. At that moment, a zombie was prowling outside the door. Zhao Yin immediately recognized it as Dong Jun, the security guard he had personally taken down earlier, now transformed into a zombie. This time, Zhao Yin did not let the little monkey act. He stepped forward himself, and with a single blow from his cleaver, shattered the zombie's skull. Then he led the little monkey inside the house. The supplies in the house were still there, untouched. Perhaps they had zombie Dong Jun to thank for that. It was a pity, however, that over time the food at home had deteriorated even further. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and swiftly stored everything into his spatial ring. In the days that followed, Zhao Yin spent his daylight hours taking the little monkey out to kill zombies and search for star crystals. Now the star crystals on the surface had all been devoured by the returning zombies. The only way to obtain them was to extract them from the zombies' bodies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yin had encountered 9 zombies that had devoured star crystals, collecting 9 star crystals in total. From the previous 7 star crystals, he had obtained 1 piece of sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu spring water, 1 piece of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, and 1 piece of compressed biscuit. All were grade food and water. Zhao Yin was not surprised by this. In his past life, most of the items that star crystals yielded were the most basic food and water. The good luck he had 3 days ago could not be expected to happen often. Among them, the tuna and compressed biscuit were items he had not obtained 3 days prior. Tuna can grade F-type extraordinary food effect grants immunity to viruses below F grade for 24 hours after consumption. Compressed biscuit grade F-type extraordinary food effect maintains high energy for 72 hours. At this moment, Zhao Yin held the 2 star crystals he had just obtained today and let out a long breath. For the past 3 days, he had only returned home with the little monkey late at night to rest. This body was still just an ordinary human, and the intense combat had left Zhao Yin utterly exhausted. There are still 2 star crystals left. If only I could get an evolution serum, he thought. Zhao Yin projected his thoughts to the little monkey. The little monkey looked up at him, not understanding what an evolution serum was. Zhao Yin ignored it and cracked open one of the star crystals in his hand. As the white light dissipated, a bottle of mineral water appeared before him. It was Nongfu Spring again, the most useless product of a star crystal. Zhao Yin was speechless. He casually cracked open the 2nd star crystal, then turned to look at the little monkey. Still want to get some food? The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It had no interest in other supplies, but it was utterly obsessed with extraordinary food. Ever since eating that sandwich bread the other day, the little monkey had been dreaming about it, drooling in its sleep. All right, if we get food again, I'll let you have a piece. Zhao Yin's words trailed off as he suddenly felt that making such a promise was not the best idea. The little monkey's breath caught, its pupils dilated as it stared at Zhao Yin excitedly. After a pause, Zhao Yin said, "I'll give you a piece of ordinary bread." Hearing this, the little monkey immediately wilted. But it no longer dared to curse Zhao Yin in its heart, having realized that its pig-faced master could hear its thoughts. Zhao Yin smiled. After teasing the little monkey, his mood lifted. He then turned to see what had been revealed. The next moment, his pupils constricted. It was a black serum. Evolution Serum grade F-type basic serum effect. After consumption, it activates the human evolutionary gene, making one a new human, just what he had been hoping for. Had his luck improved since his rebirth? Even the description from True Sight was much longer. Zhao Yin picked it up directly and announced happily, "Monkey, today I'll give you an extra piece of bread. No 2 pieces. The little monkey looked at the evolution serum in his hand, sensing the turmoil in its master's heart, and let out a few listless squeaks. Zhao Yin tossed 2 pieces of moldy bread to the little monkey, then quickly locked the door. He took out all the extraordinary food from his spatial ring except for the can of tuna that could grant immunity to viruses. Under the little monkey's pitiful gaze, Zhao Yin tore open the packaging of all the extraordinary food and began to wolf it down. The little monkey was stunned. The moldy bread in its paws dropped to the ground unconsciously. Its mouth watered as it stared at its master in disbelief. 2 days ago, Master said these extraordinary foods were for emergencies. Why is he eating them all now? Master said extraordinary food could save the little monkey's and his own life in critical moments. So Master was just keeping it all for himself, not giving a single piece to the little monkey. Zhao Yin continued to devour the extraordinary food. In truth, what he needed was the ability to stave off hunger. In his past life, when Zhao Yin obtained his first evolution serum, he had not known about the side effects. When the serum's effects surged, he had consumed all the food he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated over half a year in one sitting, and still nearly starved. That terrible hunger Zhao Yin could endure, but the damage to his body from insufficient nutrition would take over 10 days of rest to recover. The zombies were also due to evolve in the next couple of days. Zhao Yin had no time to waste, so he chose to consume most of the extraordinary food. By now, aside from the lucky zombies that had swallowed star crystals, ordinary zombies were also on the verge of forming corpse crystals. Corpse crystals could not only boost Zhao Yin's evolutionary strength, but also enhance the little monkey's power. After he metabolized the evolution serum, he would finally have some ability to defend himself against those zombies. After finishing the extraordinary food, Zhao Yin took out 5 bottles of Nongfu spring water, gulped down 3, and stopped only when his belly was round and full. The little monkey beside him swallowed its saliva. Zhao Yin said, "Once I become an evolver tomorrow, we'll go kill more zombies. When we get extraordinary food, he'll definitely let you eat first." The little monkey looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Zhao Yin then took out nearly 100 gene of spoiled, ordinary food from his spatial ring and piled it all before him. Then he directly opened the evolution serum. Gulp! The serum flowed down his throat, and intense pain rapidly spread throughout Zhao Yin's body. Every muscle felt as if it were being crushed, then reknit. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body visibly wasted away. His round belly gradually shrank as the extraordinary food he had consumed was rapidly depleted. After 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's entire body was flushed red sweat pouring like a spring. Tiny black specks of impurities oozed from his pores, and in an instant the room was filled with a foul odor. This kind of excruciating pain was unbearable for most. In his past life it was said that many had committed suicide because they couldn't endure it, and some with weaker willpower had even died from the pain. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth, unable to suppress the muffled groans escaping from his mouth and nose. His face contorted. With trembling hands he grabbed the Nongfu spring water before him and downed it all in one breath. Then he began tearing open the packaging of the spoiled food. Seeing Zhao Yin's hands shaking, the little monkey quickly ran over to help tear the wrappers. It didn't steal any food. Instead it fed every opened item into Zhao Yin's mouth, and then poured water into his mouth. At this moment the monkey was like a devoted attendant caring for a bedridden father. An hour later Zhao Yin's body finally stopped trembling, and the pain began to subside. 2 hours later, even though Zhao Yin had consumed extraordinary food and 50 or 60 jin of ordinary food, his cheeks had sunken from the weight loss. 3.5 hours later, after finishing all the food, over 100 jin, Zhao Yin collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Just before losing consciousness, he commanded the little monkey, "Protect me. When I wake up I'll take you to find extraordinary food." The little monkey clutched Zhao Yin's bone cleaver crouched by the bed and did not leave for a single step. It looked as obedient as a child. Roar. Dozens of kilometers away from Zhao Yin's villa, a middle-aged man-like zombie tore through concrete, grabbed a star crystal, and let out a roar as it lay on its back. The next moment it tilted its head back and swallowed it whole. The dozen or so zombies surrounding it, though restless, dared not snatch it away. This was the second star crystal the zombie had consumed, making it far more powerful than any other zombie nearby. The wounds on the middle-aged zombie had long healed, and its body visibly swelled. The unknown substance brought by the meteorite in the air seemed to be drawn by the star crystal within it, rapidly fortifying its physique. Minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to over 2 meters tall. Its suit had long been torn apart, revealing a mass of bulging muscles. A chest like iron plates, arms as thick as buckets, legs like tree trunks. An awe-inspiring aura erupted from its being. Meanwhile, zombies across the region stirred, and the first wave of evolved zombies began to emerge. Even those that hadn't consumed star crystals or flesh had mostly recovered their bodies and were slowly undergoing changes. At this time most survivors remained hidden in various corners, while a few ventured out of shelters, either because their food had run out or because they refused to wait for death. In short, they chose to face the apocalypse bravely. Some mutated beasts began hunting survivors for food, while others preyed on zombies. Of course, they could also become food for zombies and survivors alike. In front of Zhao Yin's villa, a green sprout that had appeared 3 days ago had now grown to a meter tall. Not far from the artificial lake, a stretch of emerald green spread. Zhao Yin stirred awake, and it was already the next morning. Sensing that he could sit up without much effort, he clenched his fists. A surge of power flowed within him. The feeling of being an evolved being from his past life had returned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey happily bounced and danced around Zhao Yin's bed, its thoughts leaking. Master isn't dead. Great. Master isn't dead. Wonderful. Now I'll have something to eat again. Slap. Zhao Yin landed a palm on the little monkey's head. Hearing the first half of its thoughts, Zhao Yin felt somewhat gratified, thinking that at least one creature in this world cared about him. But after catching the second half, he truly wanted to slap this gluttonous monkey to death. All you know is eating. Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey covered its head, looking at him timidly. Feeling a pang of hunger, Zhao Yin took out a few ordinary compressed biscuits from his spatial ring and ate them with bottled water. Now the only supernatural food left was the most important tuna, while among the ordinary food only the compressed biscuits had not spoiled too badly. The little monkey stared at him with eager eyes. Master, I'm hungry too. Zhao Yin recalled the scene before he passed out. The little monkey had desperately helped him eat, not stealing a single bite. So he casually tossed it 2 of the most spoiled sausages. Zhao Yin ignored the monkey and activated his true sight to observe his evolved self. Human male ability, Awakener, level Evolver, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, life countdown 299 days. Compared to before evolution, all attributes were twice that of an ordinary person, and even his lifespan had extended by over 20 years. Barring accidents, Zhao Yin could live to be over 100. His strength and stamina were even a few points higher than when he first evolved in his past life, likely due to consuming supernatural food before evolving. Satisfied, he tossed another 2 sausages to the little monkey. Now that the little monkey was no longer as famished as before, it had grown picky and no longer devoured the spoiled sausages. It secretly glanced at Zhao Yin, who was eating compressed biscuits, its eyes full of grievance. If you don't want to eat, give them back to me. Do you know how many people are starving right now? Zhao Yin glared. In truth, if he had better food, he wouldn't feed the monkey sour sausages and moldy bread. He had to save the less spoiled biscuits for himself, so the monkey could only eat this. Zhao Yin scolded. Do you know how many mutated beasts envy you? Many of them can't even eat moss right now. Countless mutated beasts smarter and more loyal than you are starving to death. Having a master like me. Do you realize how lucky you are? The little monkey's expression turned fearful, and it nodded repeatedly. Master, I don't despise the food you graciously give me. Delicious, delicious. It chewed loudly, trying its best to look like it was enjoying the meal. It seemed terrified that Zhao Yin would find another smarter, more loyal mutated beast and abandon this useless little monkey. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. Eat up then, come with me to work. He turned around and began packing. Food and water were already stored in his spatial ring, and he stuffed everything he could carry, pots, pans, clothes, bedding, into the ring. Zhao Yin didn't plan to return. The nearby zombies that had consumed star crystals had mostly been killed by him and the monkey in the past few days. To find more star crystals, he would have to venture farther, and coming back would be impractical. The apocalypse. Where is home? As he left the villa, Zhao Yin glanced back. The villa left by his parents had sheltered him for 2 lifetimes. When he returned, it might already be destroyed by mutated beasts or zombies, or occupied by other survivors. After a moment of thought, Zhao Yin left the key at the door. It wasn't out of extraordinary kindness, but to prevent survivors from breaking the gate. It was a keepsake from his parents. The nearby zombies had been cleared these days, but stragglers were drifting in. Roar! A few zombies immediately spotted Zhao Yin and the little monkey charging toward them. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the bone cleaver and dashed forward. His physique, now twice that of an ordinary person, granted him explosive power. His already swift speed, amplified by the aggrade fishnet stockings, became blindingly fast, stirring up a gale behind him. Bang! Before one zombie could react, Zhao Yin blew its head off. The others only sensed his presence, then roaring as they lunged at him. In Zhao Yin's eyes now they moved as slow as dog droppings. He swung the bone cleaver, and with a series of cracking sounds. Thud, thud, thud. All their heads were smashed to pulp. Dark brown brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhao Yin stood there wiping the filth from his face, a surge of pride welling up inside him. In his past life, after obtaining the evolution serum, these zombies had already evolved into something far more powerful, forcing him to scavenge for survival with caution. Now, as an level evolver, he was completely dominant over unevolved zombies. They were too weak. Behind him, the little monkey, clutching a blunted butcher knife, came trotting over. Seeing the scene before it, it froze. Then, with a face full of admiration, it muttered in its thoughts, "Master has been so cowardly these past few days. How did he suddenly become so fierce?" Next, the monkey remembered its master could hear its thoughts. It looked up and met Zhao Yin's ominous gaze. The little monkey quickly covered its head, pleading mentally, "Master, don't hit me. I didn't mean to say that about you." Zhao Yin ignored the chattering monkey and used the bone cleaver to pry open the shattered zombie skulls. Bending down, he picked up a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain matter. After wiping it clean with a rag from his spatial ring, he examined it in his palm. The crystal was pure white, translucent, like fine mutton fat jade from before the apocalypse. Under the dim yellow sunlight, it reflected a beautiful radiance. Indeed, some zombies had already evolved corpse crystals, and those that had consumed star crystals. How far had they evolved? Level or a level? Zhao Yin recalled another type of zombie from his past life. One exceptionally lucky, having consumed more than one star crystal at the dawn of the apocalypse. They were utterly beyond the capabilities of any survivor at the time. Survivors called them zombie kings. It wasn't until SS-level ability users emerged and joined forces that they could kill a zombie king. However, in this region, no zombie king had appeared in his past life, so he and the monkey shouldn't encounter one for now. Zhao Yin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. A stream of unknown energy drilled into his body through his palm. The sensation faded in an instant. Zhao Yin checked his own status. Human male ability, Awakener, level, Evolver, Evolution 1000. 01, Strength 15, Agility 17, Stamina 13, Spirit 24, Life Countdown 29923 days. Consuming an ordinary corpse crystal yielded a dismally meager increase in evolution. For Zhao Yin to become a rank evolver, he would require 10,000 such ordinary corpse crystals, but if replaced with frank corpse crystals, a mere 100 would propel him to a rank. Within a rank corpse crystal, only one was needed. Each rank of corpse crystal granted 100-fold energy amplification. Zhao Yin then cracked open the heads of the other corpses, but none had evolved a corpse crystal. The evolution speed of these zombies was terrifyingly rapid. Before long, every zombie's cranium would yield a corpse crystal, and frank ones might even emerge. He carried the little monkey and continued onward, cleaver in hand. From time to time, he collected a corpse crystal, and Zhao Yin's strength grew slowly. Everything proceeded methodically. Ahead lay an old-school site where thousands of zombies stretched in an endless pitch-black sea. Zhao Yin was startled and initially intended to detour with the little monkey, but then he halted abruptly, his gaze fixed on a female zombie in a school uniform. It was a zombie on the verge of evolving to frank. Zhao Yin was certain that its rapid evolution was due to a star crystal inside its body. Moreover, it possessed a corpse crystal nearing Frank. Both were exactly what he needed. Monkey, do you want to eat supernatural food? Zhao Yin asked in a low voice. The little monkey's eyes lit up at once, staring at him eagerly. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie and whispered, "See that? That zombie carries a star crystal." The little monkey turned and gazed blankly at the surging mass of zombies. "Lure the other zombies away and he'll kill that one. Once we grab the star crystal, we'll run together," Zhao Yin coaxed. "If it turns out to be food, unless it's healing or antiviral, we'll share half with you." The little monkey swallowed hard and communicated telepathically, "Master, if the zombies catch me, you have to save me." Zhao Yin replied, "Rest assured, as long as I have breath left, I won't let you die before me." Over the past few days, the little monkey had grown accustomed to its ability while fighting zombies alongside Zhao Yin. Its legs swelled rapidly, and in an instant they transformed into those long, familiar limbs. Squeak, squeak. With a sharp cry, the little monkey dashed out from behind the broken wall, where they had hidden its long legs, leaping several meters high as it sprinted wildly around the periphery of the zombie horde. Roars erupted, shattering the silence like a drop of water into boiling oil, deafening. All the zombies, enraged by the monkey's provocation, gave chase madly. The little monkey was incredibly fast. From Zhao Yin's perspective, he could only make out a red backside bobbing up and down, racing frantically around the school playground, punctuated by terrified squeals. Only the female zombie remained still. Having recently devoured a star crystal, its internal energy was still saturated, so it lacked the craving for flesh that drove the other zombies. Zhao Yin understood this, which was why he had sent the little monkey to lure the rest away. "Help, master, help!" The little monkey screamed as the growing horde behind it pressed closer. It occasionally turned and took down a zombie with a sudden strike, then bolted again. Zhao Yin ignored its cries, waiting until the last few zombies near the female had moved away before launching himself forward, sprinting at maximum speed. In truth, Zhao Yin knew he was making the little monkey gamble with its life. A ranked beast using its ability could not sustain it for long. Once the little monkey lost those long legs, it would be devoured in an instant. Wind roared past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was still 7 or 8 meters from the female zombie, he leaped into the air, raising the cleaver high to strike its head. At that moment, the zombie seemed to sense something and slowly looked up at the descending Zhao Yin, its dead fish eyes utterly devoid of emotion. Acting purely on instinct, it raised a hand to block the cleaver. With a crack, the blade severed the zombie's right hand at the wrist, and the force of the blow sent it tumbling backward. Zhao Yin landed and immediately rebounded, the cleaver slicing through the air as he brought it down with brutal force. With a roar, the female zombie, ignorant of evasion, bit down on the cleaver. The blade tore through the corners of its mouth, and dark blood oozed out. Its yellowed fangs pierced the steel. Clearly, this zombie had begun its evolution from the teeth, which had already reached Frank. Zhao Yin had no intention of pulling the cleaver free. He released it without hesitation, and from his spatial ring produced a butterfly knife. With the speed boost from the fishnet stockings, he flashed behind the zombie, and with a single stroke severed its neck as easily as cutting through tofu. Then Zhao Yin spun around, grabbed the female zombie's hair, and yanked the head off. The cleaver was still clenched in its teeth. "Monkey, run! Run back!" Zhao Yin shouted. In the distance, the little monkey's legs trembled. The countless zombies around it had nearly drained all its energy in just a few minutes. Seeing the head in its master's hand, the little monkey let out an excited squeak and turned to dash toward Zhao Yin. "Master, don't forget the supernatural food you promised me." It intended to communicate telepathically, but then saw Zhao Yin already sprinting away, his speed at its peak, vanishing from sight in an instant. The little monkey was full of confusion. Wasn't he supposed to not let it die first as long as he had breath? Zhao Yin ran 5 kilometers without stopping before he felt safe. He dropped the female zombie's head with a thud, plopped down on it, and panted heavily. His reason for telling the little monkey to run back was that the path they had taken was more familiar. Would that foolish monkey die? Crunch, crunch. The head beneath him was still gnawing on the cleaver. Zhao Yin pulled the handle out and saw that the blade was covered in rolled-up metal shards, the spine broken. It was unusable. Zhao Yin felt a pang of regret. Finding a suitable long weapon had become an urgent priority. Squeak. The little monkey finally caught up, its giant legs now reduced to stubby ones. Blood flowed from its right arm and chest. "Master, master, I'm back." The gloom on its monkey face vanished instantly, and it bounded toward Zhao Yin with excitement. Zhao Yin coughed, looking at the trusting monkey, and felt a pang of guilt. "Little monkey, you've worked hard. I've decided to reward you." The little monkey regarded Zhao Yin with unbridled excitement, flattering him. "I knew my master wouldn't make me work for nothing." Zhao Yin retrieved the bone cleaver he had just stowed away, raised it high, and brought it down with force upon a meteorite fragment lying on the ground. The little monkey was puzzled as to what his master was doing when, with a clang, the already broken blade of the cleaver detached from its handle. Zhao Yin held a Meteorites long threaded steel rod. The former handle and generously handed it to the little monkey. "Take it, your new weapon." The little monkey hopped about in delight. The pig-slaughtering knife his master had rewarded him with earlier was already blunted, utterly useless after the recent battle. It took the threaded steel rod from Zhao Yin, swung it vigorously a few times, and its pitch-black eyes shimmered with gratitude. "Thank you, master. You're so good to me." Zhao Yin let the little monkey continue its jubilation alone and retrieved the head of the female zombie from under his buttocks. At this moment, the zombie's head, which was about to evolve to Flevel, was not yet dead. Its teeth still chomped clatteringly at the air. Zhao Yin kicked the head over to the little monkey's feet, pointed at it, and commanded, "Try out its power. Smash it." The little monkey, who had been wanting to test the new weapon, raised the steel rod and brought it down. Splat! The female zombie's head burst like a watermelon, brains splattering all over the ground. Zhao Yin stepped forward himself and retrieved 2 crystals from the brain matter. One was slightly larger than a peanut, like creamy white jade, the female zombie's corpse crystal. It was only a hair's breadth away from an Flevel corpse crystal. The other piece was, of course, Zhao Yin's favorite, a star crystal. Zhao Yin pondered for a moment, and instead of immediately absorbing the corpse crystal, he turned his gaze to the little monkey, who was now carefully wiping the brain matter off the steel rod. The little monkey's movements were meticulous, treating the new weapon bestowed by his master with the same tenderness Zhao Yin had once shown his paramours before the apocalypse. Now Zhao Yin himself needed nearly 100 Flevel corpse crystals to evolve to a level. But if he gave this corpse crystal to the little monkey, it might just enable it to evolve from a non-rank to Flevel. The non-rank little monkey's physical attributes already rivaled those of an Flevel evolved human. If it evolved to Flevel, it could definitely fight in a level zombie. Boosting the little monkey's strength was equivalent to boosting Zhao Yin's own strength. "Little monkey, I told you if you work hard, I'll reward you handsomely. Here, take this." Zhao Yin tossed the corpse crystal over. The little monkey had seen Zhao Yin absorb corpse crystals before and vaguely knew that this object could increase strength. Moreover, this was the corpse crystal produced by a zombie about to evolve to level 1. It never expected its master to give it to him. Given both a weapon and a corpse crystal, the little monkey was moved to tears, clasping its hands together and bowing to Zhao Yin. "Don't absorb it yet. I'll build you a shelter first," Zhao Yin said, and then on the spot, he used his spatial ring to retrieve concrete, quickly constructing a grave mound. He grabbed the little monkey by the scruff of its neck, tossed it directly inside, and then sealed the entrance. This way, even if there was some noise, it wouldn't disturb the nearby zombies. Next, Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey, gripped the star crystal, and exerted force. Crack! The immense power of an Flevel evolved human instantly crushed the star crystal, and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. As the white light faded, a green pill materialized in his palm. Talent pill grade B effect amplifies and strengthens 1 talent. Zhao Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was actually a grade pill. In his past life, he had taken a talent pill before. He popped it into his mouth, a sweet, refreshing taste dissolved on his tongue and slid down his throat. The next moment, Zhao Yin's mind became a void of clarity, and an indescribable epiphany surged within him. Human male ability, Awakener Flevel, evolved evolution progress 1000. 39, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent grade, shooting life, countdown 29923 days. This talent pill had amplified and enhanced Zhao Yin's shooting talent. Humans are born with various talents, some stronger and some weaker. At this moment, Zhao Yin felt that whether it was a firearm or a crossbow, he could operate them with masterful skill, leaving even professional pre-apocalypse athletes far behind. Zhao Yin felt an urge to acquire a long-range weapon immediately. However, obtaining a long-range weapon from a star crystal was still difficult for now, so he would have to start with ordinary weapons. Soon Zhao Yin recalled something in his past life. He had heard by chance that there was a shooting range in Guangzhou City, and the owner had kept a sniper rifle in his office. It was an M82A1, hailed as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers. Its bullets could easily pierce through an armored vehicle 1.0 meters away and effortlessly penetrate target buildings. With Zhao Yin's current shooting talent, he could handle it with ease. Boom! The grave mound behind Zhao Yin suddenly trembled, and a fist the size of a wok smashed through a concrete block, followed by a terrifying figure slowly crawling out. It stood a full 2 meters tall, covered in golden fur with muscles like twisted tree roots, and an arm as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin instinctively activated his true sight. Growing macaque Flevel, mutant beast, strength 28, agility 36, stamina 24, spirit 9, bloodline talent, gigantification frenzy. As expected, the little monkey had successfully evolved to Flevel. Except for its spirit, all its attributes were nearly twice as high as Zhao Yin's. Faced with this colossal creature before him, even though Zhao Yin had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but tremble. Now the little monkey could fully giganticize. Even if Zhao Yin used all his equipment, he might not be able to defeat it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The little monkey shook off the sand and dirt from its body, vigorously showering Zhao Yin with it. Slap. Zhao Yin jumped up and slapped the little monkey on the head. You're quite something, aren't you? Just evolved, and already you don't show me any respect. The monkey quickly shrank back to its original size, instinctively covering its head with both hands, communicating telepathically, sorry master. It was too dark inside. I was scared, so it had taken the liberty to come out. Zhao Yin crooked his finger, and the little monkey immediately scampered over to his feet, clasping its hands together and flattering him profusely. Zhao Yin carefully examined the little monkey, now back to its normal size. Compared to before its evolution, it appeared a size larger overall. Come on, follow me to kill zombies and test out your new abilities. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey tugged at Zhao Yin's pants leg. Zhao Yin thought for a moment. It really hadn't eaten much today. Actually, the best food for mutant beasts was mutant beast meat, but unfortunately, since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yin had only encountered this one mutant beast. Otherwise Zhao Yin still wouldn't have given the beast meat to it. He would only have one more contracted beast by his side. Zhao Yin sensed the supplies in his spatial ring. There wasn't much food left. He simply took out the most spoiled bread, 6 pieces in total, and tossed them all to the little monkey. Watching it swallow ravenously, Zhao Yin also took out a compressed biscuit and chewed it with some mineral water. After the man and the monkey had eaten their fill, they set off once again on the path of killing zombies, heading toward the shooting range that Zhao Yin remembered. In the apocalypse, to survive, one had to kill relentlessly. Supplies and strength were always the core. They traveled, stopping now and then, and time slipped away unnoticed. Song Xiaojian, go lure those few zombies away. Then your sister and I can get in safely. Outside the half-collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high concrete block and spoke to Song Xiaojian beside him in a commanding tone. Brother Wang, you've eaten all the food. My brother hasn't eaten anything for days. He almost got into trouble just now killing that zombie. He can't. Song Zaidao's words were cut short by Wang Quan's cold interruption. I ate the food because I needed to recover from my injuries. Besides, the food was originally given by me. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. If Song Xiaojian doesn't go, will you? Song Xiaodao wanted to say more, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian looked up at Wang Quan. Brother Wang, it was you who brought my sister and me into that office in the first place. We've always been grateful. I want to argue about the food being yours, but I really can't run anymore. If I die here, who will run errands for you in the future? All I know is that if no one lures those zombies away, the 3 of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said coldly, his left hand quietly reaching behind his back. Let's look somewhere else, Brother Wang. Please, Song Xiaojian said, his face pale, lips cracked, his voice weak. This goddamn place is crawling with zombies everywhere. We've searched for half a day, and this is the only spot that hasn't collapsed completely. Where else can we go? Wang Quan suddenly pulled a dagger from behind him. He pressed it against Song Zaidao's neck. If you don't go, we'll kill your sister. Xiaodao. Song Xiaojian was startled. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Let Xiaodao go. Brother, I have no choice. Forgive me. If you don't go, well, I'll die. This is the only way, Wang Quan said with a sinister tone. Though Wang Quan was usually domineering in his speech, he was after all the savior of the 2 siblings. They never imagined he would do such a thing. Brother Wang, let me go. Song Xiaodao struggled fiercely. Don't let my brother go anymore. I can run faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, your leg isn't injured, so why can't you go? Slap. Wang Quan struck Song Xiaodao heavily across the face. The young girl's tender cheek instantly swelled up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I didn't tell you to speak. Wang Quan glared at her viciously. Song Xiaodao was stunned, as if she couldn't understand how a person could change so quickly. Roar, roar, roar. Several zombies not far away, alerted by the sound of the slap, quickly ran towards them. Wang Quan hadn't expected to attract their attention either. His face turned pale, and he shouted in a trembling voice, Song Xiaojian, if you don't go now, your sister and I will die here too. Do you want to die alone, or have both of you die? Think carefully. Song Xiaojian's face turned deathly pale. He had almost no choice. Brother, you can't go, Song Xiaodao said, tears streaming down her face. Song Xiaojian gave a bitter smile, suddenly at a loss for what else to say to his sister. He had so many words in his heart, more than he could say in a lifetime, and he didn't know which one to start with. Before Mom and Dad passed away, I promised them that as long as I had breath in me, I would protect you, Song Xiaojian said. With that, Song Xiaojian dared not look into his sister's eyes. He stared fixedly at Wang Quan and said, Brother Wang, I hope you will treat my sister well. Otherwise, even if I become a zombie, I will never forgive you. Go without worry. Xiao Dao is still a child. What could I possibly do to her? Wang Quan put on a smiling face. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the approaching zombies and urged, hurry. Song Xiaojian hesitated no longer. He turned and rushed out of the shelter. Brother. Song Xiaodao wanted to scream, but Wang Quan tightly covered her mouth. She struggled desperately, but could only watch helplessly as her last remaining relative in the apocalypse walked away without looking back. Roar. The zombies spotted Song Xiaojian and went berserk, chasing after him with stiff, rapid steps. Song Xiaojian stumbled across the uneven ruins, his steps faltering. He only wanted to lead the zombies farther and farther away. Only then could his sister survive. Song Xiaojian knew deep down that once Wang Quan encountered danger, he would surely let Song Xiaodao die. Behind Song Xiaojian more and more zombies gathered. The nearby horde was attracted, and as the commotion grew louder, even distant zombies heard the sound and came. At that moment, seeing Song Xiaojian far away, a smile curled on Wang Quan's lips. He finally released Song Xiaodao. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Once I find a safe place, I'll sell you for a good price. Song Xiaodao didn't scream or shout. She looked in the direction where her brother had disappeared, tears silently streaming down her face. She understood that if she attracted more zombies, her brother's sacrifice would be in vain. She would live in her brother's place. She would outlive everyone. Come on, let's go in and find some food. Wang Quan patted his, but stood up and walked towards the mostly collapsed shooting range gate. Song Xiaodao turned back, staring at Wang Quan's back. At this moment, the 12-year-old girl's eyes held nothing but hatred. She followed without a word. Zhao Yin saw the dark, oppressive tide of zombies from afar. There were even more than the ones at the school earlier. Dense, at least 5,000 or 6,000, chasing a young man. Holy shit. Zhao Yin couldn't help but curse. In his past life, no one had ever told him there would be a zombie horde near the shooting range. He quickly took Little Monkey to take cover, not even considering saving the young man. What lousy luck. Zhao Yin cursed, inwardly baffled as to how an ordinary youth, not even an evolver, could attract such a massive horde. Zhao Yin and Little Monkey made a wide detour. After the young man led the horde away, they circled back to the shooting range. By then there wasn't a single zombie nearby. It seemed the young man had deliberately taken them all away. Zhao Yin grew even more puzzled. Was that young man insane? Soon Zhao Yin stopped thinking about it. In the apocalypse, all kinds of people existed. Perhaps the guy was tired of living and wanted one last thrill. Zhao Yin entered the shooting range directly. The remaining buildings were riddled with cracks on the verge of collapse. He led Little Monkey straight to the former office. According to information from his past life, the shooting range owner usually lived on-site and kept the young secretary in the office's lounge area. When the apocalypse struck, the office building collapsed from a meteorite strike. The sniper rifle was in the basement, the owner's secret love nest. Zhao Yin quickly found the basement entrance. A corner of a metal door was visible beneath a concrete slab weighing about 3 or 4 tons, just as described by the person from his past life. An ordinary person might have struggled immensely, but Zhao Yin simply activated his spatial ring, and the massive concrete block vanished instantly. Then he pulled out a butterfly knife. Bang! He thrust it into the electronic lock, twisted hard, and severed the lock spring. Go open the door, Zhao Yin ordered, pulling out the butterfly knife. Little Monkey immediately stepped forward, his body rapidly expanding. The fearsome creature covered in golden fur appeared once more, towering like a mountain, exuding an immense pressure. Little Monkey grabbed the door handle with his massive hand and slowly applied force. Creak, creak. A harsh screech of metal rang out, and then the deformed metal door was torn off completely. Roar. At that moment, a dark shadow shot out from inside, lunging at Little Monkey. Zhao Yin saw it was a middle-aged male zombie not yet evolved. Judging by his attire, he was likely the shooting range owner. Little Monkey reached out a huge fan-like hand and slapped down. The zombie's head was driven into its chest, but its hands still clung to Little Monkey's thick fur, managing to pull off only a few strands. Feeling insulted, Little Monkey raised the massive metal door and slammed it down. Splat! Dark brown blood splattered everywhere, filling the previously musty basement with a nauseating stench. When he lifted the door, the zombie had been flattened into a meat patty. Look at the mess you've made of the room. Zhao Yin glared at him. Little Monkey knew he had overdone it and scratched his head sheepishly. Zhao Yin pinched his nose and walked in. Suddenly, another zombie ran out from the inner room. It appeared to have been a young girl in life, around 20 years old, her clothes tattered. Even as a zombie, she clearly had been a beauty. Master, are those really not buns? Little Monkey instantly drooled, completely forgetting the lesson from last time. Zhao Yin swung his butterfly knife, cleaving the beautiful zombie's head in two, then turned and said, "They're not buns." He bent down and prodded the brains of both zombies with the knife, but found no zombie crystals. Just as he was about to move forward, he noticed Little Monkey still drooling over the dead female zombie. Zhao Yin sensed his thoughts, so big, 2 of them. If only they were buns. Stop staring. Once we find mutated wheat, he'll steam a pot of buns for you every day. Let's go. Zhao Yin sighed. He didn't know why they had to grow so big. Look how it had made the kid crave. Little Monkey reluctantly followed Zhao Yin into the inner room. A foul stench hit them. The floor was covered in excrement, used condoms, toilet paper, food wrappers. One could imagine that after the apocalypse, the shooting range owner and his little secretary had done everything, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, within this very bedroom. Eventually their food ran out, and the scorching heat outside made them too afraid to venture out. The two starved to death here, turning into zombies 4 days ago. Zhao Yin and Little Monkey rummaged through everything, but aside from finding 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes, they found no useful supplies. The food and water had long been consumed by that wretched couple, and the sniper rifle was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yin was puzzled. In his past life, he had personally seen that large sniper rifle. There must be a hidden room. Zhao Yin began to examine the surrounding walls. His true sight could not affect ordinary objects, but the enhanced vision from the Contract Soul was now of great use. Zhao Yin soon spotted a discrepancy in the wallpaper on the wall. Faintly visible were fine cracks behind it, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, but not to Zhao Yin's eyes. He knocked on the wall and was met with a hollow thud. Drawing his butterfly knife, he thrust it forward, piercing through the wallpaper and the alloy metal door beneath. With a forceful pull downward, a tearing sound cut through the metal like tofu. The immense damage of a transcendent weapon far surpassed any pre-apocalyptic metal. Zhao Yin cut out a square, sheathed the butterfly knife, and kicked the cut section. With a clang, the severed piece flew outward. A square entrance about 1 square meter appeared in the wall. Zhao Yin turned on his flashlight and stepped through first, while Little Monkey quickly shrank his body to follow his master. The hidden room was about 50 square meters. Entering, Zhao Yin saw a mountain of cash in the center, at least 70 to 80 million yuan in large bills. In the pre-apocalyptic world, it would have driven most people mad, but now it was nothing but worthless paper. After the apocalypse, for the shooting range owner, this pile of cash was worth less than a moldy piece of bread. Zhao Yin ignored this trash and swept his gaze across the entire hidden room. Various antiques and calligraphy paintings filled 3 full shelves, and a delicate long wooden box sat on the uppermost platform. Zhao Yin stepped forward and opened the box. Inside lay all the components of an M82A1 sniper rifle. Beside them were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing bullets. A smile spread across Zhao Yin's face. Finally, it was his. He picked up the components and began assembling them. With a series of clicks, his 7 years of gun handling experience from his past life allowed him to assemble the rifle faster than any special forces soldier. Soon a formidable large sniper rifle was assembled. Zhao Yin aimed it at an antique vase, and a natural killing intent surged within him. Such rifles were typically used by the military, often mounted on small naval vessels or attack helicopters, and possessed devastating power. With his current strength as an frank evolver, Zhao Yin could hold the rifle directly in his hands, bracing against the recoil, and use it as a standard assault rifle. He had no intention of test firing it, and immediately stored it in his space ring. With only 60 bullets, he could not afford to waste a single one except in critical moments. His gaze fell upon another shelf where he had earlier noticed a Tang sword displayed. Zhao Yin walked over and lifted the sword. It weighed about 7 or 8 jin. Drawing it from the scabbard, a cold light gleamed. The blade was already sharpened. The spine and back of the blade were thicker than conventional Tang swords, measuring 1.6 meters in total length, with a blade length of 1.2 meters. In the pre-apocalyptic world, few could wield such a Tang sword. The shooting range owner had likely kept it as a collector's item, but now it fell into Zhao Yin's hands. Little Monkey glanced at the cool Tang sword in Zhao Yin's hand, then at his own steel rod, and immediately began searching energetically, as if hoping to find a real weapon for himself. Unfortunately, this hidden room was where the owner stored valuables. Ordinary weapons were never placed here. Zhao Yin searched further, but found nothing else useful. As he was about to leave the basement with Little Monkey, he casually picked up the metal door from the ground. Earlier, after Little Monkey had enlarged himself, he had swung that metal door and smashed a zombie into a pulp. In critical moments, if Zhao Yin handed it to Little Monkey and ordered him to fully activate his ability, he could sweep through a large area. Zhao Yin did not leave the shooting range immediately. He had not forgotten what kind of place this was. In his past life, that person had obtained the sniper rifle and left, but never mentioned the shooting range's armory, because he had been unable to excavate it back then. Zhao Yin, however, was different. Though the armory had collapsed, Zhao Yin believed that some firearms and ammunition must have survived. The shooting range was a large open space, easy to identify, and the armory should be nearby among the collapsed buildings. Zhao Yin led Little Monkey to the rubble. Just then he heard voices, someone speaking. A man's voice and a young girl's voice. What they were saying, Zhao Yin could not make out. Were there survivors in the shooting range? Zhao Yin intended to take the weapons and leave. The rest had nothing to do with him. As for whether they would cause trouble, Zhao Yin did not consider himself a pushover, nor did he mind killing a few people. Soon Zhao Yin spotted a bulletproof glass sign with red letters, Weapons Warehouse. This had once been a standalone building. Its collapsed concrete was far more solid than the surrounding debris. It was definitely the shooting range's armory. Zhao Yin immediately began using his space ring to move the concrete, while Little Monkey enlarged his arms to help. As in frank mutated beast, Little Monkey could now sustain his ability for longer than before. If he fully activated his entire Bodis enlargement, Zhao Yin estimated he could last at least 3 minutes. If only enlarging his arms, Little Monkey could easily maintain it for half an hour. Man and monkey worked with great enthusiasm. After more than 10 minutes, they cleared the top layer of rubble from the armory, revealing crushed tables, deformed iron cabinets, and broken bows and arrows. Zhao Yin and Little Monkey sorted through the debris. On the outermost layer, they found several compound bows that were not completely destroyed though heavily deformed. Zhao Yin managed to salvage usable parts. In the end, he assembled 3 intact compound bows. Find arrows, see how many are still usable, Zhao Yin ordered. Little Monkey immediately enlarged his arms, forced open several deformed iron chests, and poured out thousands of arrows. Most were severely damaged. Zhao Yin inspected them and estimated about 100 arrows were still usable. Arrows, unlike bullets, could be reused. If Zhao Yin was economical, they would last a long time. The significance of these 3 compound bows even surpassed the large sniper rifle he had just obtained, given the scarcity of bullets. Next, Little Monkey dug out a heavily deformed large safe from the rubble. Zhao Yin handed him the butterfly knife, and with a few cuts the safe was opened. Inside were all sorts of firearms and ammunition. The long guns had been crushed and were unusable, but the handguns, being smaller, had survived in greater numbers. In the end, Zhao Yin found 12 usable revolvers along with a fair amount of ammunition, 120 shotgun shells, and 1600 pistol rounds. Unfortunately, there were no large-caliber bullets suitable for the M82A1. Probably due to the shooting range's business or policy restrictions, the range's firearm selection was rather limited. The revolvers were police-issue models from the last century with mediocre power, but for most people in the apocalypse, they were invaluable lifelines. Zhao Yin stored all the weapons in his space ring, keeping only 1 compound bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver for the arrows, slung it over his back along with the compound bow. This made them easier to access. Little Monkey, let's go, Zhao Yin commanded. Little Monkey quickly followed, and the duo headed straight for the exit. Just then Zhao Yin heard the survivors speaking again. Song Xiao, get it up for me now. No, I don't want to, it's disgusting, woo-woo. FK, I jerked off too much before, I can't get hard without you. Do it now, or I'll break your legs. The man's voice was fierce and menacing. The little girl's voice was full of terror. Quan Gu, please let me go. Song Xiao. Zhao Yin's expression tightened. He vaguely remembered that in his past life, just before his death, among the 3 women who had risked their lives to save him, the youngest was called Xiao. It seemed she was also surnamed Song. How many people in this world share the same name? Could it be a coincidence? Zhao Yin decided to go and see for himself. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was alone with few people or things he cared about. If there was anyone who still mattered to him, Song Xiao was one of them. At that moment, in a half-collapsed kitchen, Wang Quan, after drinking the foul putrid water, sat on a 3-legged chair, squinting at Song Xiao across from him. Even after a month without washing her face, one could tell she was a beauty in the making. A wicked thought rose in his heart, and his breathing grew heavy. Xiao, come over to Brother Wang, let me show you my big treasure, Wang Quan said hoarsely. Although Song Xiao was young, growing up in the modern age, she had early exposure to the internet, and understood what Wang Quan meant. Brother Wang, if you have something to say, say it now. Wang Quan's face suddenly darkened, and he barked, I'll count to 3. If you don't come by, then don't blame me for being ruthless. 1. Wang Quan shouted loudly. 2. 3. Song Xiao trembled all over, and quickly shrank back. Brother Wang, you promised my brother you'd take care of me. How can you break your word? Word? Wang Quan sneered. This is the apocalypse. Does that still mean anything? If I hadn't lied to him, would he have gone willingly to his death? As he finished speaking, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiao, but suddenly stumbled, tripping over a piece of cement. He fell headfirst. The girl, who had been timid and weak all along, suddenly rose and grabbed a stone, smashing it onto Wang Quan's head. Thud! Wang Quan felt a sharp pain. He shook his head to clear the dizziness and glared viciously at the girl. You dare hit me? Brother Wang. I didn't mean it. Song Xiao had intended to knock him unconscious, but her strength was too little. Gripping the stone in her hand, her whole body trembled. Slap! Wang Quan backhanded her across the face. Her cheek instantly swelled up, and she was dazed and confused. Go to hell. Wang Quan, like a madman, slapped her again and again across the face. Slap! Slap! Without me, you and your brother would have died long ago, and you dare to resist me, you bitch. Blood trickled from Song Xiao's mouth, but she no longer begged. She just stared at Wang Quan, numb and hollow. What the hell are you staring at? Believe me, you'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Quan felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of shame washing over him. The gaze of a mere little girl actually made him feel a sudden fear, as if he were being stared at by a malevolent spirit. Enraged, Wang Quan raised his hand and thrust it toward her eyes. He'll poke your eyes out. Just then a massive calloused hand suddenly seized Wang Quan's outstretched arm. In that moment, Song Xiao felt as if the light above her head was suddenly blocked by some enormous object. A terrifying aura spread through the ruined chamber, as if the very air had frozen solid. Wang Quan turned his head stiffly, and then his whole body began to tremble. A horrifying beast stood beside him, its golden eyes cold and indifferent. It stared down at him from above. Roar! The little monkey let out a thunderous roar at close range, the sound waves causing Wang Quan's hair to fly and the muscles on his face to distort. Song Xiaodao's ears rang as well. Don't kill me. Wang Quan was so terrified, he wet himself trying desperately to pull his arm free. Crack. The little monkey exerted a little force and the bones in Wang Quan's forearm were instantly crushed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped Wang Quan's lips. Then with a flick the little monkey threw Wang Quan's body several meters away, smashing him against the wall, his head bloodied. Easy, don't kill him all at once, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey stepped aside and Zhao Yin emerged from behind its towering figure. He walked up to Song Xiaodao and studied her intently. Your name is Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin asked. Her face was swollen like a steamed bun, almost unrecognizable. Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin, her face filled with fear. Soon she recognized him. She had seen him twice before, once when Zhao Yin passed by the shopping mall. The second time was when she saw him brutally killing another man in the distance. At this moment Zhao Yin gave Song Xiaodao the impression of being powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious. Speak. Cack out your tongue. Zhao Yin asked impatiently. Uncle, I am Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle. Zhao Yin was taken aback, touching the stubble on his face that hadn't been shaved in a month. Was he really that old? Still, given the girl's age, calling him uncle wasn't entirely wrong. Get up. Let me have a look. Zhao Yin said bluntly. Uncle, what do you want? Please. Song Xiaodao backed away in terror. Impatiently Zhao Yin reached out, grabbed her ponytail, and yanked her frail body up from the ground. Let me go. In desperation Song Xiaodao bit down on Zhao Yin's wrist. A sharp pain shot through him, and Zhao Yin's brow furrowed deeper, but he didn't let go. Too lazy to explain, he turned her body around, and saw on her slender waist a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark. It really is you. Zhao Yin finally let go, cursing under his breath. She was that Song Xiaodao. In his past life, Zhao Yin had never asked about her background. He had met her when she was already an adult. He had been overlooking one thing. He had been reborn 7 years ago, and now Song Xiaodao was only 12 years old. The little girl before him suddenly made Zhao Yin feel irritated. Was he supposed to raise her like a daughter? Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao Yin, utterly confused by the man's actions. Uncle, do you know me? Haha. At that moment the little monkey snorted and shoved its big head towards Song Xiaodao. Help! Song Xiaodao tried to bolt. Zhao Yin grabbed her ponytail, yanked her back, and slapped the little monkey. Don't scare her. The little monkey quickly pulled its head back, standing obediently behind Zhao Yin like a good child. Song Xiaodao stared at the man and the beast in terror, trembling all over. Uncle, what? What do you want? Zhao Yin frowned and said bluntly, to save you. Song Xiaodao was stunned, unable to process his words. Zhao Yin looked down at her clothes, tattered and filthy as if coated in a layer of mud. He took a white t-shirt out of his spatial ring and tossed it to her. Put this on. Song Xiaodao was completely bewildered, completely unable to understand what this terrifying man was trying to do. She quickly lowered her head, took the shirt, turned around, and changed into it. Song Xiaodao was less than 1.6 meters tall, so Zhao Yin's t-shirt looked like a dress on her, but surprisingly, it didn't look bad. Zhao Yin turned back to Wang Quan, who was still lying on the ground moaning, and asked, Have you ever killed anyone? Song Xiaodao was silent for a long time before realizing he was asking her. No, I've never killed anyone. She recalled the time Zhao Yin had brutally killed Lin Tianfeng, and her heart trembled again. After what he did to you, have you thought about how you want to deal with him? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao bit her lip. Uncle, can you kill him for me? Clang. Zhao Yin drew the Tang sword and threw it with force. The blade embedded itself into the ground in front of Song Xiaodao, the hilt quivering. Do you not have hands, or do you not have a sword? Zhao Yin said coldly. Aye. Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale. For a child who had just entered the apocalypse, killing was far beyond her reach regardless of the reason. Zhao Yin stared at her intently, his gaze pressing. I want kill for you. If you don't dare to, let him go. Don't you want revenge? Song Xiaodao seemed to make up her mind. Zhao Yin watched with interest as she gripped the handle of the blade, thrust before her, pulling it out with all her strength. The little girl, a Tang sword taller than herself in hand, strode step by step toward Wang Quan. Brother, I'll give you anything you want, just don't let her kill me, please, brother. Wang Quan lay on the ground, his bones broken by the little monkey's throws. Zhao Yin smiled a cold smile. Even if Song Xiaodao was a burden, she must become a useful one from now on. This man would be the first she killed in the apocalypse, destined to be a stepping stone on her path of growth. In her past life, Song Xiaodao had been taken into Zhao Yin's harem, and she had her unique qualities. Abilities users were never short of beautiful women, yet she possessed a firm heart that caught Zhao Yin's eye back then. Wang Quan, my brother treated you as a benefactor. To save you, we two siblings nearly got bitten to death by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly grew hoarse. We recognized you as our big brother, gave you the last of our food, but in the end you still tried to harm my brother. Xiaodao, brother Wang was wrong. What happened before was just a momentary lapse of reason. Wang Quan tried to beg again, but the next moment thud. Song Xiaodao slashed his thigh. Yeah. Wang Quan let out another pig-like scream. Xiaodao, listen to me. Song Xiaodao clenched the handle tightly, raised it with effort, and stabbed down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it's because of you, understand? So he stopped begging. Song Xiaodao said nothing more, raised the blade, and hacked down again. The sound of steel cutting flesh rang out, splattering blood. Her strength was too meager, each blow only causing wounds, unable to finish him. So he stopped begging. Song Xiaodao said nothing more, raised the blade, and hacked down again. The sound of steel cutting flesh rang out, splattering blood. Her strength was too meager, each blow only causing wounds, unable to finish him. Wang Quan howled in agony under the torture, his will crumbling, and he began to weep and beg again. Xiaodao, just kill me please. Song Xiaodao, exhausted, stood there panting heavily. Stab the heart, one blow to kill. Zhao Yin instructed, teaching her how to kill. Song Xiaodao turned to look at him, no longer as afraid. Uncle, he forced my brother to lure the zombies away. I want to feed him to the zombies. This was not something a 12-year-old girl should say. But Zhao Yin's eyes flickered with admiration. Finally, he felt the burden wasn't entirely useless. Monkey, take him. Let's go. The little monkey retracted its ability, shrinking to normal size, grabbed Wang Quan by one leg, and dragged him out of the shooting range. A long trail of blood smeared across the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Xiaodao's eyes seriously. You have two choices. First, come with me. I promise to do my best to keep you alive. But if a crisis exceeds my ability, I'll abandon you. Second, I'll leave you some food and this knife, and I won't bother with you anymore. Uncle, why are you so good to me? Song Xiaodao looked at him. She didn't believe he was a kind-hearted person. If I told you that 7 years from now I know you, and you're one of my women, would you believe me? Zhao Yin stared at her calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded. I believe you. Zhao Yin was taken aback, then looked at her seriously. Soon he chuckled. What does a 12-year-old girl know? Uncle, I'll go with you. Song Xiaodao bit her lip. The answer was expected. Even a fool would know how to choose. Zhao Yin turned to follow the little monkey. Let's go take your enemy to feed the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the zombie horde that Song Xiaojian had lured away had dispersed, and a few stragglers were wandering. The little monkey screeched, drawing the attention of two zombies in the distance. The scent of blood from Wang Quan drove them mad, and they charged recklessly. After screeching, the little monkey retreated slowly, hiding behind the gate, where Zhao Yin and Xiaodao stood. Wang Quan, already barely alive, saw the two zombies, and suddenly found new energy. Xiaodao, save your brother Wang, I don't want to die. Please don't feed me to the zombies. Aya. Ill fuck your mother, Xiaodao. The two zombies pounced, tearing apart Wang Quan's chest, in an instant pulling out his heart, lungs, and intestines. His mouth hung wide open, his eyes still filled with unwillingness and death. Hot blood steamed as the zombies devoured him frantically. Zhao Yin glanced back at Song Xiaodao. Unlike other survivors, she didn't react with horror or vomiting at the sight of zombies eating a human. Tears glistened in her eyes, but a faint smile curled on her lips. The expression pleased Zhao Yin, and he patted her head. Let's go. Uncle, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. Survive, Zhao Yin said simply. Just 3 words: survive. Song Xiaodao's heart trembled. In the apocalypse, every survivor's goal was the same: how to survive. Uncle, there's still some food in that kitchen back there. It's just rotten meat and moldy rice, but if we boil it enough, it's edible, Song Xiaodao reminded. She and Wang Quan had just eaten rotten meat porridge. On the verge of starvation, she didn't find it too bad. As for whether it would harm her health, that wasn't an issue when faced with death by starvation. Many survivors were probably eating such things, and many more had nothing at all. I still have some food, Zhao Yin said without turning back. Food spoiled astonishingly fast after the apocalypse. The supplies in his space ring were almost ineatable, so how terrible must the leftovers in that kitchen be? He wouldn't stoop to eating that kind of garbage in this life, and he certainly wouldn't let it take up space in his ring. After all, the ring only had 10 cubic meters of space, half of which was already occupied. Zhao Yin frowned. With another mouth to feed, it was time to think about food. Uncle, there are zombies ahead. Aren't you going to avoid them? Song Xiaodao reminded him from behind as he walked straight toward the zombies. As she spoke, she saw a compound bow suddenly appear in his hand. Swish, swish. 2 arrows shot out, and the heads of the 2 zombies feasting on Wang Quan exploded like watermelons. The little monkey immediately rushed over, skillfully digging into the zombies' heads. Stop! Zhao Yin called out, then turned to Xiaodao. From now on, you'll do this. The little monkey shot a displeased glance at Song Xiaodao. Every time it had collected corpse crystals for its master, it had earned a smile. Now that chance to please its master was taken away by someone else. Zhao Yin didn't notice the monkey's mood. He walked over to retrieve his arrows, then pried open the 2 zombie skulls, digging out 2 unevolved corpse crystals. A day had passed, and more zombies were evolving corpse crystals. Just these 2 random ones, each had a crystal. This is called a corpse crystal. Remember, every zombie's head will have one. Your job is to collect my arrows and dig out the crystals. Zhao Yin held up a crystal smeared with brain matter. Song Xiaodao's swollen face twisted in shock. Despite her mature heart, these zombies had been human just a month ago, digging through their brains. I don't keep useless people around. If you don't want to do it, you can go wherever you like, Zhao Yin said coldly. He crushed the 2 crystals and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao lowered her head. He'll do it. He'll do anything you ask, uncle. Trembling, she stepped forward to dig through the brains. There's no crystal there anymore. Every zombie only has one, Zhao Yin said. When Song Xiaodao turned back, he saw that her already swollen face was now pale and streaked with tears. For a 12-year-old girl, his method was too cruel. But this was the apocalypse. No one could be a little princess anymore. There will be much more of this. They'll make you kill zombies, fight mutated beasts, and even battle humans. The peaceful life before the apocalypse is gone forever. You could die at any moment. Zhao Yin's expression was ruthless. If you still want to come with me, you'll learn my secrets. I won't hide them from you all the time. So if you ever want to leave later, they'll kill you with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao recalled those words of her brother from a few days ago. He had said that if he were no longer around and she happened to encounter this villain, she should follow him and obey his orders. He also said that only by following someone like this could she have a chance to survive. I'm not leaving and am not afraid. Song Xiaodao trembled as she spoke. Roar. At that moment, the recently deceased Wang Quan suddenly let out a zombie roar from his mouth, then twisted his back in an eerie posture and stood upright from the ground. Wang Quan's empty abdomen dripped with blood, a piece of intestine dragging on the ground. His dead fish-like eyes immediately spotted the nearby Song Xiaodao. Roar. Uncle. It's alive. Song Xiaodao, startled, ran toward Zhao Yin without hesitation. It's just become a zombie, Zhao Yin said, then took out a butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. You go kill it. Song Xiaodao, who had intended to hide behind Zhao Yin, froze at these words. Just now Zhao Yin mentioned that he would let her personally kill zombies in the future. She thought it would be a long time coming, but she never expected to be forced to act now. I am afraid I can't kill it. A newly awakened zombie moves stiffly. You can kill it. It's a good chance for practice. If you ever need to face a zombie alone in the future, you'll have experience to survive. Zhao Yin's eyes showed no room for doubt. He handed the butterfly knife again. Go. I won't say it a second time. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward to meet the zombie that had been Wang Quan, gradually taking in its appearance. Its nose and eyes had been eaten by the previous zombie. Its blood was still red, and a foul stench could be smelled from several meters away, more nauseating than the smell of a slaughterhouse. Roar. Wang Quan let out another zombie roar, speeding up its lunge towards Song Xiaodao. But the newly awakened zombie had most of its muscles and tendons eaten away, not yet recovered, moving little faster than a snail. Song Xiaodao's whole body was weak, and she barely managed to dodge its attack, circle behind it, and stab the back of its head. Zhao Yin shouted. Song Xiaodao gritted her teeth, summoning her resolve. Instinctively following Zhao Yin's advice, she used her small frame to slip under Wang Quan's armpit, then raised the knife and stabbed from behind. To her surprise, she didn't miss. With a thud, the razor-sharp butterfly knife buried its entire blade into the zombie's hindbrain. Instantly, Wang Quan collapsed. Song Xiaodao trembled like a leaf, staring blankly at the scene before her, as if she still couldn't believe she had killed a terrifying zombie. Had it not been for Zhao Yin's coercion, even with a newly awakened zombie, she would never have dared to strike, and would have ended up being bitten to death. A flicker of gratitude toward Zhao Yin arose in her heart. Only then did she realize that monsters could indeed be killed. They weren't as frightening as she had imagined. Soon Song Xiaodao bent over and vomited. Wang Quan's blood was still warm, and the breeze carried the mingled stench of blood, brain matter, and entrails. Not far away, 3 more zombies were wandering. Zhao Yin drew his bow and shot. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows struck the 3 zombies in the head, killing them. He frowned at Song Xiaodao. Get to work. Song Xiaodao, thinking of having to dig through the brain matter, vomited even more violently. She stood up, stumbling toward the zombies while still retching. A 12-year-old girl, her frail body trembling. She extracted 3 corpse crystals along with the brain matter and presented them to Zhao Yin. Uncle, is this it? Zhao Yin handed her a rag. In the future, remember, every time you dig out a corpse crystal, you must wipe it clean before handing it to me. Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin. Was this guy also disgusted by brain matter? Oh. She pouted, then carefully wiped the 3 corpse crystals until they were spotless, finally handing them to Zhao Yin. Uncle, here. Zhao Yin crushed the 3 corpse crystals and absorbed them right in front of her. Song Xiaodao stared at him, a look of curiosity spreading across her face. That little monkey earlier could change size at will, and the things in his hand would suddenly appear or disappear. And now the corpse crystals being crushed emitted a faint white light. Everything was shrouded in mystery, like a miracle from the pre-apocalyptic world. However, Zhao Yin did not explain to her, and Song Xiaodao wisely refrained from asking. When Zhao Yin opened his eyes, he examined his own body. Human male ability, Awakener, level, Evolver, Evolution, Progress, 1001. 76, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent level shooting life, countdown, 29,953 days after killing zombies for a day. Zhao Yin's evolution progress had increased to 176. At this rate, he would become a level evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors to have Zhao Yin's speed would be a dream come true. But Zhao Yin was not satisfied. He knew that those zombies had a natural advantage, and if he wanted to go further, he must not fall behind the zombies. Still, the life countdown had gained another month. Uncle, when you came just now, did you see a boy? He was about your height, 16 or 17 years old, my brother Song Xiaojin. Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yin immediately recalled the brave youth who had stirred the zombie horde. I saw him. He's dead. Zhao Yin nodded. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears streaming down her face. Though she had already prepared herself mentally, overwhelming grief still filled her heart. Song Xiaojin had died for her. From now on, she had no brother in this world, no last remaining relative. After a long silence, where did it happen? Can you take me to see it? Song Xiaodao pleaded. She was still very afraid of Zhao Yin, but for her brother, she couldn't care less. He turned into a zombie. Who knows where he wandered off to? Zhao Yin speculated with a frown. If you want to find him and bury him, I can pass by that way. If we happen to meet him, I'll help you bury him. But if not, I want delay for such a trivial matter. Song Xiaodao didn't expect Zhao Yin to actually agree. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, uncle. If we don't find him, I won't trouble you. Zhao Yin touched his stubble, then suddenly darkened his face. Don't call me Fing uncle anymore. Every time she called him uncle, he wanted to slap her to death. He was only in his early 20s. Then, what should I call you? Can I call you big brother? Song Xiaodao, having received 7 years of compulsory education before the apocalypse, still had basic manners. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yin's expression grew even darker. In this life, he would no longer be anyone's adoptive father nor anyone's big brother. My name is Zhao Yin, he said coldly, then stepped forward. He deliberately avoided the direction where he had seen Song Xiaojin. Even if Song Xiaojin were still alive, Zhao Yin would not go to save him. In a man's life, the two males to be most wary of are one's own son-in-law and one's brother-in-law. He knew nothing about Song Xiaojin and couldn't take on another burden. So many people had died in the apocalypse, oh, why should Song Xiaojin be exempt? Zhao Yin continued walking forward, killing zombies whenever he encountered them. Now with a ranged weapon, he could even handle small zombie hordes together with the little monkey. With Song Xiaodao helping collect corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution progress increased rapidly. Evolution progress 1001. 83. Evolution progress 1002. 51. Evolution progress 1003. 78. Of course, Zhao Yin's direction was not without purpose. He remembered from his previous life that there was a mutated chestnut tree located in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou City. As night gradually fell, Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the apocalypse, people said diligence might not guarantee wealth, but after the apocalypse, only the diligent could survive. By the deep hours of the night, Zhao Yin along with Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey finally left the urban area and neared their destination, where zombies gradually became sparse. Before them lay not the ruins of the city, but a barren farmland scarred by fire, pitted and desolate. Occasionally, a wandering zombie could be seen aimlessly drifting. They seemed tireless, their bloodthirsty nature driving them like an unceasing perpetual motion machine. In his past life, someone speculated that a mysterious power from a meteorite from beyond the sky was replenishing the zombies' energy. Zhao Yin, aren't we going to rest? Song Xiaodao was already panting heavily, each step unbearably difficult. Fatigue had replaced her initial fear of the zombies. Well, rest when we reach the village ahead. Zhao Yin drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! A distant zombie was shot in the head. Little Monkey raised his steel rod and smashed another zombie's skull with a single blow. Then without a second glance, the man and the monkey continued forward. Song Xiaodao had to muster her energy, quickly digging out 2 corpse crystals. She trotted after Zhao Yin, wiped them clean, and handed them over. Zhao Yin took the crystals and crushed them directly. Human male awakened ability user Frank Evolver evolution progress 1006. 42 strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent rank marksmanship life, countdown 3074 days. At this rate, Zhao Yin would become a rank evolver in at most 10 days. The life countdown had already extended to over 30,000 days. At last, at the end of the fields, a stretch of ruins appeared. The very village Zhao Yin was seeking. Amid the rubble, a perfectly intact rural 2-story villa stood alone at the center. Like Zhao Yin's villa, this was a surviving structure. Under the night sky, Zhao Yin spotted a towering tree swaying in the wind before the villa's gate, and the surrounding air seemed much fresher. Zhao Yin, there's a house. Song Xiaodao pointed at the villa immediately. A smile spread across Zhao Yin's face, his fatigue vanishing. Let's go. There's food there. The girl and the monkey, upon hearing the word food, both perked up and hurried after Zhao Yin. As they approached the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly halted, reaching out to grab Little Monkey, who had dashed ahead. Wait! The monkey, yanked back by its tail, looked up at Zhao Yin in confusion. Just then a roar echoed. Roar, roar, roar. The silent world instantly erupted. Countless zombie roars burst from within the villa, shattering the stillness of the night. The gate was slammed open and dozens of zombies surged out. Fall back. Run, Xiao Dao, run. Zhao Yin shouted, drawing his bow and knocking arrows without a moment's delay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several arrows cut through the air, the heads of the leading zombies exploded. But the zombies behind seemed endless. The modest rural villa actually disgorged 100 or 200 zombies. Moreover, these zombies all had evolution progress. 2 of them had already reached their speed, not much slower than Zhao Yin and Evolver himself. Zhao Yin had no time to ponder why these zombies had evolved so fast, or why they were hiding in that villa. After firing a few more arrows, he turned and began to sprint. If surrounded by this horde, he might not die immediately, but even a single scratch or bite from a zombie would infect him. He only had 1 can of tuna that could resist the zombie virus, and it wasn't worth using for these zombies. Song Zaidao's short legs couldn't run fast. She cried in terror, but her crying only attracted more zombies. Just then Little Monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao by the collar and bolted forward. Monkey, drop Song Xiaodao and take out those 2 frank zombies. Zhao Yin shouted from behind. He had told Song Xiaodao to run first, not the monkey. What was a frank mutated beast afraid of? While shouting, Zhao Yin turned and began shooting arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows flew out in succession. The 2 frank zombies seemed to have awakened some of their pre-death intelligence. They quickly ducked into the horde to evade. However, Zhao Yin's arrows weren't aimed at them at all. The 3 ordinary zombies in the lead were precisely shot in the head. By then the horde had closed in by another 10 meters. Zhao Yin didn't dare linger and turned to run forward. Monkey, what the hell are you dawdling for? At that moment, seeing its master fighting alone, the monkey flung Song Xiaodao aside, its body rapidly expanding in the blink of an eye, transforming into a massive golden-furred beast. Huff! The monkey snorted, quickly identified the frank zombies his master had mentioned, and charged forward with heavy strides. The horde, not knowing fear, saw a living creature rushing at them, and immediately abandoned chasing Zhao Yin, encircling the monkey. Zhao Yin's pressure eased. He turned to look. The giant monkey was already surrounded. It swung its steel rod, each strike felling a zombie, but the horde was too dense. Soon the monkey was packed tight, countless hands clutching its thick fur, zombies biting into it. Before long, the monkey was covered in blood. The 2 frank zombies, now possessing rudimentary intelligence, seemed to understand the danger of a same-rank mutated beast. They actually took advantage of the other zombies' encirclement to circle around and charge toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes, taking me for a pushover. Female zombie frank evolution progress, 1002. 3 strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2, male zombie frank evolution progress, 10052, strength 24, agility 16, spirit 2. 3. They seem to have been a middle-aged couple in life, likely farmers from this village. Both zombies' agility almost matched Zhao Yin's, their strength far exceeded his, and they had even evolved spirit. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Yin fired 2 arrows. 1 arrow, aimed at the female zombie's head, was dodged by her quick movement, lodging in her chest. The other arrow, aimed at the male zombie, didn't even scratch him. The 2 zombies had closed the distance again, now less than 10 meters from Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, run. Song Xiaodao had stopped shouting anxiously as she saw the 2 zombies much faster than the others closing in on Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin stood motionless, then his compound bow suddenly vanished, replaced by a revolver in his hand. The 2 zombies had no idea what that black lump was. Seeing Zhao Yin put away the weapon that had hurt them, they charged even faster. Bang! Bang! Sparks burst from the muzzle. The 2 zombies, one after the other, seemed to freeze in time. Each had a bullet hole in its forehead. Then they fell stiffly to the ground. Zhao Yin put away the handgun and resumed using his bow, finishing off the remaining horde with the monkey. Song Xiaodao was stunned. His gun is so powerful. Bang! The monkey smashed the last zombie's skull with a single blow of its rod. Its massive form quickly shrank back into the scrawny little monkey, panting heavily. The fight had drained its strength. Zhao Yin, also slightly out of breath, wasn't as exhausted as the monkey, but the high-intensity shooting was taxing. Good work. Zhao Yin stepped over the corpses, approached the monkey, and patted its head. The monkey's listless expression instantly perked up. It chattered incessantly. Through telepathy, Zhao Yin sensed it was telling him how dangerous it had been, how heroic it had been, all for the sake of protecting its master. Zhao Yin generously took out 20 compressed biscuits. He opened one for himself and gave the rest to the monkey. Eat. This is your reward. The monkey happily hugged the biscuits, circling Zhao Yin several times. Master, it'll work even harder in the future. At that moment, Song Zidao's eyes went wide. She even forgot to be stunned by Zhao Yin and the monkey's strength, staring fixedly at the compressed biscuits in the monkey's hands. Gulp. She couldn't help swallowing. For days, she had only eaten half a bowl of rotten meat porridge with Wang Quan. Now the aroma of the biscuits hit her, and a fierce hunger consumed every part of her. Zhao Yin had no intention of giving her any. He pointed at the 2 Frank zombies. I'll handle those 2 myself. You deal with the rest. When you finish the work you can eat. Song Xiaodao knew that in this team of 2 people and a beast, she was the most useless. But Song Xiaodao couldn't help saying, "Can I eat first, and then work?" No. Zhao Yin refused flatly. He stuffed the compressed biscuit into his mouth, then picked up his tang saber and walked toward the 2 Frank zombie corpses. Crunch crunch. Like cutting watermelons, he sliced open the zombies' heads with 2 strokes. The saber moved back and forth, quickly finding 2 corpse crystals and 2 star crystals. He smiled knowing that Frank zombies these days must have star crystals inside. They could only evolve so fast through the power of star crystals. He absorbed the 2 corpse crystals, and his evolution progress rose by 2 percentage points. That was equivalent to 200 unranked corpse crystals. What Zhao Yin cared about more were the 2 star crystals. He hadn't obtained any star crystals all day. These were the only 2. He hoped for good luck. Zhao Yin crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light instantly appeared in his hand. At that moment Song Xiaodao was immediately attracted, curiously looking over, and couldn't help asking, "Zhao Yin, what are you doing?" Zhao Yin spread out his other hand, holding up the remaining star crystal. "This is a star crystal. Most advanced zombies have them inside their bodies. You'll need to pay special attention in the future. The secret of the star crystals would soon be known to all survivors." Zhao Yin did not intend to hide it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded with a vague understanding, then saw the white light in Zhao Yin's hand dissipate, and a bottle of drink appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yin set his gaze on the item in his hand. Iced black tea, grade F, transcendent beverage type, effect replenishes 24 hours of water consumption, doubles physical attributes for 1 hour. Finally, he had obtained a second type of drink besides Nongfu Spring. Its effect was also good and could be of great use at critical moments. Zhao Yin put away the iced black tea and crushed the second star crystal. The light dissipated and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yin's breath sank. Another piece of equipment. He quickly unfolded the clothes in front of him, and soon his face darkened. Damn it, women's clothing again. In his hand was a white short-sleeve dress, and the key point was that it had cartoon patterns on it with the hem barely covering the upper thighs. This was forcing him to become a cross-dressing king. Dress grade F, defense type, equipment durability 15, strength 8, additional effect charm 10. Zhao Yin saw the attributes clearly, and his heart skipped a beat. Although the durability was 1 point less than the military jacket, it increased strength by a full 8 points. This was a full increase of an adult man's strength on top of his own base. What to do? Should he wear it or not? Zhao Yin fell into a dilemma. Wasn't this clearly forcing him to become a cross-dressing king? Fishnet stockings, a dress, just damn missing a pair of high heels. Song Xiaodao saw the dress in Zhao Yin's hand, then looked down at her own men's t-shirt, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Zhao Yin, get back to work." Zhao Yin directly cut off her hopes, and quickly stored the dress into his space ring. The little monkey beside him was eyeing the iced black tea that Zhao Yin had just opened. Zhao Yin glanced at the bloodstains on the little monkey's body. The wounds had stopped bleeding, so he rubbed its head. "That's a combat drink used for saving our lives. I can't give it to you for now." The little monkey felt the warm hand on its head, closed its eyes, and enjoyed it immensely. At that moment, the allure of transcendent food seemed to diminish. "Master just gave me compressed biscuits." Little monkey is very happy. The little monkey communicated telepathically. Zhao Yin didn't care whether it was truly happy or not. Anyway, there would be chestnuts next. The spoiled, ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help digest, otherwise it would have to be discarded and his conscience would be uneasy. After all, so many people in the apocalypse had nothing to eat and waste was shameful. "Let's go. I have another glorious task for you," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey's spirits immediately lifted. "I like the tasks Master gives me." Every time it completed a task, it could see the approving look in Master's eyes. Sometimes it even got rewards, but most importantly, it didn't want Song Xiaodao to steal its place in Master's heart. Just now Master had given it compressed biscuits, but Song Xiaodao didn't get any, so the little monkey felt very proud. "Next you go and pick all the chestnuts up there." Zhao Yin pointed at the giant chestnut tree not far away. There were quite a few chestnut burrs on it. Each mutated chestnut burr was as big as a human head, covered with sharp spikes, each one gleaming with a faint cold light. When the little monkey heard it was about climbing trees, it became even more excited. The preference ingrained in its genes made it feel fun and thrilling. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, the little monkey shot up the chestnut tree with a whoosh, reached out, and picked a chestnut burr. The next moment a series of squeaking screams came. "Pain, pain, pain. Master, help." The mutated chestnut spikes were as sharp as blades, and even the little monkey's tough skin was pierced, cutting its fingers. "Stupid. You have to use a stick to poke them," Zhao Yin shouted. The little monkey suddenly realized and swung a steel rod. Boom, boom, boom. Chestnut burrs fell like meteorites. After more than 10 minutes, a layer had fallen on the ground. Soon the little monkey knocked down the last chestnut burr. Many branches and leaves were also accidentally damaged by the little monkey covering the ground. The little monkey came down from the tree, its monkey face full of excitement, and trotted to Zhao Yin's feet to show off. Well done. Zhao Yin did not spare his praise. After praising the little monkey, he turned his attention to the chestnut burrs on the ground. Counting, there were 303, each conservatively estimated to yield 10 pounds of mutated chestnuts. That meant Zhao Yin had obtained at least 3,000 pounds of mutated chestnuts this time. Any mutated plant in the apocalypse produced fruits that were not as perishable as those before the apocalypse, and the energy contained within them was more than 10 times that of the same type of fruit before the apocalypse. If an ordinary person before the apocalypse could be full after eating 1 pound of chestnuts, then 1 pound of mutated chestnuts could feed an ordinary person for 10 meals. If consumed over a long period, it could also gradually improve physical fitness. In his past life, Zhao Yin had a subordinate who never obtained any superpowers or evolution potions, but by chance got a few 100 pounds of mutated soybeans. After eating for 2 years, that subordinate's strength was enough to match and level Evolver. Zhao Yin looked up at the battered chestnut tree, feeling a bit regretful. It was unknown when the next fruit would be produced. He couldn't wait here. Zhao Yin had no space that could store living things, and it was impossible to take the tree away, so he simply didn't care about its fate. He directly took out his tang sword and started cutting the chestnut burrs. After peeling 300 chestnut burrs, it was already 2 hours later. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and also stored the cut spikes into his space ring as they might be useful later. At that moment, Song Xiaodao had also finished collecting over 100 non-evolution corpse crystals. Zhao Yin, I really can't go on anymore. The swelling on her face had subsided a bit, and her eyes showed exhaustion. In fact, she had been able to accompany Zhao Yin until now purely through willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhao Yin a small bundle wrapped in a piece of cloth torn from some unknown zombie, containing a small pack of corpse crystals. Here, it's all here. Zhao Yin raised his hand to take the corpse crystals and directly absorb them. After a few minutes, Zhao Yin's evolution progress reached 10,010. 09, still 9/10 away from advancing to a grade. The current speed of improvement was absolutely unimaginable for Zhao Yin in his past life. But he was not satisfied. There were actually many things he could do. For example, based on his memories, go to Yang City as soon as possible to find the recently mutated flying white tiger. For example, go to the Dawei Mountains to find the famous life space pendant from his past life, an S-grade treasure. For example, find a top-tier strongman from his past life who would only obtain his destined star crystal half a year later. Zhao Yin could go ahead and set up a plot to seize it. Of course, one must eat one bite at a time. These matters were not urgent. Before acting, Zhao Yin must first ensure his own safety and have sufficient supplies to survive. Zhao Yin, didn't you say that after finishing the work you would give me compressed biscuits? Song Xiaodao asked boldly. Zhao Yin collected his thoughts and said calmly, tonight we eat chestnuts. With 3,000 pounds of chestnuts, it was enough to sustain him until he found the next type of mutated food. The spoiled food left over from before the apocalypse was basically useless. Are we going to kill zombies tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. We won't leave tonight. We'll sleep well here. After saying that, Zhao Yin walked straight toward the small villa. You go clean up a room. After eating, I want to take a bath. Bath? Song Xiaodao was stunned. She hadn't had a bath in over a month and didn't dare to hope for one. All day today, she had only found a bit of rusty, dirty water to drink in the shooting range, and her throat was already parched. Zhao Yin, do you have that much water? Can you give me some to drink? Zhao Yin stopped in his tracks, realizing he hadn't given her water today. In the night, he looked at her swollen face puffed up like a bun, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten it. It seemed to be called guilt. There's a well here. Drink as much as you like. Later he'll let you eat your fill, and you can also take a bath, Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his past life, and remembered that there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small villa whose spring water connected to an underground river, clear and clean. Apart from bathing, the space ring also needed to be replenished with clean water. Zhao Yin stepped into the small villa, and the first thing that caught his eyes were 2 human skeletons. Only dark brown shreds of flesh remained on them, likely just devoured by zombies not long ago. No wonder nearly 100 or 200 zombies had gathered here. There must have been 2 survivors living in this place who somehow attracted the village's entire horde of undead. After the zombies finished feasting, they did not disperse. Now the villa was in utter disarray, with almost all furniture destroyed and the air thick with the stench of rotting corpses. The floor was littered with garbage along with traces of blood and zombie fluids that had dripped down. Song Xiaodao ran to the backyard for a drink of water, then found a broken broom and prepared to clean the room. Forget it, go sweep the rooftop instead. Well, spend the night up there, Zhao Yin said. With that, he headed to the detached kitchen in the backyard, which was also heavily damaged by zombies. The wood-burning stove had collapsed and shattered pots and bowls lay scattered all over the floor. Zhao Yin used his spatial ring to collect all the firewood, then went to the ancient well for water. The wooden bucket for drawing water was still intact with half a bowl of clear water left at the bottom. the same water Song Xiao had just drunk. Zhao Yin fetched 2 buckets of water and carried them to the rooftop of the villa. He took out the hanging pot he had brought from home, quickly built a simple tripod with branches, lit a fire, and began to boil water. Song Xiao had already swept a clean patch of ground. Without mats or bedding, she and the little monkey lay sprawled on the rooftop, staring at the dark sky in a daze. Zhao Yin pulled out a dozen or so chestnuts, each the size of a fist, and tossed them directly into the fire. Soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. The little monkey leaped up and scurried over to Zhao Yin, chattering, Master, master, is it time to eat? Song Xiao sniffed the air. What smells so good? Mutated chestnuts. Zhao Yin used his tang sword to rake out the chestnuts, now charred black on the outside. He picked one, split it open, and revealed the golden flesh inside. The fragrance in the air grew even richer. Song Xiao and the little monkey couldn't take their eyes off it. Come on, eat together, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and started gnawing, unbothered by the heat. Zhao Yin didn't intend to restrain its animal instincts. He cut one chestnut in half and handed a piece to Song Xiao. The water in the hanging pot had already boiled. Zhao Yin poured in some salt, then filled 3 bowls with salted water. He leisurely ate chestnuts, sipping the salted water, while the little monkey had already finished one and stared at the remaining ones with longing eyes. Before, we didn't have enough food. From now on we won't go hungry anymore, Zhao Yin said. Really, master? The little monkey thought, its eyes wide with disbelief. Mutated beasts and evolved humans both had appetites several times larger than before their evolution. Ever since the little monkey had followed Zhao Yin, it had never been truly full. Eat up. Zhao Yin didn't elaborate further. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one go, a total of 3 or 4 jin, equivalent to 30 or 40 jin of chestnuts before the apocalypse, and could eat no more. The little monkey devoured 7 or 8 chestnuts, its belly round and full, and lay contentedly on the swept patch of ground. Song Xiao, however, only took a few bites before she began to sob. What are you crying for? Zhao Yin asked. Zhao Yin, I miss my brother. We haven't met him along the way, boo-hoo. Song Xiao sniffled, tears streaming down like beans. He did it for me. Wang Quan forced him to lure the zombies away. If he's dead, he didn't even get a proper meal before he died, boo-hoo. Zhao Yin frowned. He's probably dead. If he becomes a zombie, he can eat people and won't go hungry. Intended as words of comfort, they only made Song Xiao cry harder. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Zhao Yin ignored her, poured the remaining water into the pot, boiled it, and emptied it back into the bucket before carrying it down from the rooftop. By the well, Zhao Yin stripped off his clothes, took out a bar of soap and a loofah from his spatial ring, and began scrubbing himself. After more than a month without a bath, only hot water could truly clean him. Feeling the disgusting stench of zombies gradually fade from his body, Zhao Yin finally had a sense of being a normal person again. Apart from the fishnet stockings and the military jacket, Zhao Yin discarded all his other clothes, ready to put on clean ones from his spatial ring. Suddenly he remembered the dress he had just obtained from the loot. He took it out and held it in his hand, once again caught in hesitation. Should he wear it or not? If I wear it, it'll gain strength and have an extra lifeline in the apocalypse. Since I've already worn fishnet stockings, what's the big deal? I'm a straight guy after all. But wearing this dress would be a stain on my life that I can never wash away. My name will echo through the apocalypse. How can I let such a blemish tarnish it? The dress was the same style as those worn by female streamers before the apocalypse. After much hesitation, Zhao Yin decided to put it on. As long as he didn't take off his outer coat, no one would know. Refreshed, he returned to the rooftop, carrying 2 buckets of clean water to boil for Song Xiao and the little monkey. By then, Song Xiao had stopped crying and was stuffing the remaining half chestnut into her mouth like a starving ghost. Zhao Yin dropped the buckets and ordered, after you finish eating, heat some water and wash yourself. Song Xiao nodded, then pulled open her collar and carefully tucked the leftover piece of chestnut into the front of her clothes. She had no pockets, and to her such delicious food was only safe when kept close to her body. Then Song Xiao grunted as she went to heat water, while Zhao Yin took out a tent from his spatial ring and set it up near the campfire, laying down a moisture-proof mat and bedding inside. Song Xiao was just an ordinary person, exhausted from a day of hard labor. Tonight she needed a good rest. The little monkey was also injured and needed to rest to recover. Zhao Yin, do you have any clean clothes? This outfit is unwearable, Song Xiao asked after heating the water. Her white t-shirt and bare thighs were stained with dark brown zombie brain matter. Zhao Yin glanced back. If not for the slight bulge of her chest, she was so dirty that it was hard to tell if she was male or female. He took out another t-shirt and tossed it to Song Xiao. Wear this. Don't throw away the one you're wearing, or wash it, and you can wear it again tomorrow. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and added, oh, and the clothes I just changed out of are by the well. You can wash them too. Is there any laundry detergent? Song Xiao asked. No, just scrub them well with hot water. Zhao Yin then grabbed the little monkey, who was sleeping soundly. The monkey grumbled in dissatisfaction. Master, work again. Bath time. Zhao Yin dropped the little monkey into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao grunted as she carried hot water down the stairs to wash herself. The little monkey was jolted awake by the cold water and instinctively tried to climb out. Zhao Yin pushed it back down. If you don't wash clean tonight, no chestnuts tomorrow. Master, I don't want to bathe. They'll still get dirty from killing zombies tomorrow. Why bother? We'll deal with tomorrow's dirt then. From now on, whenever there's a chance, you must bathe. Zhao Yin said sternly. He knew that no matter how clean he washed tonight, he would reek of the dead again tomorrow. And there might be no water source to be found. But whether in his past life or this one, Zhao Yin didn't want to forget that he was still a normal human. Whenever he had the chance, he would clean himself, even if it meant being normal for just a second. Even that 1 second was worth it. Since he was clean, this lazy monkey had to be clean too. Under Zhao Yin's coercion, the water in the bucket quickly turned murky. Seeing that the monkey was mostly clean, Zhao Yin grabbed it out. Then a thought suddenly struck him. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that he had contracted this monkey for quite some time without knowing its gender. He directly grabbed the little monkey's legs and forced them apart. Instantly, the familiar physiological features were exposed before his eyes. It was a tiny toothpick accompanied by 2 quail eggs. At that moment, Zhao Yin inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The little monkey, oblivious to shame, seeing its master's interest, actively spread its legs. Master, keep watching. Don't you like it? I like watching your mothers. Zhao Yin slapped it across the face. The little monkey, bewildered by the slap, quickly scurried away. Squeak. Help. Just then a scream suddenly came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao Yin was startled and rushed downstairs. When he reached downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket filled with hot water, staring in terror at a certain direction. Zhao Yin. What? What is that? Zhao Yin turned to look. Under the chestnut tree stood a massive creature chewing on the branches and leaves knocked down by the little monkey. It looked at Zhao Yin with indifference and disdain. Once any mutated beast reached a grade, due to the significant enhancement of its physique, it would gain an additional defense attribute. The A-grade mutated buffalo's defense was a monstrous 63 points. Since contracting the little monkey, Zhao Yin had not encountered any other mutated beasts, but deep down, he had been anticipating this moment. Once any mutated beast reached a grade, due to the significant enhancement of its physique, it would gain an additional defense attribute. The A-grade mutated buffalo's defense was a monstrous 63 points. Since contracting the little monkey, Zhao Yin had not encountered any other mutated beasts, but deep down, he had been anticipating this moment. Yet now that it had truly arrived, Zhao Yin couldn't muster joy. He wasn't sure if this buffalo would ram him to death. He just couldn't understand why it had evolved so quickly, reaching a grade in just a few days. Zhao Yin didn't dare move a muscle, gesturing with one hand behind his back for Song Xiaodao to go upstairs and call the little monkey, while his other hand gripped the hilt of the blade at his waist. Song Xiaodao, not bothering to dress, ran upstairs naked. Zhao Yin forced a smile at the buffalo from afar. Brother buffalo, ha. Huff huff. The buffalo snorted, then turned its gaze away from Zhao Yin as if he were beneath its notice and lowered its head to continue eating leaves. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly calmed down. He realized that with his current abilities, no means could decisively overpower this buffalo. Fortunately for now, the buffalo showed no intention of attacking him. Soon the little monkey came downstairs. Upon seeing the buffalo, the little monkey's golden fur bristled, and its body rapidly expanded, instantly activating its gigantification ability. It too sensed that this buffalo was not to be trifled with. The little monkey did not attack first, but stood in front of Zhao Yin, gripping its steel staff, shielding its master with its body. Master, where did this buffalo come from? The little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, and he could feel its cowardice. Heaven knows how an A-grade mutated beast appeared. Let me think of a way to deal with it, Zhao Yin replied telepathically. He wasn't ready to fight for his life yet. Just then the buffalo seemed full, looked up at Zhao Yin, and the little monkey swished its tail and slowly turned to leave. Its body was more than 5 times the size of an ordinary buffalo, and its forelegs moved through the ruins as if on flat ground. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead. He could clearly feel the deeper contempt in the buffalo's eyes. As the buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin mentally commanded, "Monkey, follow it quietly and see where it goes." The little monkey's huge body immediately shrank, and it crept stealthily after the buffalo. Wait! Zhao Yin stopped it, quickly took off his pants, and then pulled off the fishnet stockings. Its speed is higher than yours. Put these on, and you'll be faster than it. Remember, don't start a conflict with it. The buffalo's abilities were mighty strength and iron armor. These two abilities on a human psychic would not be particularly rare, but on a water buffalo, they were terrifyingly formidable. The little monkey obediently slipped the fishnet stockings over its legs, its golden fur now constrained, making it look slimmer, and swiftly chased after the buffalo in the direction it had vanished. Zhao Yin also put his pants back on and turned to go upstairs, but then saw Song Xiaodao staring at him with a strange expression. Those fishnet stockings are equipment from the star crystal, not what you think, Zhao Yin explained expressionlessly. Did you also wear that cartoon pattern dress? Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao Yin to give her the dress, never expecting him to wear it himself. Equipment from the Star Crystal comes with powerful attributes that boost my combat strength, Zhao Yin explained earnestly. I absolutely do not have that kind of fetish, Zhao Yin stated seriously. Oh, I see. Song Xiaodao nodded. She then turned and pulled something out of the pocket of the pants Zhao Yin had changed out of. Zhao Yin, what is this? Zhao Yin, initially satisfied with his explanation, was startled when he saw the object in Song Xidao's hand. It was half a box of unused condoms. He vaguely remembered taking them from a hotel right after he was reborn. He had never noticed them in the past month. Zhao Yin quickly stepped forward, snatched the box, and directly stashed it into his space ring. Adult stuff kids shouldn't touch. With that, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao watched him with a peculiar look. Modern girls, often exposed to the internet, understood many things early. Only after Zhao Yin's figure disappeared did she withdraw her gaze and continue washing clothes, but the corners of her mouth held a hint of a triumphant smirk. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin's face felt a bit warm, so he stopped thinking about it, threw a piece of firewood into the campfire, and sat by the blaze silently waiting for the little monkey's return. He had no intention of risking his life for a contracted beast for now, but he had to figure out the range of the water buffalo's movements. Once his strength grew, or he obtained a beast-capturing tool, he would come back to find it. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao returned, hung the washed clothes near the fire, and crawled into the tent to sleep soundly. The little monkey returned only 3 hours later. It carried a steel staff stained with zombie blood and brains, still wearing the fishnet stockings on its lower half, and bore many new wounds. Upon questioning, Zhao Yin learned that these injuries were not from fighting the water buffalo. That water buffalo had gone mad for some reason. After leaving, it had rushed straight to the western suburb industrial park of Guangzhou City. That area was the most densely populated part of the entire city, where a large horde of zombies had formed after the apocalypse. Zhao Yin had been avoiding it lately. The buffalo charged into the industrial park like a berserk beast, rampaging all the way, trampling countless zombies, and even killing 5th or 6th grade zombies. Finally, an extremely terrifying zombie appeared. The little monkey didn't know its level, but it could overpower the buffalo in raw strength. A great battle ensued between the zombie and the buffalo. In the end, the fearsome buffalo was defeated and fled wounded. The little monkey, having followed the buffalo deep into the industrial park, got caught in the zombie horde and barely managed to escape by desperately using its ability. I was scared to death back, then I couldn't keep following. The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin sheepishly. It was the first time he had failed to complete Zhao Yin's task. Zhao Yin took out a few chestnuts and tossed them into the fire, then reached out to pat the little monkey's head. It's not your fault. After you eat these chestnuts, go rest. The little monkey was instantly flattered, never expecting its master to offer it food. It grinned ingratiatingly. Master, next time I meet that ox, I'll kill it for you to eat beef. Zhao Yin frowned. That was a mad ox. If he couldn't capture it in the end, he would have to find a way to kill it for meat. Eat up. Zhao Yin dug the half-cooked chestnuts out of the fire and rolled them one by one in front of the little monkey. The little monkey picked them up and devoured them greedily. Within minutes it was finished, and its sunken belly was once again round and full. Go to sleep. It'll be dawn in 2 hours. Zhao Yin looked up at the sky and said, Master, I can keep watch too. The little monkey communicated telepathically. For a mutated beast controlled by a contract soul, protecting its master was instinct. Go sleep, don't argue. Zhao Yin commanded. The little monkey still needed rest to recover from its injuries. Once daylight came, Zhao Yin would continue killing zombies, and the little monkey would remain the main force. With only this one contracted beast, Zhao Yin was unwilling to do many dangerous tasks himself, so he had to rely on the monkey. Moved to tears by the words, the little monkey crawled into the tent, and within seconds snoring could be heard. The high-intensity battle had exhausted it. Hearing the snores, Zhao Yin also ducked into the tent and quickly stripped off the fishnet stockings from the little monkey's leg. Of course, such a life-saving item was most important for him to wear himself. When Zhao Yin left the tent, he glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. Strangely, the bruises on her face, which should have taken a few days to fade, had already disappeared. At that moment, her facial features were not much different from her appearance in his past life, only far more youthful. Woo, brother, don't leave me. Perhaps in a dream she had seen her brother again. She tightly hugged one of the little monkey's legs, crystal tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yin took a look and then left the tent, sitting by the fire to rest with his eyes closed. He took in all sounds within a kilometer radius. There were no zombies left in the village, though scattered ones wandered in the fields. But the firelight would not attract them. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao Yin went to the ancient well again and took out over 20 empty purified water barrels from his spatial ring. Each barrel could hold about 20 liters of water. If he filled them all, they would last a considerable time for drinking alone. After storing the water, he carried a wooden bucket from the kitchen to the rooftop, boiled the water, used half to wash his face with hot water, and added a bit of salt to the other half before tossing in a few chestnuts to boil. Soon the aroma of boiled chestnuts wafted through the air. Zhao Yin was about to wake Song Xiao and the little monkey when he heard a heavy footstep in the distance. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Yin hurried to the edge of the rooftop. At the edge of his sight, last night's water buffalo appeared. Its glossy black hide was now turned up in many places, the wounds gruesome. One eyelid drooped, blood covering the eyeball. The water buffalo charged straight ahead, soon arriving before the villa where Zhao Yin was. Huffing twice, it lowered its head to eat the leftover chestnut leaves from the previous night. There were not many leaves left on the ground, and it quickly finished them. Even thumb-thick branches were curled into its mouth by its huge tongue, crunching loudly. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The wounds on the buffalo's body visibly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He knew that some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he had no idea that the leaves of this chestnut tree possessed such an effect. In his past life, many people knew about the chestnuts, yet no one realized that the leaves were the true treasure. In that moment, Zhao Yin understood everything. No wonder the buffalo had come to eat the leaves last night. No wonder Song Xiaodao's facial injuries had healed so quickly. That gluttonous girl must have secretly eaten the leaves. In truth, it was not Zhao Yin's fault for only discovering the leaves' efficacy now. In his past life, over 7 years, he had never heard of any mutated plant that could produce 2 different effects simultaneously. This chestnut tree surpassed Zhao Yin's understanding of mutated plants across 2 lifetimes. He took out a chestnut and activated his true sight to examine it. Chestnut grade mutated plant, fruit rich in nutrients, leaf grade medicinal mutated crop, quickly restores injuries. When consumed, it really was a mutated plant that could simultaneously yield 2 types of produce. At that moment, Zhao Yin's heart bled. Last night, the little monkey had stripped off at least several hundred gene of leaves, and now this ox was squandering them. The buffalo had finished eating the branches on the ground and was now circling the chestnut tree, gazing up at the leaves with longing in its eyes. Unfortunately, the chestnut tree was over 30 meters tall, and oxen cannot climb. Finally, the buffalo charged headfirst into the trunk with a loud bang. A tremendous crash echoed, and the massive chestnut tree shook violently, sending sparse leaves raining down. The buffalo lowed excitedly, swishing its tail as it hurried to pick up the fallen leaves. Zhao Yin's breath caught. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let this ox keep eating them? With these chestnut leaves, he would never have to worry about the little monkey getting injured again. In the future, after taming other contracted beasts, this could reduce countless casualties. Star crystals could randomly produce items that heal injuries, but the chestnut leaves were now especially vital to Zhao Yin. There were still several thousand gene of leaves on the tree. How many injuries could they heal? Zhao Yin immediately decided that no matter what, he had to protect this chestnut tree. Just then, the buffalo rammed into the tree again, sending large clumps of leaves falling. Zhao Yin could no longer tolerate it. He took out a sniper rifle from his spatial ring, and despite the need to conserve bullets, he loaded a round and aimed directly at the buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. He didn't expect to kill this mutated beast with its iron armor ability, he only wanted to drive it away. The buffalo reacted swiftly, tilting its head. The armor-piercing bullet capable of easily penetrating armor struck the horn and sparked. The bullet shattered into fragments, but the horn remained unscathed. The buffalo's single eye glared over again, its temper flaring. With a furious roar, it charged on all 4 hooves toward the villa. Zhao Yin fired repeatedly. Bang! 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 He stopped aiming for the buffalo's head and instead targeted the most vulnerable spot, its neck. The first bullet pierced through the neck, drawing blood. But such an injury was far from enough to kill an grade mutated water buffalo. Feeling the pain, the buffalo only grew angrier. In the next moment, a layer of scale-like armor rapidly sprouted across its hide, covering its entire body in an instant. Ability: Iron Armor. Its terrifying muscles abruptly swelled, making its already massive and robust frame several times larger, exuding explosive power. Ability: Super Strength. By now, Zhao Yin's bullets could at most tear through the armored hide, only to end up stuck in the flesh. Boom! The buffalo slammed into the villa's wall. The entire wall collapsed instantly, and the rooftop beneath Zhao Yin's feet shook violently. Monkey, get up! Zhao Yin roared. In fact, there was no need for Zhao Yin to call out. The little monkey had already left the tent, clutching its iron staff and glaring at the water buffalo below, its eyes bulging. It was merely a glass mutated beast far inferior to the strength of this buffalo. Activate your ability, take Song Xiao and run. No sooner had Zhao Yin spoken than, crash. The buffalo collided with another load-bearing wall, sending the entire villa tilting. Zhao Yin, clutching his sniper rifle, leaped directly from the rooftop, ignoring the little monkey and Song Xiao behind him, and sprinted for hundreds of meters in his fishnet stockings before turning to look back. The villa had completely collapsed. The little monkey, now fully enlarged, held Song Xiao in one hand and followed far behind. Zhao Yin paused. His agility was 17 points, amplified by the fishnet stockings, allowing him to outpace the water buffalo. He aimed his rifle at the beast. Stupid cow, come at me. Bang! A shot struck the buffalo's shoulder, Minimal damage, but maximum humiliation. The buffalo, its single-eyed bloodshot, charged forward at full speed. Even with its giant transformation ability, the poor little monkey was slightly slower than the buffalo, let alone Zhao Yin. Its furry legs blurred into afterimages, yet the buffalo still chased its tail. Master, it's going to ram my butt. Didn't you say last night you'd help me kill this buffalo for meat? Zhao Yin scolded. Besides its giant transformation ability, the monkey also possessed a berserk ability, but it could only be unlocked at E-class. The berserk ability consumed too much energy, its young body couldn't bear it. In truth, the little monkey's potential was no less than the buffalo's. Why did that stupid cow come back? The little monkey still looked bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Lead it away from the chestnut tree. Zhao Yin commanded. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, halting the buffalo for a moment, then turned and fled onward. Fortunately, the little monkey was more agile than the buffalo. Though its movement speed was slower, each time the buffalo was about to strike, it would twist its red butt and dodge perfectly. Poor Song Xiao jostled about, vomited bile all over the monkey. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut tree were out of sight. Zhao Yin fired several shots to drive back the buffalo, and communicated telepathically with the monkey. Monkey, I'll hold it off. You take Xiao and run, then circle back to the chestnut tree. Once I shake off the buffalo, I'll gather the chestnut leaves. Be careful, master. After the telepathic exchange, without waiting for Zhao Yin to speak, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiao and turned to leave. Just then, roar, roar, roar. Deafening zombie roars echoed densely. Zhao Yin spun around. 1,000 meters away, a massive zombie over 2 meters tall was charging at full speed, followed by more than 20 ordinary-sized zombies. Male zombie, E-class, evolution 10079, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie, class, evolution 1005, strength 23, agility 15, spirit 2. 7. Female zombie, class, evolution 10071, strength 26, agility 17, spirit 3. 3. Male zombie, class, evolution 10019, strength 25, agility 16, spirit 2. 8. Male zombie, class. There were 27 zombies in total, the weakest being class. The towering zombie at the front was even E-class. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the massive zombie, its fur bristling. Instead of fleeing, it quickly positioned itself to shield Zhao Yin. Even the buffalo behind them stopped its pursuit of Zhao Yin and the monkey. Its single eye was bloodshot, and with a thunderous roar it charged at the towering zombie. Zhao Yin instantly understood. This was the zombie that had fought the buffalo last night. In his past life, he had only encountered such a massive zombie half a year after the apocalypse. He had never heard of such a terrifying zombie appearing so early in Guangzhou City. If mutated beasts' abilities corresponded to the ability users among survivors, then zombies' abilities corresponded to the evolvers. And this towering zombie clearly surpassed ordinary evolvers in strength, even able to crush mutated beasts of the same class. There was only one possibility. A term that had made everyone in his past life turn pale flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. A zombie king. A zombie king that had devoured several star crystals at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Zhao Yin wasted no time. He raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot. The armor-piercing bullet struck the zombie king's chest, merely scratching its skin before bouncing off. A terrifying 72-point defense. Even a hired-class zombie couldn't match it. This was the menace of a zombie king. Every zombie king could crush any opponent of the same class, and this one was a full level above Zhao Yin. There was no way to fight it. Zhao Yin immediately put away his sniper rifle and shouted to the monkey, "Follow me to collect the leaves, then we leave Guangzhou Sure." An unexpected water buffalo was already a challenge, and now an even stronger zombie king appeared. The only thing Zhao Yin could do was to avoid their sharpness. The Contract Soul didn't help him much now. After all, Zhao Yin was just in class evolver. Even with the little monkey, they would be nothing but a meal for that zombie. A zombie king with over 60 points of strength and over 70 points of defense, likely possessing abilities that even true sight couldn't detect. Only if Zhao Yin had lost his mind would he stay. While the buffalo was occupied with the zombie horde, Zhao Yin led the little monkey and Song Xiao back to the chestnut tree. He handed the Tang's sword to the monkey and ordered it to cut down all the leaves and twigs. The little monkey hacked away, causing large branches to fall. Song Xiao gathered the leaves while Zhao Yin used his spatial ring to store them. By the time Zhao Yin had collected over half the leaves, the ring was full. He simply discarded all his clothes and bedding to make room for more leaves. But the spatial ring had only 10 cubic meters. It already held over 3,000 gene of chestnuts, several hundred gene of spiky husks, plus weapons and food supplies. It still couldn't accommodate nearly 2,000 gene of leaves. Finally, Zhao Yin threw away all the spoiled food from before the apocalypse toiletries, anything of low value. This included 10 buckets of well water. Zhao Yin, you're throwing away the food. What will we eat? Song Xiao hurried to pick up the food. We'll eat chestnuts from now on. The remaining water will last us over 10 days, Zhao Yin said. But what if we run out of chestnuts? What good are these leaves? Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to discard the most precious resource in the apocalypse. He clutched sour ham sausages and discolored rotting salt-baked chicken in both hands. You won't starve. Zhao Yin didn't explain further. After storing all the leaves, the ring's space was nearly empty. He looked up at the bare trunk. Chestnut tree class mutated plant. A simple description with no other useful information. This was one reason Zhao Yin hadn't thoroughly examined the leaves last night. The main trunk had no special properties, so Zhao Yin didn't plan to cut it down. He would leave it here, hoping to return with a life space in the future to dig up this precious chestnut tree. Just then a commotion came from behind. The buffalo was even more severely wounded. Its armor plates were shattered, bleeding profusely, one horn broken in half. It was panting heavily as it ran toward them. Meanwhile, the zombie king, leading the remaining 12 class zombies, chased relentlessly from afar. Run! Zhao Yin shouted at the top of his lungs, then bolted away. The little monkey quickly activated its giantification ability, scooped up Song Xiaodao, and dashed off with rapid strides. By now the little monkey had grown accustomed to its master's principle of fleeing at the first sign of danger. My food! Song Xiaodao let out a shriek. The little monkey's force was too great, causing most of the food she was holding to fly out of her arms. But she knew this was not the time to make the little monkey stop, so she could only watch with a pained heart as the food grew farther and farther away. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Yin glanced back. The zombie king had already chased the water buffalo into the village, and the buffalo was now standing under the chestnut tree, staring blankly at the bare branches. Zhao Yin understood. That damned ox was indeed still coveting his chestnut leaves. Gone now, huh? Zhao Yin sneered inwardly. Zhao Yin, that buffalo is amazing. Look, the big zombie is hurt. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin looked over and saw that half of a bullhorn was stuck in the zombie king's right shoulder, black blood oozing out, while one arm hung limp, barely attached by a shred of tendon, swinging back and forth as it ran. The zombie king also had a gaping hole in its waist, and its running speed was noticeably slower than before. Zhao Yin perked up. Monkey, follow me and take a detour. Master, are we going to kill that zombie and the dead ox? The little monkey's voice echoed in his mind. Kill? No way. Even a wounded zombie king is beyond us now. We're going to collect star crystals, Zhao Yin said. With the zombie king's power greatly diminished, Zhao Yin felt a surge of security, and his mind began to work. He remembered clearly that there had been 26 class zombies following the zombie king earlier. Now only 12 remained, meaning the other 14 had been taken down by the water buffalo. The spot where the buffalo and zombie king had fought was not far from here. Zhao Yin could reach it in just a minute or two. He sprinted headlong, soon arriving at the location. The once pitted farmland was now a chaotic mess with freshly turned soil everywhere, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. More than a dozen class zombies lay there, their bodies crushed by the buffalo's iron hooves. Among them, several had most of their bodies mangled, with only intact heads remaining. They gaped and gnashed their teeth as Zhao Yin approached. If he hadn't come, their broken bodies would have been repaired by unknown energy within a day or two. But clearly these zombies had no such chance. Without needing Zhao Yin's order, the little monkey immediately released Song Xiaodao, and the two of them, along with the beast, began smashing the zombies' heads. Soon 14 star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He pocketed them without a second thought and shouted to the little monkey, "Let's go." But before he could take a step, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. The water buffalo was bleeding from its mouth and nose, and a large hole had opened in its belly with intestines spilling out. In the blink of an eye, it covered several hundred meters, followed by the zombie king, but the 12 class zombies were nowhere to be seen. The buffalo glared at Zhao Yin with its single bloodshot eye full of resentment, as if it had finally realized that the leaves that could have healed its wounds in time had all been taken by this human. This human had doomed it. So since it couldn't kill the zombie king, it would kill Zhao Yin before dying. Zhao Yin had no time to flee. The buffalo, tapping into its last life force, was too fast. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yin drew his sniper rifle and fired. Bang! The bullet struck the broken scales on the buffalo's head and buried itself deep into its brain. With a crash, the buffalo brushed past Zhao Yin and collapsed to the ground. If Zhao Yin had been even 0.1 second slower, he would have been trampled to death. Before Zhao Yin could catch his breath, the zombie king arrived. With the buffalo gone, it let out a furious roar and charged at Zhao Yin. Bang! 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 Zhao Yin fired several shots, all aimed at the zombie king's severed arm. The remaining tendon snapped instantly, and the arm fell to the ground. The zombie king staggered. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin bellowed, holstering his rifle and sprinting away. But the zombie king was now utterly enraged, and the worst fear came true. The zombie king's already massive frame suddenly swelled even more, and its running speed surged. Neither Zhao Yin nor the little monkey had ever seen this ability of the zombie king before. Its speed even surpassed Zhao Yin's, who was wearing the fishnet stockings. A massive hand with black claws over 10 centimeters long lunged at Zhao Yin's back. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yin. For the first time since the apocalypse, he felt such an intense life-or-death crisis. Bang! He was sent flying by the slap, hurtling forward, while the class military uniform on his back was torn by the Zombie King's claws. He tumbled into the mud more than 20 meters away, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a stop. Zhao Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs felt displaced, and his face turned deathly pale. If not for his extraordinary equipment blocking the blow, his body would have been pierced. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he raised his gun and continued firing. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing bullets struck the Zombie King, sending up sparks, but only managed to slow its advance. Soon the Zombie King, withstanding the immense force of the bullets, closed the distance and raised its foot to stomp on Zhao Yin's head. Zhao Yin had anticipated this, rolling aside to dodge, while firing to slow the Zombie King, frantically maneuvering to create distance. But the gap in their power was too vast. The fishnet stockings only boosted his movement speed. In terms of agility, the Zombie King with 36 points was more than twice as fast as Zhao Yin. It spun around, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him into the air. Roar! The Zombie King glared at Zhao Yin as if accusing this tiny ant of daring to break its arm. Zhao Yin hung suspended in the air, never imagining that one day he would be held aloft by a Zombie King like a helpless chick. The blood-filled maw exuded a foul stench, and up close he could see its rotten teeth. Roar! Another roar came from behind the Zombie King. The little monkey had already reacted, but the Zombie King's speed was too great, it only now arrived. The little monkey activated its giantification ability to the fullest, and swung its iron rod at the Zombie King's head. A deafening crash. The threaded steel rod bent and twisted, lodging itself into the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King paid it no mind, slowly turning its head to look at the little monkey. Perhaps to it the human and the monkey were nothing but a joke. Bang! The next moment the little monkey was kicked flying, its massive body crashing down like a meteor. Zhao Yin remained utterly calm. The Zombie King before him had almost no weaknesses: extreme speed, terrifying power, and near impenetrable defense. Its only weakness was the damage inflicted by the water buffalo. Yes, that was it. The wounds from the buffalo. Zhao Yin thrust the sniper rifle directly into the gaping hole in the Zombie King's abdomen, and at point-blank range furiously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing bullets ravaged within the Zombie King's body, violently tearing apart its internal organs. At this moment the Zombie King trembled all over as torrents of black blood, mixed with chunks of viscera, poured out from the great hole in its abdomen. Nevertheless, the Zombie King did not die. It grabbed Zhao Yin with its remaining arm, and with a sudden burst of force flung him away. Zhao Yin felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. While still in midair, he spat out another mouthful of blood, tumbled several times, and then crashed heavily onto the ground. He tried to get up immediately, but found his entire body seemed drained of all strength. Every breath sent sharp pain through his chest. Clatter! The sniper rifle in the Zombie King's abdomen finally slid to the ground. Roar! It charged furiously at Zhao Yin as if determined to finish off this tiny ant that had harmed it. At this moment Little Monkey was too far away to save him. Zhao Yin, get up! Song Xiaodao's young face was filled with terror. She threw her arms around the Zombie King's leg and stabbed fiercely with the butterfly knife in her hand. Clang! Even with a supernatural weapon, it only managed to cut a little bit of skin on the Zombie King's leg. Song Xiaodao's strength was far too weak. Under the Zombie King's formidable defense, she couldn't even inflict a real injury. At this moment the Zombie King, enraged by this even smaller ant, spun around and kicked out. Oh! Zhao Yin! Song Xiaodao's petite body spun in the air, flying 20 or 30 meters away, before landing in the distant mud, where she lay still, her fate unknown. It was precisely this obstruction by Song Xiaodao that allowed Little Monkey to charge in again. The steel rod in its hand had long since been lost somewhere. The giant-sized Little Monkey leaped onto the Zombie King's head, crouched on its shoulder, and dug its long claws into both eye sockets of the Zombie King. Bang! The Zombie King swung its remaining arm, slapping Little Monkey's head. Half of Little Monkey's face instantly deformed, but it still clung desperately to the Zombie King's head, frantically digging out its eyeballs. Bang! 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 The Zombie King struck Little Monkey again, and again, each blow splattering blood. The thick monkey hide could not withstand it. It was torn open, revealing sinews and bones. Master, get up and run. Little Monkey's heart was trembling. Its bloodied monkey face contorted in pain, and its eyes grew dim. With two wet plops, the Zombie King's eyeballs were finally gouged out. A howl! The Zombie King's voice turned harsh. Its claws suddenly stabbed into Little Monkey's abdomen, grabbing from inside the belly and yanking forward violently. Little Monkey, already at the end of its strength, convulsed as if in its death throes, then was flung away by the Zombie King. It rolled in the mud, twitched a few times, and lay still. Only then did Zhao Yin stagger to his feet. He stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, which finally made him feel a little better. He looked at Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao, whose fates were unknown, yet his mind remained exceptionally calm as he pondered where the path to survival lay. To him, the rank zombie king was like an insurmountable mountain impossible to shake or resist. The frailty of human physique was laid bare. Having only endured 2 blows, Zhao Yin could barely lift his Tang sword now. Little Monkey had fallen. The sniper rifle lay at the zombie king's feet. He had lost his 2 greatest assets. What else could he use to fight this zombie king? At this moment, the zombie king, having lost both eyeballs, swayed unsteadily. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that this zombie king had evolved vision and had been relying on its eyes to see. Without eyes, it was like a blind man among survivors stumbling toward Zhao Yin. Even if the zombie king were blind, even if it stood still, he had no ability to kill it at this moment. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind in an instant as he considered every possible way to turn the tables. In the end, the only thing he could think of were those 14 star crystals. Although the chance was slim, it was Zhao Yin's only hope at this moment. If he could draw powerful equipment, there was a possibility of survival. Without hesitation, Zhao Yin took out the 14 star crystals and crushed them all at once. Nongfu Spring rank F-type supernatural beverage replenishes 24 hours of water consumption when consumed. Sandwich bread rank F-type supernatural food replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption when consumed with the bonus effect of healing injuries. Nongfu Spring. Compressed biscuit rank F-type supernatural food replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption when consumed with the bonus effect of vigor for 24 hours. Instant noodles rank F-type supernatural food replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption when consumed with the bonus effect of resistance to cold for 24 hours. Canned tuna rank F-type supernatural food replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption when consumed with the bonus effect of immunity to viruses below rank for 24 hours. Iced black tea rank F-type supernatural beverage replenishes 24 hours of water consumption when consumed with the bonus effect of doubling physical attributes for 1 hour. When he saw that spiked club, clearly he became extremely excited. He had actually drawn a life-saving piece of equipment. A Drank's supernatural weapon. With a full 52 attack points and a bonus of 20 strength if added to Zhao Yin's own 15 strength, smashing the current rank zombie king to death would be no problem at all. Zhao Yin stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, then immediately tore open a healing sandwich bread and chewed it down. Not done yet, he opened a bottle of iced black tea and gulped it down in one go. The sandwich bread entered his stomach, its healing effect several times stronger than the chestnut leaves, and a warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body. The numbness and sharp pain in his limbs rapidly receded. At the same time, the effect of doubling attributes from the iced black tea erupted, and a torrent of power spread through Zhao Yin's body. At that moment, Zhao Yin smiled, his eyes bloodshot. He bent down, grabbed the spiked club firmly, and lifted it directly. So the zombie king thinks it's so great. Today I'm going to slay a zombie king. I almost died, just a little more, you bastard, go to hell. At this moment, the zombie king strode forward, its remaining arm clenched into a fist, and slammed it viciously at Zhao Yin. This time Zhao Yin did not dodge. He leaped into the air, and the spiked club in his hand hurtled toward the zombie king with equal ferocity. Bang! The fist and the spiked club collided, creating a sonic boom in the air. Then the sound of bone cracking followed. The zombie king's fist was directly deformed by the blow. Its terrifying face showed no expression, but it was clearly stunned for a moment. Zhao Yin's feet touched the ground, then he bounced up again and brought down a heavy strike. Crack! The zombie king instinctively raised its remaining arm to block, and its forearm bone was shattered. The zombie king roared instinctively, trying to raise its arm to kill Zhao Yin, but its remaining arm hung limp, unable to move. At this moment, the spiked club smashed down again, aiming for the zombie king's head. The zombie king dodged hastily, but the club struck its neck instead. Boom! The zombie king's mountainous figure toppled forward and crashed to the ground. Fuck you, you big, ugly bastard. Zhao Yin stepped on the zombie king's chest and brought the club down again and again. One blow after another until the zombie king's head was smashed to pieces and it stopped moving. Zhao Yin made sure it was dead beyond a doubt, then stopped. He gasped heavily as if exhausted, and the spiked club weighing 300 or 400 Jin fell from his hand. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up at Little Monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, 2 small figures like clay figurines lay motionless. Little Blade Monkey, Zhao Yin called out. Neither of them responded. Zhao Yin recalled the scene where they had fought desperately to save him, and a pang of pain shot through his hardened heart. Are you dead? Ignoring his own exhaustion, he trudged over with difficulty. Little Monkey's skull was cracked, exposing its brain. Its fur was torn off in patches by the zombie king, and a gaping hole in its belly similar to the buffalo's earlier spilled its intestines. Song Xiaodao's chest had completely caved in, blood still spurting from his mouth and nose as he lay unconscious. Fortunately, both were still breathing. Zhao Yin quickly took out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into Little Monkey's mouth, only to find it too weak to chew. After a moment's thought, he put the leaves into his own mouth, chewed them into a pulp, then pried open Little Monkey's jaws. Zhao Yin spat directly into Little Monkey's mouth, then washed it down with water. After finishing with Little Monkey, he used the same method on Song Xiaodao. Once both had consumed the chestnut leaves, their wounds quickly stopped bleeding and began to heal, their life force gradually strengthening. Yet their injuries were too severe. A handful of leaves was far from enough. Zhao Yin took out 10 kilograms and chewed and fed them tirelessly. In truth, he still had one piece of the sandwich he had opened earlier, but that healed wounds faster and was more useful in battle than chestnut leaves, so he refrained from using it. His jaw ached from chewing, but finally Little Monkey's skull and belly healed, and golden fur slowly grew back. Song Xiaodao's collapsed chest gradually swelled, and the bleeding from his mouth and nose stopped. After chewing a few more chestnut leaves, Little Monkey was the first to awaken. Master, where's that big zombie? It sprang to its feet the moment it opened its eyes, but when it spotted the corpse of the zombie king, it froze in place. Dead. How did it die? Zhao Yin, still chewing leaves, pried open Song Xiaodao's mouth and spat. He expertly spat into Song Xiaodao's mouth, then fed her water before speaking calmly. Of course I risked my life to kill it in order to save you. Little Monkey's eyes widened, then it hopped over to Zhao Yin's feet and hugged his leg. Master, you are so good to me and Little Blade. Master is the best master in the world, the most powerful master, truly amazing, incredible, absolutely awesome. Zhao Yin basked in Little Monkey's flattery, then stuffed another handful of leaves into his mouth and chewed as he said, to heal your wounds, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves and nearly ground my teeth to powder. Little Monkey's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. It didn't mind Zhao Yin's treatment method, pressing its furry face against his thigh and rubbing affectionately, its thoughts filled with guilt. Master, I'm useless. I couldn't protect you. Zhao Yin patted Little Monkey's head. Your performance today wasn't outstanding, but it was passable, so I've decided to reward you. Little Monkey jerked its head up and stared at him eagerly. A transcendent food. Zhao Yin took out the last bottle of iced black tea and handed it to Little Monkey. This is a transcendent drink. It will double your attributes for an hour. Don't drink it now, I'll only take it when you face a similar danger next time. Little Monkey took it excitedly, caressing the long-awaited transcendent food. In truth, Zhao Yin had already been thinking he needed to equip Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao as quickly as possible. A crisis like today's must never happen again. His past life habits had made him constantly focus on his own safety, neglecting the overall combat power. Now that he was the contract master, he should hide and let his subordinates do the fighting. If Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao were too fragile, he would end up a lone commander like today. Go. There are 12 level zombies near the chestnut tree. The buffalo should have killed them. Chop off their heads and bring them here. Zhao Yin handed the tang saber to Little Monkey. Got it, master. Thank you, master. Little Monkey was still thanking him for the iced black tea. It took the saber and bounded away. Zhao Yin was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened her eyes. Zhao Yin, are we dead? Dead. This is the underworld, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao didn't seem panicked. Instead, she looked relieved and closed her eyes. Oh, what's that taste in my mouth? Chestnut leaves. I used them to treat your wounds. Aren't I dead? Why are you still treating me? Song Xiaodao seemed to suddenly understand something. She sat up abruptly, opened her eyes, and looked around, soon spotting the dead zombie king. I'm not dead. You killed the big zombie. Zhao Yin said calmly. Since you're fine, get up and work. Butcher that dead buffalo. We'll eat beef tonight. Song Xiaodao was still puzzled, but dared not ask more. She picked up the butterfly knife that had fallen into the mud, wiped it clean, and walked toward the buffalo. Zhao Yin also got up and walked forward, retrieving his sniper rifle. Finding it undamaged, he stored it directly into his spatial ring. Though the rifle had been of little use today, it would certainly suffice against ordinary zombies and survivors. Too bad, he had used up half of his armor-piercing rounds today. Zhao Yin. It. A sudden scream from Song Xiaodao came from behind. What's wrong? Zhao Yin turned around. Don't you want beef? No, Zhao Yin, come quick. This buffalo is still alive. Song Xiaodao, butterfly knife in hand, backed away, fearfully staring at the buffalo's corpse. She was still haunted by the creature's strength. Zhao Yin's body stiffened, and he walked over in disbelief. Sure enough, the buffalo's eyelids were slightly open, glaring at him with hatred. It wasn't even breathing. How is it alive again? Zhao Yin was amazed. Despite its severe injuries, it hadn't died. This buffalo's vitality was unprecedented. Maybe we should just kill it from a distance. Song Xiaodao suggested. Zhao Yin quickly took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the buffalo. Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Wasting chestnut leaves to heal it? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If not for the buffalo's revenge, they wouldn't have fought the zombie king and nearly died. Zhao Yin didn't answer. Of course he would heal it. The buffalo's strength was undeniable, and he was in dire need of such a powerful contract beast. So no beef. Song Xiaodao was disappointed. What good will healing it do? Aren't you afraid it'll take revenge? In her mind, Zhao Yin, while not cruel, was certainly not a soft-hearted philanthropist. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Yin's forehead. The buffalo could die at any moment. He grabbed a handful of leaves, chewed them, then pried open the buffalo's mouth and spat. Zhao Yin spat directly into its mouth. Song Xiao stared wide-eyed as he opened a bucket of water and poured it down the buffalo's throat, then continued chewing more chestnut leaves, green juice trickling from the corner of his mouth. Her stomach churned and she bent over, vomiting. What came up was a mixture of water and chewed chestnut leaves, making her vomit even more violently. Zhao Yin, how could you do this? Ugh, Song Xiao demanded with red-rimmed eyes. Zhao Yin acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to chew leaves. After about 2 kilograms of leaves, the buffalo's life force finally strengthened significantly. Its eyes slowly opened wider, glaring at Zhao Yin with hatred. Bang! Zhao Yin decisively kicked out the water buffalo's head, jerked to the side. I saved your life and you dare glare at me. Zhao Yin cursed. Gurgle. The water buffalo let out a weak sound from its throat, but still stared at Zhao Yin with anger, showing no gratitude at all. Zhao Yin raised his foot again, but ultimately did not kick again. Why bother with the stubborn ox? Once he formed a contract with it, the contract soul would naturally change its mind. He did not continue feeding leaves, worried that the ox might retaliate. He placed a hand on the water buffalo's head and directly summoned the contract soul within his mind, activating its power. A faint golden light gradually formed into the shape of a chain, seeping from Zhao Yin's palm into the water buffalo's brow. Immediately, the buffalo's body began to tremble violently, and then, as if realizing something, it struggled fiercely. Unlike the little monkey from before, the water buffalo was an A-rank mutant beast, a full level higher than Zhao Yin himself. Its spiritual power furiously clashed against the chain formed by the contract soul. But all was in vain. Zhao Yin mounted the buffalo's head, using his weight to pin it to the ground. Against the contract soul, all of the water buffalo's resistance proved futile. The chain instantly vanished into its mind, and then its massive body went limp, slowly closing its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and turned to Song Xiao. Are you sick? If I hadn't chewed leaves to feed you, you'd be dead now, and you're here vomiting. Who do you think you're, disgusting? Song Xiao was already afraid of Zhao Yin and understood the truth in his words. She wiped her tears, not daring to retort. But the emotions in her heart could not be calmed. Who would feel good after swallowing someone else's saliva? Come here. Zhao Yin crooked his finger at her. Song Xiao slowly moved forward and stood before him. What? Slap. Zhao Yin gave a sharp knock on Song Xiao's head. Do you want to tear down the roof? Song Xiao covered her head with both hands, looking up at Zhao Yin with tears of grievance. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Brush teeth. In the apocalypse, clean water was precious. If not for arriving here, Zhao Yin wouldn't have even bathed last night. He had left home without even a toothbrush. What could he use to brush? The last time he brushed was when meteorites rained down outside. He hadn't done it since. You didn't brush either, did you? I brushed last week. My mouth is cleaner than yours. Zhao Yin argued sophistically. Song Xiao was momentarily speechless. She hadn't brushed in over a month, and even drinking water was a struggle, so she had completely forgotten about it. Why should she complain about others? Any more questions? Zhao Yin said. If not, come chew leaves with me. These leaves have a sterilizing effect. Consider it brushing your teeth. Oh, and you can rinse your mouth with clean water, then feed the rinse water to the dead ox. Does chewing leaves really work like brushing? Song Xiao asked naively. You'll see when you try, Zhao Yin replied. He turned back, grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them. Then Song Xiao watched him skillfully pry open the water buffalo's mouth. 2. Song Xiao quickly stepped forward, also grabbed a handful of leaves, stuffed them into her mouth, and her cheeks bulged as bitterness made her frown. After a burst of chewing, Song Xiao also. 2. When the two had chewed about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey returned. It had found a grass rope somewhere threaded with 12 zombie heads. Thus the 2 humans and the monkey began chewing leaves. 2. Monkey, watch it, you're spraying all over me. GG. Huh. He. The dead ox lying on the ground was being force-fed, its life force growing stronger. After nearly 50 kilograms of leaves and 3 buckets of water were all poured down, the wounds on its body finally healed completely. Only the blinded eye and the broken horn did not recover. For limb regeneration, star crystals would be needed to unlock higher-level medicines. For now, this was the best they could do. Soon the water buffalo opened its single eye, rolled over, and stood up. The little monkey looked calm, but Song Xiao was startled. She quickly dropped the leaves in her hand and backed away. Zhao Yin, what now? Zhao Yin bent down to pick up the scattered leaves one by one, saying calmly, it's fine. From now on, it's our companion. At that moment, a voice echoed in Zhao Yin's mind, Master. The water buffalo came before Zhao Yin, knelt on its front legs in a human-like manner and lowered its head. Song Xiao stared in shock at this scene, her eyes fixed on the buffalo, and Zhao Yin then glanced at the little monkey. In an instant, she seemed to understand. Zhao Yin, the little monkey. Was it also obtained this way? She had seen Zhao Yin form the contract just now. Finally, she understood what he had been doing. In Song Zaidao's eyes, the man before her grew more mysterious. He must be hiding countless secrets. Zhao Yin nodded, not elaborating, and simply said, "It's different. The little monkey was rescued by me. We never had any unpleasantness." Ji. The little monkey beside him immediately echoed. It was a pity Song Xiao couldn't understand what it said. Zhao Yin kicked the water buffalo. "Go find grass to eat. Don't leave without my order, or it'll break your legs." "Yes, master." The water buffalo's voice sounded in his mind. Unlike the little monkey's lively tone, it seemed somewhat dull. It got up and went to the side, nibbling on the newly sprouted green shoots in the field. Zhao Yin stored all the items back into his space ring, walked over to retrieve the spiked club, and pointed at the 14 heads the little monkey had brought back, instructing Song Xiao, "Go clean them up." Song Xiao acknowledged and skillfully walked over to cut the watermelons. Zhao Yin finally approached the corpse of the zombie king. By now the zombie king's head had been smashed to pieces. Zhao Yin used his spiked club to rummage through the brain matter. Soon 3-star crystals and 1 rank corpse crystal rolled out. Zhao Yin was also stunned to see 3-star crystals. No wonder this rank zombie was so powerful. It was indeed a zombie king. In his past life, he had only heard of such beings. Whenever he caught wind of one, he would immediately lead Lin Tianfeng and the others to flee, never encountering one in person. If this zombie king hadn't encountered Zhao Yin, it would have soon grown to Drank, swiftly dominating Guangzhou city, controlling all zombies within its territory, and then even conquering Jiang province unstoppable. But unfortunately, that was no longer possible. Zhao Yin didn't know whether he had altered the timeline, causing the appearance of this zombie king he had never heard of before, or if it had existed in his past life, but later moved elsewhere, leaving him unaware of its presence. But now was not the time to ponder such matters. Zhao Yin's gaze on the E-rank corpse crystal was even more fervent than when he saw the star crystals. Zhao Yin directly crushed the E-level corpse crystal, and a surge of pure energy instantly flooded into his body, the familiar sensation of evolution spreading throughout him once more. Human male superpower awakener, a level evolutionist, evolution progress 1000. 16, strength 31, agility 35, stamina 25, spirit 48, talent level, shooting lifespan countdown 59,963 days. All attributes had doubled, and even his lifespan had increased by 30,000 days. That is to say, barring accidents, Zhao Yin could live another 160 years. At this moment, Zhao Yin's entire aura had changed, becoming more vibrant and energetic. Zhao Yin. Song Xiao stood holding a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals, staring blankly at Zhao Yin. "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Yin turned and asked. Nothing." Song Xiao snapped out of it and quickly shook her head. She only felt that Zhao Yin had become different, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. "Here, the corpse crystals and star crystals are all here." Zhao Yin took the corpse crystals and stored them in his spatial ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them 3 from the zombie king and 12 from the 12th level zombies. A total of 15, forming a small mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yin's vision and hearing could reach 2 kilometers in all directions, and aside from a few scattered zombies, there was no trace of any other life form. Zhao Yin sat on the muddy ground, opening the star crystals one by one. Nongfu Spring Grade F-type supernatural beverage, consuming replenishes 24 hours of water loss. Sure enough, it started with Nongfu Spring again. Sandwich bread grade F-type supernatural food, consuming replenishes 24 hours of energy. Additional effect. Heals injuries. Compressed biscuit grade F-type supernatural food, consuming replenishes 24 hours of energy. Additional effect. Vigorous energy for 24 hours. Nongfu Spring. Instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row, harvesting 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced black tea, 1 piece of instant noodles, 1 military jacket. Only 1 level piece of equipment came out. The rest were single-use supernatural food and drinks. Coincidentally, the military jacket Zhao Yin was wearing had been torn by the zombie king, so this new one came in handy. There were still 4 star crystals left in front of Zhao Yin. Except for the last one, which dropped from an level zombie, the remaining 3 were all from the zombie king. He remembered a rumor from his past life: the star crystals dropped by zombie kings had a much higher chance of yielding rare items. Whether the rumor was true or not, Zhao Yin decided to save these 3 star crystals for last, hoping to give himself a surprise. Picking up the last star crystal dropped by an level zombie, Zhao Yin applied a little pressure with his fingers. Crack! The star crystal instantly turned into white light. When the light faded, a small bottle appeared in his palm. Evolutionary potion grade F-type basic potion, consuming unlocks human evolution genes, granting the status of a new human. The evolutionary potion was a potion that unlocked the potential of evolutionaries, but Zhao Yin no longer needed the level version. Only an A-level evolutionary potion could further enhance Zhao Yin's A-level evolutionary potential. Of course, if Zhao Yin never managed to obtain an A-level evolutionary potion, he could still step into D-level using corpse crystals, but the potential of the A-level stage, if left undeveloped, would mean his evolution attributes would be reduced by half. Zhao Yin instinctively glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. The little monkey was a mutated beast, so this could only benefit the little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao caught Zhao Yin's gaze and looked blankly at the small bottle in his hand. Although Zhao Yin had never explained post-apocalyptic knowledge to Song Xiaodao during the 2 days, she had observed all of Zhao Yin's actions and vaguely understood that star crystals could yield valuable supplies, and equipment spatial rings could store items. Corpse crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger, and Zhao Yin had the ability to contract with mutated beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked expectantly. Zhao Yin tossed the evolutionary potion to her. Take it, but don't use it until I allow you to. Song Xiaodao caught the bottle in surprise, clutching it, as if it were a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the bottle, the fact that it made Zhao Yin show such an expression meant it was something very valuable. In truth, Song Xiaodao had no idea that in the apocalypse a single evolutionary potion could be traded for the lives of hundreds or even thousands of people. Zhao Yin paid no more attention to Song Xiaodao. Holding the 3-star crystals from the Zombie King, he took a few deep breaths, then crushed them all at once. Machete grade D-type supernatural weapon durability 50, attack 54, additional effect swing speed 15, heavy armor grade D-type supernatural defensive equipment durability 60, attack 39, additional effect stamina 20, invisible tint grade A-type supernatural mobile shelter durability 430, attack 0. Additional effect invisibility. The 3 white lights faded and Zhao Yin's breathing quickened. All 3-star crystals had yielded good items: 2 D-level weapons and defensive equipment, and 1 A-level mobile shelter. The rumor from his past life was indeed true. The star crystals had nurtured the Zombie King, and then after being refined by the unknown energy within the Zombie King's body, the quality of the items inside the star crystals had been enhanced. An A-level Zombie King had already yielded an A-level item. What could higher-level Zombie Kings produce? S-level. S-level. Zhao Yin quickly dismissed the thought. Encountering one Zombie King had nearly cost him his life. Who knew what abilities a more powerful Zombie King might possess? As long as he stayed alive, Zhao Yin firmly believed that with his memories as a reincarnator and the SS-level superpower he had already obtained, he would eventually get everything he wanted. Next, Zhao Yin stored everything away and was about to leave when he suddenly caught sight of a horn glinting coldly in the mud not far away. Zhao Yin glanced at the water buffalo that now had only 1 horn left and quietly picked up the broken horn. Although this horn wasn't a supernatural weapon from a star crystal in terms of hardness and sharpness, it was no less than the D-level weapon in Zhao Yin's hand, capable of tearing a large hole in the Zombie King's abdomen. Zhao Yin had no use for it now, but good items shouldn't be wasted here. Zhao Yin, where are we going now? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed at the small rural villa in the distant village where they had stayed the night before. It had collapsed. There was a look of reluctance in her eyes. Don't worry, we have a place to stay, Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, the time had reached noon. He had just eaten a piece of sandwich bread and a supernatural iced black tea, so he wasn't hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be. Zhao Yin didn't start a fire to cook chestnuts on the spot. He led the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, calling the water buffalo, and returned to the village. Crack! Zhao Yin took out the newly acquired D-level machete and swung it down, cutting the chestnut tree cleanly at the root. The bare trunk collapsed with a crash. Zhao Yin, why are you cutting it down? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig up the roots, Zhao Yin ordered. Monkey, activate your superpower and get to work. Earlier, due to insufficient space in the spatial ring, Zhao Yin hadn't thought of taking the chestnut tree. But now that he had contracted the water buffalo with its massive size, it was essentially a living truck. The little monkey immediately activated its giantization superpower, using its large hands to dig furiously at a speed comparable to an excavator from before the apocalypse. In a few minutes, it unearthed a large clump of roots measuring over 3 meters in diameter. The little monkey labored to lift the roots from the pit, and Zhao Yin snapped his fingers. Old bull. The water buffalo hurried over its single eye, filled with affection as it looked at Zhao Yin. From now on, you must carry these roots wherever you go and don't put them down without my orders, Zhao Yin said in a stern tone. The water buffalo nodded obediently, its voice rumbling in Zhao Yin's mind. Understood, master. Zhao Yin used the machete to cut off a useless section of the chestnut trunk, shaping one side to fit the water buffalo's shoulder and flattening the other side. He then fastened it onto the water buffalo's shoulder. He stripped off tattered clothes from the zombies, tore them into strips, twisted them into ropes, and secured the trunk to the water buffalo's front elbow, forming a stable support. Finally, Zhao Yin had the little monkey lift the roots onto the support and secured them with ropes. From then on, Zhao Yin would water the roots with a bottle of supernatural Nongfu Spring every 2 or 3 days, ensuring they wouldn't die for half a year. Once he had a living space, he could plant them. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin found an open space and took out the invisible tent. Examining the newly acquired level item, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He couldn't wait to test its function. The invisible tent in Zhao Yin's hand looked like a palm-sized thin gauze cover. He concentrated, and the tent quickly floated up, rapidly expanding, until it covered an area of about 300 square meters, then slowly descended. In an instant it enveloped Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the two mutated beasts. The two mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao stared at Zhao Yin's operation with utter astonishment. Zhao Yin felt as if he were standing inside a massive yurt, its fabric exquisite, the azure ceiling embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and the circular walls adorned with embroideries of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and insects. Even the pockmarked ruins had transformed into a smooth woolen carpet. Zhao Yin, did you just unbox this? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. It's called the invisibility tent. Over 400 points of defense. Nothing in this apocalypse can breach it right now. From now on our safety is a little more assured. In high spirits, Zhao Yin finished speaking and strode out of the tent. Song Xiaodao hurried after him, followed closely by the little monkey, and finally the water buffalo, feeling it couldn't be unsociable, trotted along on all fours. Zhao Yin stepped outside the tent and turned to look back. There was still the same patch of ruins. Then a small figure materialized out of thin air. It was Song Xiaodao stepping out of the tent, followed by the little monkey and the water buffalo. Had Zhao Yin not set up the tent with his own hands, even his powerful spiritual sense couldn't have detected the invisibility tent's presence. Its master had said to use its utmost strength, so it would prove just how powerful it was. A thunderous boom echoed. The water buffalo crashed into an invisible wall, and the recoil sent it collapsing flat on the ground. Its master had said to use its utmost strength, so it would prove just how powerful it was. A thunderous boom echoed. The water buffalo crashed into an invisible wall, and the recoil sent it collapsing flat on the ground. Carrying several tons of weight, it took a long while to slowly get back up. The little monkey watched the water buffalo with schadenfreude, while Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed at the invisible barrier before her. A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhao Yin's mouth. He produced a mountain-cleaving saber and slashed forward with all his might. Bang! The force of his strike left his arm numb, nearly causing him to drop the blade. Within his perception, the invisibility tent bore not even a scratch. An rank item truly was formidable. After testing the tent's defense, Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two mutated beasts back inside. Time to eat, Zhao Yin announced. The two beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately gathered around, all staring at him with eager eyes. Zhao Yin took out 30 raw chestnuts. Too lazy to roast them, he simply tossed 20 to the little monkey and only 10 to the water buffalo. Favoritism was plain to see. Thank you, my great, handsome, invincible, most beloved master. The little monkey chirped, seeing that the water buffalo had half as many chestnuts as it did. It bounded around Zhao Yin in delight. Monkeys hold grudges, and it hadn't forgotten how the water buffalo nearly caused the master's death. The water buffalo looked at the little monkey's chestnuts, then at its own. Despair flickered in its single eye. Its inner voice, master is being unfair. Little bull is very unhappy. If you want to be treated like the monkey, work hard for me from now on, Zhao Yin scolded. And stop calling yourself little bull. Take a look at your huge size. From now on, your old bull got it. The water buffalo lowered its head, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Yin, what about me? Song Xiaodao asked quickly. Why didn't you give me any chestnuts? Both mutated beasts had received chestnuts, but Zhao Yin seemed to have forgotten her. She instinctively reached for her chest, where a small piece of roasted chestnut, left over from last night, was hidden under her flat shirt. Zhao Yin reached for her waist, where a butterfly knife was tied with a ragged cloth strip. He snatched it away and sat down on the woolen carpet. He took out a pile of chestnuts and placed them before him. The blade sliced through the chestnut skin, leaving a slit. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the shell peeled off, revealing the golden yellow chestnut flesh. After a few minutes, Zhao Yin had peeled over a dozen. He looked up at Song Xiaodao. These chestnuts are all yours. All for me. Song Xiaodao's spirits lifted. What mattered to her wasn't the number of chestnuts, but that Zhao Yin had personally peeled them for her. Since the apocalypse, no one except her brother had ever been this kind to her. Zhao Yin didn't notice the girl's expression. He said calmly, before you eat the chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you. Okay. Overjoyed, she didn't ask what it was and gulped it down. Gulp. Song Xiaodao smacked her lips. Zhao Yin, it tastes good. Yes, sweet and sour, Zhao Yin nodded. The next moment her face flushed bright red. She stared at him wide-eyed. No, my stomach hurts. Zhao Yin, what is this potion? An frank evolution potion. It activates the hidden evolution genes within you. If you survive, you'll gain power like mine. If you don't, you'll die, or become a mindless fool. Zhao Yin's voice remained calm. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Song Xiaodao complained. Within seconds, her complexion shifted from red to white, then to pale green. Soon sweat drenched the hair on her forehead, and her white t-shirt was soaked clinging to her immature body. Song Xiaodao visibly grew thinner before their eyes. Zhao Yin understood the agony of consuming an evolution potion. He picked up a chestnut. "Shall I feed you?" Song Xiaodao was about to nod, but then recalled the scene of Zhao Yin feeding leaves to the water buffalo. She forced herself to endure the pain, took the chestnut, and devoured it. Zhao Yin continued peeling chestnuts, eating one himself. It was crisp and sweet. He watched Song Xiaodao calmly. In her past life, she had remained an ordinary person until death. In this life, Zhao Yin had given her this opportunity. Zhao Yin did not keep idlers by his side. Even though he remembered her sacrifice for him in the past life, that was all. He had given her the best he could offer. Whether she could seize it was up to her. She would either become his powerful ally or die. Song Xiaodao gnawed on the chestnuts, her small frame trembling more violently. Occasionally muffled groans escaped her nose, but she never stopped eating. If she gave in to the pain and stopped, even for a minute, she would starve to death. Zhao Yin glanced at the dozen or so chestnuts left before him and stopped peeling. They were enough for Song Xiaodao to last until the evolution ended. He began sorting through the transcendent supplies in his spatial ring. Today he had killed 26 Frank zombies and won a rank zombie king. A huge haul. 9 bottles of Nongfu spring water, 2 pieces of instant noodles that ward off cold, 3 healing sandwich breads, 3 energy-boosting compressed biscuits, 2 cans of tuna that resist Frank viruses, and only 1 bottle of iced black tea that doubles attributes for an hour. The little monkey still had 1 bottle of iced black tea. The original military jacket had been destroyed, but today he had unboxed a new one. In addition, there was a new weapon, a spiked club, and a mountain-cleaving saber, plus in a rank women's suit. Zhao Yin didn't plan to use transcendent food and water lightly. He hadn't even touched them last time except when he had no other choice to sustain his evolution. He stored all the transcendent food away and began organizing his equipment. First, the spiked club that had crushed the zombie king. It was definitely for the little monkey. The weapon was too heavy. Zhao Yin had only managed to kill the zombie king because he had drunk the iced black tea for the doubled strength effect. The little monkey's strength wasn't as great as Zhao Yin's current level, but after activating its giant form ability, its strength doubled. Wielding the club would be no problem. The drank mountain-cleaving saber wasn't inferior to the club in stats, but it was much lighter. Zhao Yin decided to keep it for himself. Thus the Tang sword was naturally phased out, left for the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also for her, so she could continue cutting watermelons. Zhao Yin didn't enjoy close-quarters combat. As for firearms and bows, he chose the best-maintained pistol paired with 100 rounds, also for Song Xiaodao. The rest were stored away. Next, he could also distribute the Drank heavy armor, the rank women's suit, the Frank military jacket, and the Frank dress. As for the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin never even considered distributing them. That was his essential tool for a quick escape. How could he give it to anyone else? The heavy armor resembled those from the Qin and Han dynasties, crafted from a pitch-black supernatural metal that Zhao Yin estimated weighed at least 100 to 200 Jin. He could wear it himself, but with great difficulty, which would instead reduce his combat effectiveness. Thus, Zhao Yin decided to give it to the little monkey. He could vividly imagine the scene: the little monkey, after activating its giantification ability, clad in this impenetrable armor and wielding a spiked club, rampaging through the horde of zombies. Invincible, slaying powerful undead for him, and collecting star crystals one by one. Zhao Yin wiped the drool from his mouth and finally remembered it was time to give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He himself could wear at most 2 tops, any more would hinder his movement. The military jacket had to be worn on the outside, and the newly acquired women's suit was a grade with attributes far superior to the dress. So he decided to give the dress to Song Xiaodao, who had been eyeing it covetously. After planning the distribution, Zhao Yin turned to look at Song Xiaodao. She had finished eating all the freshly peeled chestnuts and had fallen unconscious, not to wake for at least 5 or 6 hours. He changed into his own equipment and set aside the gear for the little monkey and Song Xiaodao into 2 piles. Then Zhao Yin called the little monkey over. "Monkey, this heavy armor and spike club are both grade the best equipment I have. I originally planned to keep them for self-preservation, but thinking of how I raised you with all my effort, I'm giving them to you." The little monkey's eyes widened as it stared at the armor and club Zhao Yin pointed to. It remembered clearly that the terrifying zombie king had been slain by its master with that very club. It never expected that its usually stingy master would bestow such a formidable weapon upon it. This heavy armor is the real treasure. Defensive equipment is rarer than weapons. 60 points of sturdiness, only slightly inferior to that zombie king. Wearing it, even armor-piercing bullets can hardly harm you. Zhao Yin added. The little monkey looked up at him, tears glistening in its eyes. "Master, you are too kind to me. You should wear the armor yourself." Seeing its master clad only in a military jacket with a pink women's suit underneath, it nearly burst into tears. "I said it's yours. Put it on and go kill zombies now. Don't come back before dark." Zhao Yin's face took on a stern, righteous expression. "Bring me all the star crystals and corpse crystals." How could he let the little monkey idle while Song Xiaodao was unconscious? With the great equipment, every second of the little monkey's time would yield corpse crystals and star crystals. As the little monkey was leaving, Zhao Yin thought for a moment and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu spring water, and a sandwich. Zhao Yin instructed, eat the chestnuts if you're hungry. This bottle of water is enough for a day's hydration. No need for extra supplies. But the sandwich and the bottle of iced tea I gave you are life-saving treasures. Don't use them recklessly unless it's critical. The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Although it craved supernatural food, it had been influenced by Zhao Yin and understood the preciousness of such items, conserving them whenever possible. Supernatural defensive equipment could adjust its size to fit the wearer. After donning the armor, the little monkey, still without its ability activated, moved with great difficulty, dragging the spiked club as it trudged out of the tent. The invisible tent fell silent, leaving only Zhao Yin, the unconscious Song Xiao, and the old ox nearby. Master, I want to earn merits too. The old ox spoke telepathically in a muffled voice. As Zhao Yin's contracted beast, it saw the little monkey receiving a spiked club, heavy armor, and even supernatural food and water. The ox's envy was palpable. You also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me? Zhao Yin turned to ask. The old ox looked down at its hooves. It could kill zombies easily, but without hands it couldn't dig out the crystals. Master, this old ox is willing to slay zombies for you, but I also have a great secret to tell you. Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. A great secret? There seemed to be a hidden secret about this water buffalo. It had evolved to a grade within days of the mass animal mutation, even faster than the little monkey that followed Zhao Yin. Surely something was amiss. Earlier, I nearly harmed you, Master, because of this secret. It all started with how I became enemies with that group of zombies. This water buffalo was not the plow ox Zhao Yin had imagined. It hadn't lived in this village before the apocalypse. It was a beef cow purchased by the slaughterhouse in Guangzhou City, artificially fattened with chemicals and hormones at a cattle farm barely a year old. At the slaughterhouse, it witnessed its companions being killed, their hides sliced open, while still alive, water injected into their muscles, and finally processed into various beef products. That horrifying sight filled it with daily terror and a deep hatred for humans, though it was powerless to act. Finally, one night over a month ago, it was led into the production workshop, believing its end had come. But then the meteor shower descended. The workshop collapsed, burying the water buffalo under the rubble. Fortunately, a slaughtering rack provided some space, and nearby lay the stomachs of slaughtered cattle, still containing remnants of grass and moisture. The water buffalo barely survived for a month. A few days ago, on the verge of death, it suddenly regained strength and smashed through the workshop ceiling. It stepped into this apocalypse. The first thing it saw were the butchers of old, now transformed into grotesque beings, wandering the ruins of the slaughterhouse. Unaware of what had happened, it charged at them in fury, knocking them all over and trampling them into pulp with its iron hooves. It discovered its strength was monstrous, and as it rampaged, it gradually realized those humans had become some kind of monsters, their power steadily increasing. Over time, the water buffalo began to suffer injuries while killing. It avoided large zombie hordes, drank dirty water when thirsty, and ate freshly sprouted grass. 2 days ago, it stumbled into an industrial park and found a shrub bearing 2 bright red fruits. From a distance, the water buffalo caught the fragrance. That peculiar scent still lingered in its memory. It ate one fruit, and a searing pain coursed through its body, causing it to collapse unconscious. When it awoke, its strength had greatly increased, and it gained a new ability, iron armor. Feeling confident again, the water buffalo prepared to eat the remaining fruit, but the zombie king, the overlord of the industrial park, suddenly appeared. A fierce battle ensued, and the water buffalo, wounded, fled to the outskirts where it encountered Xiao in the previous night. At that time, the water buffalo had been drawn by the scent of the chestnut tree's leaves from afar. Sensing a resemblance between those leaves and the shrubs, it began eating them and found they could heal its injuries. Knowing the leaves were from Xiao, it ultimately refrained from harming him. After recovering, it left to reclaim the remaining fruit from the industrial park. The little monkey witnessed the rest and had already told Zhao Yin. Was that shrub's leaves needle-like, its branches multicolored, covered in a layer of golden fuzz, and the fruits bright red with faint golden threads? Zhao Yin asked. The old ox's eyes showed astonishment. Master, how did you know? Zhao Yin's breathing grew slightly heavy, and in an instant he understood everything. He was all too familiar with that kind of fruit. He had picked it for Lin Tianfeng in his past life. But that was 3 years into the apocalypse. Lin Tianfeng's rise to dominance in the apocalypse, crushing other SS-level psychics with sheer power, was inextricably linked to those 3 fruits. In his past life, when Zhao Yin first obtained this fruit, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name it. Zhao Yin called it the golden silk fruit. The golden silk fruit could directly elevate a mutant beast below rank by 1 level, but its greatest use was to instantly awaken an ability in the beast. Most mutant beasts possessed only 1 ability. The reason Zhao Yin had such a vivid memory of the little monkey was precisely because it had 2 abilities. Moreover, all mutant beasts were born with their abilities, and very few could ever change. Every extra ability doubled the strength of a mutant beast of the same rank, sometimes even overwhelming it. In 7 years of his past life, Zhao Yin had only ever seen the golden silk fruit capable of granting an additional ability to a mutant beast. Unfortunately, that wondrous fruit was too scarce to cultivate. A single tree bore at most 2 fruits, usually just 1, and would wither and die once the fruit ripened. Zhao Yin never imagined that the small city of Guangzhou would not only harbor a zombie king, but also a golden silk fruit tree. Slap. Zhao Yin smacked Old Ox on the head. Why didn't you tell me earlier? To Old Ox, the slap was like a tickle, but he deliberately acted hurt. Sorry master, my memory isn't so good. In truth, Old Ox had become Zhao Yin's mutant beast less than 3 hours ago, and Zhao Yin had been so busy that he never had a chance to inform him. Zhao Yin changed his tone. If you admit your mistake, your merit won't be erased. If we get that golden silk fruit, you can pick any 3 kinds of supernatural food plus 100 chestnuts. Old Ox immediately expressed endless gratitude. He had never tasted supernatural food, but seeing how eager the little monkey had been earlier, he imagined it must be delicious. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was still unconscious, and Zhao Yin could not take her along to search for the golden silk fruit. The road was too dangerous. Nor could Zhao Yin split his available forces in 2 places. In the apocalypse, his rule was always to put safety first. So he decided to wait until Song Xiaodao woke up before going to pick the golden silk fruit. The fruit was in the industrial park, the most zombie-infested area in all of Guangzhou. It was unlikely anyone else or any mutant beast would get there first. Zhao Yin stepped out of the stealth tent, and Old Ox immediately followed like the most loyal bodyguard. Then, using his spatial ring, Zhao Yin began clearing the ruins of the small villa. Old Ox, not knowing what Zhao Yin was up to, held his breath in fear. He remembered that it was he who had collapsed the villa. In the end, Zhao Yin found a deformed tent amidst the rubble, then continued searching, and soon turned up a twisted hanging pot with a few half-cooked chestnuts inside. When Old Ox had rammed the villa that morning, Zhao Yin had ordered the little monkey to grab Song Xiaodao and run, leaving these things buried here. Zhao Yin casually knocked the deformed hanging pot back into shape. It no longer looked so ugly, and stowed it in his spatial ring. Next, he went to the place where he had discarded food and daily necessities. After half a day, the abandoned food, unprotected by the spatial ring, had spoiled further. The self-heating rice and instant noodles were covered in green mold. The salted chicken, cooked beef, marinated eggs, sausages, and other meats had rotted and stank. Zhao Yin took one glance and ignored them. He packed up the daily necessities he had thrown away earlier along with the tin buckets of well water. Then he built a wooden rack and lashed the recovered supplies onto Old Ox's back. With this ox-drawn cart, why wouldn't he make use of it? Old Ox panted heavily. On his back was a huge tree root, plus these supplies like carrying a small mountain. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. Work hard, I won't forget your merits. When the opportunity comes, I'll make you an even stronger mutant beast. Thank you, master. Keep it up. Zhao Yin patted Old Ox's head, looking like a pyramid scheme leader. He casually tossed the few half-cooked mud-covered chestnuts to Old Ox. Old Ox didn't mind. He chewed and swallowed them in a few bites, then followed Zhao Yin into the tent feeling refreshed. 3 hours later, as the sun slanted westward, the little monkey returned. His armor clinked, one hand holding a bloodstained spiked club, the other clutching a package made of rags. Master, I got 3-star crystals, 3 frank corpse crystals, and 536 unranked ones. The little monkey boasted. Which zombie horde did you wipe out? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. He hadn't expected the little monkey to be so brave. He had killed at least 500 or 600 zombies, including 3 frank ones. The little monkey communicated telepathically with pride. It was that school. Yesterday those zombies dared to scratch but so today I wiped out more than half of them. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered the school where they had encountered the female zombie. He recalled that when he had sent the little monkey to lure the zombie horde, the monkey had indeed come back with a wounded rear. In just one day, the little monkey had grown strong enough to single-handedly eliminate half a horde. Are you hurt? Eat some chestnuts and rest well. Zhao Yin took out 10 chestnuts and accepted the package the little monkey handed over. The little monkey had finished all the chestnuts he had brought along, and the bottle of Nongfu spring water was also empty. Wearing heavy armor and dragging a club weighing hundreds of pounds, he had expended a great deal of stamina. The little monkey continued to boast, Master, if I hadn't been reluctant to drink the iced black tea, I could have wiped out the entire horde. No need to waste supernatural food on ordinary zombies. You did well, monkey. Zhao Yin continued his brainwashing. Know his praise. Then he turned to Old Ox. See that? Learn from him. Old Ox looked at the little monkey with envy and nodded repeatedly. He thought about the even greater rewards his master would give him after picking the golden silk fruit, and he could hardly wait. Zhao Yin sent the little monkey off and gave Old Ox a little prod, then opened the package. The energy from over 500 unranked corpse crystals was equivalent to about 5 frank ones. Together with the 3 frank corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution level rose to 1000. 26. This growth rate seemed slow, but it was actually the fastest way for an evolved being to increase strength. In fact, if Zhao Yin had obtained corpse crystals at this speed in his past life, he would have been utterly stunned. To quickly boost evolution, one had to kill zombies of the same rank or higher. But how easy was that? After using the corpse crystals, Zhao Yin took out the 3-star crystals and opened them. Nongfu Spring. Another useless Nongfu Spring to start. Zhao Yin was used to it. He cracked open the 2nd-star crystal. Beef can meat rank E-type supernatural food. After consumption replenishes 24 hours of energy expenditure. Additional effect strength permanently 1. Finally not in frank one-time consumable. Zhao Yin felt a surge of joy. Although it added only 1 point of strength, he knew there was no cap. Lin Tianfeng in his past life had eaten more than 1,000 cans of this stuff and could crush same-rank evolvers with brute force alone. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone. In front of his subordinates, he always appeared frugal and set an example. He absolutely could not let those foodies see it. He cracked open the 3rd-star crystal. Glutinous rice wine grade F type of supernatural alcoholic beverage. Upon consumption grants 80 strength for 10 minutes with a side effect of mental confusion for 3 hours. Zhao Yin looked at the transparent glass bottle in his hand with a complex expression. The wine inside exhibited a captivating amber hue. Within 10 minutes his strength would increase by a full 80 points. Combined with his base strength and the attack bonuses from his equipment, he was confident he could take down even a D-level zombie. But the side effect was too severe, 3 hours of mental chaos. If this were before the apocalypse, it wouldn't matter. But in this post-apocalyptic world, even 3 minutes could be fatal, let alone 3 hours. Zhao Yin hadn't yet figured out how to use this item, so he stored it in his spatial ring. At that moment Song Xiaodao, who had been beside him, finally opened her eyes. Zhao Yin, she murmured, still a bit groggy, calling his name. Zhao Yin turned around and activated his true sight ability. Human female Frank Evolver Evolution Progress 1000, Strength 16, Agility 17, Stamina 12, Spirit 11, Life Countdown 31057 days. Her stats were similar to Zhao Yin's when he was at Frank, except she hadn't awakened an ability, so her spirit was significantly lower. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry, Song Xiaodao said again, noticing he was lost in thought. She scrambled to her feet, walked over to him, and crouched down, hugging her shoulders and whining. Is there anything to eat? Zhao Yin handed her 3 chestnuts and pointed to the pile of items beside him, a dress, a tang, sword, a butterfly knife, a pistol, and 100 rounds of ammunition. These are your equipment. From today on you'll be killing zombies with me. After saying this, Zhao Yin stared intently at Song Xiaodao's expression. Upon hearing that she would also have to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head like a rattledrum, not even daring to take the chestnuts he offered. Zhao Yin will still help you cut off their heads. You need someone to collect star crystals and corpse crystals anyway. As for the fighting and killing, isn't that what little monkey is for? In this apocalypse, killing is the foundation of survival. What if I die someday? How will you survive? Zhao Yin interrupted her, speaking earnestly. Young people should learn more. Relying on others is ultimately inferior. Only what you have learned is truly yours. Only then can you handle any crisis. Only then did Song Xiaodao realize that Zhao Yin had been thinking of her all along. So he actually cared about her that much. In that moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure seemed taller and gradually overlapped with the image of her brother in her heart. Her eyes grew warm, and she took the chestnuts from him, whispering, I understand, Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin sighed, silently turned, and walked out of the invisibility tent, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiaodao, from now on I'll try to handle the head cutting myself. Everything else must wait until you are trained first. With that, his tall figure disappeared outside the tent, and his voice continued. I gave you the dress you like. Put it on. Girls should look beautiful. He was the contract master, so he should stay behind the scenes and let his minions do the fighting. After all, even a long walk by the river will eventually wet your shoes. Today's zombie king reminded Zhao Yin that he should avoid personally risking his life in the future. Song Xiaodao's eyes welled up, and she was unable to snap out of it for a long time. She clenched the chestnuts in her hand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Dad, Mom, brother, do you know? I've met a good person. Song Xiaodao changed into the dress, and following Zhao Yin's example, strapped the butterfly knife to her arm, hung the tang sword and pistol on her left and right waist, and stuffed the extra bullets wrapped in a rag into her chest. She quickly crunched down the 3 chestnuts, and then the light before her suddenly brightened. Zhao Yin had retracted the invisibility tent. Zhao Yin, where are we going next? In that moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as this man was by her side, any place in this apocalypse could be her home. Back to Guangzhou to kill zombies. At some point, a wind had picked up in the desolate world, blowing Zhao Yin's short hair into even more disarray. He was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The girl seemed to have grown a bit taller after evolving, and the dress she wore showed off her curves. But she was still barefoot, standing in the mud. Zhao Yin looked down at his own sneakers, which had worn out toes, and sighed inwardly. He had looted quite a bit of equipment from star crystals, so why were there no pants or shoes? Little monkey, old ox, have you both eaten enough? Time to work. After saying this, Zhao Yin pointed toward Guangzhou City. Target the industrial park. Little monkey leads the way. Xiao Dao provides cover and old ox stays by my side to protect me. Squeak. Huff. Little monkey and old ox perked up. Even Song Zaidao's face took on a solemn expression. Then little monkey dragged its spiked club and charged forward first, followed closely by Song Xiaodao, with Zhao Yin and old ox bringing up the rear. The two humans and two beasts moved farther and farther away. The wind howled, the stars and moon rose, and the world was shrouded in gloom. Zhao Yin suddenly recalled something an old survivor in his camp had said in his past life. Before dying, the world was supposed to belong to humans during the day and to other animals at night. But humans had occupied both night and day, so the world had inflicted punishment. People turned into zombies, endlessly wandering. Now, without the constraints of social frameworks or the hardships of survival from his past life, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. At least Song Xiaodao no longer had to deal with academic pressure, endless memorization, homework, research, and tutoring. Ordinary people no longer had to struggle to pay off mortgages and car loans, nor face workplace competition, or pretend to smile at others, or cry for anyone. Little monkey was no longer trapped in a zoo waiting to die. Old ox would never be turned into beef products. As Zhao Yin was lost in thought, they soon arrived at the city center of Guangzhou. Everywhere were collapsed ruins, broken roads, car wrecks, and aimlessly wandering zombies. This time Zhao Yin didn't choose to travel using the ruins as cover. He directly had little monkey lead the way along the broken road. Roar! A zombie immediately spotted their group and staggered toward little monkey, who was at the front. In an instant, dozens of zombie roars sounded nearby, and zombies surged in from all directions. Squeak! Roar! Little monkey activated its ability, its thin body rapidly expanding. Its monkey face twisted into a ferocious expression as it grew rapidly, its squeaks transforming into terrifying roars. In a flash, little monkey became a 2-meter-tall beast, swinging its spiked club wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The three zombies charging had their heads smashed instantly. Then little monkey charged directly into the zombie horde, each swing sending several zombies crashing to the ground. The zombies' claws scraped against the heavy armor on little monkey's body, but couldn't even scratch it. At this moment, it was like a meat grinder, leaving a trail of black blood in its wake. Old ox also breathed heavily. Master, I want to go too. Go ahead. Compete with monkey to see who kills faster and more. Zhao Yin stood on tiptoe and patted old ox's rump. Old ox's spirits lifted. After all, it was an rank mutated beast, and it couldn't let a monkey outshine it. It activated both abilities, its 2-meter-tall frame expanding even further, muscles bulging with explosive power. Then a layer of fish scale-like armor covered its body as it charged forward. The next moment, the area with the highest concentration of zombies to the right of little monkey was barreled through by old ox's terrifying form. All the zombies were sent flying and shattered with one of the zombies' arms, though which one no one knew, plopping down at Zhao Yin's feet. Zhao Yin looked down, wiping a drop of black blood off his face. In terms of combat instincts, old ox was stronger than little monkey, as it had been roaming the industrial park ever since it mutated, having killed countless zombies. By now, before the zombies could form a horde, the two mutated beasts had already cleared out most of them. Song Xiaodao had thought this would be a life-or-death battle, but not a single zombie managed to get close to her. She stared at the two imposing mutated beasts, momentarily stunned. Go help out. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, no supper tonight. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind her. 10. Song Xiaodao turned back to look at Zhao Yin, pouting. I'm still a child. Can I kill fewer? She dawdled, pondering how to kill one zombie to satisfy Zhao Yin and call it done. In the apocalypse, there are no children, only life and death. If you lack ability, you die. Those who survive are the strong. Zhao Yin declared loudly. You are now an evolver, already stronger than most survivors. They'll give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you fail tonight, you'll take monkey's place as the vanguard. Song Zaidao's legs went weak. Her as the vanguard. Wouldn't that mean certain death? She drew her tang sword, mustered her courage, and with her short legs scampered toward the zombie horde they were fighting. Song Xiaodao had planned to sneak up on a zombie, but the moment she approached, the zombie abandoned its attack on little monkey and lunged at her. Panicked, she swung the tang sword wildly. Slash! The zombie's shoulder was severed cleanly, but the creature, as if feeling nothing, reached out with its remaining arm to grab her. By then Song Xiaodao had no time to react. She fell on her bottom, crying out, Zhao Yin, help. Zhao Yin, having anticipated this, stepped forward, kicked the one-armed zombie over, decapitated it with his blade, and pulled her up from the ground. To kill a zombie, you must cut off its head. Remember to swing hard so the skull doesn't trap your blade. Never let yourself be scratched or bitten, or you'll become one of them. Zhao Yin taught sternly. Song Xiaodao, still trembling, pressed herself against Zhao Yin, sobbing. Can you not make me kill zombies? I can work for you. You'll work and kill zombies. I told you from the start. Since you're with me, your life is mine. If you try to leave, I'll kill you. Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao away and pointed at a nearby zombie. Go kill again. It's your only way out. He himself had gone through this in his past life. The first time he killed a zombie, many couldn't even lift their weapons and were torn apart while wetting their pants. Song Xiaodao was still a child, but at least she hadn't wet herself. Tears streaming down her face, she glared at Zhao Yin, all the goodwill she had felt moments ago vanishing. By now the nearby dozens of zombies had been reduced to a few by Little Monkey and Old Bull. Not daring to defy Zhao Yin's order, Song Xiaodao grabbed her tang sword and charged forward. A zombie roared and rushed at Song Xiaodao. She swung her sword at its head. As in Frank Evolver, she was far stronger than an ordinary zombie. With her excessive force, the zombie was split in two, black and green organs and entrails spilling out, accompanied by a foul stench. By then all nearby zombies had been killed by Old Bull and Little Monkey. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpse she had slain. Since the outbreak, she had believed zombies were the most terrifying creatures in the world. Later, seeing Zhao Yin effortlessly slaughter them, she had thought him a god. Now she had done it herself. Was this zombie really killed by her? Song Xiaodao felt as if she were dreaming. Suddenly a warm hand gently touched her head, and Zhao Yin's voice came from beside her. Well done. A strange warmth rose in Song Xiaodao's heart. After all, she was still a child and didn't hold grudges. Zhao Yin, shouldn't you think me useless? Those words were harsh, but I had to say them. People must grow. Sometimes if we don't push ourselves, how will we know our true potential? Zhao Yin rubbed Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand, the other behind his back, his head tilted 45 degrees looking up at the night sky, his jawline, with stubble, sharply defined. At that moment Song Xiaodao's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Sorry Zhao Yin, it's my cowardice that let you down. Zhao Yin didn't reply. He simply ordered, go to work. Dig out all the corpse crystals. Then he bent down, cracked open the skull of a nearby corpse, and extracted a rankless star crystal. Without even wiping it, he crushed it and absorbed its energy. Song Xiaodao quickly sheathed her tang sword, pulled out a butterfly knife, and resumed her old trade. Old Bull, crush all the unbroken skulls. Monkey, you dig out corpse crystals too. Zhao Yin commanded. He, the master, was working while the two mutant beasts just watched. Did they have no sense of hierarchy? The two mutant beasts, having just finished their fight, immediately ceased their abilities. Little Monkey smashed a nearby skull with its club and reached inside to retrieve the corpse crystal. Old Bull, lacking hands, helped Song Xiaodao by crushing heads, leaving her only to extract the star crystals. In a few minutes, Zhao Yin absorbed 157 rankless corpse crystals, increasing his evolution progress by 0.0157. Then the duo and the two beasts continued toward the industrial park, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. All Frank zombies in Guangzhou City had been summoned by the Zombie King and were slaughtered by Zhao Yin in the southern suburbs that morning. So they encountered no ranked zombies along the way. They gradually approached the industrial park. Among the ruins ahead, dozens of zombies lay motionless on the ground. Their bodies were tattered and broken. Zhao Yin, are those zombies sleeping? Song Xiaodao asked. Zombies don't sleep. Zhao Yin frowned. These zombies clearly had been killed. Wondering who dared to come here and kill Little Monkey, telepathically said, Master Old Bull did it last night. Zhao Yin understood and ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to open the skulls and extract the corpse crystals. They came across several more piles of corpses killed by Old Bull, finally finding one with an Frank star crystal and corpse crystal still intact. Zhao Yin opened the star crystal. Nongfu Spring. He smacked his lips and stored it in his spatial ring. At that point his evolution progress had reached 0.3215100. The zombies ahead grew denser, occasionally forming massive hordes of thousands. After hours of intense combat, Little Monkey and Old Bull were panting with exhaustion. Zhao Yin had to let them rest and recover their energy before proceeding. However, he no longer allowed them to actively kill zombies. If they were surrounded here by a massive horde, even Old Bull and Little Monkey would die. As they delved deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became so dense that walking was nearly impossible. Zhao Yin dared not make a sound. Asking Old Bull, he learned that since the appearance of the Zombie King, the zombies had multiplied, and Old Bull hadn't ventured this far in a long time. The industrial park wasn't large, but the Zombie King had summoned nearly 100,000 zombies there. Even a drank mutant beast would find it hard to escape if surrounded. Mutant beasts were still flesh and blood, but once their abilities were exhausted, they would be overwhelmed by the zombie horde. Deep inside the park, zombies roamed everywhere, an endless sea of them as dense as a pre-apocalypse temple fair. Zhao Yin and the others stopped beneath a broken insulation tile. Old Bull, how much farther? Zhao Yin asked telepathically, not daring to speak aloud. Past that concrete pile ahead, and well be there, Old Bull replied in thought. At this moment Zhao Yin could clearly see where the golden silk fruit was located. It was not in the densest area of zombies, and there was quite a bit of vegetation growing nearby. Many weeds and shrubs after the apocalypse had taken root directly in the concrete. With his physique and agility, it was not difficult for Zhao Yin to venture alone to pick the golden silk fruit using the gaps in the ruins and the vegetation as cover. He'll go pick the golden silk fruit. You stay here and wait for me. Zhao Yin said in a low voice. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao grabbed Zhao Yin's sleeve, her small face full of worry, pouting, "I'll go with you." "No. If I disturb the zombies here, I won't be able to protect you either," Zhao Yin said sternly. If he was discovered by the zombies alone, he could still escape, but taking Song Xiaodao would be no different from suicide. "Old ox monkey, if there's danger, I'll escape alone first. You two hide here with Xiaodao, wait for the horde to calm down, then return the way we came. Once outside, we'll meet at the village we passed earlier." Zhao Yin prepared for the worst. After speaking, he took out all the compressed biscuits that could replenish energy, 3 in total. For that golden silk fruit, he was really bleeding. "Little monkey 2, for you, bold ox 1. If you're discovered by zombies and run out of energy, eat 1 to replenish your stamina. Remember, you must protect Xiaodao." The 2 mutant beasts nodded. They could sense that Zhao Yin was giving an order, leaving no room for negotiation. Having said everything, Zhao Yin turned and walked forward. In truth, all these arrangements stemmed from Zhao Yin's cautious nature, just in case. He was confident he could easily pick the golden silk fruit. Crossing this distance was not difficult, especially with the vegetation cover. Zhao Yin deliberately walked through the gaps in the concrete, making no sound. When there was no cover, he crouched and crawled through the bushes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin successfully crossed the concrete pile Old Ox had mentioned. Ahead lay a large open space. At a glance, he saw a low shrub 30 meters away, swaying in the night breeze. On it hung a single fruit, bright red skin faintly showing golden threads. The golden silk fruit. Zhao Yin's breath caught. The nearby zombies seemed uninterested in the fruit. Even when they wandered near the tree, they paid it no heed. Zhao Yin slipped into the grass, crawling forward cautiously. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Suddenly a zombie slowly shuffled toward Zhao Yin. From within the grass, Zhao Yin could see it had been a young man in life, wearing tattered clothes that still bore the logo of a tire factory. This zombie's body was already fully restored. Soon it would evolve to Flevel. The blood vessels beneath its pale skin were a disgusting black-purple, like earthworms crawling over its face, and a murky viscous liquid dripped from its mouth. Drip, drip. As the zombie drew closer, a drop of saliva fell onto Zhao Yin's eyelid. He didn't dare move a muscle. Fortunately, he had bathed last night, so his body odor wasn't strong, and the strong wind diluted the scent, so the zombie didn't detect him. The zombie slowly passed by Zhao Yin and gradually moved away. Zhao Yin wiped the saliva from his eyelid and continued crawling forward, soon reaching the golden silk fruit tree. He didn't pick the fruit immediately. Instead, he kept his body hidden in the grass, alertly observing his surroundings. When all the zombies within 10 meters had turned their backs, Zhao Yin suddenly leaped up. He grabbed the golden silk fruit with precision, and as he fell, he pulled the fruit from the branch. Then his body landed back in the grass. All this took less than 2 seconds. Not a single zombie noticed. Zhao Yin looked at the golden silk fruit in his hand, but before he could rejoice, a loud shout came from not far away. "Someone there? Help! Damn it!" Zhao Yin cursed silently. He saw a bald, middle-aged man in a filthy suit holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy crawling out from a crack that could still be identified as a former sewer manhole. "Finally, someone's here. Help! Save my son!" The man shouted as he ran quickly toward Zhao Yin. Roars. The nearby zombies instantly erupted. If one looked down from above, the once-dead industrial park was now like a surging ant nest. Countless zombies converged madly, centered on the man and Zhao Yin. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yin turned and ran. If he was surrounded, even with his current strength multiplied several times, he would be done for. Once the zombies closed in, the grass could no longer hide him. Then it would be hard to escape. At that point, Zhao Yin's only option would be to deploy his invisibility tent to hide. These ordinary zombies couldn't break through the tent's defense, but doing so would only cause more zombies to gather outside, eventually trapping him to death. Brother, you're the first person I've met in over a month. Please don't run. Please save my son." The man shouted behind him, his voice trembling. Zhao Yin was furious. He hadn't expected that in this industrial park where there was no chance of survival, someone could still be alive after all this time. That father and son had managed to evade his perception. They must have used the same method to evade the zombies' perception. Zhao Yin had no time to figure out how they did it. The man behind him was shouting louder. The horde was closing in fast, and Zhao Yin had now become a target, attracting the zombies as well. He pulled the last bottle of iced black tea from his spatial ring and gulped it down. Without a word, Zhao Yin's speed instantly increased, and he chose the weakest direction of the horde, running for his life, his underpants nearly falling off. "Bastard! How can you refuse to help? I can die, but why won't you save my son?" The horde had already surrounded the man and the little boy. Countless hands reached for the two of them. The boy wailed loudly. The next moment, the horde overwhelmed them, grabbing arms, grabbing legs, fighting to bite. The man desperately tried to protect the boy in his arms. Suddenly, with a crack, a zombie tore off the boy's head. Blood sprayed, and the nearby zombies grew even more excited. Son! Son! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the end, the zombies forced him to the ground, and in an instant they ripped the flesh from his body. Even in the pool of blood he still clutched the headless corpse. Son, our food is gone, our water is gone. Dad doesn't know how to save you. Soon the man was torn to pieces by the horde, not even a bone left. Until the very end, he never saw that man look back. From start to finish, Zhao Yin didn't say a word, didn't look back, only focused on fleeing. Zhao Yin was still surrounded by the horde, even though he had run with all his might and reached the edge of the industrial park. But the zombies ahead had formed a wall with no gaps left. Zhao Yin drew his machete and cut down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him. Before the horde could close in, he quickly stepped forward, then swung again, stepped forward. This high-intensity killing allowed him to slowly move toward the exit of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp claws scratched his body. Although ordinary zombies couldn't break through the defense of his military jacket and fishnet stockings, the exposed skin on his body was already covered in wounds. He killed several nearby zombies with a few slashes, quickly took out a can of tuna to resist the virus, opened the lid, grabbed the contents, and stuffed them into his mouth. Due to this delay, several zombies had bitten into his arms, thighs, and chest. Although they couldn't tear through the clothes to fence, the bites were painful. If he hadn't dodged in time, his neck would have been pierced by a zombie. Zhao Yin was enraged. He swung his machete wildly. The blood scent of the bald man and his son lingered in the air. Even though they had been devoured down to their bones, countless zombies still rushed madly toward that spot, one after another. Normally zombies would just wander aimlessly, turning around when they encountered obstacles. But now the allure of fresh blood drove the horde into a frenzy. As a result, several zombies, while climbing the broken walls, fell into the crevice where Song Xiao and the 2 beasts were hiding. Bang! 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 Little Monkey swung his spiked club and killed those few zombies in a few strokes, but this attracted the attention of other nearby zombies. Roars. A chain reaction erupted instantly, and countless zombies surged toward the crevice. Song Xiao's face turned pale, and her hand holding the Tang sword began to tremble. The little monkey deeply remembered Zhao Yin's instructions before his departure and immediately ate a piece of compressed biscuit. His energy quickly returned to full. Squeak, squeak. Roar. He activated his giantification ability, tossed Song Xiao onto his shoulder, and leaped out of the crevice. At this moment, the zombies before him were endless, no longer describable as a wall of corpses, but rather a mountain of the undead. The little monkey charged into the horde, and countless zombies instantly engulfed him. Sparks flew from his heavy armor as the zombies' sharp claws scraped against it, while his wolf-tooth club swung with impenetrable fury, each strike crushing several zombies into pulp. Boom! A loud crash beside him. Old Bull rushed over at full speed, scattering the zombies around the little monkey and instantly easing his pressure. For a moment, the 2 beasts appeared immensely formidable, grinding countless zombies into meat paste with their coordinated attacks. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 beasts had slaughtered thousands of zombies. But the horde was too vast, they had barely moved a few meters, and as time passed, their stamina rapidly drained. The little monkey was the first to slow down his swings of the wolf-tooth club, losing speed. Flash! A zombie with a broken leg crawled to the little monkey's feet and bit into his calf, where the heavy armor offered no protection. At that moment, the little monkey was swinging his club to crush several zombies in front of him, his reaction a tad too slow. The zombie tore a large chunk of flesh from his leg. Blood gushed instantly, and soon all the surrounding zombies were drawn by the scent of blood, lunging at the little monkey's legs. They were merely following instinct to bite, yet they happened to find the weak spots in the heavy armor. In the blink of an eye, the little monkey's legs were covered in zombies' blood, dripping everywhere, with many patches of flesh gnawed away, revealing stark white bone. He could barely stand. Roar! The little monkey's ferocious face twisted with pain, but even more with rage. He swung his club, fiercely smashing all the zombies at his feet to pieces. The next moment, he cast aside all care and pulled out the iced black tea sandwich bread and the second piece of compressed biscuit that Zhao Yin had given him earlier. Little monkey, it'll help you, said Song Xiao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck. The little monkey immediately handed her the supplies and continued to pound the surging horde. Song Xiao quickly tore open the sandwich bread and stuffed it into the little monkey's mouth. Next came the compressed biscuit and the iced black tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one go, not bothering to savor it. The next moment, the wounds on his legs visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and grew new flesh. His energy rapidly returned to full, followed by a surge of immense power from within, doubling his attributes. At this point, his strength directly surpassed Old Bull, and a rank mutated beast. His monkey face twisted in agony, then his body expanded again, muscles bulging rapidly. Roar! Roar! He seemed to be enduring excruciating pain. After several roars, his height had grown by over 3 meters, and one arm was as thick as a bucket. His golden fur grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length, dancing in the night wind. Ability Frenzy. Finally, this monkey awakened his second ability for the first time in his life. Even Zhao Yin in this life had never seen the little monkey unlock his second ability. It was supposed to be unlocked only when he reached a rank. But with the little monkey's sudden surge in power and his inner fury, he directly entered a frenzy. Boom. His terrifying figure swung the wolf-tooth club, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The wall of corpses before him was instantly blasted away, sending bodies flying and knocking down a large swath of zombies, many with broken bones. The terrifying monkey, clad in heavy armor, strode forward, covering 30 to 40 meters in the blink of an eye, his club smashing relentlessly ahead. Tattered bodies flew through the air, carving a bloody path. Old Bull behind him was also invigorated, never expecting that this monkey also possessed a second ability, and one that seemed even stronger than his own iron hide. Then Old Bull snapped out of his daze and quickly followed the monkey's steps. Zhao Yin lay in the crevice among the ruins, his face a bloody mess with indistinguishable features. The back of his left hand showed stark white bone, and a large hole in his neck gushed blood. He panted heavily, struggled to take out a piece of sandwich bread, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. After over 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's wounds finally healed, but due to excessive blood loss, his face remained deathly pale. He opened a bottle of Nongfu's spring water, drank half, then stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewed, and crawled out of the crevice. Zhao Yin climbed the highest broken wall nearby and looked toward the industrial park. There the zombie tide was surging wildly. He guessed that the little monkey and the others were already surrounded. The monkey still has a bottle of iced black tea, and both he and Old Bull have compressed biscuits. They should be able to break out right. Old Bull's horn is comparable to a drank weapon, and his overall strength surpasses mine, even though I'm also a rank. The little monkey, after drinking the iced black tea, has also surpassed my strength. If even they can't break out, going to save them would only add another death. In the apocalypse, who is ever truly safe? To survive, one often has to risk everything. They are the same, and so am I. Zhao Yin could only console himself this way. Thus he quickly cast aside the lingering guilt in his heart. He identified his bearings and realized he had strayed from his original direction. He picked up his machete and headed south. By dawn, Zhao Yin finally returned to the site of the southern suburb village. He did not set up the stealth tent. Instead, he lit a campfire among the ruins, hung a pot, cut a few chestnuts, and threw them into the pot to boil. He also tossed 70 or 80 chestnuts into the fire. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted through the air, the cooked chestnuts smelling incredibly enticing. But Zhao Yin did not touch a single one. He himself didn't know if he was waiting for Xiao and the two beasts to return. Suddenly, Zhao Yin felt a void, a loneliness. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt regret. He should not have been greedy for that golden silk fruit and taken them to the industrial park to take risks. An hour later, the little monkey and the others had not returned. 2 hours later, they still hadn't returned. The firelight flickered on Zhao Yin's face, casting shadows that shifted. The wind blew away sparks drifting past his clothes. His pale face showed no expression. They hadn't come back. Were they dead? He told himself in his heart that he had done his best for Song Xiao. If she died, it was her fate. As for the monkey and the bull, two dual ability mutated beasts were rare. Losing them would leave him, their contract master, with no one left. Zhao Yin's mind began to wander, already planning where to find his next contract beast. Just then footsteps sounded in the distance. Old Bull, still carrying the supplies Zhao Yin had tied to him, was covered in wounds, blood streaming down. Beside him walked a short figure. Song Xiaodao's hair was a mess, like a bird's nest tousled in the wind. She was not badly injured, but her face was streaked with tears. "You're back? Are you all right?" Zhao Yin stood up, a smile spreading across his face. He looked behind Old Bull and Song Xiaodao and asked, "Where's the monkey?" "Wah." Before Zhao Yin could finish, Song Xiaodao's lips quivered, and she burst into tears. "The little monkey. The little monkey is dead, Wu." Beside her, Old Bull's face was also filled with grief, his mind a dead silence. "How can you be alive and the monkey dead?" Zhao Yin asked loudly. The words were heartless, yet they mirrored his truest thoughts at that moment. "Wah. Little monkey, he died protecting me. Wah." Song Xiaodao wailed upon seeing Zhao Yin, as if she had found a pillar of support, sobbing in gasps. "Master, the zombies were too many, we barely made it back. The monkey activated his berserk ability, charging us to the edge of the industrial park, but he exhausted his strength and lured the horde away for us." Old Nyo's thoughts were heavy with despair. That the monkey possessed such a sacrificial spirit caught Zhao Yin off guard. "Did you see him die, eh?" "No. No." Song Xiaodao quickly shook her head. "Master, though I didn't see it, either the monkey had no supplies left. Alone he blocked the zombie horde. It's hard to believe he could survive." Zhao Yin calmed down, suddenly recalling something. He closed his eyes and sensed the contract soul within his mind. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and stated with certainty, "The monkey is not dead." The faint trace of the little monkey's presence still lingered in his mind. In his past life, Lin Tianfeng had once told Zhao Yin that a master and his contracted beast could sense each other's life and death. But time had passed, and Zhao Yin had nearly forgotten having paid no attention to such matters recently. Really? Song Xiaodao instantly stopped crying, lifting her tear-streaked little face. Old Neo also perked up, raising his head to look at Zhao Yin. Though they had spent little time with the little monkey, they had shared life and death trials. Nothing bonds like fighting through danger together. Come eat something. Once Old Neo's wounds heal, we'll go find the monkey, Zhao Yin said. Several hours had passed. If the monkey hadn't died, he must have escaped the zombie horde. Zhao Yin's only formidable combatant was Old Neo, and approaching the horde recklessly, while his injuries remained, was too dangerous. Zhao Yin took out chestnut leaves and piled them before Old Neo, who immediately lowered his head to eat. The chestnuts in the pot had boiled into a mush. Zhao Yin found 2 large bowls from Old Neo's back, filled one, and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Eat. She wiped her tears, took the bowl, but stared blankly at the fire without taking a bite. Zhao Yin filled a bowl for himself and left the rest of the chestnut mush for Old Neo. The 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already cooked through. Zhao Yin gave 3 to Song Xiaodao, kept 5, and divided the rest into 2 portions. Half for Old Neo, half saved for the little monkey. An 11 mutant beast has a huge appetite. I wonder if that monkey is hungry, Zhao Yin muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he began to eat. Zhao Yin, I can't eat, Song Xiaodao said after a while. If you can't eat, don't. But if we get surrounded by the zombie horde later, and you don't have the strength to run, don't expect me to save you. Zhao Yin spoke indistinctly as he slurped the chestnut mush. If danger comes again, will you still abandon us and run off alone? Song Xiaodao asked, a hint of complaint in her voice. Do you want me to die with you? Zhao Yin replied. Song Xiaodao fell silent, lowering her head to drink the mush. After the meal, Old Neo's injuries had mostly healed. The chestnut leaves weren't as effective as the sandwich bread, but his wounds weren't fatal. Zhao Yin still had a piece of sandwich bread, but he planned to save it for the little monkey. Let's go. Back to the industrial park. He didn't intend to rest, even though he hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. 3 hours earlier, amid the endless tide of zombies, the little monkey watched Old Neo carry Song Xiaodao away, a human-like sorrow spreading across his monkey face. A zombie bit into the little monkey's neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. He howled in agony, squeezing out the last of his potential to maintain the berserk ability, swinging his club to smash all nearby zombies. Amid the rain of black blood, the giant monkey trembled violently. After a brief respite, the zombie horde closed in again. The scent of blood on the monkey drove the zombies even more frenzied. By now, the little monkey's remaining energy could only sustain a few more swings of the spiked club. Boom. The surrounding zombies were sent flying once more. The little monkey trembled harder, no longer hoping to escape, only wishing to hold on for a few more minutes. He was merely an level mutant beast. The berserk ability pushed beyond his limits, devoured his organs, and shrank them, constantly draining his life force. Just when the little monkey thought he was about to die, suddenly, all the zombies around him fell silent. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Every zombie stood motionless, as if turned to stone. The little monkey had no idea what was happening when a hoarse, raspy voice reached his ears. Still not leaving? He turned to look, but saw only zombies everywhere. No trace of anyone. Then the voice grew urgent. Go quickly. The little monkey dared not hesitate. His long legs stretched out, covering 7 or 8 meters in a single stride, charging desperately toward the edge of the industrial park. Without the zombies blocking him, he burst out of the park in less than a minute. At that moment, his last dregs of potential were spent, and his massive form shrank rapidly. His originally small body, forced to activate a second ability, had become even more gaunt. From a distance, he looked like a child's skeleton drenched in blood. The little monkey could no longer lift the spiked club. The heavy armor pressed down on him like a mountain. Roar, roar, roar. At that instant, the zombie horde behind him stirred back to life. As if they had merely been asleep, every shred of air was thick with oppressive terror. The little monkey turned to see a swarm of zombies surging toward him like ants. He mustered his last strength, immediately shedding the spiked club and heavy armor, and began to run for his life on his short legs. In his panic, he lost all sense of direction. The zombie horde had been a fair distance away. The slower zombies gradually lost the monkey's scent. Thanks to his tiny size, he frequently slipped into gaps among the ruins. As he fled forward, the pursuing zombies dropped off one by one until only a dozen were left trailing behind. The little monkey ran for what felt like an eternity. He squinted in exhaustion, trying to take another step, when his vision suddenly went dark. With a thud, he collapsed face first. Dawn had broken, but his sight was already blurred. In this desolate world, he had no idea where the only human he could depend on might be. Lying on the ground, still bleeding, he dimly knew he was about to die. The little monkey turned his head, wanting to see the world one last time, but a meteorite on the ground blocked all his view. He suddenly missed Zhao Yin. In the depths of his being, the little monkey could sense that his master was still alive. He was still alive. That was good. The little monkey slowly closed his eyes. Look, what's that over there? At some point, several people came near the little monkey, For men and one woman all in tattered clothes, their faces blackened with grime, making it impossible to tell their age or features. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. A real monkey. How did it survive that meteor shower? Never mind how it survived, just bring it back. Great, we haven't had meat in over a month. This monkey is skinny, but there's enough for a piece or two each. Can you eat monkey? It feels almost like human. The woman spoke. One middle-aged man stepped forward, seized the monkey by the tail, and lifted it, saying, "If you're afraid to eat it, well, take your share. It's the apocalypse. Even if it were a child, I'd eat it." The woman suddenly laughed. Zhao Yin arrived at the edge of the industrial park. The zombie horde had thinned out, returning to their aimless wandering. "Old Neo, was this where you and the monkey parted?" Zhao Yin asked telepathically. "Master, just inside the industrial park ahead," Old Neo replied mentally. Zhao Yin did not immediately venture deep into the industrial park. He crouched with Old Neo and Song Xiaodao amidst the ruins, lifting his head to observe the movements of the surrounding zombie horde. If the little monkey had already left the industrial park, it would have left traces. After a long moment, his pupils contracted as he spotted 3 class zombies wandering in the depths of the industrial park. He recalled that all the class zombies had been led by the zombie king to the southern outskirts. These few must have just evolved. Obviously, the flesh and blood of the bald man and his son had catalyzed them. Zhao Yin quickly withdrew his gaze and continued observing. After a few minutes, he finally discovered that from within the industrial park heading straight north, the zombie horde there was especially dense. That must be where the little monkey attracted them when it left. Let's go to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Zhao Yin immediately took the lead, walking swiftly. "Zhao Yin, why are we going north?" "We separated in the southeast direction," Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. "I didn't ask you to speak. Keep your mouth shut." Zhao Yin was unusually irritable. After circling the industrial park for a short distance, he finally arrived at the northern periphery. At this point, the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the park nearly rivaled that inside. The entire formation of the zombie horde looked like a tail growing out of the industrial park. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and Old Neo, using the ruins to conceal their figures, heading toward the tip of the tail. Half an hour later, the zombies gradually thinned out. Zhao Yin pulled out his mountain-cleaving saber and charged out of the hiding ruins directly toward the zombies. With a single slash, he split a zombie in half before it could react. The nearby zombies barely had time to respond when Zhao Yin delivered several consecutive strikes, instantly killing 7 or 8 of them. He strode forward, brandishing the saber stained with black blood. Old Neo and Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed, rarely seeing Zhao Yin so ferocious. He did not even ask Old Neo to clear the path, nor did he let Song Xiaodao cut the watermelons. At this moment, it seemed as if corpse crystals were worthless in Zhao Yin's eyes. Black-brown blood covered his head, face, military coat, trousers, shoes, and socks. He appeared sticky all over like a killing machine. By the time Old Neo and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao Yin had already slaughtered the zombies at the tip of the tail. He leaned on his saber, standing in the fierce wind, a smile breaking through his grimy face. "Monkey, those zombies beat you up, so I beat them back for you." Only then did Song Xiaodao and Old Neo realize that he had simply wanted to vent on behalf of the little monkey. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao Yin. This guy was sometimes truly hard to understand. "Zhao Yin, take a rest. Let me collect the corpse crystals for you," she said, looking at the scattered bodies. Zhao Yin waved his hand. The monkey matters more. He had not slept for 2 days and 1 night, and the continuous battles had left him exhausted. He walked ahead, clutching his saber. Suddenly his pace quickened as he approached a pile of sticky things. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed and found that it was a suit of heavy armor and a spiked club. It was chased by the zombie horde. These things were burdens. Zhao Yin understood. He quickly stored the 2 pieces of equipment into his spatial ring, his expression growing darker. The little monkey had even discarded its heavy armor and spiked club, which spoke volumes about its predicament at that time. From here, a trail of mottled bloodstains stretched northward into the distance, a dark red hue that indicated a normal life had left them hours ago. Zhao Yin, Old Neo, and Song Xiaodao followed the blood trail along what was once a pre-apocalypse highway. On both sides lay collapsed ruins. Soon Zhao Yin spotted a small pool of blood among the debris. The scattered droplets had come to an abrupt stop here. "Where is the monkey? Where did it go?" Zhao Yin barked angrily at Song Xiaodao beside him. Song Xiaodao saw the bloodshot eyes in Zhao Yin's gaze and felt a sudden surge of fear. I don't know," she stammered. "It must have fallen here. Without anyone to tend to it, where could it have gone?" Zhao Yin glared at her. "Then hurry up and find it." All right. I'll search." Song Xiaodao dared not argue and quickly began rummaging nearby. Zhao Yin himself stood still, as his powerful perception would have detected the little monkey if it were still in the vicinity. The little monkey was not here. There was one possibility: it had been taken by zombies, mutant beasts, or humans. The chance of being eaten by zombies was the smallest. There would be at least some fur left. That left only mutant beasts and humans. Just then Song Xiaodao suddenly called out, "Zhao Yin, come look." He hurried over. In her hand was something familiar to Zhao in a piece of corn husk. Fresh corn could only be produced by mutant plants after the apocalypse. Mutant beasts would eat the corn but not carry the husk. Thus only humans could have brought that corn husk here. Someone took the monkey. Zhao Yin clenched his fists. That's great. Someone saved the little monkey, Song Xiao said with a happy smile. Zhao Yin shot her a look as if she were an idiot, and she quickly covered her mouth realizing she might have said something wrong. Zhao Yin closed his eyes, focusing his hearing to the fullest. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, the howling wind carried many footsteps, most of which sounded unsteady, likely zombies. There was no heartbeat or breathing. They've taken the monkey far away. Zhao Yin calmed down, frowning. They should still be within 10 kilometers. They couldn't have gone too far. In the current apocalypse, evolved humans had already appeared, and perhaps superhumans were rising. But the meteor shower had only stopped a few days ago. Zhao Yin did not believe there was a second person besides himself who had reached E-class strength. Even if there were, they would be extremely rare, and the little monkey was unlikely to encounter them. As long as the opponent's strength had not reached E-class, they could not have traveled too far within a few hours in this world overrun with zombies. Zhao Yin jumped into the crevice and carefully examined any remaining clues. A strong wind had blown last night, covering the barren world with sand and erasing all footprints. But as long as someone had passed by, they would leave some traces. Soon Zhao Yin spotted a single drop of blood on a broken wall not far from the crevice. Because the wall was vertical, the blood had not been covered by sand. They went north. Zhao Yin looked up toward the north, murderous intent in his eyes. He could imagine someone stuffing the little monkey into a sack or some other container, preventing most of its blood from dripping, but one drop had seeped through. The other party had no regard for the monkey's life. It was merely food in their eyes. How do you know? Song Xiao asked. Zhao Yin pointed at the bloodstain. The survivors are all starving. When they get an injured monkey, the first thing they think of is eating its meat. It's not safe to cook outside, so they will definitely return to their previous shelter. Zhao Yin continued. The corn husk was where they rested earlier, just over 10 meters from here. The blood dripped on their way back, so that must be the direction they left. Song Xiao was somewhat confused and wanted to ask more, but Zhao Yin suddenly picked her up. Zhao Yin, what? What are you doing? Song Xiao was startled. Zhao Yin directly placed her on old Nio's back. Sit still and keep your mouth shut. With that, he strode north. 50 meters north, he indeed found another drop of blood, confirming his suspicion. Along the way, bloodstains appeared at intervals. Sometimes there was a drop every 20 or 30 meters, sometimes hundreds of meters apart. Not every drop had been preserved. The other party was clearly familiar with the area and had chosen paths that avoided zombies, so Zhao Yin's group advanced unimpeded. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin closed his eyes to listen, then opened them, murderous intent boiling in his gaze. Zhao Yin, have you found the little monkey? Song Xiao couldn't help asking. I heard a group of people. It should be them. Zhao Yin spoke coldly. What if? What if they really hurt the little monkey? What will you do? Song Xiao asked. If the monkey loses even a single hair because of them, I will kill every last one of them, Zhao Yin said. Although Song Xiao knew Zhao Yin's nature, well, she still felt a chill run through her body upon hearing this. This was a low hill, its summit pitted and scarred by the meteor shower, the trees set ablaze, and the earth's surface baked into a crust of hard soil. In just a few days after the meteor shower ceased, weeds half a man's height had sprouted. The post-apocalyptic vegetation displayed astonishing vitality, some even taking root within the rocks. At the foot of the low hill lay an unfinished road, its excavated tunnel plunging into the mountain's belly. Though largely collapsed, a considerable space remained. Finally back, for men and one woman returned to the tunnel entrance. A man carrying a cement bag smiled and said, "We're safe." The sight of the tunnel brought them a sense of security, and their voices grew louder. "I'm hungry. When are we going to skin the monkey?" another man asked eagerly. Who isn't hungry? Only one corn cob was ripe. Lately we've been boiling that rotten flour into soup. It stinks, the woman said. The man with the cement bag said, "First boil some water, scald the monkey, and pluck the fur directly. The skin is edible too, skinning it would be wasteful. Let's just scald it alive. If we kill it, blood will spill, and we can drink that too," a man who had not yet spoken said with a grin. "Right, we must conserve food," the woman echoed. The 4 men were originally senior staff of the tunnel construction unit. On the night of the meteor shower, the workers had been given the night off and had gone to a rest area a kilometer away. The 4 seeking thrills had driven from a KTV, bringing women into the tunnel to play. Thus they had escaped a catastrophic disaster. Now as they entered the tunnel, a thin figure immediately emerged. "Did you find anything to eat?" "Find your mother's ass. All you know is eating. Can't you ask if we were in danger?" The man carrying the cement bag berated the woman who approached. This woman was also filthy. The group had been rationing drinking water, but she still kept her legs very white, wearing torn stockings. But at that moment, none of the 4 men paid her any attention. Their minds were all on the meat. Someone went to fetch some wood for a fire. Someone else took a rice cooker inner pot to a nearby puddle, which was their source of drinking water. Drops of water seeped from the tunnel ceiling, accumulating about 7 or 8 liters of clear water. The man carefully scooped half a pot and returned to the fire to boil it. The man carrying the cement bag finally set down the bag. With a thud, a bloodied little monkey fell to the ground motionless. The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. What animal is this? We have meat to eat. None of the men spoke. The woman who had gone out with them to scavenge supplies said, You didn't do much work, but you won't be left out. You can have the monkey's tail. What meat is there on a monkey's tail? The woman in stockings retorted discontentedly, How haven't I contributed? I stayed behind to watch over old Qin, didn't I? Manager Wei said someone had to stay. I risked my life in the zombie-infested ruins to find food. Why should you be here enjoying yourself? The woman who had scavenged for supplies shouted. Both women had worked at the same KTV before the apocalypse, but now they often bickered out of jealousy. They both understood that only by staying with the men could they survive. To exploit the men, they had to rely on their looks, so the two saw each other as rivals. Old Qin didn't run away, did he? At this point, the man who had carried the monkey back, the women called Manager Wei, interrupted the argument. The woman in stockings immediately put on a smile. No, he didn't. Manager Wei, anything you ask, I'll do my best. Bring him out. Let him help pluck the monkey fur. Manager Wei ordered. Soon a thin, weak man was led out by the woman in stockings, a rope tied around him. He was about 40 years old, his hands bound behind his back, and he walked with a frail gait. What's the use of keeping this useless waste? The woman in stockings complained. He doesn't cost much to keep. Just give him some urine to drink every day, and he eats the maggots from the rotten meat. He can still do some work for us, and we can have some fun with him when we're bored. Manager Wei said with a smile, If zombies ever break in, we can use him to distract them. The other men roared with laughter. The man called Old Qin had a numb expression. When he saw that the little monkey on the ground was still breathing, a flicker of pity crossed his eyes. He and this monkey shared the same fate. Both were fish on someone else's chopping block. Before the apocalypse, Old Qin had been the cook at the construction site. Because he had to get up early to prepare breakfast for the workers, he lived in the tunnel. When the meteor shower struck, the unfinished tunnel became the best shelter. He had a large stockpile of food, so naturally Manager Wei and the others who had never given him a second glance before sought him out. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary natural disaster, and that once it passed, everything would be fine. Back then, everyone was still cheerful. Manager Wei promised Old Qin that once the rescue team arrived, he would get a raise. So Old Qin went out of his way to cook delicious meals to please them. But just a few days ago, when the meteor shower stopped, everything changed. All the stored food rotted overnight. Only a few bags of flour were the most resistant, though they were moldy and stank. Boiled, they were barely edible. When the food supply dwindled drastically, Manager Wei went out and discovered the zombie outbreak. So the group imprisoned Old Qin, giving him only urine to drink each day. Old Qin knew that like this monkey, he would eventually die at the hands of these beasts. Manager Wei, I've been so obedient. Could you give me a monkey leg later? No. Even a monkey head would do. The woman in stockings stepped forward to Manager Wei, lifting her filthy short skirt. She wore no underwear beneath. Slowly raising one leg, she rubbed her thigh against the zipper of his pants. Manager Wei, if a girl gets too skinny, she won't look good anymore. Get lost. Manager Wei shoved her away. I haven't had a proper meal in days. I don't have the energy for that. The woman's smile froze, a hint of hatred lurking in her eyes. The other woman burst out laughing. Is the water boiling yet? Manager Wei turned to ask another man. Steam's rising, almost ready. The man stared at the pot in the flames, licking his cracked lips. Strain the water used to scald the monkey. It's still drinkable. Don't waste it. Manager Wei instructed. This was also a warning not to let the man boiling the water sneak a drink. With that, Manager Wei walked deeper into the tunnel. Leave Old Qin and Yu Donghai here to pluck the fur. The rest of you come with me to check on that corn plant. Yu Donghai was the man boiling the water. He nodded, and the others followed Manager Wei into the tunnel's depths. Before the apocalypse, Manager Wei had been the highest ranking among them, and he still commanded respect. Mainly, he was fair and never hoarded anything. Taking everyone to see the corn was a way of showing he wouldn't embezzle it, and they could supervise each other. 2 days earlier, while searching for more water, they had ventured deeper into the collapsed part of the tunnel and accidentally discovered the corn that had suddenly sprouted. The corn plant was as tall as a 5-story building, bearing 14 corn cobs. That morning, before heading out to scavenge, they found one corn cob ripe. They broke it off and shared it on the road. To their surprise, a few kernels each filled them halfway and left them brimming with energy. They realized this was a mutated crop from the apocalypse, far more nutritious than pre-apocalypse food. So after arranging the monkey meat, Manager Wei's first priority was to inspect the corn. At this moment, Zhao Yin had already spotted the tunnel beneath the low hill. The water is boiling, go get a large basin. The survivor, named Yu Donghai, stared at the bubbling water in the pot and instructed Old Qin beside him. Old Qin numbly walked over, picked up the large iron basin, usually used for kneading dough, with his bound hands, and dropped it with a clang beside the fire. Yu Donghai directly grabbed the little monkey by the tail, tossed it into the basin, and ordered again, "Go pour the boiling water from the pot onto the monkey." "How can I move the pot with these hands?" Old Qin finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yu Donghai glanced at the rope around his wrist and sneered, "You want me to untie you?" Old Qin stared at him in silence. "Don't think I don't know you're a former soldier who trained in Shaolin Temple for 7 years. If I untie you, the few of us wouldn't be enough to handle you alone." Yu Donghai taunted. "I've been starved for 3 days, I have no strength left." "You're overthinking," Old Qin said hoarsely. "Forget about untying, maybe in your next life." Yu Donghai finished, walked over, grabbed a rag, wrapped it around the electric rice cooker's inner pot, and lifted it. As he was about to pour it over the little monkey, Old Qin suddenly lunged into him. Clang! Ah, damn it. The inner pot overturned onto Yu Donghai, drenching him in scalding water. He screamed in agony while tearing at his clothes. In moments, Yu Donghai's reddened face was covered in terrifying blisters. "Ah, help." Old Qin's face showed no expression as he coldly watched, making no attempt to escape. Just then, Manager Wei and the others who hadn't yet gone deep into the tunnel heard the commotion and rushed back. Seeing Yu Donghai looking like a ghost and Old Qin standing there with a faint smile, they immediately understood. Old Yu is done for, the woman in stockings said cheerfully. Many survivors after the apocalypse were somewhat neurotic. With such severe burns and such harsh conditions, no one could save Yu Donghai. Once he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat. Everyone watched calmly as Yu Donghai writhed and howled. Even Manager Wei only showed a token anger with no intention of helping Yu Donghai and shouted at Old Qin, "Did you do this?" "It was me," Old Qin said numbly. Slap. A man stepped forward and slapped Old Qin across the face. "If anything happens to brother, you will kill you." Old Qin, already weak, staggered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bang. Another man grabbed a rolling pin and struck Old Qin from behind, knocking him to the ground. "I'll kill you." Then the two men kicked and punched Old Qin. Just then Manager Wei suddenly spoke, "Stop hitting him. Yu Donghai is beyond saving. We'll need Old Qin to dig a grave later." His tone was completely flat, as if he didn't care about a companion's fate. The two men stopped and looked up, one of them saying, "Manager Wei is right." The other immediately echoed, "Yeah, keep him useful." "Heh, heh." Old Qin, his face covered in blood, suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Manager Wei said coldly. "Heh, I'm laughing that if you keep me, sooner or later another one will die, and then there'll be fewer to share those corn cobs." Old Qin said with a grin. Everyone knew what Manager Wei was up to, but the truth remained unspoken until Old Qin brought it up, making everyone turn to look at Manager Wei. "You're asking for death." Manager Wei erupted in fury. He stepped forward, kicked the trying to top Old Qin back to the ground, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and plunged it into Old Qin's thigh. "Heh." Old Qin still laughed as if it weren't his leg. "Brother Wei, kill him," the woman in stockings said. The other woman for once agreed with the stockings woman, nodding. "Brother Wei, let Xiao Li dig the grave later. Old Qin can't be kept." They knew that facing Old Qin, a ticking time bomb, the two women were the most vulnerable. If anyone was going to be killed by Old Qin, it would be them. Exposed Manager Wei to prove his innocence to everyone had to kill Old Qin. This seemed to be what Old Qin wanted. Sooner or later he would die, he wanted a quick end. "Heck, kill me, or if I get the chance I will kill you all," Old Qin said. Manager Wei pulled out the dagger, a fierce glint in his eyes, and aimed it at Old Qin's neck. Just then, bang. A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl holding a pistol walked in from outside, the muzzle still smoking. Everyone stared at Song Xiaodao, their faces filled with astonishment. Were there other survivors besides them who could make it here in the apocalypse? Soon everyone relaxed. She was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Even if she had a gun, did she have the guts to kill? Manager Wei hid the dagger in his right hand behind his back, forcing a smile. "Little sister, that toy in your hand isn't fun at all. Put it down." Song Xiaodao indeed lowered the pistol. Then everyone saw a tall man walk in from outside, followed by an immensely sturdy water buffalo. "See it all," Zhao Yin said. "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. From now on I'll listen to you," Song Xiaodao whispered. She had thought not everyone here deserved to die, so when Zhao Yin arrived after confirming the little monkey wouldn't die immediately, he let her come in and observe. Children always need to grow. Now everyone in the tunnel sized up Zhao Yin. Seeing he carried no weapons, they relaxed again. Then their gazes all fell on the water buffalo, as if they were starving ghosts. How many meals would such a big cow provide? "Brother, is this cow for sale, eh?" Manager Wei asked instinctively. Zhao Yin countered, "Can you afford it?" "I can't afford it." Manager Wei couldn't think of anything in the apocalypse to trade for such a huge cow. Then he let out a hearty laugh and started to cozy up. "Brother, you're here to take shelter, right? Since you're here, you're one of us." Zhao Yin didn't even glance at him, walking straight toward the little monkey. Manager Wei's smile froze, and he subtly signaled the woman in stockings. The woman in stockings silently approached Song Xiaodao, her peripheral vision fixed on the gun in Song Zidao's hand. "Little sister, can I see your toy?" "Go away." Song Xiaodao looked up and glared at her, saying directly, I don't talk to dead people. They were going to kill the little monkey. Zhao Yin said he would kill everyone here. So in Song Zaidao's eyes they were all already dead. Dead people. The woman in stockings paused, then malice flashed in her eyes as she smiled. Little sister sure knows how to joke. With that, the woman in stockings swiftly grabbed the hand holding the gun, trying to snatch it. You're asking for it. At that moment, Manager Wei and the others held their breath. Then to everyone's shock, the little girl struggled her slender arm, striking the woman in stockings' chest. The woman screamed and flew backward, landing right into the nearby fire. She should have been writhing and screaming, but instead she lay motionless in the flames, as if sleeping on the softest bed from before the apocalypse. She was dead. Dead before she even fell into the fire. Everyone was stunned. The silence, so deep you could hear a pin drop. Soon a burnt meat smell spread through the tunnel. Ugh, ugh. Song Xiao was the first to bend over and vomit. Manager Wei and the others felt a chill down their spines. They couldn't understand how the little girl had such strength. They hadn't even seen it clearly. Brother, my woman was just curious about that pistol. She didn't mean anything else. Manager Wei stammered as he hurriedly explained to Zhao Yin beside him. At this moment, Zhao Yin had already arrived in front of Little Monkey, without even glancing at Song Zaidao's direction. He bent down, carefully lifting the blood-soaked little monkey out of the basin. He held it in his arms, gazing at its closed little monkey face. At this moment, a faint pang of pain suddenly pierced Zhao Yin's heart, which had long turned cold. In his past life, he believed in Lin Tianfeng, trusted Zhang Dongliang, and believed in many so-called close friends and confidants, but in the end he ended up with a destroyed camp and dead comrades. In this life, from the moment the meteor shower ceased, Zhao Yin had been with this little monkey. It was not very bright, gluttonous, but it was a truly trustworthy companion. This time Zhao Yin unsparingly took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and the last piece of filled bread. He carefully tore the filled bread into pieces, soaked it in Nongfu Spring, and fed it into little monkey's mouth. Old Qin, standing aside, rose and looked at Zhao Yin holding the monkey. He had a feeling that the man before him was definitely stronger than that little girl. Old Qin could also sense that this man cared deeply about the monkey they were about to eat. Old Qin waited quietly, waiting for the fate of Manager Wei and his group. Brother, this monkey is yours, right? We rescued it. At this point, Manager Wei also realized something, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Is that so? Zhao Yin finally spoke. Weren't you just now preparing to boil water and pluck its fur? Manager Wei forced a smile and said, how could that be? Monkeys are primates, we wouldn't dare eat them. He quietly approached Zhao Yin, came behind him, and suddenly pulled out a dagger hidden in his right hand, thrusting it fiercely at Zhao Yin's neck. At this moment, Manager Wei seemed to have already envisioned that after kidnapping this man, that terrifyingly strong little girl would immediately surrender, allowing them to do as they pleased. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin was still crouching there holding little monkey, seemingly oblivious to everything. Until the dagger touched his neck, he slowly raised his head and looked calmly at Manager Wei. You want to kill me? Zhao Yin asked. Don't move. Tell that girl to hand over the pistol. Manager Wei's face showed excitement as he shouted loudly. Zhao Yin's gaze grew colder. The next moment, a flash of blade light. Manager Wei and the others didn't even have time to see how a knife appeared in his hand, or how he struck. Thud! Manager Wei's right arm fell to the ground from the shoulder, and the dagger rolled to his feet. Everything happened too fast. As blood gushed like a fountain, a scream finally erupted from Manager Wei's mouth. Zhao Yin uttered 3 words coldly, kill them all. The remaining people all turned and fled. No one had ever seen someone like Zhao Yin more terrifying than the zombies. The next moment, the water buffalo they had been eyeing suddenly moved. Its massive body blocked the tunnel entrance, and with a sudden thrust of its horn it pierced through the abdomen of the man running in front. Oh, save me. The man screamed. The tip of the horn protruded from his back, his body hanging upside down as he helplessly reached out to his companions. But who would save him? The old ox swung its head, the sharp horn tip slicing the man in half at the waist. The 2 halves were flung away. The next moment, the old ox charged at the second man. Bang! Song Xiao shot and killed a man beside her. Zhao Yin immediately dropped his cool demeanor and hastily shouted with a pained expression, save bullets, save bullets. Their lives aren't worth my bullets. Oh. Song Xiao had been planning to play the role of a female warrior from an action movie, but that dream was instantly crushed by Zhao Yin. She could only draw her tang sword and slash at a woman who was fleeing. After a dozen seconds, all 4 men and 2 women were dead. Even Yu Donghai, who had been scalded by boiling water, had his head crushed under a hoof of the old ox. Only Old Qin still stood there, his eyes shining with astonishment, completely astounded. After a long while, seeing that neither the ox nor the little girl came to kill him, Old Qin asked in confusion, aren't you going to kill me? But no one paid him any attention. The old ox even gave him a contemptuous look as if saying, you think you're worthy. Earlier, when Yu Donghai was about to scald the little monkey with boiling water, it was Old Qin who stepped in to stop it, and both Song Xiao and the old ox had seen that. Therefore, Zhao Yin didn't give the order, and they didn't attack Old Qin. At this moment, Zhao Yin fed the entire piece of filled bread into little monkey's mouth. Soon on the little monkey's body, countless wounds began to emit white specks of light, gradually stopping the bleeding and healing. Little monkey opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Zhao Yin's face. A trace of confusion appeared in its dark eyes, but soon turned into delight. Squeak. Master, I thought I would never see you again. Squeak, squeak. It happily jumped down from Zhao Yin's arms, hopped around him in a circle, and then with a thud fell flat on the ground. Zhao Yin scooped up the little monkey and said, "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Stay put." As he spoke, he held the little monkey in his arms like a sun, a smile spreading across his face. He took out a few cooked chestnuts he had saved earlier, peeled them himself, and fed them to little monkey. Little monkey had never felt such warmth. Chewing the chestnuts, it was so moved that tears welled up in its eyes. "Master, you're so good to me. Look at you, you pathetic thing. It's bad enough that zombies almost killed you, but even a bunch of trash almost turned you into a snack," Zhao Yin said with a look of disdain. Trash. Little monkey's eyes were filled with confusion. Soon it spotted the several corpses in the tunnel, and vaguely recalled hearing human voices before losing consciousness. At the time, it thought it was the person who had frozen the zombies and rescued it from the industrial park. So little monkey told Zhao Yin everything that happened in the industrial park through telepathy. All the zombies stopped moving. Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Little monkey nodded and telepathically said, "Not only were the zombies frozen, even the wind stopped." But the person's voice sounded anxious, as if it was also very difficult to freeze the zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin frowned deeply. Not only freezing the zombies, but also freezing the wind. In his memory, only two types of ability users could do that. One was spatial ability users, and the other was temporal ability users. Both abilities were extremely rare. In his past life, 7 years after the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had only met a few individuals who possessed such rare abilities. Although the abilities they wielded varied in strength, the lowest was at least strength. Now Zhao Yin hadn't even seen a single evolved, yet there was an ability user above strength, right in Guangzhou City. Everything in that industrial park seemed like a mystery, different from what he knew in his past life. What did the other person look like? Did you see clearly? Zhao Yin asked. Little monkey shook its head. I didn't see. There were zombies everywhere, and I didn't have time to observe. At least you should know whether it was a man or a woman, Zhao Yin said. Little monkey still shook its head. I couldn't tell from the voice. Zhao Yin raised his hand as if to hit it, but then thought better of it, and withdrew his hand, scolding, "Idiot." He wondered why that person had helped the monkey. Was it a chance encounter, or did they go specifically for it? If the latter, what were their intentions? In the industrial park, there had been an rank water buffalo, a zombie king that had devoured 3-star crystals, and the father-son pair, who were eaten by zombies. Although they had no abilities and weren't even evolved, they had managed to evade Zhao Yin's hearing. Now that he thought about it, nothing was simple. When I get a chance in the future, I'll go back to that industrial park and take a look. Zhao Yin lowered his head and made a mental note. Soon he finished feeding all the chestnuts in his hand, and little monkey's injuries were mostly healed thanks to the curative effect of the filled bread. Zhao Yin turned and walked toward Manager Weiss' corpse. Old Qin, standing nearby, watched Zhao Yin with confusion, feeling that he had been talking to himself while facing a monkey, but strangely the monkey seemed to actually communicate with him. The mystery surrounding this man piqued Old Qin's curiosity. Zhao Yin bent down and took off the sneakers from Manager Weiss' feet, discovering they were a pair of Jordan limited edition, which had been hyped to 5,000 or 6,000 before the apocalypse. This bastard was really rich. Zhao Yin kicked the corpse. Then Old Qin saw Zhao Yin take off his own tattered shoes, revealing his dirty blackened feet, and directly put on the new shoes. Zhao Yin grinned and said, "A bit tight, but they'll stretch out after wearing them for a few days." Song Xiaodao, following suit, also took off a pair of sneakers from a female corpse. Song Xiaodao had been barefoot all along, and after walking for several days, her little feet were covered in blisters. After putting on the shoes, a happy smile appeared on her face, just like Zhao Yin's. "Go strip all their pants off for me," Zhao Yin commanded Little Monkey, who had just finished eating the chestnuts. Little Monkey immediately stuck out its red bottom, completely oblivious to any sense of shame, and set to work vigorously. Soon the lower bodies of several male corpses were completely bare. Old Qin, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? Would he even strip the dead of their trousers? He then turned his gaze to the little girl, only to find that she had already stripped the 2 female corpses completely naked. Old Qin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Bandits. They were absolutely a pack of bandits. That was Old Qin's immediate thought. At that moment, Song Xiaodao was holding 2 bras in her hands, frowning, as she said to Zhao Yin, "They're too big. Ew, I can't wear them now. Why did they have to grow so big?" "It's not that they're big, it's that you're too small," Zhao Yin replied, glancing at her flat chest. "Alright, I'm too young. When I grow up, I'll be able to wear such pretty bras." Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood his words, then shouted at Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin, hurry up, and put these clothes into your spatial ring." None of the recent star crystals had yielded any trousers, as if Zhao Yin was fated to be without them. Every day his pants and shoes suffered damage, leaving him with only a few pairs left. He looked at the pile of trousers, shoes, and socks on the ground, satisfied as he gathered them all up, then said to Song Xiaodao, "Go find Old Ox, let it carry your things." "No way. Old Ox has to fight the zombies, or what if it gets damaged?" Song Xiaodao clutched the 2 bras and the ripped fishnet stockings she cared about most, while the rest of the clothes lay piled on the ground. "You want this stuff?" Zhao Yin glanced at her flat chest. "What's the use?" Song Xiaodao's face flushed red with anger. "I'm almost 12 years old, he'll grow up soon. Are you going to help me store them, or not?" She was not about to compromise with Zhao Yin on this matter. Zhao Yin shook his head, too lazy to argue further with her. He still walked over and helped her pack everything away. Then his gaze fell on the large iron basin on the ground. He took it. It would be perfect for bathing the little monkey and Song Xiaodao. He also spotted the inner pot of a rice cooker, picked it up, and held it against his head. It would make a decent helmet. But wearing it would cover his eyes, so he pulled out his machete, cut out a face-shaped opening in the pot, and placed it directly on his head. "Not bad, right?" Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. She immediately nodded. "Very cool. A handsome guy looks good in any helmet," Zhao Yin said, nodding. The little monkey and Old Ox also nodded in agreement. This pot helmet could definitely withstand attacks from ordinary zombies. If Head had this helmet last night, Zhao Yin wouldn't have been so badly injured. There was nothing left in the tunnel that Zhao Yin needed. He scanned the area, finally fixing his gaze on Old Qin's face, his expression darkening. "Where's the corn?" "What?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Old Qin was momentarily stunned. "Corn, the food you usually eat," Zhao Yin demanded. "They only gave me urine to drink, and I ate maggots from rotting flesh." "Oh, there is corn in the tunnel." "A corn tree," Old Qin stammered. He no longer feared death, yet for some reason he felt tense in this man's presence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin turned and walked deeper into the tunnel, with the little monkey and Old Ox quickly following. "Zhao Yin, wait for me." Song Xiaodao trailed after them. Only Old Qin remained standing there in a daze, hesitating whether to follow. But he didn't know them well, and that man seemed hard to approach. What if the man thought he had ulterior motives? Yet if he didn't follow, where else could he go? Zhao Yin soon found the corn, or rather the corn tree. Its trunk was thicker than a water bucket, towering 5 stories high. Its branches and leaves were dense, like a towering tree reaching the tunnel ceiling. Zhao Yin counted the ears of corn on the tree, 48 in total. There were signs of one being picked, which Zhao Yin guessed was related to the corn husk discarded by Manager Wei and his group. He used his true sight to inspect the corn tree from head to root. Corn grade mutant, crop rich in nutrients, countdown to maturity 52 hours. Corn grade mutant, crop rich in nutrients, countdown to maturity 61 hours. Corn countdown to maturity 49 hours. Corn seedling grade mutant plant. This corn tree, unlike the chestnut tree, did not produce 2 types of crops. But that was normal in his 2 lifetimes. Zhao Yin had only seen the chestnut tree as peculiar. At that moment, the little monkey, excited, craned its neck, drooling at the corn cobs overhead, and was about to climb up. "Wait!" Zhao Yin stopped it. "These corns aren't ripe, yet we need to wait a few more days." The little monkey climbed back down, disappointed, occasionally looking up, eyes fixed on the corn cobs above. "Zhao Yin, are we going to wait here for a few days?" Song Xiaodao asked. The latest corn would take 3 days to ripen, and over those 3 days the 2 mutant beasts would consume far more chestnuts than the value of 48 corn cobs. "The corn isn't for eating once ripe, it's for seeds," Zhao Yin explained. He wasn't short of food now, but he lacked variety. "We'll wait 3 days and rest here." With that, Zhao Yin led the group out of the tunnel, looking for a spacious spot to set up the invisibility tent. As they passed the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yin saw Old Qin still standing there. "You haven't left yet?" Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Old Qin felt awkward around Zhao Yin, instinctively bowing slightly, as if in pre-apocalypse times. "Little brother, I don't know where else to go. Can I follow you from now on?" "No." Zhao Yin cut him off before he could finish. He had seen too many of these types in his past life. Countless survivors who couldn't make it on their own. They would cling to the strong like sycophants seeking shelter, but at the first sign of danger, they'd run faster than anyone. Upon hearing this, Old Qin's face turned deathly pale in an instant. After a long pause, he nodded. "I understand." Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. "You're just going to leave like that?" Zhao Yin asked, slightly surprised. Old Qin turned back. "Any other orders, little brother? Your pants and shoes are decent. Take them off," Zhao Yin commanded directly. Old Qin broke out in a cold sweat. Then, with a bitter smile, he couldn't understand why such a strong man was so fixated on trousers, but he had no choice but to comply and remove them. Zhao Yin took them and waved his hand. "Go." The shoes were a pair of old Liberation Army shoes, seemingly a good fit for Zhao Yin. In the apocalypse, such durable footwear was far more practical than ordinary sneakers. Zhao Yin had killed Manager Wei and his men, taking over the tunnel. By custom, Old Qin was his captive, including the clothes on his back. Old Qin slowly walked out of the tunnel, feeling neither gratitude nor hatred toward Zhao Yin. A pair of pants and shoes had bought old Qin a life he himself deemed worthless. Of course, Zhao Yin hadn't saved him out of kindness. He had simply happened to kill old Qin's enemy. When old Qin reached the tunnel entrance, he saw the spot where meals were once cooked and pointed to a cleaver. "Can I take this with me?" Zhao Yin said nothing, just nodded. Old Qin grabbed the cleaver and slowly stepped out of the tunnel. Under the dim sunlight, clad only in his boxers, his legs were pale. Squeak. "Master, he's a good man. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him." The little monkey suddenly tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. "You don't even have enough chestnuts for yourself, and you want to give him some?" Zhao Yin frowned. "Give them to him. He helped me," the little monkey insisted telepathically. When old Qin had helped it earlier, the little monkey had been unconscious, but the mutant beast's keen senses still picked up on some things. In truth, Zhao Yin didn't intend to occupy the tunnel or force old Qin out. He was mainly worried that an outsider might steal his corn. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yin took out 5 chestnuts, a pistol, and 50 rounds of ammunition, handing them to Song Xiaodao. "Give these to him. Tell him the gun is for dealing with survivors. Firing randomly will attract zombies." Song Xiaodao took the items and ran out after him. Zhao Yin chose a flat spot near the tunnel entrance, and with a wave of his hand deployed the invisibility tent. Then he took out the golden silk fruit. "Monkey, you did well protecting old ox and little knife this time. This is your reward." The little monkey remembered clearly. It was for this very fruit that its master had ventured deep into the industrial park, nearly losing his life. Holding the golden silk fruit that Zhao Yin had given it, it asked in disbelief through telepathy, "Master, is this really for me?" "Of course, I never shortchange those who serve me well," Zhao Yin said. The old bull immediately looked over, his eyes brimming with envy. He had coveted this golden silk fruit for a long time. Now it had fallen into the monkey's hands. Yet recalling how the little monkey had risked its life to save him earlier, the old bull felt too ashamed to contend for it. Every mutant beast can only consume 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. Eating more would be useless. Zhao Yin spoke directly, extinguishing the old bull's hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter its master and express gratitude, but Zhao Yin glared at it and interrupted, "Why aren't you eating yet?" The little monkey dared not hesitate, fearing the prize might slip away. It immediately stuffed the golden silk fruit into its mouth, puffing its cheeks as it chewed. Moments later, the little monkey suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The old bull cast a gloating glance. He had experience with consuming golden silk fruit. Last time it had endured immense pain until it fell unconscious, and fortunately the zombie king had been absent at that time. However, if one truly spoke of experience, Zhao Yin understood the golden silk fruit better than anyone. The fruit could elevate a mutant beast by 1 grade and grant an additional ability. With such extraordinary effects, how could the pain it inflicted be trivial? But the monkey would certainly be fine. Zhao Yin simply took out a quilt, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly drifted into sleep. When he awoke, 5 hours had passed, and the sky had grown dim. Song Xiaodao had returned at some unknown time, curled up and sleeping beside Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin had been seriously injured the previous night. Although the sandwich bread had healed his wounds, his body, weakened from blood loss, had not fully recovered, causing him to sleep too deeply. The little monkey and the old bull stared at each other, both lost in thought. Zhao Yin activated his true sight on the little monkey. Growing macaque, rank mutant beast, strength 40, agility 42, stamina 48, defense 32, spirit 15, bloodline talents, gigantification, frenzy, fire control. Like zombies, mutant beasts gained an additional defense attribute after evolving to a rank. What truly caught Zhao Yin's attention was that the talent ability the little monkey had evolved this time was fire control. Among all combat abilities, fire type was undoubtedly at the forefront. Zhao Yin had been worried that the little monkey might evolve a useless ability. Unexpectedly, it was fire. "Monkey, activate your fire control ability and show me." "Wait, leave the tent first," Zhao Yin said, fearing the little monkey might burn the tent. The little monkey, excited at Zhao Yin's awakening, communicated eagerly, "Master, I feel so strong now." Nonsense. Having evolved to a rank, it was naturally stronger than before. Zhao Yin led the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and quietly waited for the monkey's performance. His heart was filled with anticipation. The little monkey, also afraid of burning its master, stood more than 20 meters away from Zhao Yin. Its gaze sharpened in an instant as it slowly raised a hand toward a pile of wood not far away. Puff! A spark of flame flickered between its fingers, no larger than a soybean, and it fizzled out in less than a second. The little monkey's eyes widened in stunned silence. Zhao Yin was equally bewildered. Was this its fire ability? "Master, I haven't eaten enough. I don't have the strength to activate the ability," the little monkey communicated awkwardly. Zhao Yin frowned. In his past life, when he had found the golden silk fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. A mutant beast with dual abilities was extremely rare. Even Lin Tianfeng had only managed to unlock a second ability for his contracted beast. As for a third ability, it existed only in theory, One would first need to find a mutant beast with 2 abilities and then harness the effect of the golden silk fruit to possibly achieve it. In fact, Zhao Yin himself had never seen such a thing. Was the limit for mutant beasts truly dual abilities? Zhao Yin could not discern the truth. He stared at the little monkey with a calm expression, but inwardly he lamented the wasted golden silk fruit. Master, can you give me some transcendent food? Once I'm full, I can release flames for you to see. No need, I don't want to see it. Zhao Yin stood up and walked back into the invisibility tent. His heart bled. A single golden silk fruit. Master, even chestnuts would do. Just let me eat my fill, and I'll show you. The little monkey clung to Zhao Yin's clothes, following close behind. We'll eat together when Xiao wakes up, Zhao Yin said. Over the next 2 days, Zhao Yin rested with Song Xiao and the 2 beasts in the tunnel. On the morning of the 3rd day, he went alone to the depths of the tunnel. The cornstalk had begun to wither, its leaves turning yellow. Zhao Yin snapped off the last ear of corn and stored it in his space ring, then woke Song Xiao and the 2 beasts to prepare for departure. He decided not to return to Guangzhou City. His destination was the Dawei Mountains. In his past life, in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had helped Lin Tianfeng set a trap in the Dawei Mountains, capturing the flying white tiger, then only a crank mutant beast. That beast later grew to the imperial rank. In this life, he wanted to live better, not only by strengthening his power, but also by continuously gathering resources. What Zhao Yin lacked most at present was a life space. Zhao Yin vaguely remembered that in the 4th year of the apocalypse a life space had appeared in the Dawei Mountains. The one who obtained it was a powerful psionic. This story reached Zhao Yin's ears in the 5th year. The most common rumor was that the psionic powerhouse had joined forces with over a dozen rank evolvers to slay a zombie king. In the end, only that psionic survived, and after obtaining the star crystal, he unlocked an S-rank treasure. An S-rank treasure. It was enough to make anyone in the apocalypse risk their lives, sparking a bloody storm. Even an SS-rank psionic got involved, and the one who had obtained the life space ultimately met a bloody end in the mountains. Zhao Yin packed up the invisibility tent, led Song Xiao and the 2 beasts out of the tunnel. Zhao Yin, look, what's that? Suddenly Song Xiao pointed in a certain direction. Huff, huff. Old Qin sprinted wildly, his lungs pumping like bellows, with over a dozen zombies in hot pursuit. As he fled in panic, more and more zombies were drawn to him, soon gathering in the hundreds at his heels. Heavens, since you let me survive, why do you treat me like this? Old Qin lamented inwardly. He knew that at this rate he would die soon. In that moment, Old Qin thought of many things. The old faces, the old stories. All gone, leaving only him struggling to survive in the desolate world. It was all rather meaningless. Dying might not be so bad. He had been an orphan since childhood, never knowing his parents, until a veteran of the anti-Japanese war adopted him. When he grew up, Old Qin answered the call and enlisted, spending 10 years in the army. Once while visiting home, someone blinded his adoptive father in one eye. The culprit had powerful connections, forcing his father to swallow his anger. In a rage, Old Qin killed the man with a knife. This ruined his military career, and he spent 15 years in prison. When he got out, all that remained of his adoptive father was a lonely grave. Thus half his life was wasted, and he never even married. At middle age, branded as a convict, no decent job would take him. He ended up as a kitchen worker at a construction site. Then the apocalypse descended. Old Qin gripped the kitchen knife, tightly, sprinting with his stark white legs. Suddenly more than a dozen zombies appeared on the only road ahead, completely blocking his path. Turning back, he saw a dense horde of zombies, all drawn by his panicked flight, countless in number. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, the panic in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by despair, then resignation. He no longer had the strength to kill even a single zombie. And in the midst of the horde, it was impossible. Then let him die in peace. He hoped the zombies would devour him completely, leaving no bones behind, for he did not wish to become a zombie himself, nor to lie alone in the wilderness. Clang. Old Qin dropped the kitchen knife, watching the horde draw closer. Come on, eat me. If you don't finish me, you're all bastards. Old Qin cursed with a laugh, struggling to his feet, and stepping forward to meet the approaching zombies. He limped forward, instantly swallowed by the horde. The air was thick with the stench of corpses, and countless hands reached for him. The nearest zombie opened its mouth, aiming for his neck. At that moment, Old Qin closed his eyes, his expression tense again. He tried to brace himself for a dignified death, but could not suppress the terror. So he was still afraid of death. Yet Old Qin felt no pain in his neck. Then, opening his eyes, he saw all the zombies frozen in place, as if instantly turned into wooden statues. At that moment, even the wind stood still. Old Qin saw the fine sand carried by the breeze suspended in the air, as if time had paused, moments frozen. Go! A small icy hand grabbed Old Qin's wrist, pulling him out of the zombie pile. Old Qin came to his senses and saw a petite woman wearing only a bra on top and a pair of dirty jeans on the bottom, pulling him along as she ran, leaving him only a slender back. In an instant, strength seemed to return to Old Qin's body, and his stark, white legs began to move. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, a man naked from the waist down and a woman naked from the waist up ran for their lives. When they were far from the zombie horde, the woman let go and turned to look at Old Qin, her gaze sharp and appraising. Thank you, Old Qin said. He noticed that despite the dirt on her face, the woman was quite beautiful. She looked to be in her early 20s, somewhat resembling the pre-apocalypse star Liang. Then the woman tucked a small bronze lamp the size of a fist into her pocket with her other hand, licked her cracked lips, and said hoarsely, "Don't thank me." "Thank him." Old Qin asked, puzzled. "He didn't kill you, he gave you food and a gun. That means you're someone worth saving," the woman said. Hearing this, Old Qin thought of Zhao Yin. Was it because of that man that she had saved him? The woman continued, "I need a partner to work for me. His actions showed me you're the right person." Interested? Old Qin nodded immediately. "No matter what, you're my savior. He'll do anything." Old Qin had witnessed the woman's power. She could freeze those terrifying zombies. Following her, he could not only repay his debt, but also survive longer. Since he had nowhere else to go, why not work for her? Suddenly the woman's body trembled, and she stumbled, nearly falling. Old Qin quickly caught her. "Are you injured?" Fine," the woman said, steadying herself and shaking her head. She found a large meteorite to sit on, pulled a handful of red berries from her pocket, shared half with Old Qin, and slowly ate the rest. But her other hand remained clenched tightly around the bronze lamp in her pocket. Old Qin didn't see that her hand had only 4 fingers, and drops of blood were slowly seeping into the lamp's shade. Zhao Yin looked in the direction Song Xiao pointed. Under the dim yellow sunlight, a vial of potion sat steadily on a meteorite. Healing potion, grade D effect, heals injuries. For any life form below grade, it immediately regenerates lost limbs. Zhao Yin was lost in thought. How could a grade healing potion be here? Since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yin had never drawn such a life-saving treasure. In his past life, any potion capable of regenerating limbs sold for a sky-high price, even rivaling evolution potions of the same grade. Zhao Yin wondered. Few knew the secret of star crystals now. Even if someone drew a treasure, they would keep it for themselves. Who would casually leave it here? Could it be that a zombie lost its nature, chose not to devour the star crystal, played with it like a marble, accidentally shattered it, and drew this evolution potion? Impossible. Even Zhao Yin found the thought amusing. Zhao Yin, look, there are words here, Song Xiao said, pointing to a spot on the meteorite. Zhao Yin's attention had been on the healing potion, so he hadn't noticed before. There, scrawled crookedly in charcoal ash, were 3 words. "I'm sorry." A human wrote it. What shameful thing did that person do? Zhao Yin murmured. Who knows? Maybe there are other survivors here, Song Xiao said, also puzzled. Earlier, Zhao Yin had been picking corn and hadn't paid attention to outside sounds. Now, with his hearing fully open, he found that the wind was louder than usual, making it impossible to discern the breathing or footsteps of any living being within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't find the reason, Zhao Yin decided not to dwell on it. Even if there were survivors, anything that entered his spatial ring couldn't be taken out. "Let's go," Zhao Yin said. With that, he hurried away as if he were a thief. Song Xiao and the 2 beasts quickly followed. Only after running 2 kilometers did Zhao Yin slow down. Song Xiao, with his short legs, was already out of breath. "Zhao Yin, could it be someone apologizing to you?" "Impossible. Apart from you, I don't know any other survivors," Zhao Yin said. Seeing Zhao Yin's certainty, Song Xiao fell silent. Zhao Yin noticed that the vegetation along the broken road was more lush than 2 days ago. Though these ordinary plants weren't mutated, they were more resilient than pre-apocalypse vegetation. Among the ruins, weeds and vines grew thick, rooting directly into the concrete, which was now cracked in countless places. Zhao Yin knew it wouldn't be long before these ruins vanished, decomposed entirely by the vegetation. Years later, people might no longer remember what their homes once looked like. The world then would be like a restart, entering a cycle, returning to a primitive era. Once Zhao Yin had read a news article that boldly hypothesized that before humans ruled this world, there had been countless cycles of civilization's destruction and rebirth. No one knew why civilizations were destroyed or when they began. Perhaps that news wasn't a hypothesis but fact. The current apocalypse was witnessing the destruction of technological civilization and the rise of supernatural civilization. Zhao Yin simply didn't know what role humanity would ultimately play. Would all zombies evolve intelligence and replace human rule, or would humans eventually eliminate all zombies? But none of that concerned Zhao Yin. What he was doing now was gathering as many supplies as possible and strengthening himself. He would no longer establish camps or lose himself in power. He only needed enough supplies for himself to be strong enough, and then to live well with those he cared about most, both people and beasts. At that moment, a fierce wind howled and wailed. It tousled Song Zaidao's long hair and pressed her dress tightly against her body, outlining her youthful form. Guangzhou City was about 500 kilometers from Dawei mountain range, requiring a journey north. Zhao Yin chose a shortcut, gradually entering what was once a forested area. As they moved away from Guangzhou City, the scattered zombies wandering the roads gradually disappeared from sight. After the apocalypse, all forests were destroyed. Only a few mutated trees grew overnight, while most places remained covered in weeds. There had been no rain since the apocalypse, and the wind and sand were heavy. Zhao Yin took out 2 gas masks, and he and Song Xiaodao each put one on. As for the ox and the monkey, they could just endure it. 3 days later, Zhao Yin's group gradually entered the Dawei mountain range. Zhao Yin, we can't go around ahead. Zombies are blocking the way, Song Xiaodao said, pointing ahead. This was once a tourist area, and zombies finally appeared in sight. Monkey, go take them out, Zhao Yin ordered directly. Ahead on the only path, an overturned minibus lay with 20 zombies wandering nearby. Among them, 3 were actually frayed. Upon hearing Zhao Yin's command, a gleam of excitement flickered in the monkey's eyes. It was no longer the timid level 0 mutant beast it had been at the start. Lately it had killed only a few zombies, and it feared losing its place in its master's favor. The little monkey charged at the 24 zombies, brandishing its spiked club. With roars, the zombies detected it and surged forward in a counterattack. The 2th-class zombies, being the fastest, quickly left the ordinary ones behind. Unfortunately for them, they were up against an E-class mutant beast. With a mighty roar mid-stride, the little monkey's body swelled rapidly, its heavy armor clanging, and its speed doubled in an instant, its massive form turning into a raging gale. With a bang, 1th-class zombie was smashed in the head before it could even get close. Its mangled corpse sprayed a rain of dark brown blood and flew backward. The 2nd-class zombie reached the little monkey and opened its mouth to bite, but the monkey swiftly spun around. With a slap, the hem of its heavy armor struck the zombie in the face. As it stood dazed, the little monkey brought its spiked club down hard. In 3 seconds, 2th-class zombies were dispatched. The rest was simple. The remaining dozen or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get near the little monkey and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away its club, shrank back to its normal size, and trotted over to Zhao Yin, hugging his knee. Master, they're all dead. Well done, Zhao Yin said, patting the monkey's head and giving it a chestnut as a reward. Thinking back to a few days ago when Zhao Yin first arrived at Nanjiao village, those 2th-class zombies had cost him considerable effort to kill, even forcing him to use his pistol. Zhao Yin will cut the watermelons, Song Xiaodao offered. Even if she hadn't, Zhao Yin would have ordered it. Such trivial tasks weren't for him to do himself. She took out her butterfly knife, approached the nearest class zombie corpse, and sifted through the foul, blackened brain matter. Soon she found an glass corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao wiped it clean and continued searching for the star crystal Zhao Yin prized most. But after searching extensively, examining every drop of brain matter and every fragment of skull, there was no trace of a star crystal. Zhao Yin, something's wrong. This zombie's star crystal has been stolen, Song Xiaodao called out in panic. Zhao Yin walked over. What's the matter? I can't find the star crystal, Song Xiaodao said, feeling useless for failing at such a small task. Zhao Yin took out his machete, poked around a bit, then moved to the other class zombie's corpse. He searched as thoroughly as Song Xiaodao had, but the result was the same. Only 2 class corpse crystals. No star crystal. Little monkey, did you smash it away with your strength? Song Xiaodao complained, looking at the monkey. The little monkey looked bewildered too. It had always killed zombies this way. How could the crystal have been smashed away? Song Xiaodao and the little monkey began searching nearby. Stop looking, Zhao Yin said, putting away his machete. You're giving up on the star crystal? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. This is just an ordinary class zombie. It never swallowed a star crystal, Zhao Yin replied. Calculating the time, nearly half a month had passed since the zombie outbreak. Ordinary zombies should have evolved to class a few days ago. Zhao Yin's group just hadn't encountered any while traveling through the mountains. By now, most zombies that had consumed star crystals should have evolved to E-class, and some might even have reached class. Can zombies evolve without swallowing star crystals? Song Xiaodao's face paled. Not only can they evolve, but they'll keep evolving, Zhao Yin said. Though Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhao Yin knew this, she trusted his words completely. Now that she had become an evolver under Zhao Yin, she still felt afraid of facing an F-class zombie alone. It was unimaginable how difficult the situation must be for ordinary survivors. She shuddered to think what would have happened if she hadn't met Zhao Yin, whether she would have been eaten by zombies or sold by Wang Quan to someone, ending up like old Qin. Song Xiaodao dared not think further. Suddenly she threw herself into Zhao Yin's arms, hugging him tightly around the waist, her small body trembling. Zhao Yin was taken aback. What's wrong with you now? I am fine, Song Xiaodao said, her face pale. I just want to hold you, Zhao Yin. Let me hold you for a while, okay? Zhao Yin stood there, feeling her warm little body pressed against his, and cursed himself for having a physical reaction. After a moment's thought, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao murmured, her face buried in his chest. If we ever face danger again, would you still abandon me and the little ones? I'll do my best to protect you. But if we encounter a crisis I can't handle, I'll leave alone, Zhao Yin said after a slight hesitation, his tone earnest. So you must grow stronger? Song Xiaodao slowly lifted her head, pouting as she looked at him. Can't you say something nice even if it's just to fool me? You like being fooled. Zhao Yin looked down at her clear, slightly naive eyes. Song Xiaodao buried her face in his chest again. Actually, I prefer your honesty. Didn't you say I'll be your woman in 7 years? When I grow up, I'll marry you. So Zhao Yin, you must do your best to protect your fiancé. Zhao Yin hadn't expected her to say such a thing. He pushed her away and scolded, get back to work. But Song Xiaodao stood her ground, her eyes wide. Zhao Yin, will you marry me in the future? Zhao Yin turned around. Monkey, go take off her gear and let her see her own worth. You jerk! Song Xiaodao shrieked, shielding herself with her hands. Final, go work. With that, she trudged off to cut watermelons, looking aggrieved. After Zhao Yin collected all the corpse crystals, they resumed their journey. Song Xiaodao kept her head down, silent. Before long, the hazy sun vanished behind dark clouds, thunder rolled, and raindrops the size of beans began to fall. The wind grew stronger, carrying raindrops that pelted Zhao Yin's face with a cold sting. Even as a class evolver, he could still feel temperature. Song Xiaodao shivered, but still refused to speak to him. The two mutant beasts were unfazed. The little monkey frolicked in the rain, running ahead and back, finding it amusing. The old ox plodded diligently behind Zhao Yin, occasionally snatching a bite of roadside grass, chewing slowly. We'll rest here tonight, Zhao Yin said. He found an open space and set up the invisible tent. Song Xiaodao quickly crawled inside and began preparing a fire and cooking. Zhao Yin sat by the fire, recalling from his past life that after the first post-apocalyptic rain, plants across the world would experience explosive growth and mutant crops would multiply. This rain would also bring relief to many survivors who had barely endured a month and a half. At the same time, surviving animals would become active. The jungle was their paradise. They killed zombies, swallowed star crystals, or caught live prey for meat, rapidly growing stronger, giving rise to many pseudo-mutant beasts. In short, this rain nourished the broken, ruined world. All life, except zombies, finally had a chance to survive. Zhao Yin lost himself in memories, and before he knew it, it was late at night. Then he heard amidst the rain a rush of hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. Zhao Yin immediately identified the sound of human footsteps and glanced back. Song Xiaodao was fast asleep, while the little monkey and the old ox had both opened their eyes, their gazes filled with vigilance. Old ox, stay in the tent. Monkey, come with me to take a look. Having finished his mental communication, Zhao Yin led the little monkey out of the invisibility tent. Boom! Thunder roared from the horizon, and a torrential downpour instantly drenched Zhao Yin. The little monkey's iron armor gleamed with rainwater. Zhao Yin squinted ahead. In the pitch-black night, 4 figures were sprinting frantically, roughly 300 to 400 meters away. 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be young. The 2 women were empty-handed, while 1 man carried a shovel and the other a crowbar. Their expressions were panicked, and occasionally someone would trip over a vine only to be immediately helped up by a companion. The direction they were heading was exactly where Zhao Yin stood. There are zombies ahead. As they drew closer, a disheveled girl with black-rimmed glasses pointed at Zhao Yin and the little monkey, shouting, "Let's take a detour," another short-haired girl said frantically. "No, the road is too slippery. This is the only stretch that's flat. Otherwise, by the time Captain Wang and the others can't hold on, we won't be able to outrun those damned rats." A tall young man finished speaking, then turned urgently to another crew-cut young man. "Xiao Hong, let's go take down those 2 zombies." Kill zombies," the crew-cut young man asked with a trembling voice. "There's no time, hurry up," the glasses girl urged. "Hong Xiaoyan, are you a man or not? Didn't you say you'd protect us?" Upon hearing this, the crew-cut young man gritted his teeth, his expression firming with resolve. Clutching his shovel, he followed the tall young man, and the 2 of them swiftly approached Zhao Yin. As they drew nearer, Zhao Yin could see the 2 young men's faces gradually turning pale. Their clothes were tattered and torn, though the rain had washed them clean, leaving them soaked and clinging to their bodies. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey seemed to sense a threat and grew agitated. Zhao Yin raised a hand and patted its head. "Easy." The 2 young men were startled and stopped in their tracks. You're a human?" the crew-cut young man asked. In the dark, rainy night, they couldn't make out Zhao Yin's face. "What's got you so scared?" "Zombies," Zhao Yin inquired. Certain that Zhao Yin wasn't a zombie, they all seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Hong Xiaodian lowered his shovel and said anxiously, "Brother, run. A swarm of rats is chasing us." "Rats?" Zhao Yin's eyes lit up. "Brother, these aren't ordinary rats. They're bigger than dogs." Before Hong Xiaodian could finish, a rumbling sound erupted from behind, drowning out even the rain like the thunderous charge of 1,000 troops. "Xiao Hong, stop talking and run." The tall young man tugged at Hong Xiaotian. The 2 girls behind them had already sprinted ahead. The group didn't notice Zhao Yin's invisibility tent. After running a dozen meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back and saw the man still standing there with the strangely clad child behind him. At that moment, Zhao Yin focused his vision and could clearly see the swarm of rats. They were densely packed, about 300 to 400 in number, each the size of a medium-sized dog. As they surged forward, they trampled all the wild grass and vines in their path. "Brother, run. What are you standing there for?" Hong Xiaoyan, already several hundred meters away, shouted back at Zhao Yin. Why bother with him? If he wants to die, that's his problem, the glasses girl said. Captain Wang and the others are probably already dead. If no one holds off the rat swarm for us, we'll never make it back to the shelter. Let him buy us some time, the tall young man remarked. The short-haired girl frowned, but remained silent, though she quickened her pace along with the others. Soon the four of them vanished into the curtain of rain. Rat rank F, strength 25, agility 36, stamina 12, spirit 2, mutated from zombie virus infection. Rat rank F, strength 24, agility 35, stamina 13, spirit 1, mutated from zombie virus infection. Rat rank F. Zhao Yin activated his true sight and confirmed they were indeed a group of pseudo-mutated beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutated beasts and mutated beasts was that the latter underwent natural mutation and possessed special abilities, while the former mutated from the zombie virus and had no such powers. Pseudo-mutated beasts were still living entities, and Zhao Yin could contract them as well. Zhao Yin immediately dashed into the invisibility tent and yanked the sleeping Song Xiaodao upright. Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment Zhao Yin rushed out of the tent, and the rain instantly jolted Song Xiaodao awake. The old ox followed out, as well, lifting its head to look at the rat swarm across from them. By now the swarm was less than 300 meters away. Both Song Xiaodao and the old ox were startled. Master, should we run? The old ox's mental voice trembled with fear. These were hundreds of frank pseudo-mutated beasts, not just hundreds of zombies. Apart from lacking special abilities, they were not much different from mutated beasts. Without a word, Zhao Yin took out all the chestnut burrs from his spatial ring and ordered loudly, everyone spread the burrs out. Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's plan. Setting a trap. Quick! A cleaver appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. With a forceful swing, he swept the blade flat across the pile of burrs, sending countless spiked balls flying onto the rat's path. When the little monkey had been picking chestnuts earlier, a single accidental touch had been enough to injure it with the burrs. Such was the power of this mutated plant, otherwise Zhao Yin wouldn't have let it take up space in his inventory. Song Xiaodao also drew his tang saber and mimicked Zhao Yin striking at the nearby burrs. But the fastest was the little monkey. After activating its giantification ability, each swing of its wolf-tooth club sent hundreds of pounds of burrs scattering outward. The old ox used its horns and hooves, but the burrs pierced its hide, causing it to puff and pant in pain. After a dozen seconds, Zhao Yin shouted, "Fall back!" All the burrs had been laid out, and the rat swarm had arrived. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts back beside the invisibility tent. 300 to 400 dog-sized rats covered the ground, their eyes blood-red, and frenzied claws digging into the mud as they charged forward at breakneck speed. Squeak! The first rat in the lead stepped on one of Zhao Yin's burrs and let out a sharp cry of pain. It instinctively leaped high to avoid it, but the next moment it landed on several more burrs, its entire body convulsing. Soon after, all the rats in the vanguard stepped on the burrs, repeating the same scene over and over. An incessant chorus of squeaks filled the air, piercing Zhao Yin's eardrums. Get ready. After the swarm passes the trap, knock them unconscious if you can. Kill them only if you have to. Zhao Yin commanded through the pouring rain. With thousands of pounds of burrs, nearly every rat was stuck with several. Though not fatal, their agility was severely compromised, and their speed gradually slowed. Finally, the first rat broke through the trap, its body riddled with a dozen burrs, blood streaming from its wounds as it charged toward Zhao Yin's team with crimson eyes. Then came the second, the third. It seemed they knew the burrs were the work of the beings before them. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred. Zhao Yin drew his composite bow and released an arrow. Thud! The nearest rat was instantly pierced through one hind leg by the arrow. Its body tilted, but it limped onward only to meet Zhao Yin's second arrow. The rat's other hind leg was also pierced, and it no longer posed a threat to Zhao Yin's team. Zhao Yin paid it no further heed. He took aim at another rat, and arrows flew like a string of beads. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 rats were left crawling painfully on their front paws. Huff! Huff! The old ox snorted this time, seizing the initiative to activate his ability before the little monkey. His muscles bulged and fish scale-like armor plates rapidly covered his entire hide. Trampling through the mud, he charged directly into the rat swarm, sending one rat flying with a single collision. When the rat landed, its entrails spilled out from its rear. Damn it, go easy. I told you not to kill them. Zhao Yin cursed loudly. Those rats were the foundation of his contracted beast army, and losing even one was a massive loss. The old ox had been idle lately, and wanted to prove himself. Master, I held back, but I still ended up killing one. A sheepish expression appeared on his bovine face. The little monkey, witnessing this, chattered gleefully in schadenfreude, and said, Master, watch me. He swung his spiked club. With a heavy thud, he smashed it down. One rat was instantly flattened. Its head split open, brains spilling out, limbs twitching uncontrollably on the ground. What the hell do you think you're doing? Zhao Yin hopped around cursing. Were these two bastards doing this on purpose? The little monkey was also dumbfounded. Were they really that fragile? Now that he had evolved to a rank, he had completely forgotten that his base strength had doubled. Zhao Yin's heart bled as he turned to look at Song Xiaodao. She had already knocked out 2 rats using the sheathed Tang sword. Zhao Yin felt a bit better. Look carefully, learn from Song Xiaodao. If you keep being reckless, there'll be no breakfast tomorrow. By then, over 100 rats had already escaped the trap. Zhao Yin had no time to scold the 2 beasts further and resumed shooting arrows. Whiz, whiz, whiz. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin pierced the legs of 15 or 16 rats. The little monkey had also knocked down a large patch, finally refraining from smashing heads. Whether they lived or died, heaven only knew. The old ox's method remained brutal. He simply rammed the rats over and then stomped them with his iron hooves, breaking the limbs of many. Soon even Song Xiaodao had knocked over the 5th rat. By now the 100 rats that had charged out were nearly wiped out, not a single one managing to get close to Zhao Yin or Song Xiaodao. Suddenly Zhao Yin let out a loud shout. Damn, they're trying to escape. At that moment, all the rats in the trap, including those that had already escaped but weren't controlled, turned around and fled back the way they came. Quick, Song Xiaodao, get back to the tent. Monkey old ox, follow me. Zhao Yin commanded directly. These were all potential contracted beasts for his army. Just days ago, Zhao Yin had dreamed of encountering such a large group of mutated beasts. Not too powerful, but numerous. Even if they were only pseudo-mutated beasts. Now that the trap was dug and the spiked balls had pierced them, how could he let them escape just shy of the finish line? Zhao Yin immediately put away his compound bow, drew his machete, and sprinted forward. Roar! The little monkey finally activated his berserk mode, his massive frame growing even taller. With long strides, he moved faster than Zhao Yin, kicking up a gale as he chased ahead. Master, I the monkey shall always be your most capable lieutenant, your vanguard. Don't smash their heads. Zhao Yin shouted from behind. The old ox's eyes were also bloodshot, but his dual abilities didn't boost agility, so he could only lag far behind. Soon Zhao Yin and the 2 beasts vanished from Song Xiaodao's sight. Knowing her speed was far inferior to the rats, and she would only be a burden, she returned to the tent and clenched her fists. I need to evolve to a rank, I need to evolve to a rank. Meanwhile, the 2 men and 2 women who had fled earlier suddenly stopped. 70 meters ahead, a giant rat several times larger than the previous ones stood silently in the heavy rain. Its green eyes fixed on the 4 filled with mockery. Facing the giant rat, all 4 felt their legs go weak and began to tremble. So big. My strength is spent, I can't escape. It's over. Their faces turned pale. The giant rat seemed in no hurry to kill them. It flicked its tumtor-long tail and approached slowly with a condescending gaze. Squeak! A piercing shriek erupted from its mouth, splitting eardrums, and the 4's frayed nerves snapped instantly. The 2 girls collapsed to the ground. Woo, I don't want to die. Wu Hao Hong Xiao Yin, didn't you say you'd protect me? The bespectacled girl sobbed. Shut up, the tall youth Wu Hao snapped. It's the apocalypse, or we're all going to die. What can I use to protect you? At that moment, Hong Xiao Yin, who had always been the most timid, suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. Wu Hao, take Tang Ting and Peng Jinjin and go. They'll hold off this rat. The bespectacled girl stopped crying. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked incredulously, Xiao Hong, are you sure? You'll die. So be it. Hong Xiaotian trembled all over. If no one holds it off, none of us will escape. One death is better than all of us dying. He suddenly turned to the bespectacled girl, his eyes growing tender. Jinjin, you know, back in high school, I had a crush on you. But I knew I wasn't your type. I'm from the countryside, my parents divorced when I was young, I can't compare to most classmates' family backgrounds, I'm introverted, and my grades are poor. I was never worthy of you. Originally I planned to keep this secret forever. But now that I'm about to die, I want to know. All these years, have you ever liked me? No, have you ever considered me a friend? The bespectacled girl wiped her tears, stood up immediately, and answered without thinking. Xiao Hong, how could you be so foolish? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Actually before I dated those 6 boyfriends, I liked you. Really? Hong Xiaotian smiled. We've been classmates for so many years, from elementary school to college, and even for internships you followed me to the same company. Would I lie to you? The bespectacled girl said. Hearing this, Hong Xiaoshan's smile grew even brighter, as if he had heard the happiest news in the world. In the rainy night, he revealed a set of white teeth. Thank you. He turned around contentedly, calmly facing the giant rat, stepping forward steadily and composedly, as if he had never been the timid Hong Xiaotian. He was a hero, dying for the girl he loved and his closest companion. Go! The bespectacled girl grabbed the short-haired girl's hand and sprinted in the opposite direction. Wu Hao beside them cast one last glance at Hong Xiaoshan's back. Xiao Hong, take care. With that, Wu Hao also turned and ran. Hong Xiaotian slowly spread his arms, a smile plastered on his face, but the moisture at the corners of his eyes was indistinguishable from rain or tears. Jinjin, thank you. Thank you for being willing to lie to me at the very end, he murmured. The next moment, Hong Xiaotian faced the giant rat and shouted loudly, come on, come eat me. His voice echoed through the curtain of rain. In the distance, Peng Jinjin heard him but didn't look back. The giant rat's green eyes suddenly showed a human-like anger, as if annoyed that this human had broken its game. It suddenly accelerated, bit down on Hong Xiaoshan's shoulder, and with a flick of its head his body flew like a kite with a broken string. But the giant rat didn't pause to eat him. Instead it sped up, turning into a black bolt of lightning, instantly chasing after the three fleeing figures. Seconds later, from a nearby ravine came the cries of women and the screams of men. At that moment, two dark figures emerged from the grass, not far away, approaching Hong Xiaoshan's location. In the night, only two silhouettes, one tall, one short, were visible. The tall figure bent down to check Hong Xiaoshan's vital signs. Still alive. It was a middle-aged man's voice. Carry him, let's go, said a young woman's voice. The man hoisted Hong Xiaotian onto his back, and the three quickly vanished into the rain. Moments later, the giant rat returned, its belly bulging. Clearly Wu Hao, Peng Jinjin, and the others had become its meal. Squeak. When the giant rat found Hong Xiaotian gone, it let out an enraged roar to the sky, then sniffed the air, instantly locking onto the direction the two figures had fled. But before it could give chase, squeak. Suddenly, an even more piercing rat call came from afar. The giant rat halted its advance, turned around rapidly, and dashed back with lightning speed. At this moment, only a little over 200 rats remained ahead of Zhao Yin. Combined with the nearly 100 killed earlier by the trap, nearly half had been eliminated. Behind Zhao Yin and the two beasts, a trail of 1 to 200 injured rats lay scattered. The remaining rats were all lightly wounded and faster. Ahead, a large thicket appeared. The rats, as if seeing salvation, quickly dove in and vanished from Zhao Yin's sight in an instant. Monkey Old Ox, split up and surround them. Catch as many as you can. After mentally communicating with his two beasts, Zhao Yin swiftly slipped into the thicket. The two beasts immediately set off, entering from two other directions. Thump, thump, thump. Soon another dozen rats were knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin. Just then, squeak, squeak. A rat's cry rang out. Before Zhao Yin could react, everything went black before his eyes, and he was sent flying. He tumbled out of the thicket, dizzy and disoriented, his chest aching dully, as if struck by a train. The bushes shook violently, and then a giant rat the size of a calf emerged. All the previous rats had gray fur, but this one was pitch black and glossy, with not even a trace of rain left on its body. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Zhao Yin, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. With a squeaking roar from the giant rat, it revealed two fangs over a foot-long, drool dripping down. That alone was not enough to panic Zhao Yin, but then his face completely changed color. The bushes shook more violently, and then another identical black giant rat emerged, followed by a second, third, fourth. In one breath, 12 black giant rats appeared. Rata rank strength 36, agility 44, stamina 27, spirit 9, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rata rank strength 39, agility 43, stamina 31, spirit 8, mutated by zombie virus infection. Rat. All 12 were A-rank pseudo-mutated beasts. The giant rat that had just knocked Zhao Yin over had an agility of 44 points. Even Old Bull's speed was no match for it. Monkey Old Bull, come save me. Without a second thought, Zhao Yin mentally called his protectors. Boom. Old Bull, being closer to Zhao Yin, was the first to burst out of the thicket, violently knocking over one of the giant rats near Zhao Yin. His horn tore a large hole in the rat's belly. After all, it was an A-rank pseudo-mutated beast. Instead of retreating after being injured, it was provoked into a frenzy and bit Old Bull's front hoof. Squeak, squeak. All the giant rats were enraged instantly, surrounding Old Bull. Their intelligence seemed to rival that of humans. They had all witnessed Old Bull's iron armor ability earlier, so now none of them attacked recklessly. They circled Old Bull, using their speed to dodge his attacks. Squeak, squeak. All the giant rats were enraged instantly, surrounding Old Bull. Their intelligence seemed to rival that of humans. They had all witnessed Old Bull's iron armor ability earlier, so now none of them attacked recklessly. They circled Old Bull, using their speed to dodge his attacks, while searching for weak points on his body. Old Bull rampaged, but couldn't even touch a single rat hair, panting heavily in frustration. With a tearing sound, a giant rat took advantage of Old Bull's momentary distraction and clawed at his single eye. In the next instant, Old Bull closed his eyes, and the scales on his eyelids blocked the claw again, sending sparks flying. The giant rat retreated after one strike. By the time Old Bull charged in anger, it had already circled behind him. Then another giant rat seized the opportunity to claw at the area under Old Bull's tail, his vulnerable rear. With only one eye, Old Bull's perception was significantly impaired. He was completely unaware and continued ramming another giant rat. Old Bull, watch out. Zhao Yin immediately sent a mental message while leaping forward. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but unfortunately Zhao Yin was a step too late. Blood splattered instantly. Old Bull's rear was drenched in blood. Zhao Yin felt his heart clench, but without time to mourn for Old Bull, he endured the dull pain in his chest and swung his machete down. Crack! The rat claw that had reached for Old Bull's rear actually dared to attempt a second strike, but Zhao Yin severed it with one slash. Then Zhao Yin himself was surrounded by the rat swarm. He could only swing his machete in a whirlwind, making it impenetrable. Compared to Old Bull with his iron armor ability, Zhao Yin was in even greater danger. At that moment, Little Monkey 100 meters away finally rushed back and immediately saw his master locked in a bitter struggle. Roar! Little Monkey's eyes instantly turned red. Master, I'm here. Where the hell have you been? You finally remembered to come back. Zhao Yin cursed. Little Monkey dared not explain too much. In fact, only a dozen seconds had passed since Zhao Yin was knocked flying and called for help to Old Bull, charging out and getting injured. Unlike Old Bull, Little Monkey had speed boosts from both of his abilities. In a few steps, he caught up with a giant rat and with fury smashed its head with a single blow. Zhao Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and deliberately used his body to shield Old Bull's rear. He was about to tell Little Monkey to go easy, when suddenly, boom, Little Monkey's massive body was sent flying. Squeak! That rat's cry was enough to burst an ordinary person's eardrums. The entire forest trembled. The roar echoed in Zhao Yin's ears endlessly. An even larger snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long from head to tail, stood at the spot where it had knocked Little Monkey away. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats all ceased their attacks and quickly formed a guard formation around the snow-white giant rat. The expression on the snow-white giant rat's face was like that of an ancient emperor on a royal tour. Arrogant, contemptuous, icy, and overbearing. Rat King drank mutated beast, strength 74, agility 89, stamina 57, defense 82, spirit 12, bloodline talent swiftness. Zhao Yin's face instantly turned pale as he saw the Rat King's stats. How the hell is anyone supposed to survive this? This Rat King was no pseudo-mutated beast, it was a genuine drank mutated beast with abilities. Even without considering its ability, with a defense of 82 points, Zhao Yin with his machete could only barely cut its skin. After being sent flying, Little Monkey immediately got up, shook off his heavy armor, and his eyes blazed with fury. Master, it ambushed me. Little Monkey complained mentally to Zhao Yin. I'm going to beat it to death. Don't be rash, it's a drank Rat King. Zhao Yin quickly warned him. With Zhao Yin and Old Bull's speed, they probably couldn't even touch a single hair of the Rat King, only eat its dust. At present, only Little Monkey with all his abilities activated could fight the Rat King. But that was only if the Rat King didn't activate its swiftness ability. Once the Rat King activated its ability, how fast could it be? Zhao Yin guessed that even Little Monkey with both abilities activated would have to eat its dust. What should he do now? Zhao Yin's mind raced. If only he had a bottle of iced black tea, Little Monkey could match the Rat King. Unfortunately, the iced black tea had been depleted long ago, and he hadn't obtained any star crystals recently. Among the remaining supernatural food and drinks in his space ring, only a bottle of glutinous rice wine could boost strength. But it was a double-edged sword. It could increase strength by 80 points for 10 minutes, but would cause mental confusion for 3 hours after use. Moreover, when dealing with the Rat King, what they lacked was not strength, but speed. He had been reborn into this life, or was he going to die today? At that moment, the Rat King's gaze turned toward the direction Zhao Yin had come from. When it saw its rat offspring, some knocked unconscious, some with broken limbs, by Zhao Yin and his 2 beasts, it immediately let out an angry roar. Squeak! The 11 black giant rats beside the Rat King charged out instantly. Thump, thump, thump. The dozen or so gray rats that Zhao Yin had just knocked unconscious were immediately crushed by claws. They were not there to heal, but to kill. It was as if the emperor was disposing of defeated generals. At this point, Zhao Yin couldn't care about a contract beast army. He only wanted to survive. The only hope now was the invisibility tent. If Zhao Yin could hide inside, he would be temporarily safe. The invisibility tent had several hundred points of defense, which the current stage Rat King could not breach. But the problem was they had chased the rat swarm nearly 2 kilometers away. How could they possibly go back under the Rat King's watch? Boom. At that moment, the Rat King suddenly charged at Zhao Yin, having realized that the human before it was the leader of this group. Master, be careful. At that moment, the Old Bull swiftly turned its massive body, shielding Zhao Yin, and its single horn charged toward the approaching Rat King. With a thunderous crash, the Old Bull's form shuddered while the Rat King was sent tumbling backward. This exchange was merely a probing strike by the Rat King. It was astonished to discover that this ranked Old Bull surpassed it in strength, not by a single tier. The White Rat King spun awkwardly in the air, stumbled upon landing, shook its head, and regarded the water buffalo with a newfound wariness. Earlier, it had underestimated the 2 mutated beasts before Zhao Yin, never expecting both to possess dual abilities. The next moment, the Rat King charged again, activating its ability, its form moving so swiftly, it was almost invisible, like a streak of white lightning. Fall back to the tent. Zhao Yin immediately telepathed. He crouched behind the 2 mutated beasts, slowly retreating. The Old Bull had no time to withdraw and could only resume its charging posture. Crash! Crack! This time the old bull missed its target. The Rat King deftly sidestepped at close range, lashed out with its claws, and tore through the scales on the old bull's neck. Had it not been for the old bull's iron armor ability, this dranked Rat King would have severed its head. The little monkey, eager to help, lunged, but missed, chasing after the Rat King in frustration. The Rat King circled behind the monkey in an instant, its claws tearing a large gash in the monkey's heavy armor, blood gushing forth. Without looking back, the little monkey swung its club backward, but the Rat King vanished again. The next moment it appeared before Zhao Yin. He could even see the mockery in the Rat King's eyes as he hastily raised his mountain-cleaving blade. The blade's inherent speed boost barely allowed Zhao Yin to parry the Rat King's claws. Bang! The Rat King's claws clashed against the blade, sparking. The little monkey and the old bull wheeled around to attack, but the Rat King vanished from Zhao Yin's sight. It did not resume its assault, instead standing on a nearby boulder. Looking down upon Zhao Yin and the two beasts, it toyed with them like prey. Zhao Yin's hands were numbed by the impact. He glanced at the torn armor on the little monkey, then at the chipped edge of his blade, his expression darkening. The Rat King's claws were certainly beyond great equipment, reaching grade or higher. With such a formidable weapon and a strength of 74 points, Zhao Yin realized how pitifully weak his painstaking efforts of half a month truly were. Form a triangle formation and move toward the tent quickly. The monkey's dual abilities enhance strength, so it will cover the rear. The old bull stays on my right. Move. Zhao Yin telepathed. The two contracted beasts, attuned to his thoughts, instantly understood and acted. In an instant, a triangular battle formation was formed. The Rat King on the boulder froze, clearly not anticipating this maneuver, and felt a sudden inability to strike. No matter where it attacked, it would face a mutated beast, or Zhao Yin directly, or flanking them was no longer possible. Then its eyes hardened, and it flashed before the formation. The little monkey's wolf-tooth club smashed toward the approaching Rat King. Bang! Squeak! Claws met club, and the Rat King recoiled, its left forelimb trembling, having suffered a significant blow. Zhao Yin and his two beasts swiftly maneuvered toward the distant invisibility tent. The Rat King immediately circled to the other side of the triangle, swiping at Zhao Yin. He could only raise his mountain-cleaving blade to meet the attack. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Yin was sent flying backward. The little monkey caught him from behind. Regaining his footing, Zhao Yin felt a pain in his chest, as if it were about to explode. Damn it! He cursed. The next moment he pulled out a bottle of glutinous rice wine and downed it in one gulp. 10 minutes. I only have 10 minutes. I must reach the invisibility tent. Zhao Yin's face flushed red. Monkey, I'll be disoriented soon. Tie me up, and I won't hit you later. The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Zhao Yin raised his mountain-cleaving blade again. Instantly the pain in his chest vanished, replaced by a fiery sensation, and the blade felt as light as a feather. The Rat King, having just tasted success, charged once more, its claws aimed at Zhao Yin's chest. With a furious roar, Zhao Yin swung his blade forward. Bang! The violent impact sent the Rat King tumbling away. Zhao Yin had finally managed to repel the Rat King with sheer strength. But he could see it was not seriously injured. Move! He shouted. The triangular formation advanced with the old bull and Zhao Yin leading side by side, while the little monkey retreated backward, guarding their rear. Blood dripped from the old bull, and the little monkey washed away by the rain. The Rat King took a while to rise, its pristine white fur caked with mud, its forelimb trembling more violently. Yet it remained composed, gazing at Zhao Yin with confusion, as if wondering how this human strength had suddenly surged. The Rat King quickly made a decision and chased the formation again. This time it targeted the slowest, the old bull. The agility of a bovine was far inferior to that of a primate, and the formation restricted its movement. As the Rat King's claws descended, the old bull once again tried to gore. But the Rat King easily dodged its horns. With a tearing sound, the claws sliced through the scales on the old bull's head, ripping off a chunk of flesh. The old bull groaned in pain, blood streaming from its scalp into its single eye. At last the Rat King had found the flaw in the triangular formation. Zhao Yin looked back to see the Rat King shoving the piece of hide-covered beef into its mouth, its cheeks bulging as it swallowed with a gulp. Zhao Yin had no energy to curse, only a burning rage and deep pity for his contracted beast. Monkey, help the old bull defend as much as possible, but don't break the formation. Zhao Yin shouted. Speed up. Both man and beasts understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger to the old bull. Once the old bull fell, one side of the defense would collapse and the formation would break. In the torrential rain, the triangular formation struggled onward. The Rat King relentlessly attacked the old bull, sometimes with the little monkey and Zhao Yin managing to block, sometimes the old bull losing a piece of meat, which the Rat King devoured before their eyes. Soon the old bull's head and neck were exposed to bare bone, its steps slowing. If not for being a mutated beast, it would have died countless times. 5 minutes later, the invisibility tent was less than 500 meters away. Hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Zhao Yin said, his eyes red. The Rat King charged again. Zhao Yin swung his blade, but it sliced through the air, grazing the Rat King's fur. The little monkey also raised its club intending to block the Rat King's attack on the old bull, but instead, bang. The Rat King did not evade this time. It took the monkey's blow with one forepaw, while the other claw shot forward its sharp tips, piercing the old bull's single eye, gouging out the eyeball. Having succeeded, the Rat King retreated quickly, standing 30 meters from the formation. Squeak. The Rat King reared up on its hind legs, howling as if in defiance. Ignoring its bloodied right forelimb from the monkey's strike, it used its left claw to bring the old bull's eye to its mouth, its cheeks slowly moving, as if savoring every bite. The old ox lost its only eye, yet it only let out a muffled groan, already numb with pain. It gasped weakly and transmitted a voice to Zhao Yin. Master, old ox may not be able to follow you anymore. It was completely blind now, and the triangular formation could no longer hold its defense. Just as Zhao Yin thought he had reached it dead, and a cry of alarm reached his ears. It was Song Xiao from over 400 meters away. Ah, help! A huge rat. Zhao Yin, where are you? He turned and saw through the curtain of rain before the invisible tent a black giant rat the size of the white Rat King, standing there viciously attacking the invisible tent. The gray rats Zhao Yin had controlled earlier were all crushed, their heads shattered. 11 slightly smaller giant rats flanked the massive black rat, also attacking the invisible tent. Rat King drank mutated beast strength 75, agility 87, stamina 58, defense 84, spirit 10, bloodline talent earth, escape, another Rat King. Zhao Yin's heart sank to the bottom. He couldn't even handle the white Rat King, and now another drink appeared. The only saving grace was that this black Rat King's ability wasn't a combat type. Against the little monkey, it could be completely overwhelmed by the latter's dual combat abilities across ranks. But with the white Rat King around, Zhao Yin could only entertain the thought. The situation now was like adding frost to snow, a path of retreat cut off. There was no way left to resolve the crisis before him. Zhao Yin had imagined he might die in the apocalypse, but not so soon. These two Rat Kings were nourished by countless subordinates, which allowed them to reach rank in just half a month. A resource even Zhao Yin's two beasts couldn't match. Zhao Yin never expected to encounter them at this point in time. Fuck your mother. In his despair, Zhao Yin was stirred to a savage ferocity. He shouted at the little monkey, forget the formation. Go kill that black Rat King. If the white Rat King wants us dead, he'll kill her husband before I die. With that, Zhao Yin raised his machete and charged at the white Rat King. The little monkey's eyes were also filled with resolve. It glanced at the critically wounded old ox beside it, then shed its battered heavy armor. Its dual abilities were pushed to the limit as it dashed toward the black Rat King. The white Rat King was momentarily stunned to see Zhao Yin charging at it. Was this human seeking death? Suddenly, it spotted the little monkey's actions and understood immediately. Panic flashed in its rat eyes. It had just experienced the power of this rank monkey, whose dual combat abilities far surpassed the black Rat King's. Squeak. The white Rat King instantly warned the black Rat King, then made a swift decision, abandoning Zhao Yin and racing after the little monkey. Fuck, why are you running? Zhao Yin hurled his machete with all his strength. Whoosh. The blade cut through the air, but it couldn't match the white Rat King's speed, embedding itself into a boulder nearly 100 meters away. Without looking back, the white Rat King appeared behind the little monkey in an instant, its sharp claws raking across its back. The little monkey knew it couldn't dodge this strike, so it let the claws land, tearing off its heavy armor along with a strip of monkey flesh. The impact propelled the little monkey forward, crossing 300 meters in a flash, closing in on the black Rat King. Zhao Yin hesitated for a moment, then turned and fled on foot once again, abandoning the little monkey. If he left this place, he could survive alone. How the little monkey would die, whether Song Xiao in the tent would be cornered in the end. Zhao Yin refused to think about it. In the apocalypse, everyone had but one goal: survival was the only truth. As he ran, 1,000 thoughts raced through Zhao Yin's mind. He felt guilt, reluctance, but he quickly cast them aside. Only his own survival mattered. But was living like this truly meaningful? Zhao Yin's pace slowed, but soon he gave himself an answer. Of course it was meaningful. Where there is life, there is hope. He would have more contracted beasts in the future, more women. He was the contract master, and one day he would return to avenge the little monkey and the others against the Rat Kings. Unbeknownst to him, 8 minutes had passed, and the side effects of the sticky rice wine were setting in, clouding his thoughts. His mind grew heavy, and the resolve he had just forged began to waver. Zhao Yin thought of the little monkey from his past life who had died for Lin Tianfeng, and now in this life, it was dying for him. Wasn't that just too unlucky? He thought of Song Xiao, whom he had failed to protect in his past life, and now in this life, she was about to die again. An old ox who had never received any nurture from him, yet felt guilty for failing to protect its master even in death. Zhao Yin's eyes slowly reddened. Something long extinguished within him, something called conscience, began to stir. His killing intent boiled, and the alcohol surged in his chest. In that moment, Zhao Yin feared nothing. To hell with it. Zhao Yin roared. If I die, I die. If I live for 10,000 years. He spun around and charged back the way he came. The earlier swarm of ordinary gray rats had shaken off the thorn balls and gathered outside the bush awaiting the Rat King's orders. Seeing Zhao Yin charging, all the gray rats squeaked in alarm. The two Rat Kings were fully occupied dealing with the little monkey, completely forgetting about these gray rats. A sniper rifle appeared in Zhao Yin's hands, and he fired wildly, his eyes bloodshot, reloading, firing again. Each shot killed a gray rat. The gray rat's discipline was beyond imagination. Even as they watched their comrades fall without the Rat King's command, they remained foolishly in place. Soon Zhao Yin exhausted all the sniper rifle bullets, leaving only 30 or 40 gray rats squeaking restlessly. Shut the fuck up. Die all of you. By now the little monkey's skin was completely shredded, and its left arm was broken, yet it still stubbornly swung, its mace forcing the Black Rat King to keep its distance. Only the White Rat King, relying on its speed, could land blows that tore away chunks of the little monkey's flesh. In truth, the White Rat King could have killed the little monkey long ago, but it chose to toy with it, slowly torturing it. A cruel and vicious nature typical of rodents. Finally, the White Rat King spotted Zhao Yin, who was wielding a bull's horn and had nearly wiped out the gray rat swarm. Squeak! The White Rat King instantly flew into a rage. Those gray rats were the resource supply for both Rat Kings. Now only a handful remained. It abandoned the little monkey and charged toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's repeated provocations had enraged it to the point of losing all reason. Zhao Yin, still oblivious, had only 1 minute left of the sticky rice wines effect. His thoughts were a tangled mess, and killing intent consumed his entire being. Thud! He drove the bull's horn into the last gray rat's head, pulling it out with brain matter. Zhao Yin mechanically searched for another gray rat, but found none left. The White Rat King was about to reach him, claws ready, when suddenly Zhao Yin turned around, his eyes bloodshot, staring at the White Rat King. The White Rat King hesitated. This human, instead of being afraid, looked at it, as if it were prey. An inexplicable fear gripped the White Rat King, and its claw strike slowed. It tore a large chunk of flesh from Zhao Yin's shoulder, but he seized the opportunity and grabbed its forelimb. The White Rat King instinctively tried to pull back, but felt Zhao Yin's terrifying strength. The bull's horn in his right hand thrust out, piercing through the rat's forelimb. Squeak! For the first time since the apocalypse, the White Rat King suffered such a severe wound. It shrieked in pain like an ordinary rat, and in a fury drove its claw through Zhao Yin's chest. Zhao Yin's sternum was split open, his heart exposed, still beating. But he felt nothing. He kept the bull's horn embedded in the White Rat King's forelimb, locking it in place. With his other hand, he grabbed the rat's scalp and pinned it under his arm. Then he pulled out the horn and stabbed again. Thud! The White Rat King's neck was pierced through. The White Rat King's neck was pierced through by the bull's horn. At this moment, the Black Rat King was not far from Zhao Yin. When it saw how severely the White Rat King had been injured by Zhao Yin, it let out a mournful cry. Its figure turned into a black bolt of lightning, arriving in an instant behind Zhao Yin and the White Rat King. However, the White Rat King had completely lost its reason. Sensing that Zhao Yin now threatened its life, it abruptly activated its speed ability and charged forward. The White Rat King attempted to shake Zhao Yin off, but he seized its neck and straddled it directly. The ox horn stabbed down again. A second bloody hole was pierced through the White Rat King's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. In its agony, it only sped up. Huh. Die. Zhao Yin laughed wildly. The pitiful Black Rat King roared in anguish, but could only trail behind, choking on dust. It wanted to help the White Rat King, but the White Rat King had brought this upon itself, leaving it helpless. Just then the little monkey also caught up and once again witnessed its master's valiant side. Squeak, squeak. Master is awesome. Dragging its wolf-tooth club, though now with only one arm, it still shrieked excitedly, Master is so awesome. Master is the most awesome master in the whole world. Then the little monkey forcibly boosted its energy, activating both abilities to their limits, and swiftly chased after the Black Rat King. The Black Rat King's agility was 87 points, while the little monkey's base agility was 40 points. However, the Gigantification ability doubled its base agility, and the Berserk ability doubled it again, allowing it to surpass the Black Rat King, a class mutant beast. In terms of strength, the Black Rat King was even more inferior to the little monkey. Such was the might of a dual-ability mutant beast. If not for encountering the White Rat King, whose ability happened to counter the little monkey's, Zhao Yin and his group would never have been so battered. Seeing the little monkey closing in, the Black Rat King's eyes filled with terror. At this moment, if it chose to flee using its Earth Escape ability, no one could stop it. But its heart was with the White Rat King. It did not use Earth Escape. Completely ignoring the approaching little monkey, it desperately chased after the White Rat King. By now, Zhao Yin had stabilized himself on the White Rat King's back, and pulling the ox horn from its neck again, blindly stabbed repeatedly. One thrust after another. In his mind, nothing remained but slaughter. When the last sound of breaking bone came, Zhao Yin drove the ox horn straight into the White Rat King's brain. The White Rat King's body still rushed forward, but its movements stiffened. Then it tumbled and crashed, knocking down a large patch of shrubs. Boom. At the same time, Zhao Yin was also flung off and landed in the bushes. Huh. Blood still gushed from Zhao Yin's chest, yet he lay on the ground laughing. His chaotic thoughts made him forget what year it was, or where he was. He didn't know why he was laughing, but he was just so happy. While Zhao Yin was laughing foolishly, the Black Rat King suddenly stopped. Staring at the White Rat King's corpse, it could sense that its mate had lost all life. The Black Rat King was stunned for a moment. Then bang. A wolf-tooth club landed on its head, and everything went black as it lost consciousness. After the little monkey knocked out the Black Rat King, it wanted to check its master's injuries, but then halted. The battle was not over yet. The remaining 11 giant rats in the distance, sensing the White Rat King's life force vanish, abandoned their attack on the stealth tent and charged madly toward this direction. Roar. The little monkey, drenched in blood, looked up and howled, venting the pent-up fury in its chest. With its single arm dragging the wolf-tooth club, its figure turned into a gale, rushing straight into the swarm of giant rats. At that moment, the one-armed little monkey was like a god of slaughter. The 11 giant rats moved at varying speeds. Driven mad by the death of their king, they didn't even employ their usual coordinated attacks, and the little monkey scattered them in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The little monkey brought down one rat with each swing of its club, soon smashing them all to the ground. Then it too collapsed, panting heavily, and turned its head with difficulty. Zhao Yin was still laughing foolishly. The little monkey grinned and mimicked a silly laugh. In the pouring rain, the little monkey gasped for a long time. The liquid dripping from its fur was indistinguishable from blood or rain. It struggled to its feet, leaning on the wolf-tooth club, its body uncontrollably shrinking rapidly. Once it relaxed, its abilities could no longer hold. Soon it turned back into the scrawny, withered little monkey. But now its body was covered in blood, and the wound on its missing left arm exposed white bone. It trudged with difficulty toward Zhao Yin. Woo-woo. At that moment, Song Zidao's sobbing came from behind. Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin. So many big rats. Zhao Yin, where are you? I'm so scared. Woo-woo. Then Song Xiao stopped crying. She saw the one-armed little monkey and the rat corpses strewn across the ground. Even the cold air was thick with the smell of blood. Song Xiao caught up to the little monkey, about to say something, but then spotted the dying old ox on the ground. Ox, what's wrong? Where's Zhao? Zhao Yin. Song Zidao's face turned pale as she grabbed the little monkey's single arm. The little monkey pointed toward the distant bushes. Only then did Song Xiao hear Zhao Yin's laughter amid the rain. Ha ha. Zhao Yin was still laughing, the torrential rain washing over his face and carrying away the blood on his body. Rainwater filled his chest cavity, but the tenacious vitality of an evolved being kept him alive. Yet his laughter grew much weaker. Song Xiao rushed over frantically. When she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, she burst into tears. Whoa. Zhao Yin, you can't die. What's wrong? Why aren't you treating your injuries? Zhao Yin seemed only capable of silly laughter now. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey staggered over, pointing at the space ring on Zhao Yin's finger. Unable to communicate telepathically with Song Xiao, it made gestures. All the healing items were inside the space ring. Normally Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiao touch his space ring. But now she had no choice. She could tell that Zhao Yin's mind was failing, and only the items inside the ring could save his life. She took the ring off Zhao Yin's finger, but had no idea how to use it. Little monkey, do you know how to use it? Song Xiao asked. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey shook its head. In fact, all spatial equipment opened from star crystals could only be used by humans. Having no other option, Song Xiao imitated Zhao Yin and slipped the ring onto her finger. Instantly, she sensed all the items inside. A large pile of chestnut leaves, and 48 ears of corn. A heap of corpse crystals. 3 bottles of Nongfu spring left. Over the past 7 days, 1 bottle had been consumed daily to protect the chestnut tree roots. 1 beef can, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 2 cans of tuna remained. The rest were the stack of guns, ammunition, and bows, along with the ordinary supplies that Zhao Yin valued. Finally, Song Xiao found the grade healing potion. She took it out and was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the little monkey grabbed her arm and gestured with its single limb. Song Xiao understood it wanted her to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves. Then the little monkey pointed at the distant old ox, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Song Xiao understood again. The old ox was dying and needed the only grade healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is so badly hurt. This potion was his to begin with. What if the chestnut leaves can't heal him? Then the little monkey pointed at the distant old ox, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Song Xiao understood again. The old ox was dying and needed the only grade healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is so badly hurt. This potion was his to begin with. Song Xiao thought for a moment, and not daring to delay too long, finally agreed to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves, but insisted that only after his condition stabilized could the healing potion be used for the old ox. She took out a handful of chestnut leaves, and both she and the little monkey stuffed a bunch into their mouths. The little monkey chewed first, then pried open Zhao Yin's mouth and was about to spit in. Song Xiaodao grabbed it and rolled her eyes. You treat your own wounds. He'll take care of Zhao Yin. The little monkey didn't understand why humans found this taboo, but after a moment thought it still. Puffed spat into Zhao Yin's mouth. Song Xiaodao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Zhao Yin, with the rain washing over him, chewed and swallowed directly. Little monkey, you bastard, just wait. Zhao Yin will deal with you. Little monkey, however, was unperturbed, grinning at Song Xiaodao's alarm. As if to prove a point, he chewed another mouthful of leaves and spat it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp! Zhao Yin swallowed it down, his eyes growing hazy, letting out a silly chuckle. Song Xiaodao glared at little monkey, noticing his severed arm still bleeding. She recalled how he had saved her life several times, and now he was supposed to be eating leaves to heal himself, but instead he endured the pain to feed Zhao Yin. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing more. She chewed the leaves in her mouth, pried open Zhao Yin's lips, and spat them in directly. Zhao Yin smacked his lips, swallowing, as if still savoring the taste. Soon the gaping hole in his chest slowly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Though not fully recovered, his condition had stabilized. It would take only a while for him to be completely fine. Only then did little monkey eat the leaves to treat his own wounds. Song Xiaodao picked up the healing potion and walked toward Old Ox. Seeing the exposed bones on his body and his blind eyes, a sudden pang of guilt struck her. Old Ox, I'm sorry. I was so focused on Zhao Yin earlier that I almost wasted this potion. The chestnut leaves were no longer potent enough to heal Old Ox. He panted heavily, only his ears twitching. Song Xiaodao bent down, pried open his mouth, and poured the healing potion down his throat. The next moment, a faint white light rose all over Old Ox's body. Flesh sprouted from the exposed bones, then skin grew over it. Even his blind eyes rapidly regenerated pupils and eyelids. And finally, eyelashes grew on the lids. A lump swelled on Old Ox's head, and then a shiny black horn emerged. Regeneration of severed limbs. Song Xiaodao gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Zhao Yin had only said it was a healing potion, never mentioning it could regrow limbs. Soon Old Ox rolled over and stood up, all his old ailments fully healed. He nodded his thanks to Song Xiaodao, and then hurried toward Zhao Yin. Master, I am useless, Old Ox transmitted telepathically. But Zhao Yin could not hear him at that moment. Old Ox's expression showed no joy at his recovery. Instead, he was deeply dejected. Today he realized he was the most useless of them all. He had been beaten from start to finish while the master and little monkey protected him. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirit also lifted. Mom, Dad, you're back. Zhao Yin suddenly sat up, speaking to the air. In his mind, he saw his parents who had died in a car accident when he was 15. He also saw the prosperity before the apocalypse. The bustling streets, the towering skyscrapers, all kinds of delicious food, and beautiful women. I thought I could never go back. But it turns out the apocalypse was just my illusion. Zhao Yin laughed foolishly, then suddenly shouted, Boss, another round of beer, 10 lamb kidneys, 50 skewers of meat, 1 grilled fish, and 1 grilled eggplant with extra chili. Then he grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and began to eat it, muttering, so delicious. His thoughts wildly jumped, as if the chaos itself was reality. All the unfulfilled wishes and unresolved regrets flashed before his eyes. Mom, Dad, I don't want any compensation. Just come back. Mom. Dad. Woo-woo. Zhao Yin suddenly hugged his head and cried. Tears mixed with the rain streaming down. Some obsessions, even after 2 lifetimes, were hard to erase. Then he laughed again. Now that you're back, I'll be a good boy from now on. No more nightclubs, no more lottery tickets. He'll study hard. Suwan, do you know? I've liked you since I was 16. Why did you go with that foreigner? He's as black as a pile of dog shit. Are you going to Africa to feed mosquitoes, or do you like his big cucumber? From now on, he'll never love again. I, Zhao Yin, have money and looks. Huh. Life is about pleasure. He'll sleep with every woman in every nightclub in Jiangzhou. Ha ha. Ha ha. With a loud laugh, Zhao Yin suddenly scrambled to his feet, tearing off his tattered women's suit jacket and military coat. Then he pulled off his pants. Wearing only fishnet stockings, he ran through the storm, leaping and bounding. Soon he stopped wiggling his buttocks and dancing gracefully in the mud. At that moment, Song Xiaodao's jaw dropped. Old Ox stared in disbelief. Little monkey finally remembered Zhao Yin's earlier words. When my mind becomes chaotic, remember to tie me up. Little monkey sprinted forward, grabbed a vine, and quickly came behind Zhao Yin, binding his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin was in a level evolver. Even without the power boost from the glutinous rice, wine vines could not hold him. Snap! As soon as little monkey let go, Zhao Yin snapped the vines and punched him. Kid, you want to steal my woman? Zhao Yin sneered, his eyes slanted. Little monkey's frail body was sent tumbling. Then Song Xiaodao and Old Ox charged in together, pinning Zhao Yin to the ground. Bang! A sheathed tang sword struck precisely on the back of Zhao Yin's head. He immediately fell unconscious. Zhao Yin, I did this for your dignity. You weren't even wearing pants. What if someone saw you? I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. After speaking, Song Xiaodao chewed another mouthful of chestnut leaves and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth, worried that her blow might have hurt him. Then she carried Zhao Yin into the invisibility tent, dressed him in clothes from the spatial ring, and began cleaning up the battlefield with the two beasts. Zhao Yin's broadsword still stuck in the mud. Song Xiaodao picked it up and found dozens of nicks covering the entire blade. It was clear how brutal the battle had been. Little Monkey's heavy armor was ruined and his wolf-tooth club was deformed, scarred by the Rat King's claws. Still, they were barely usable. Among the equipment, only the bull horn remained intact. Song Xiaodao glanced at Old Ox, who had regrown both horns, and decided not to return it to Zhao Yin. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of the black Rat King not far away. Pointing at the Rat King, Song Xiaodao shouted, "It's still alive." Little Monkey, who had been grooming his damaged armor with a pained expression, immediately looked up. The black Rat King lay motionless, its glossy black fur now caked with mud. But its belly rose and fell faintly, breathing weakly. In truth, the little monkey had deliberately held back some force when it struck earlier, but it was uncertain whether the black Rat King had perished. It immediately went to check the erranked giant rats and discovered that 6 of them still had faint life signs. The little monkey was instantly exhilarated, thinking to itself, "Squeak. When Master wakes up and finds out I've rendered such a great service, he should reward me." Song Xiaodao was also thrilled. "Great. When Zhao Yin wakes up, he will surely reward us." The little monkey was taken aback. What did she have to do with it? He had caught all the rats himself. This girl only cried, so how could she deserve a reward? Bring them back. When Zhao Yin wakes up, we'll contract them all as contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. The little monkey immediately hoisted the black Rat King onto its shoulder and strode toward the invisible tent. Song Xiaodao used vines to tie the tails of the 6 giant rats and had the old ox drag them toward the tent. Soon 1 black Rat King and 6 giant rats were all brought outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket, collected rainwater, and washed all 7 rats clean. Then she and the 2 beasts stood guard. Whenever a rat's life force weakened, she would immediately supplement it with a few chestnut leaves. If the life force became too strong, the little monkey would promptly step forward and land a blow with its stick. Zhao Yin had a dream, a very long one. In the dream, his parents had both returned. He could eat his mother's home-cooked meals every day and hear his father's good night every evening. So he too could enjoy the warmth of parental love like others. Someone would nag him to dress warmly when it was cold, and someone would put down work to keep him company when he was lonely. He was no longer alone, forced to sever ties with relatives one by one when they coveted his inheritance, including his grandparents. Nor was he an unruly child left without guidance since the age of 15. No longer was he the playboy who, in loneliness and longing for love, gradually let himself go, becoming wild and unrestrained in the eyes of others. No longer was he the one who lingered in nightclubs every day, waking up at dawn beside a strange woman whose name he would never know. Zhao Yin dreamed of himself at 22 with the apocalypse never arriving. He married a woman named Su Huan, and after marriage, she bore him a son and a daughter. He also dreamed of himself in his prime, successful in his career, becoming a well-known entrepreneur in Guangzhou City. Like most successful men, he kept 3 female secretaries in his office, Jiang, Xin'er, Ning Yue, and Song Xiaodao. He had once bought a monkey from the zoo and a water buffalo from the slaughterhouse. The 2 animals were Boss Zhao's most beloved pets. 3 hours later, Zhao Yin finally woke up from his foolish grin. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar azure ceiling, and a trace of blankness flickered in his gaze. A sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head. So it was just a dream. Zhao Yin gave a bitter smile. In an instant, he accepted reality and sat up with a flip. He vaguely remembered the scene after the side effects of the glutinous rice wine kicked in. He looked down and saw that the scars on his chest had not yet completely vanished. He hadn't died. The ones who saved him must have been the monkey and Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin stepped out of the tent and saw the old ox standing in the downpour with Song Xiaodao and the little monkey both crouching under its belly, using the ox's massive body as shelter from the wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay quietly there. Squeak. The little monkey, being the most alert, instantly noticed Zhao Yin and bounded over to him. Master, you're finally awake." Zhao Yin woo-woo. Song Xiaodao also scrambled out from under the ox and threw herself into Zhao Yin's arms. "Damn, Zhao Yin, why did you put yourself through this? Do you know you scared me to death just now?" Woo-woo. She raised her little fist and pounded it against Zhao Yin's chest. Perhaps she was just being coy, or perhaps she was only now feeling the fear after the fact. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao and asked, "Why didn't you go inside to take shelter from the rain?" Song Xiaodao, who rarely heard Zhao Yin speak, so normally, looked up at him, momentarily stunned. "Master, these rats are still alive. I caught them," the little monkey said telepathically, pointing at the 7 rats. Song Xiaodao let go of Zhao Yin, smoothed her wet hair from her forehead, wiped the tears from her face, and said, "I was worried something might go wrong, so I didn't bring the rats into the tent. I stayed with the little monkey and the ox to guard them." Zhao Yin finally took a good look around. Everywhere lay the corpses of rats, including 6 rank giant rats and the White Rat King. The little monkey was left with only one arm. Zhao Yin reached out and patted the little monkey's head. Next time I brew a healing potion, it'll treat you. The little monkey hopped around Zhao Yin, happily flattering him. Master will definitely brew a healing potion. Master is the best. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the old ox. Seeing its eyes and horn restored to their original state, he understood that his drank potion was probably gone. But he said nothing. This ox surviving was more important than that bottle of healing potion. He walked over to the Black Rat King, slowly crouched down, placed his hand on its head, and directly initiated the contract. After a while, Zhao Yin sensed the Black Rat King's weak life force within his mind. The contract was successful. This Rat King possessed the Earth Escape ability. Although its combat power was far inferior to that of the deceased White Rat King, it could help Zhao Yin survive longer. In fact, to Zhao Yin, the value of this Black Rat King surpassed even that of the White Rat King. If not for the Black Rat King's earlier concern for the White Rat King's life, 100 little monkeys couldn't have caught it. Next, Zhao Yin intended to treat the Black Rat King's injuries. He reached for his ring, but found his fingers empty. Zhao Yin, this is your space ring. Song Xiao took the ring off her finger and handed it to Zhao Yin, explaining, earlier when you passed out, and the little monkeys were badly injured, I could only. Zhao Yin waved his hand to stop her, saying, you did well. When I get another space ring, I'll give it to you, as a reward. Song Xiao immediately excitedly hugged his arm. Really? Then hurry up and get one. Such things depend on fate. Maybe you should pray to the Bodhisattva morning and night, Zhao Yin said, changing the subject. Song Xiao immediately let go of his arm, clasped her hands together, knelt on the ground, and closed her eyes. Who knows how she prayed? Zhao Yin smiled and ordered, Monkey, go drag the corpse of the White Rat King over here. High-level mutant beast meat for low-level mutant beasts functions like evolution potions for human evolvers. It can unlock potential genes within the body and increase strength beyond the current level. The only drawback was that it required long-term large-scale consumption and wasn't as fast as evolution potions at unlocking human potential. Zhao Yin remembered that the Black Rat King was deeply devoted to the White Rat King. Since it was now his contracted beast, he shouldn't skin and bone it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over. Soon it dragged back the White Rat King, which weighed nearly 2 tons by its tail. Zhao Yin quickly took out a machete and began dissecting it on the spot. First, he cut off the 4 sharp claws of the White Rat King along the joints. The sharpness of the Rat King's claws could tear through drank heavy armor and nearly destroyed Zhao Yin's machete. They were at least on par with crank weapons. Zhao Yin carefully stored them in his space ring, then began skinning it. The White Rat King's defense of 82 points all came from this rat hide. Remember, the little monkey's heavy armor defense was only 60 points. They were on completely different levels. Zhao Yin skinned it very carefully, removing the entire hide intact. The white hide was nearly 8 meters long, with the widest part nearly 5 meters and the narrowest part, the tail fur, still over a foot wide. The most useful torso hide was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, like a huge bedsheet. It was more than enough for Zhao Yin and Song Xiao to each make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor with plenty left over. After storing the hide, Zhao Yin cut the meat piece by piece and dismantled the bones, storing them all in his space ring. Even the entrails were processed and thrown into the invisible tent to be boiled into giblet soup at dawn. Having completely dismembered the White Rat King, the space ring's newly freed space was filled again. Zhao Yin then took out chestnut leaves, had Song Xiao help feed them to the Black Rat King, and he himself walked over to the 6 rank giant rats to contract them one by one. Soon 6 faint life forces appeared in his mind. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them with his machete, mixed them with rainwater, and forced the mixture into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, the sky was beginning to lighten. The Black Rat King and the 6 pseudo-mutant giant rats all regained consciousness. Master! Master, master, master! Voices echoed in Zhao Yin's mind. Zhao Yin couldn't help but show a smile on his face. His grand dream of an army had taken another huge step forward. All the losses were worth it. Shout out, monkey old ox. Take them to clean up the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat. Zhao Yin gave the order. Dawn broke and the torrential rain that had fallen through the night finally ceased. The wild weeds across the fields had grown even denser and many low saplings had shot up half a foot overnight. Zhao Yin stood before the tent, gazing at the mountain of dead rats. A total of 396 gray rats, each the size of a medium-sized dog, could be expected to yield about 20 gene of fresh meat per rat, totaling roughly 8,000 gene. The 6 dead giant rats would each provide around 300 gene of meat, amounting to 1,800 gene. Altogether, nearly 10,000 gene of rat meat. It was a pity that these were only pseudo-mutant beasts and their meat could not enhance the strength of true mutants. Yet even pseudo-mutant meat tasted far superior to any meat from before the apocalypse. Black Rat King. Zhao Yin had barely begun to speak when he stopped himself, shifting his tone to a stern shout. Damn it, from now on I'll call you Old Black. Old Black, take the 6 level giant rats and strip the skins from these rats. Remove the bones and innards. Monkey, you are in charge of cutting off all the rat claws and collecting them into the tent. Song Xiao and Old Ox, go gather firewood. I want 50,000 gene of firewood ready before dark. Zhao Yin issued a series of commands in rapid succession. It was worth noting that after the Black Rat King woke up, it had gone to the place where the White Rat King had died. Unfortunately, it found not even a single rat hair, and it had been acting quite unhappy. Now, upon receiving Zhao Yin's orders, a flicker of hesitation appeared in its eyes. Those gray rats had once been its subordinates, and the giant rats were its offspring with the White Rat King. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked the Black Rat King on the rump, sending it stumbling forward. Are you awake yet, you bastard? The Black Rat King shuddered, immediately prostrating itself at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling all over. After becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast, it still retained its memories, but its loyalty to its master far surpassed even its former bond with the White Rat King. From now on, I strip you of your rat identity. You are no longer allowed to harbor any kinship with your kind. Your only identity is that of my contracted beasts and servants. As Zhao Yin finished speaking, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all let out agonized cries and rolled on the ground. The collar formed by the contract soul in their minds slowly tightened around their souls, bursting into flames and blazing fiercely. At that moment, the recognition of their race gradually faded from their memories. For them, Zhao Yin's words were divine punishment. After a while, once the racial cognition had dissipated, the contract soul returned to normal. The 7 rats prostrated themselves on the ground. Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. We beg the great master's forgiveness. The little monkey and Old Ox, watching from the side, trembled inwardly, secretly relieved that they had never resisted their master. In truth, it was rare for a contracted beast bound by the contract soul to harbor thoughts of defying its master. Only with such deep obsession as the Black Rat King's could it barely question its master's orders, but with a single thought, Zhao Yin could strip it of everything. The other 6 giant rats were simply unfortunate to be caught in the Black Rat King's trouble. Be obedient, work hard with me, and you will surely become the most powerful mutant. Zhao Yin paused in the middle of his big talk, catching sight of the little monkey and Old Ox. He remembered that he had once said similar words to them. He changed his tune. You will become the baddest rat of all. The Black Rat King, as a contracted beast, never doubted its master's words. It immediately grew excited. Master Old Black will work hard. He'll go cut the rat meat now. Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead. The Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats had extremely sharp claws. In a few swift moves, they disemboweled a gray rat corpse, removed the organs, and scraped out the bones. Then they peeled off the skin, leaving a complete slab of rat meat. Even the gray rat's claws were torn off and tossed aside, without needing the little monkey to cut them. Their technique was far beyond what Zhao Yin had displayed earlier. Seeing this, Zhao Yin was completely relieved and ordered the little monkey to follow Old Ox and Song Xiao to gather firewood. Zhao Yin himself returned to the tent. He didn't idle either. He lit a fire, set up a hanging pot, chopped up the White Rat King's organs, threw them into the pot with water and salt. Often the finest ingredients require the simplest cooking methods. Soon a rich, meaty aroma wafted through the air. Outside the tent, dawn had arrived. The wet ground soon showed signs of drying. Many meteorite craters had been filled with mud washed by the rain. The world was still desolate, but it had become much smoother. At least it no longer looked riddled with holes. Song Xiao came skipping back, followed by the transformed little monkey and Old Ox, both dragging thousands of gene of freshly cut timber. Hey, what's that delicious smell? Song Xiao sniffed. The hidden tent was not sealed, so the aroma had spread. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey swallowed saliva and pointed at the tent to remind Song Xiao. She immediately sprinted toward the tent, and the little monkey dropped the wood to follow. Only Old Ox remained unmoved, but then realized no one would help it unload the wood from its back, so it shrugged off the timber and followed into the hidden tent. Inside, Zhao Yin was using a machete to carve a huge log into a low wooden table. Beside him, the large iron basin usually used for bathing Song Xiao was filled to the brim with awful soup. The hanging pot was still boiling, another batch steaming with heat. Zhao Yin, what's that? Song Xiao's eyes were fixed on the food, and she swallowed hard. How's the firewood collection? Zhao Yin asked. About 3,000 or 4,000 genes, she replied. Eat the awful soup first, then go back. Zhao Yin slowly placed the newly carved dining table beside the fire and set out 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls along with 2 wash basins. Let me serve. Song Xiao quickly grabbed the wooden ladle from the basin, filled a large bowl, and placed it before Zhao Yin. Then she filled a large basin each for Old Ox and the little monkey. Finally, she filled a large bowl for herself. The wooden ladle had also been made by Zhao Yin, just now quite crude. Come, let's eat, Zhao Yin said. He hadn't been so particular before, but perhaps because of last night's dream his thoughts had changed. Song Xiao and the little monkey stepped forward and immediately wolfed down their food. They hadn't had fresh meat for so long. Even Zhao Yin felt like he could swallow his own tongue. He suddenly noticed Old Ox still standing there and remembered it was a herbivore. Old Ox from now on switched to meat, Zhao Yin said casually. Old Ox looked utterly bewildered, an ox eating meat. But it dared not defy Zhao Yin's order and slowly shuffled over, lowering its head to take a sip of the awful soup. The next moment Old Ox instinctively wanted to gag, but then its eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Yin chuckled. Who says herbivores can't eat meat? Before the apocalypse, many unscrupulous farmers fed cattle and sheep with swill. You're just not used to it. And you're a mutant beast. Your digestive system is far superior to those cattle. This is the best nourishment for you. I understand, Master, Old Ox said as if finally grasping the concept. Eat up. Zhao Yin waved. Soon Old Ox, like the little monkey, began to devour the food ravenously. Seeing this, Xiao desperately tried to compete with the two beasts, but she was too slow. The large basin of awful soup was quickly emptied, and she only managed to get 2 bowls. Zhao Yin, they're bullying me. She pointed at the 2 beasts, complaining. The girl was being possessive of her food again. In truth, Zhao Yin was only half full. The 2 mutant beasts ate too much. He added another piece of wood to the fire and handed the machete to Xiao. If you want more, cook it yourself. The ingredients are there. After processing the Rat King's organs, there were about 200 to 300 gene. Zhao Yin had cooked less than 30 gene earlier. Since the space ring couldn't hold more, he planned to finish it all in a few days. Xiao placed the large iron basin directly on the fire, added water, and cut another 30 gene of organs, making over 100 gene of awful soup with meat and broth. Zhao Yin added salt, and the 2 people and 2 beasts began eating again. Soon Zhao Yin and Xiao could eat no more, but the 2 beasts continued. They only stopped when the soup was completely gone, and the little monkey still looked at Zhao Yin with eager eyes. All right, rest a bit, and then go work. We'll eat again at night. Even if they were now well supplied, they weren't running a mine. He couldn't let them keep eating like this. Old Ox immediately looked away and lay down to rest, while even the usually lively little monkey suddenly seemed drowsy and closed its eyes to nap. After a dozen minutes, their full bellies visibly shrank. Zhao Yin, Xiao pointed at the 2 beasts in surprise. Zhao Yin raised a hand to stop her from continuing and activated his true sight. Growing macaque, a level mutant beast, strength 42, agility 47, stamina 48, defense 35, spirit 15, bloodline talent gigantification, frenzy fire control. Adult water buffalo, a level mutant beast, strength 45, agility 44, stamina 50, defense 66, spirit 8, bloodline talent colossal strength iron armor. A bowl of high-quality mutant beast awful stew allowed both beasts to gain 5 agility, 2 strength, and 3 defense respectively. Indeed, the fastest way for mutant beasts to grow was by consuming high-quality mutant beast meat. If the entirety of the White Rat King's meat were consumed, it might be enough to develop their level potential to its peak. Zhao Yin used his true sight on Xiao again, but her attributes remained unchanged. Everything was still the same as in his past life. Humans could not rapidly increase their attributes by consuming mutant beast meat. Half an hour later, both beasts woke up. Time to work, Zhao Yin commanded. They quickly got up and followed Xiao to continue chopping firewood. Left alone in the tent, Zhao Yin suddenly remembered that he still had a can of beef. So Zhao Yin took it out. Now that meat was no longer scarce, there was no need to keep this can of beef. He opened it, ate it, and checked his attributes. His strength had indeed increased by 1 point. Then Zhao Yin cleaned up the utensils, took out the White Rat King's hide, cut it into pieces, and hung them inside the tent to dry in the shade, planning to make leather armor. By noon, the bodies of 400 gray rats and 6 giant rats had been cleaned up by the few rats. Lao He came to the stealth tent and transmitted a telepathic message. Master, the work is done. Zhao Yin grunted in acknowledgement, still cutting the rat hide. Seeing what was in his hand, the hide of his own mate, Lao He paused for a moment, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Now the lingering obsessions of the past had been completely stripped away by Zhao Yin. Take me to see, Zhao Yin said, and stepped out of the stealth tent. Nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat piled up like a small mountain with banana leaves washed by rain underneath. Beside it was a larger pile of rat bones along with a heap of rat hides and sharp claws. Master, the meat, hides, and claws of the 6 giant rats are all here. Lao He gestured for Zhao Yin to walk past the mountain of rat meat. Behind it was a pile of dismantled parts from the level giant rats. Well done, Zhao Yin praised, taking 30 chestnuts from his spatial ring and tossing them to Lao He. Share these with the others. Lao He became excited instantly. Since the apocalypse, he had never had food like this. Even as the Rat King, his usual provisions were mostly rotten zombie flesh and crystal cores. It had been a long time since he had tasted such food. Lao He picked up a chestnut, shoved it whole into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed, squinting in bliss. He ate 6 in one go, then distributed the remaining 24 among the 6 giant rats. All the rats sent grateful thoughts to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin waited until they had all finished eating, then ordered, "Now that you've eaten, get back to work. Slice all the gray rat meat into pieces and hang them in the taller woods, and don't let them get dirty. Wash the innards clean, slice them, and hang them separately from the meat. Hang the rat hides in the shrubbery on the other side in a shady spot to dry. No direct sunlight." With no salt for curing, Zhao Yin planned to smoke the rat meat and innards into jerky for easy storage. The rat hides were also valuable resources. Even if Zhao Yin didn't need them immediately, he could trade them for supplies later, or even boil them as food for his contracted beasts in a pinch. After giving the orders, Zhao Yin turned and walked to another area. Over the morning, Song Xiaodao and the two beasts had chopped nearly 30,000 pounds of firewood. Zhao Yin ordered them to move all of it to the tall woods and spread it out as instructed. Once the damp wood was lit, the entire forest would fill with thick smoke and the temperature would rise. Smoking and baking would quickly sterilize and dehydrate the rat meat. By nightfall, 50,000 pounds of wood were in place. However, slicing nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat into pieces and hanging them was still a massive task for 7 rats. According to Zhao Yin's requirements, each gray rat's meat had to be cut into hundreds of slices. Moreover, hanging them was troublesome. They had to climb trees, break off small branches, and thread the meat slices onto them. If they couldn't finish in the afternoon, they would work through the night. That night, Zhao Yin slept alone in the tent. Even Song Xiaodao was sent out to help hang the rat meat. The next morning, when Zhao Yin woke up, he saw smoke rising from the tall woods, blotting out the sky. To prevent the fire from spreading and burning down the entire forest, Zhao Yin called Lao He and the 6 giant rats. "Keep an eye on the fire. If the forest burns and ruins my jerky, I'll use your own meat to replace it." The 7 big rats trembled and quickly dashed into the woods. Smoking jerky was a slow process. Zhao Yin looked at the pile of rat bones. The bones still had remnants of meat, tendons, marrow, and cartilage. He couldn't possibly eat all of it before it spoiled. But if he smoked them like the meat, the dehydrated bones would have little to chew on. "Though I'm no longer short of food, I can't just let it rot. So many people in the apocalypse have nothing to eat." Zhao Yin called Song Xiaodao, Little Monkey, and Old Ox. "Since you have nothing else to do, move all the bones to the tall woods to be smoked as well." By the morning of the 3rd day, the rat hides were dry, and the jerky was almost ready. Zhao Yin ordered all his contracted beasts to collect the hides and meat, while he took Song Xiaodao into the tent and retrieved the White Rat King's hide. Zhao Yin cut out the parts for a large and a small set of leather armor, then sliced off a small piece of the tail hide and cut it into leather threads. Song Xiaodao used the Rat King's claws to punch holes in the armor parts, then threaded the leather strips through pulling them tight to form a complete set of armor. Though it looked a bit crude, its defensive power definitely surpassed ordinary level defensive equipment. After making 2 sets of armor, only a third of the White Rat King's hide was used. Zhao Yin thought for a moment, then called Little Monkey and had him activate his dual abilities to measure him for a custom-made, oversized set of armor. Finally, only scraps of the Rat King's hide remained. Zhao Yin had Song Xiaodao sew them together, making a large pocket on the front of Little Monkey's armor and a backpack for Song Xiaodao. This would make it easier for them to collect crystal cores and carry supplies when going into battle. Next, he took out all of the Rat King's claws. After some study, he found that the 2 hind claws, though hard, were not sharp enough. He hadn't yet figured out how to use them, but the 2 front claws were absolute killing weapons. The 8 claw blades were each 2 feet long, gleaming with cold light, like 8 short swords. Zhao Yin detached the 8 claw blades from the 2 front claws and gave one each to Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey as close combat weapons. Then he took 2 sections of the Rat King's front leg bones and attached them to 2 other claw blades. They transformed into long swords, which Zhao Yin also distributed to Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao. He confiscated the mace and the notch tang sword. Then Zhao Yin made 2 long swords for himself as spares, using the remaining 2 Rat King claw blades as short swords. "Alright, go help collect the rat meat." Zhao Yin waved his hand. After shrinking his body, Little Monkey took off his new armor, cherished it like a treasure, and carefully bundled it with a leather rope, strapping it to his back. He tucked the short Rat King claw into his belt and held the long one in his hand. Then he hopped out after Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin had been busy all morning and was about to rest when Song Xiaodao ran back. Zhao Yin. Lao He and the others caught some thieves stealing food." "Who dares to steal my food, man or beast?" Zhao Yin asked. "It's a few men," Song Xiaodao replied. Zhao Yin swiftly put away the Rat King's claw and followed Song Xiaodao out of the invisible tent. From a distance, they saw 3 men crouching with their hands on their heads beside the tall grove, surrounded by a pack of contracted beasts, all trembling in fear. Zhao Yin walked over slowly. "Master, they just devoured quite a bit of jerky, and we're about to pack some to take away." Old Ox sent a telepathic message upon Zhao Yin's arrival. Zhao Yin kicked one man to the ground with a thud. Then he delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. "Damn it, I risked my life to slaughter the rat swarm, and you think you can just feast on the meat?" Zhao Yin cursed. Having lived 2 lives, nothing infuriated him more than thieves, aside from the Japanese and his brother-in-law. The man covered his swollen cheek, looked up at Zhao Yin, and upon seeing he was human, his terror eased slightly. Sorry brother, we truly didn't know this jerky was yours. Didn't know? So ignorance gives you the right to help yourselves? Does jerky just grow on trees? Zhao Yin kicked him again. Crack. Several of the man's ribs snapped under the blow. Tell me, how did you get here? Zhao Yin demanded. His brutality was not an act, but a habit forged over 7 years in his past life. In the apocalypse, humans were often more terrifying than most zombies. Nearly 10,000 gene of fresh meat dried into jerky was enough to drive anyone, any faction, to ruthless extremes. We live in a cave about 1 kilometer away. Earlier our boss saw smoke rising from here and sent us to investigate. Don't hit me. We didn't mean to steal, oh, we're just starving, the man stammered, enduring the pain. There are others? Zhao Yin asked. Yes. A few more. The man seemed hesitant to reveal more. How many exactly? Zhao Yin bent down, grabbed his ear, and twisted it. The man's ear tore as he screamed in agony. Stop please. Big brother, grandpa. He'll tell you everything, grandpa. Zhao Yin released him and instructed Song Xiao, take the other 2 away and interrogate them separately. If their stories don't match, turn them into jerky and feed them to the rats. The 3 men glanced back at Old Black and the others, trembling even more violently. Song Xiao had Little Monkey help take the 2 men away. Zhao Yin found a rock to sit on, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. Speak. The man dared not play any more tricks and confessed everything. Before the apocalypse, they were employees of a loan company. On the day of doom, they were on a team-building trip to Dawei Mountain. When the meteor shower struck, their hotel happened to be near a natural cave. More than half of the company was crushed by the meteors, leaving only 45 young men who ran fast enough to take shelter in the cave and survive. Inside the cave was a small pool stocked with ornamental fish, which sustained the group for a while. Recently the fish had run out, and they dared not venture far due to the swarming zombies. That morning their boss spotted the smoke rising from this area, and reasoning that the recent heavy rain made a wildfire unlikely, concluded it was likely humans and sent them to investigate. Thus the theft occurred. We were just too hungry, big brother. Please spare us this once, and let us go. The man knelt, his face twisted in pain as he clutched his ribs. Zhao Yin sneered inwardly. If I hadn't caught you, you would have gone back to report, and then your boss would have come to visit me and my jerky, right? The man's face paled at being exposed, but he quickly protested his innocence. Big brother, you misunderstand. We were just hoping for a handout, nothing more. Zhao Yin merely smiled and turned back toward the invisible tent. By then Song Xiao had finished interrogating the other 2 men, and their accounts matched what Zhao Yin had learned. Zhao Yin, what should we do with these 3? Turn them into jerky for Old Black? Song Xiao asked. There are still over 40 of them. They've likely already learned about the jerky. Leaving them be is a future threat. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. Have Monkey and Old Black pack all the jerky organs and bones and rat hides. We're heading to their cave tonight to rest. But hasn't the news been sent back yet? Song Xiao questioned. Do you truly believe everything those 3 said? Zhao Yin countered. Song Xiao instantly understood. Perhaps before being caught, they had already prepared for it, sending word back and agreeing on a unified story. A smile spread across her face. Zhao Yin, do you think there are girls in that cave? Are they wearing pretty clothes? They just claimed all 45 are men, but that story can't be fully trusted either. They'll have the contracted beasts pack up the supplies right now. With that, Song Xiao ran off. After dehydration, the fresh meat yielded about 4,000 gene of jerky and another 300 to 400 gene from the organs. The pile of bones was also noteworthy. When fresh, they still had some meat and sinew attached, but after drying, the edible parts shrank drastically, leaving them looking nearly bare. Zhao Yin picked up a leg bone and cracked it open. The marrow inside had reduced to a thin, greasy film. Just as expected. Boil them longer, and the meat and sinew should rehydrate. The marrow is still edible. My future contracted beast army needs provisions. Zhao Yin had his beasts pack these scraps in rat hides. In total, the rat hides, bones, jerky, dried organs, and claws weighed around 8,000 gene. Zhao Yin had Old Black carry 2,000 gene, and each of the 6 giant rats bore 800 gene. Now every rat was buried under mountains of supplies with bundles of rat hide strapped to their necks and heads. Even Old Black's tail had 200 gene of rat bones tied to it. Had Zhao Yin not feared it might urinate, that charcoal stick below would have been burdened too. Finally, about 1,300 gene of the least valuable rat bones remained. Zhao Yin turned to Old Ox and had Little Monkey start loading them onto its back. Old Ox grumbled incessantly. Master, I'm already carrying thousands of gene of supplies. Any more, and it will hinder my movement. Old Ox, you must understand, when my contracted beast army is fully formed, you will be the greatest contributor. Every beast will thank you, call you big brother, even claim you as their godfather. They'll damn well appoint you as the army commander. Zhao Yin painted a rosy picture. Old Ox, utterly convinced, glared with bovine eyes. I'm in. Master, I can carry even more. Only after adding another 500 gene to Old Ox and tying 300 gene to its tail did Zhao Yin have monkey stop. Now about 500 gene of rat bones remained. Finally Zhao Yin summoned the 3 captured men and ordered each to carry 100 gene, while Song Xiaodao carried 150. As for the last 50 gene, Zhao Yin had no intention of carrying it himself. Little Monkey, the primary combatant, couldn't maintain its transformed state indefinitely, and its physique wasn't built for heavy loads. So, the final 50 gene fell to Monkey, whose stature barely reached knee height. With everything packed, Zhao Yin ordered the 3 men to lead the way toward their origin. At that moment, a kilometer away, a man in relatively clean clothes stood guard before a cave entrance, one hand resting on the holster at his waist, and the other holding a lighter. A half-smoked cigarette dangled from his lips, but he hesitated to light it for a long while. Suddenly the sound of footsteps reached his ears. The man instantly grew alert, swiftly stashing the cigarette and lighter into his shirt pocket before drawing his pistol and aiming it at the muddy path that led to the cave. Just then a slender figure emerged into view. "Monkey, why the rush? You scared the hell out of me." The man relaxed with a sigh, holstering his gun and chuckling. "Pant. Yangshan. Pant. Where's the boss?" gasped the youth called Monkey, breathing heavily. "The boss and the others just headed to the big cavern. What did you and Huang Si find? Is there really someone there?" "Got any food?" Yangshan asked. "Pant. Lots of dried meat hanging in the woods. Someone's smoking it there. Huang Si and the others are scouting it out, sent me back to report." "Pant. Stop your damn blabbering. When's the boss coming back?" Monkey asked. "Don't you already know? The boss has had his eye on those people in the cavern for a while. I heard the soldier leading them took all the able-bodied men out to find supplies a few days ago and hasn't been back since. Probably ran into trouble. Great, if that soldier's dead, the people in the cavern will be like a pile of loose sand. Let's just slaughter all their men. I remember there are plenty of female students living there, a few of them are even campus beauties." Before Monkey could finish, Yangshan cut him off with a smirk. "Even if we take the cavern, the boss gets first dibs on the female students, then the higher-ups. Don't even think about it. By the time it's your turn, they'll be worn out." Monkey's breathing steadied, and he chuckled too. "True, we only get the scraps the boss leaves behind. Better focus on that dried meat we just found. Let's wait until the boss and the others get back to decide. Zhao Yin, can't you carry some of this for me?" Song Xiaodao was now in level evolver with strength matching 2 strong men. But she pouted, feigning exhaustion. "If I carry yours, I'd have to carry Old Ox's stuff too. Can't play favorites, but I'd be crushed." Zhao Yin chewed on a strip of dried meat as he brought up the rear. "I'm your future wife, how can you compare me to Old Ox and the others?" Song Xiaodao protested. "Future wife? Did I agree to that?" Zhao Yin rolled his eyes. "Are you looking down on me?" Song Xiaodao dropped her pack, gripping the long-handled Rat King claw with one hand and pointing at Zhao Yin with the other. Zhao Yin stepped forward, slung the pack back onto her shoulders, and patted her flat chest. "See, any man would be disappointed." Song Xiaodao's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth. "Zhao Yin, once I get stronger, I'll beat you black and blue." Zhao Yin ignored the girl who was growing bolder around him. He quickened his pace to the front of the line and kicked the man, already with broken ribs and now carrying over 100 pounds of goods, in the back. "Hurry up, what's the hold-up?" The man stumbled but dared not resist a glint of hatred hidden in his eyes. Lost in thought, he glanced back at Song Xiaodao at the rear, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. After marching for over 10 minutes, 3 men suddenly dropped their packs in unison and dashed toward a muddy side path. As they ran, one shouted, "Boss, save us. We brought your dried meat." "Zhao Yin, they're tricking us." Song Xiaodao hurried after him, pointing angrily at the fleeing figures. "They're just doing what everyone does in the apocalypse. To be precise, they're setting us up." Zhao Yin's face remained calm. With that, he turned and took the pack from the little monkey, narrowing his eyes. "Kill them." Squeak, squeak. The little monkey instantly activated its size-enhancing ability, bounding forward on long legs. "Zhao Yin, if you kill them whole, guide us." Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin raised 2 fingers, bent them, and tapped her head with a crisp sound. "Idiot, didn't you hear them calling for their boss? Their cave is right over there." Song Xiaodao clutched her head, finally seeming to catch on. The man with the broken ribs was the slowest runner. Hearing footsteps behind him, he spun around only to be seized by terror. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. It was a giant monkey 2 meters tall, covered in long fur, wielding the Rat King claw the man had seen before, with its single arm charging at a speed of 5 or 6 meters per stride. Was this the same little monkey from before? As absurd as it seemed, aside from its massive size and different fur color, it looked exactly like that scrawny little monkey. I want run, please don't kill me." The man fell to his knees, knocking his head furiously against the ground. If Head known the monkey could transform, Head never have dared to flee. Head always thought Zhao Yin ran a circus before the apocalypse, and these animals were his trained performers. Never imagining Head witnessed something so unimaginable. Bang! The little monkey swung its spiked club, bludgeoning his head in one blow. Then with a gust of wind, it caught up to the other 2 men. Bang! Bang! With effortless strikes, the two men collapsed alongside the first corpse. By then Zhao Yin led the group over, slowly kicking the kneeling man's corpse aside. Don't block the way. 100 meters away, Yangshan had just lit his half-smoked cigarette, but his trembling lips caused it to drop onto his crotch. Only when the ember burned through his underwear, bringing a scorched smell, did he start slapping wildly. What the hell am I dreaming in broad daylight? Your dream has just begun. Zhao Yin strode forward. The terrifying monkey followed behind him, and soon a little girl appeared around the corner, trailed by a buffalo as massive as a hill. Then giant rat-like beasts came into Yangshan's view. Slap! Yangshan struck his own face hard. Why won't this dream end? Call your leader out. Zhao Yin stopped before Yangshan, his gaze calm. Damn you! Yangshan cursed, drawing his pistol. But the next moment his hand felt empty. Before he could even see Zhao Yin's move, the gun was in the other's grasp. Zhao Yin examined the weapon, a shoddy homemade pistol that could only fire single-shot iron pellets. Any gun in his space ring was better than this. He turned the barrel slowly, aiming it at Yangshan's head. He'll say it one more time, call your leader out. Thud! Yangshan dropped to his knees, banging his head frantically, blood streaming from his scraped forehead. Bro, please don't kill me. I meant no offense earlier. Our boss really isn't here. Yangshan, can't you show some backbone? Just then, over a dozen men in their 20s surged out of the cave, drawn by the commotion. Some carried steel pipes, others shovels. But none held firearms. The leader, wearing the cleanest clothes, a half-worn suit, shouted without even looking. Who dares cause trouble here? Let them know who I am, Zhao Yin murmured. He pulled out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it with his lighter. Song Xiao dropped her pack and charged at the crowd alongside the little monkey. When the opposition finally saw the 8 terrifying beasts beside Zhao Yin, their faces turned pale. The young leader yelled frantically, wait! Stop! The next moment, the little monkey plowed into the crowd, sending the young leader flying with a single slap. Without using its club, it barreled through, killing half of them in an instant. Some crumpled with crushed chests, others torn apart. The last 5 men were spared as the little monkey sensed Zhao Yin's intent. With a few slaps, it broke their arms and legs. By the time Song Xiao rushed over, everyone was already on the ground. She pouted in dissatisfaction. I charged out too. Couldn't you leave one for me? The little monkey shrank back down, scratching its head sheepishly with a few squeaks. Zhao Yin's cigarette in mouth grabbed the kneeling Yangshan by the collar. You know what I want to hear. Yangshan's pants were soaked yellow liquid, dripping down his whole body, trembling like a leaf. Big brother, which faction are you from? There are other factions. Zhao Yin was slightly taken aback. Soon as Yangshan explained, he understood. Near this cave there were several smaller caves that had served as shelters for survivors after the apocalypse. After the meteor shower ceased, Yangshan and his group killed all the men in the caves while searching for supplies and captured the women to torture them. They were all strong young men devoid of humanity. The women could not withstand such torment, and most died quickly. However, a few women escaped to a large cavern 5 kilometers away. When Luochang, Yangshan's boss, discovered this, he planned to seize it, but before he could approach, he was driven back by a veteran soldier leading hundreds of able-bodied men. Only then did Yangshan's boss realize that the large cavern housed 700 or 800 survivors. The 2 leading veterans knew how to make homemade firearms. The gun in Yangshan's hand was picked up from a corpse on the other side during the battle. Luochang had always coveted the supplies in the cavern. The fact that it could sustain 700 or 800 people was extremely tempting, but unfortunately, he never had a chance. Just last night, a few of his underlings went out to scavenge and captured a survivor from the large cavern. After interrogation, they learned that 3 days ago the leading veteran had taken all the able-bodied men out, claiming they were going to get some meat to replenish everyone's strength, but they never returned. This morning, when Luochang was about to lead his men to the large cavern, he noticed smoke rising from the forest where Zhao Yin was, so he instructed Xiao Hozi and the others to go check. And thus Zhao Yin arrived. Big brother, all those things in the past were done by the boss. No, by Luochang and his men. I was just a guard. It really has nothing to do with me. I beg you. Woo-woo. After saying this, Yangshan began to cry woo-woo. I don't care what you've done, Zhao Yin said, but your people ate my jerky, so you'll have to compensate me. Yangshan stared at Zhao Yin in astonishment, seeing no trace of regret or anger on his face. He was as calm as if he had just heard someone had a meal or used the restroom. The man before him was unlike most people he had encountered. He seemed even more devoid of humanity than they were. Yangshan's heart trembled. Big brother, whatever you want, just say the word. If we have it here, take it. At that moment, he only wanted to survive. He no longer cared how Luochang would deal with him when he returned to find the supplies missing. That depends on what you can offer, Zhao Yin said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Upon hearing this, Yangshan was stunned. For the past few days, there had been no food in the cave, only the shabby daily necessities and some clothes that Luochang and his men had looted. He glanced at the jerky and roasted bones carried by the 7 giant rats behind Zhao Yin, then at the pristine white animal skins worn by Zhao Yin and Song Xiao, and the mountain of supplies on Old Ox's back. How could someone like him be interested in such junk? Big brother, there's water. There's a small pool in the cave. You can take as much as you want. Yangshan had no choice but to say bravely. It rained just 3 days ago. Do you think I'm short of water? Zhao Yin finally grew impatient and shouted, whoever can produce something that satisfies me gets to live today. Among the people lying on the ground, the few that Xiao Hozi hadn't killed were groaning, but upon hearing this, they all fell silent. Big brother, spare us. There are still plenty of clothes in the cave. Big brother, I know Luo Chang hid 2 fish. They're a bit off, but still edible. Big brother, there's still 2 ounces of salt and half a bucket of vegetable oil in the kitchen. They all spoke up as if in a rush to answer, but none of their offerings caught Zhao Yin's interest. Zhao Yin turned to Song Xiaodao and said, these people are worthless. Kill them. Song Xiaodao understood and approached the fallen men carrying the Rat King claw. With a light swing of the claw, a head was instantly severed. The Rat King claw was so sharp that even an ordinary blade cutting through tofu couldn't match its speed. Song Xiaodao's eyes narrowed with delight. She felt it was much better than that broken Tang sword. Then swinging continuously, she quickly dismembered several people. Seeing this, Zhao Yin was gratified. The child had finally grown up. She had become much more efficient at killing. Finally, Song Xiaodao walked toward Yangshan and said to Zhao Yin, step aside, or you'll get splattered with blood. Zhao Yin took a step back and brushed the dust off his pristine white ratskin coat. Although it would get dirty sooner or later, he wanted to keep the new clothes clean for as long as possible. Wait, I remember something else. Yangshan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao's Rat King claw was already swinging down, but in the next instant Zhao Yin grabbed her slender wrist and said coldly to Yangshan, you'd better not be lying to me. Yangshan felt as if he were staring into the eyes of death. These were a monstrous beast, a twisted little girl, and the man before him was the leader of the freaks, a true pervert. His heart was pounding, and in truth, he had no idea if that thing would be of any interest to him. Big brother, please follow me. After saying this, Yangshan stood up and stepped tremblingly into the cave, treading on the steaming blood. Zhao Yin did not follow. He instructed Song Xiaodao, you and Xiao Hozi go in. Song Xiaodao rolled her eyes. She was an 11 evolver capable of wiping out everyone here with ease. Was such caution necessary? Zhao Yin stood there watching Song Xiaodao and Xiao Hozi enter the cave. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the butt. He dropped it on the ground and crushed it with his shoe. Soon Yangshan came out holding a rag-wrapped bundle in his hands, with Xiao Hozi and Song Xiaodao following closely behind. Big brother, here it is, Yangshan said, forcing a smile as he handed the bundle to Zhao Yin. Open it, Zhao Yin said in a low voice. Yangshan immediately understood that the other party was worried he might have set a trap. He quickly placed the bundle on the ground and unwrapped it layer by layer. As he peeled off layers, the head-sized bundle grew smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a walnut wrapped in a layer of toilet paper. Zhao Yin slowly frowned, and Yangshan's legs began to tremble. In the end, he didn't dare to peel off the last layer of toilet paper. Big brother, this is the only thing I can offer. Open it, Zhao Yin urged. Yangshan had no choice but to bravely open the toilet paper, revealing a blood-red crystal under the sunlight. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. A star crystal. I picked this up in front of the cave when the meteor shower fell. It was among the meteorites. Fearing that Zhao Yin wouldn't believe him, Yangshan said earnestly, I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It's definitely not a man-made artifact. You don't know what this is, eh? Zhao Yin asked, then directly grabbed the star crystal. Big brother, although I don't know its function, Luo Chang said, it must be an incredible treasure, maybe even related to the apocalypse. Yangshan spoke earnestly. Zhao Yin nodded slightly. They still didn't know the secret of the star crystal. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yin asked, do you know where that cavern is? That man named Luo Chang, who had been able to command a group of people from the start of the apocalypse, was ruthless and vicious. If Zhao Yin didn't kill him, he wouldn't feel at ease. Yangshan quickly nodded. Yes, I know. If you want to go, big brother, I'll lead the way. Lead the way. Zhao Yin led the team directly toward the large cavern. Along the way, he cracked open the star crystal. Out came a bottle of iced black tea. If he had given Xiao Hozi a bottle of that doubling iced black tea when they were dealing with the rat swarm 2 days ago, Zhao Yin might have gained a white rat king as a contracted beast. But time cannot be reversed. At this moment, 5 kilometers away outside a huge natural cavern, CLS was lying on a wall built of piled rocks, shouting at more than 30 men below who were holding weapons. Boss Luo, last time you knelt and begged, and Captain Wang spared your life. How dare you come back to seek? Luo Chang, standing at 1.9 meters, appeared remarkably robust compared to the emaciated men surrounding him. At that moment, standing amidst the crowd, he chuckled and said, Brother Xia, I've come specifically to thank Captain Wang for sparing my life last time. Where is Captain Wang? Why doesn't he come out to face me? Our Captain Wang has no time for you. Leave now or else. Even if the captain is good-natured. If you anger him, I fear you won't be able to leave this time, Boss Luo. Huh? Luo Chang burst into laughter, and the group beside him joined in with raucous guffaws. At this point, Luo Chang, brimming with confidence, waved his hand. Two underlings immediately shoved a man in his 50s to the front of the line. Brother Xia, take a look. Is this one of yours? He Jinping. What's going on? How did they catch you? Xia Leshan's face instantly paled. Deputy Captain Xia, I didn't want to betray the cave, but they beat me within an inch of my life. I couldn't take it anymore. He Jinping was drenched in blood, both arms broken, dangling limply. In that moment, Xia Leshan realized that the news of Captain Wang and all the able-bodied men's disappearance could no longer be concealed. Luo Chang, even without those young men, there are still 500 to 600 people inside the cave. Do you think you can take it with just 30-odd subordinates? Xia Leshan barked. Have 500 to 600. Luo Chang laughed dismissively. 500 to 600 women, children, and the elderly. Now that they've lost their backbone, they're bound to be in a panic. I doubt they trust you anymore. Xia Leshan fell silent, struck by the truth of Luo Chang's words. Ever since Captain Wang led the able-bodied men away, dissenting voices had emerged within the cave, with many questioning both his and Captain Wang's capabilities. Even if you still hold some sway, you and Captain Wang have coddled those women and children far too much. You preach humanity to them, but that very kindness has blinded them to the true dangers of the apocalypse. A bunch of old folks who used to get seats on the bus, girls once fawned over by men, and babies still nursing. Huh, how many of them have the guts to pick up a weapon? As Luo Chang finished, Xie Jinshan's face had turned ashen. Brother Xia, how about this? Open the gates and let us in. Follow me from now on, and you'll live a life of luxury. It's far better than groveling before a bunch of useless people only to be resented in the end. Luo Chang declared loudly. Dream on. Xia Leshan's eyes reddened. Over my dead body. He was a former soldier who had served in the same unit as Captain Wang. After their discharge, being from the same hometown, they went into the pharmaceutical business together. This year the company turned a profit. Xia Leshan and Captain Wang brought several top executives to the Dawei Mountains for a team-building retreat, never expecting to encounter that meteor shower, after which the entire world changed. That day, he and Captain Wang led the team into this cave where hundreds of survivors had already gathered, many bearing injuries. Coincidentally, Xie Jinshan's team carried a substantial amount of medicine. With a soldier's instinct to protect the people, he and Captain Wang decided that saving lives was the priority. The meteor shower lasted a month. With hundreds of strangers confined together for so long, problems inevitably arose, necessitating the election of a leader. Due to their life-saving efforts, Xie Jinshan and Captain Wang received many votes, naturally becoming the leaders of the cave. After the meteor shower ceased, several more groups of survivors fled into the cave. From them, they learned that in a cave 5 kilometers away lived a gang of thugs from a lone company, led by Luo Chang, who had looted and killed many for supplies. Upon receiving this news, Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan immediately rallied all able-bodied men to form a cave defense force, with Captain Wang as the leader and Xie Jinshan as his deputy. Skilled in weapon-making, Xie Jinshan discovered that someone in the cave had brought materials for gunpowder, so they smelted iron inside and crafted the simplest single-shot pistols. Soon Luo Chang arrived and was thoroughly routed. Xie Jinshan and Captain Wang's prestige within the cave soared even higher. 5 days ago, several young men out scavenging brought back a giant dead rat. According to them, the rat was still alive when they found it, but had been bitten by something, and there were many rat tracks nearby. Captain Wang ordered the dead rat to be boiled into several large pots of broth. Everyone tasted the pseudo-mutated beast meat for the first time, scrambling for it. Unfortunately, there was too little meat, allowing only a sip of broth per person. Some then urged the defense force to hunt for rats, and as the clamor grew, Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan, seeing the gaunt, sallow-faced children in the cave, agreed. Xie Jinshan stayed behind in the cave to continue making guns. Apart from him, all the able-bodied men followed Captain Wang out. Now in Xie Jinshan's mind, this was a fatal mistake. At the very least, he should have kept some young men behind. Then die. Luo Chang suddenly raised a self-made, iron-tipped bow aimed at Xie Jinshan and fired. Xie Jinshan quickly ducked, and the arrow embedded itself in a crevice of the stone wall in front of him. Behind Xie Jinshan, within the enclosure, gathered over 100 men aged 60 and above. All the elderly men looked tense. These were the only ones in the cave who could still be considered combat-ready. Get on the wall. Defend. Xie Jinshan commanded, then drew his pistol and fired a shot toward Luo Chang's side. The homemade pistol had an effective range of less than 50 meters, its barrel uneven. Coupled with Xie Jinshan's years of neglect and marksmanship, the shot predictably went wide, but it struck a man beside Luo Chang in the thigh. Ah, son of a bitch. The man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and clutching his spurting thigh, howling in pain. Scatter. Fall back now. Luo Chang immediately ordered, completely ignoring the wounded man's plight. The 30-odd men quickly dispersed within 100 meters, all cautiously eyeing the wall, fearing Xie Jinshan might take another shot. I should have brought that gun from Yangshan, Luo Chang said regretfully. Boss, they have guns. This isn't going to be easy today, a lackey remarked. What's there to fear? The cave can't have that much material for making guns and ammo. Most of it was probably taken by Captain Wang. Xie Jinshan can't have many guns left. Don't worry, Luo Chang said confidently. Indeed, as he said, Captain Wang had mobilized all the cave's resources for the rat meat. In the past few days, Xie Jinshan had only managed to make one gun with enough gunpowder for 3 shots. Xie Jinshan had already fired once, leaving only 2 shots left. At that moment, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked back. The elderly men behind him stood still, none stepping up to help defend the wall. What are you all doing? Xie Jinshan barked. Captain Xie, it's not that we don't want to help, but we're too old. This wall is over 2 meters high. We can't climb it. Do you have any more guns? Could you lend us one? An elderly man with a pockmarked face asked. All the guns were taken by Captain Wang and his men. There are none left. Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth. If you don't come up, I can't hold the defense alone. If they break in, everyone in the cave will suffer. Still no one moved. Let the tall ones bear the brunt. Making old folks fight young men, that's too dangerous. Captain Xie, my legs are bad. I really can't climb up. Ill guard from here. Old Lu, you just turned 60. You're in the best shape. You go up. Nonsense. I had prostate surgery 6 months ago. How can I compare to you? The group bickered, each thinking that if someone had to die, it should be someone else. One's own life mattered above all else. At that moment, Zhao Yin's mutated beast squad had arrived a kilometer away. He listened intently, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yin, what did you hear? Song Xiaodao asked curiously. I heard a stupid pig raising a pack of wolves, just like someone in the past. Zhao Yin sighed, man. Once you stand at a height, power easily blinds your eyes. Every day you hear only flattery, and what you see is hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Someone, a friend of yours? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly, then nodded. I suppose so. And you'd be friends with such a fool? Song Xiaodao said disdainfully. Humph. Idiot. Zhao Yin frowned. Indeed, very foolish. At this moment outside the wall, boss, they're really having a falling out. What should we do now? A subordinate asked. Everything happening inside the wall was being heard by Luo Chang and his men. Luo Chang smiled and shouted loudly toward the wall, listen up, people inside the wall. I have over 300 brothers coming soon with guns and cannons. Then the cave will definitely be undefendable. Xie Jinshan will die, and all of you will die too. The men will be made into jerky, and the women will be played with before being killed. The group inside the wall were instantly terrified. Many old men trembled all over. Having lived most of their lives in a peaceful society and being protected by the guard team after the apocalypse, they had never imagined this day would come. What? Another 300 people? We're doomed. And cannons too. How can we old folks possibly defend against that? We're finished. Xie Jinshan, it's all your fault. If it weren't for Captain Wang injuring Wang Chang in the first place, would he be so ruthless towards us? At that moment, all the old men turned their accusations against Xie Jinshan. Xie Jinshan's face flushed red, and he shouted, bullshit. Don't listen to him. It's all bluffing. If we all work together, we can still defend the cave like last time. But no one listened to him at all. The old men continued to spit and rave, drowning out Xie Jinshan's voice. At this moment, Luo Chang shouted again from outside the wall. Listen up, people inside. I only want to kill Xie Jinshan. If anyone dares to resist alongside him once the wall is breached, don't blame me for being ruthless. He'll give you a chance. Whoever brings me Xie Jinshan's head will receive 30 jin of food and be allowed to join my team. Inside the wall, the old men erupted in commotion again. 30 jin of food and join his team. Captain Wang and his men can't come back. Even if we survive this attack, what about next time? How long can we old folks last in this apocalypse? Joining Luo Chang's team and following those young guys is the only way to survive. Captain Xie, you pushed Brother Luo too far. You're not leaving him any room. You're leaving us no room either. Zhao Yin had already reached 300 meters away and heard everything clearly. He did not choose to appear immediately, as if watching a good show. Such is human nature. Once faced with a crisis, many people will choose to sacrifice others for their own benefit. They can twist black into white, forget kindness, and do or say anything. In desperation, these old men could no longer distinguish right from wrong, only willing to idealize the situation. Someone took advantage of Xie Jinshan's unpreparedness, picked up a stone from the ground, and suddenly smashed it against his head from behind. Bam! Xie Jinshan's vision went dark. He stumbled forward a step, touched his head, and found his hand covered in blood. He turned around in disbelief, looking at the old man who had hit him. You really want to kill me? He thought that by protecting these people unreservedly, creating better living conditions for them, even eating the same food as them, he could exchange sincerity for sincerity. He thought that a soldier's mission was to defend the land and the people in times of crisis, earning glory and respect. But why did it turn out like this? Did these people have no brains? Xie Jinshan slowly fell, collapsing among the very people he had protected, staring wide-eyed at the sky. At that moment, it seemed as if an invisible sound shattered within his heart. That was faith. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to stand up, it was that his heart had died. Zhao Yin sighed. Never underestimate human greed and ignorance. In his past life, wasn't Zhao Yin just like Xie Jinshan? At this moment Luo Chang heard the internal strife, a sneer on his face, and shouted loudly, "Why haven't you opened the gate yet?" The thick wooden door was slowly pulled open by several old men working together. Many old men rushed forward to greet Luo Chang, all wearing flattering expressions. "Welcome, Brother Luo. Brother Luo, from now on you are our leader. Please take care of us. Hurry and invite Brother Luo inside." Luo Chang strode forward, a smile on his face. Bam! He suddenly swung the self-made iron bow in his hand, instantly knocking the first old man who had come forward to the ground. Opf! Luo Chang spat a thick glob of phlegm and commanded loudly, "Kill them all. These old geezers can't even do manual labor. Keeping them would only waste food. Kill." Though there were only about 30 subordinates behind him, each carried a weapon. Facing a bunch of selfish old men, it was like slicing melons and vegetables. The crucial point was that when the old men saw Luo Chang suddenly turn hostile, they immediately scattered in all directions. Many fled into the cave at the first opportunity, completely disorganized. Zhao Yin, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, walked out of the forest. Squinting, he looked toward the area outside the wall in front of the cave, which had already become a hell on earth. "Lao Nyo, guard the supplies here. Song shout out Hozi Lao Hei Shu Ishu Air. Drop your supplies here, and I'll go stretch your legs." After saying this, Zhao Yin spat out the cigarette butt and drew his machete. He chopped off the head of Yang Shan beside him with one stroke. As blood gushed before the headless body, even fell, Zhao Yin charged forward. He hadn't personally taken action in a long time. Since he rarely had the chance to face a group of ordinary survivors, Zhao Yin needed to stretch his old bones. A flash of the blade, one of Luo Chang's subordinates was cleft in two by Zhao Yin. A rain of blood rose into the air, but before it could stain his pristine white rat skin armor, his figure flashed past, charging toward the next person. Then, another head was lopped off. At this moment, Little Hozi and the 7 giant rats also charged into the crowd, followed by Song Xiaodao. In the blink of an eye, half of the crowd was slaughtered. Whether it was those old men or Luo Chang's people, anyone who encountered the contract beasts met their death without any resistance. Luo Chang turned his head and instantly turned pale. He had never seen such a huge monkey, even more terrifying than a gorilla. Nor had he seen such huge rats. And such a terrifying little girl. Luo Chang finally saw a tall young man walking toward him, weapon dripping with blood. He quickly opened his mouth. "Big brother, don't." Zhao Yin swung his blade and directly chopped off Luo Chang's head. He couldn't be bothered to listen to the man's nonsense. He was going to kill him anyway. Hadn't he come all this way just for the thrill of that single strike? After killing Luo Chang, Zhao Yin turned to look. Outside the wall, the ground was littered with steaming corpses. Except for the contract beasts and Song Xiaodao, even the dozens of old men had all died at the hands of the contract beasts. Hozi Xiaodao, go help Lao Hei and the others carry the supplies. Everyone into the cave. After giving the order, Zhao Yin walked alone into the wall. Suddenly a weak voice came, "Brother, wait." Zhao Yin followed the sound and saw Xie Jinshan lying on the ground. At this moment, there was a large hole in the back of his head, blood gushing out. A sharpened wooden stick was lodged in his waist. He was leaning against the wall, one leg curled up, looking weakly at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin frowned. Once he too had admired soldiers with such a spirit of sacrifice. But in the current apocalypse, sacrificing oneself for others was simply foolish. However, although Zhao Yin did not consider himself a good person, he also did not believe he should indiscriminately kill. Just as he would take a bath whenever he had the chance, and liked to keep his clothes clean for a few extra days, it was to remind himself that he was still a human being. Even in the apocalypse, he would always be a human being. "Don't expect me to save you. I can't do anything," Zhao Yin said. Xie Jinshan smiled bitterly. "No, I'm not. Not asking you to save me." Zhao Yin was stunned for a moment. Please don't kill those people in the cave. Whatever you want, you can go to Lao Wu. He's in charge of the supplies. You risked your life to protect them, and they wanted you dead. Yet you're asking me not to kill. No one has it easy. They just want to survive. The fault is not theirs, but this damned apocalypse. Xie Jinshan slowly raised his head, looking at the dim sunlight, his lips trembling. If only it weren't for that meteor shower. How wonderful would that be? Zhao Yin didn't know how this man's mind worked, and said indifferently, "Someone like you should have been crushed by the meteor in the first place." "Then will you promise me?" Xie Jinshan asked. "Why should I promise you?" Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore and walked on. Soon Song Xiaodao, along with the contract beasts carrying the supplies, caught up with Zhao Yin and entered a vast space appeared before them, spanning 30 to 40,000 square meters, with the highest point reaching 200 to 300 meters. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, occasional droplets falling into a pool at the center of the cave, where fish could be faintly seen in the water. No one was visible in the entire cavern hall. Zhao Yin looked around and immediately spotted a narrow opening at the deepest part of the cave. They fled through there. There must be no exit inside or Xie Jinshan wouldn't have ended up like that. Let's go. Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin, there are fish here. Song Xiaodao pointed at the pool. We'll have fish soup tonight, but first let's find those inside. After speaking, Zhao Yin ordered the little monkey to lead the way. This place had been developed into a tourist area before the apocalypse, with many parts artificially smooth and repaired, making the path quite even. But everywhere was littered with trash and human excrement, dry wet of all shapes, accompanied by urine. A foul stench filled the air. Oh, what is it? It's poop, so disgusting. Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped in a fresh pile of feces, her face twisting in disgust. Hopping on one foot, she bounded over to Zhao Yin and grabbed his sleeve. Zhao Yin, I stepped in it. Zhao Yin shook off her hand. Go scrape it off yourself. Don't dirty my leather armor. Song Xiaodao cleaned her shoe on a rock and quickly caught up to Zhao Yin. How disgusting. Couldn't they have built a few toilets? Poor leadership leads to poor management. It's normal, Zhao Yin said expressionlessly. In the apocalypse, most people thought only of survival day to day, no longer caring about quality of life. The darker side of human nature was everywhere. The narrow opening sloped downward with railings and stone steps installed. But signs of deliberate damage were everywhere. After a while, the steps continued to descend. Will we end up underground? Song Xiaodao asked again. Zhao Yin shook his head. He had never been here in his past life, so how could he know? Soon the steep steps gradually leveled out, and the passage widened. When an even larger hall than before appeared, Zhao Yin finally saw the group. There were about 500 to 600 people, all elderly, children, and women, ragged and unkempt, huddled in a corner at the deepest part of the cave. The cave was not short of water, but living in such conditions, most people couldn't even be bothered to wash their faces. Even the women who had loved beauty before the apocalypse were now so dirty that their features were indistinguishable. There was another reason in the apocalypse: women couldn't afford to be too attractive. Sometimes ugliness was a form of protection. Everyone stared at Zhao Yin and the mutated beasts behind him, their faces twisted in terror. They had never seen rats so large, or one of them was bigger than an ox. No, there indeed was an ox, like a mountain of flesh, and that skinny monkey carrying a blade longer than itself. At the front of this fearsome group stood a young man in a white leather armor stained with fresh blood. It's him. He killed Captain Xie with Luo Chong. Let's fight him. A gray-haired elder pointed at Zhao Yin. I saw with my own eyes that he killed Captain Xie. This man is a demon. Another elder shouted loudly. Let's all attack together and kill this demon, or we'll all die. The elders, guilty of their own misdeeds, feared that Zhao Yin would not spare them. Their only chance was to incite others to hold him back while they escaped in the chaos. So before Zhao Yin arrived, the elders had already begun their agitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the last elder to speak had a bloody hole in his forehead. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe he was dead. Then he fell straight back with a thud. Screams from women, cries from children, and moans from old women erupted from the crowd. A gun was always the greatest deterrent to humanity. None of the elders dared to step forward again. Zhao Yin lowered his pistol and shouted, "Shut the hell up, all of you. Shut up again, and I'll feed you to the rats." In an instant the cave fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Even the crying children had their mouths covered by the adults beside them. If Xie Jinshan were here, what would he think? Zhao Yin had killed just one person more effective than 100 of his words. Now I declare that everything in this cave is my spoils, including the lives of every one of you. Until I leave, my word is law. Anyone who breaks my rules will end up like that man just now. Do you all understand? Zhao Yin's voice echoed through the cave. Everyone trembled, staring at him in terror, but not a single person dared to speak. Was it better to submit to Zhao Yin or risk fleeing? It was a choice, and they all waited for others to decide first. Speak up, damn it. Do you understand? Zhao Yin demanded again. Still no one spoke. It seemed that Zhao Yin's was the only voice in the cave. Bang! Another gunshot. Zhao Yin fired directly, and the skull of a bald elder was blown open, brain matter splattering everywhere. The next moment the crowd erupted into chaos again. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Wah! Captain Wang, where is Captain Wang? Why isn't he back to protect us? Don't shoot, please. My child is only 3, he can't lose his mother. Those near the edges pushed inward while those inside, suffocating, pushed back. Bang! No one expected Zhao Yin to fire again. Another elder fell. You all want to break my rules, huh? Zhao Yin cursed. The crowd finally quieted down again. They finally understood that wasting words meant death. They realized that he killed without hesitation, purely on a whim. Soon voices rose from the crowd. Understood. 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 The voices grew, and soon everyone was scrambling to answer Zhao Yin, afraid that a moment's delay would cost them the chance to curry favor with their new leader. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly, and the crowd fell silent again. Pistol in hand, he paced back and forth, and announced loudly, "Listen up. All women over 50 come here, and stand in a row. Women under 50 with children under 5 stand in another row. Children over 5 stand over here. And you men, stand over there. Zhao Yin pointed his gun barrel in several directions. The next moment, everyone moved at once, the footsteps of hundreds creating a rumble in the cave. After 4 long lines had formed, a few children under 5 were left behind, all wailing loudly. Whose children are these? Why hasn't anyone taken them? Zhao Yin's gaze turned to the group of able-bodied women. In fact, some of the able-bodied women in the cave had stayed behind to care for their own children. The woman at the front of the line whispered these children were rescued by Captain Wang and the others. Some lost their parents to the meteor shower, others to illness in the cave. They're all orphans, so no one was willing to take them. Captain Xia had been taking care of them, but now Captain Xia. The woman looked at Zhao Yin in fear, not daring to continue. Clearly she still believed that Zhao Yin had killed Xie Jinshan. Zhao Yin didn't explain. He pointed to the group of older women and selected a few who looked energetic. You. Each of you take one of these children. Do whatever it takes, but I don't want to hear their voices anymore. The selected older women immediately walked over, each picking up an orphan and covering their mouths. The basic composition of the crowd finally became clear. There were 4 groups, over 300 older women, 74 older men remaining. 49 children under 5, 37 children aged 5 to 12, and 42 able-bodied women. Zhao Yin had separated them for 2 reasons. First, his target was the older men. Separating them made it easier to eliminate them. Though the elders were old, many still had strength. Given their past actions, it was unlikely that Zhao Yin by nature would leave them alive to cause more trouble. Additionally, Zhao Yin planned to settle in the cave, at least until he found the flying white tiger and the space pendant. This place would serve as an excellent shelter. So he needed to establish complete control over the cave. Where is Old Wu? Who is Old Wu? Zhao Yin recalled thinking of the Old Wu who managed supplies according to Xie Jinhai. Without Old Wu stepping forward, everyone immediately looked toward a bald man standing among the group of elderly men. He was thin, wearing a tattered suit, and was one of the few in the team who had washed his face clean. Oh, old boss, my name is Wu Shuegaoei. When Captain Wang was still here, he put me in charge of supplies. Wu Shuegaoei slightly bowed, revealing his shiny bald head. Zhao Yin nodded. Come to my side. Wu Shuegaoei looked to be only in his 40s with a limp in one leg. Perhaps that was why Captain Wang hadn't taken him out, and earlier Xie Jinshan hadn't called him to help resist Luo Chang. Just as Wu Shuegaoei came before Zhao Yin suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up with one hand. Oh, old boss. Wu Shuegaoei was horrified. How could the other's strength be so immense? Was he even human? I want all the supplies here. Do you know what to do? Zhao Yin asked. All the supplies are in the warehouse. Every entry and exit is recorded in detail as per the rules set by Captain Xia. I absolutely dare not hide anything from the boss, and I couldn't even if I wanted to. Wu Shuegaoei broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. They'll take you to see it right now, boss. Please let me go. Zhao Yin nodded, noticing that this man, even in crisis, remained clear-headed. No wonder Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan had placed him in such an important position. How did you become lame? Zhao Yin asked. When I was serving in the military, I was stationed at the border adjacent to India. I was disabled in a conflict. This is a prosthetic leg. Another veteran. Zhao Yin released his grip and followed Wu Shuegaoei toward the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked, still too noisy, not quiet enough. As he spoke, all the contract beasts instantly understood Zhao Yin's intent. Squeak. The little monkey was the first to charge toward the group of elderly men. In its stride, it completed a gigantic transformation. Everyone witnessing this magical scene stared wide-eyed. Even the group of elderly men were stunned, staring at the suddenly enlarged monkey. Then Lao He and the 6 giant rats, still carrying mountain-like supplies, rushed forward rapidly, not to kill, but to subtly encircle the group of elderly men. The next moment, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao also charged forward. Instantly, the sounds of collisions, blades cutting flesh, screams, and bones breaking filled the air. The smell of blood quickly spread. Heads with white hair rolled everywhere. Blood was everywhere. In the other 3 teams, no one dared to speak. They all trembled as they watched this scene. The remaining elderly men panicked, knowing these contract beasts obeyed Zhao Yin. Someone shouted loudly at Zhao Yin, "You little bastard, what exactly are you trying to do?" Boss, have mercy. I won't dare to do it again. Captain Xia was harmed by Old Wan, and the others, it has nothing to do with me. Boss, you can't leave. Make these beasts stop. Wu Zuegui's lame leg was trembling, and he dared not look back. He could only try hard to appear more relaxed. However, he vaguely heard that Captain Xia was harmed by Old Wan and the others, and that it had nothing to do with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin followed unhurriedly behind him, sensing something, and asked calmly, "Are you afraid of me?" No. I'm not afraid, boss, please. Please don't misunderstand. Wu Zuegui's lips trembled. You're not afraid of me. Zhao Yin's voice turned cold. I am afraid, no, not afraid. Wu Shuegaoei waved his hands repeatedly, incoherent, nearly kneeling to Zhao Yin. You should say that you only admire me, revere me, and there is no such thing as fear or not fear. With that, Zhao Yin strode forward. Wu Shuegae limped again to lead the way, not daring to speak anymore. He could be valued by Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan because he had a keen mind. But now he found that the man before him was unfathomable. It wasn't that the other's thoughts were deep, but that they were too unpredictable. Soon they arrived at a cave entrance blocked by 2 iron-barred gates. Wu Shuegae stepped forward, unlocked the chains, and opened the iron-barred gate, explaining this is the warehouse inside the cave. It used to be a storage room for the scenic area's cleaners. Later, Captain Wang found it suitable for storing supplies, so he had me clean it up and move everything here. Please follow me, boss. The so-called warehouse was only about 20 square meters. It was filled with odds and ends but arranged in an orderly manner, showing that Wu Shuegae, as the warehouse keeper, was usually diligent. First they saw a pile of scrap metal, probably 300 or 400 kilograms, picked up from somewhere. Beside it was a homemade furnace and a dozen molds. Zhao Yin glanced and knew that someone had used these things to melt iron and make guns and daily necessities. In addition, there were a dozen large iron pots, several hundred caddies of charcoal, a pile of clothing, and a dozen bundles of bamboo poles 5 or 6 meters long. These junk were of no use to Zhao Yin. On the day the apocalypse came, there were over 100,000 tourists in the scenic area. Only 1,000 or 2,000 escaped into the cave. Many were seriously injured. Captain Wang had us do our best to rescue them, and only 700 or 800 survived. We didn't waste the clothes from the dead. Xie Jinshan pointed at the pile of clothing as if remembering something and sighed. Where are the food supplies? What have you been eating for the past month? Zhao Yin asked directly. Wu Shuegae pointed at the bamboo poles. These were originally bamboo groves planted by the scenic area by the pond. After the apocalypse, they withered and died for some reason. Captain Wang had us cut them down for fishing. Plus, tourists were used to carrying food, so when 1,000 or 2,000 people flooded into the cave, they brought a lot of food. Later, Captain Xiao melted these pots, and we cooked fish with bread and ham every day, barely surviving that month. Later, when the food ran out, Captain Wang discovered a newly grown vine in the cave. Its leaves were edible, and we could pick 100 or 200 caddies every day. We cooked soup with fish and leaves, and at least no one starved to death. From Zhao Yin's perspective, Wu Shuegae's cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were listless. Wu Shuegae licked his lips. Unfortunately, the fish in the pond couldn't be endless. Captain Wang only allowed us to catch 30 per day, saying we should make it last. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that Wu Shuegae might mention cannibalism to survive. There really was a mutant crop here. Take me to see that vine, Zhao Yin said. He spoke calmly, but his heart was excited. Recently, he had grown tired of eating chestnuts and rat meat, and was lacking other food varieties to improve his diet. There were not only fish here, but also mutant vegetables he hadn't eaten in a long time. Wu Shuegae pushed aside the pile of clothing, revealing a natural crevice in the stone wall. Please follow me, boss. Zhao Yin was somewhat surprised, not expecting the mutant crop to be hidden here. He followed Wu Shuegae into the crevice, which opened into a hidden world, a cave hall covering nearly 1,000 square meters. It had not been developed by the scenic area, and no light source shone in. Only the occasional phosphorescent glow from the stalactites above flickered like stars in the night sky. A vine as thick as a thigh was rooted on the stone wall not far away, covering 70 or 80 square meters. Its round leaves were thick and succulent. Crisp ear vegetable, a level mutant plant rich in nutrients. Effect: cures stubborn ailments. Special effect: regenerates cyclically 24 hours after harvesting. Zhao Yin's breath hitched. It was actually an 11 mutant crop. Evolvers generally don't get sick, but once they do, it's hard to cure. In the apocalypse, there were no medical conditions to speak of. The effect of this crisp ear vegetable could sometimes save lives. And what Zhao Yin liked most were things that could save his life. Moreover, the special effect of this crisp ear vegetable was cyclic regeneration. No wonder Wu Shuegae said they could pick 200 or 300 caddies every day. No wonder those elderly men and women, though thin as sticks, showed few signs of illness. In the apocalypse, besides food, the most scarce thing was medicine. Even if Zhao Yin didn't need it, he could trade it with other camps for desired supplies in the future. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter, including you. Zhao Yin stared into Wu Shuegae's eyes. Wu Shuegae forced a smile on his face. Understood, boss. He'll lock up the warehouse and give you the key. As he spoke, a hint of gloom flashed in Wu Shuegae's eyes. So this was it. He was taking it for himself. How would the 400 or 500 people in the cave survive from now on? Zhao Yin and Wu Shuegae returned to the warehouse. Zhao Yin pointed at the dozen bundles of bamboo poles and said, distribute these immediately. Have the living ones find a few people to pick the crispier vegetables, and the rest will go fishing, including children over 5 years old. All go fishing. Wu Shuegae was stunned. Was this to drain the pond of every fish? Didn't you understand? Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. Wu Shuegae shuddered, quickly bowing. Yes, boss. He'll arrange it right away. With that, Wu Shuegae walked out and soon brought in a dozen sturdy women who carried all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao Yin didn't watch them distribute the poles. Instead, he pointed at the large cauldrons. Later he'll have old Hay bring you some rat bones. Those who catch fish today will get bone soup, if those who don't won't. Zhao Yin understood the principle of rewarding effort. The rat bones he deemed worthless were only taken along to avoid waste. With little meat but considerable weight, they had become a burden for old Hay and the others, leaving the heavily laden contracted beasts nearly combat-ready in an emergency. Using them here was better than wasting them. Zhao Yin cared nothing about overfishing. His goal was to empty the pond of all fish during their stay and take them away. Wu Shuegaoei was taken aback again. Rat bone soup. It's the bones of those big rats, similar to cow bones, but with better flavor. Zhao Yin said. Wu Shuegaoei grew excited. Captain Wang and his team had paid a heavy price for the deliciousness of that giant rat. Now they could have rat bone soup. Boss, I'll relay your words to them. Many will be eager to work hard for you. Wu Shuegaoei said cheerfully, then limped out. Zhao Yin hadn't anticipated how much the rat bones would attract these people. From his perspective, rat bones were no great treasure, even inferior to the pond's fish. But for the cave dwellers who hadn't had a full meal in ages, the prospect of a remembered delicacy was irresistible. Zhao Yin left the warehouse and headed to the earlier assembly point. Song Xiao and the contracted beasts had already dealt with the group of elders, leaving a few women to handle the bodies. Nearby, hundreds of people held bamboo poles, many unraveling threads from old clothes to twist into makeshift lines. They planned to bend scrap iron into hooks, tie them to the lines, and create simple fishing rods. Boss, I've kept 10 elderly women to care for children under 5, 30 able-bodied women to pick crispier vegetables, and equipped everyone else with fishing rods, Wu Shuegaoei reported. Is this how you fished before? Zhao Yin frowned. Forgive our humble means, boss. With these simple tools, a few dozen of us could catch at least 30 fish a day, Wu Shuegaoei explained. Zhao Yin hesitated briefly, then called out Song Xiao. Zhao Yin, Song Xiao approached. Give each of them a piece of dried meat as bait. Anyone caught eating it will be killed, Zhao Yin ordered. Song Xiao agreed, and enlisted little monkeys helped to distribute the meat. Soon a crowd carrying fishing rods headed to the pond in the front hall. Zhao Yin followed to observe. Before long, the modest pond was surrounded by nearly 600 people. Someone eagerly cast a line, and within minutes a fish bit, yielding a half-kilogram sharp-toothed fish. Wu Zuegui's eyes widened. Boss, what meat did you give them as bait? Wed fish for hours without a bite here. These fish are harder to catch than elsewhere. Why does your meat? It's the meat of those big rats, Zhao Yin said casually. Wu Shuegaoei stood dumbfounded. The boss was using rat meat as bait. That meat was a top delicacy even before the apocalypse. Such waste seemed unthinkable. Zhao Yin, now in good spirits, walked to the woman who had caught the fish, removed the sharp tooth from the hook, and examined the bait. A thin shred of meat carefully threaded onto the iron hook without waste. He nodded. Tonight you'll have rat bone soup. Thank you, boss. Thank you, the woman exclaimed, bowing eagerly. Zhao Yin carried the fish through the passage, returned to the hall before the warehouse, and handed it to Song Xiao. Cook some fish soup. We'll have an extra meal at noon. Great. Fish soup. Song Xiao cheered, skipping away with the fish. Once out of Zhao Yin's sight, she retrieved a wok from old Nio's back, found the women tending children, and asked coldly, who knows how to cook fish soup? I do. Me too. Nearly all the women knew how. Before the apocalypse, they were retired elders, healthy enough to travel, whose hobbies included mahjong, square dancing, and ample time for recipe research. Song Xiao handed the wok and fish to a woman with a clean face. They'll secretly give you a piece of dried meat if you cook the soup without telling Zhao Yin. The woman beamed and nodded. Deal? Boss, the women picking crispier vegetables asked if they'll also get rat bone soup tonight. Wu Shuegaoei inquired cautiously. Zhao Yin nodded. Tell them that those who work well will eat. If anyone dares to hoard even one person, he'll kill them all and feed them to the rats. Having brutally executed the elders before everyone's eyes, he was confident no one would dare hide anything. At least for the next couple of days, they wouldn't summon the courage to steal. Yet Zhao Yin still used this threat to ensure mutual surveillance. Wu Shuegaoei trembled. Understood, boss. He lingered, hesitant. Something else? Zhao Yin asked, his peripheral vision catching Song Xiao's lazy antics in the distance. Boss, there's actually something in the warehouse. I'm not sure if I should hand it over, Wu Shuegaoei said hesitantly. Zhao Yin turned to him, his gaze chilling. You've been hiding things from me. He hadn't yet reviewed the inventory, having been preoccupied with the crispier vegetables. Wu Zuegui's face flushed, and he dropped to his knees. Boss, hear me out. I didn't mean to conceal it, but those things. They're useless and might bring danger to you. What things, eh? Zhao Yin's interest was piqued. He studied Wu Zuegui's evasive eyes, realizing the man feared being suspected of ill intent. If truly deceitful, he wouldn't risk confessing now. Wu Shuegaoei pulled a fist-sized cloth bundle from his pocket and respectfully offered it to Zhao Yin. You might not believe it, boss, but inside those zombies' heads there are two kinds of stones, one transparent, one blood red. The transparent ones are useless, but cracking open the blood-red ones reveals something. Sometimes food, sometimes water, and occasionally poison. Zhao Yin's pupils contracted. Wasn't the blood-red stone Wu Shuigui described exactly a star crystal? So they had already discovered the secret of the star crystals. Zhao Yin took the cloth bundle and opened it directly. Inside were 2 bottles of potion of pink pill and over 100 corpse crystals. Boss, this is the transparent stone. Wu Shuigui pointed at the corpse crystals and said, at first Captain Wang and his team conducted an experiment. They had someone crack one open and the result was that person turned into a zombie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin immediately recalled something from his past life. Once a corpse crystal is cracked open, it releases energy. Those who have not used an evolution potion to unlock their potential simply cannot withstand it. Blindly opening a corpse crystal will only cause most people to turn into zombies instantly, with only a very few retaining some consciousness and becoming monsters that are neither human nor corpse. They possess human intelligence, but have completely lost their humanity. They feed on fresh blood and flesh, can also grow by consuming corpse crystals, and are immensely powerful with a growth rate even surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Later survivors gave them a terrifying name: corpse demons. However, corpse demons are exceedingly rare. In his past life, Zhao Yin only learned of their existence in the 7th year of the apocalypse. Before he could discover more, he died. He activated his true sight. Evolution Potion Grade E-type basic potion can unlock the A-level evolution gene in an evolver, granting greater power. Zhao Yin's hands trembled. This was exactly what he needed most. In his past life, Zhao Yin had deliberately lingered at a level for over half a year, refusing to advance all in search of an A-level evolution potion, yet he still had to reluctantly step into the level. Once a survivor surpasses the potion's grade, no amount of subsequent consumption can compensate. He had thought it would take a long time to find an A-level evolution potion, or that he would end up like his past life. But he never expected such a fortuitous coincidence to grant him his long-cherished desire. Zhao Yin forced himself to calm down and looked at the next bottle. Talent Ability Potion Grade A-type Advanced Lightning Potion can unlock the hidden talent ability of an evolver's bloodline. Lightning Grade A. Zhao Yin felt his breath catch. The emotions he had just steadied boiled over once more. His face slowly flushed red. At this moment, even with Zhao Yin's willpower, his mind wavered. What kind of luck was this? In terms of preciousness, this ability potion could outshine the A-level evolution potion by 10,000 streets. It was a treasure truly sought, but never obtained. In 7 years of his past life, Zhao Yin had only obtained a great ability, True Sight. Even Lin Tianfeng, after becoming the contract master, only acquired a second ability, upgrade power type. This shows how rare ability potions are. They are not something that can be acquired with resources or influence alone. It all depends on fate. No one who obtains an ability potion would ever put it up for sale. Zhao Yin never imagined that in this life he would gain a third ability, and in a grade 1 at that. He quickly stored both potions into his space ring before turning his gaze to the pill. Red-pink pill grade B-type intermediate auxiliary pill. After taking it, one will fall in love with the first person of the opposite sex they see for life. Wasn't this an upgraded version of that love powder? Before the apocalypse, it would have been a treasure idolized by hopeless romantics, but to Zhao Yin, it's useless. Zhao Yin thought to himself. He quickly stored it into his space ring almost as fast as he had taken the ability potion. As for the remaining corpse crystals, they were all ungraded. From this, Zhao Yin deduced that the cave guard team had gone out to kill zombies right after the outbreak. They relied on numbers and strength. Having walked from 5 kilometers away, Zhao Yin had not seen large hordes of zombies along the way, presumably all dealt with by them. Otherwise, with the cave guard team's strength, having no evolvers, it would have been difficult to deal with zombies above grade, let alone obtain star crystals. At that moment, Wu Shuigui saw the items in Zhao Yin's hand disappear, but only showed slight surprise before returning to normal. He had grown accustomed to the mystery surrounding this young man. Boss, those pills are very dangerous. You must be careful. We once had another bottle of medicine. Captain Wang had someone take it, and that person immediately bled from all 7 orifices and died within moments. After that, Captain Wang ordered that any future medicine be stored in the warehouse, and no one was allowed to use it privately. At this, Zhao Yin understood. That bottle was likely also an evolution potion, at least a grade or above. That person wasn't even an evolver. It was only natural that he died from hastily consuming such a high-grade potion. In fact, most evolution potions obtained from star crystals are F-grade. Otherwise, how would those evolvers survive without true sight? Zhao Yin felt a pang of regret for that wasted potion, while silently marveling at the guard team's luck, both good and bad. They could be described as having fate-defying fortune, yet they sat on a treasure mountain without knowing how to use it, which ultimately benefited Zhao Yin. Anything else? Zhao Yin asked, then added, items from the blood-red stones. All records are here. Wu Shuigui handed a ledger to Zhao Yin and said, not long after the meteor shower stopped, the food in the cave rotted and stank. Captain Wang organized a team to go out and search for supplies. They found 12 blood-red stones in total. The food and water extracted from them were distributed as rewards to the survivors. Only these harmful transparent stones and the medicine remain. And you all ate that food? Zhao Yin asked with wide eyes. We ate it. Wu Shuigui nodded nervously, then quickly added, but they were the ones who ate. I didn't have a single bite. At that time the guard team hadn't been formally established yet. Captain Wang distributed it all to get them to work hard. It was said to taste very good. After saying this, Wu Shuigui subconsciously swallowed. Zhao Yin felt a pang of heartache. Those bastards actually ate transcendent food as if it were ordinary. No wonder they were poisoned by the potion. That Captain Wang should count himself lucky to have died outside, or else Zhao Yin would have torn him apart. Transcendent food. Wu Shuigui was startled. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered to explain and waved his hand. Go check on the fishing. If it's over 100 pounds, start organizing people to smoke the fish into jerky. Also those crispier vegetables. Make them all into dried vegetables. With that, Zhao Yin turned and left. Crispier vegetables could be made into dried vegetables. That had been Zhao Yin's plan from the start. During his stay, he would harvest and dry as much as possible and finally dig up the roots before leaving. But for now he was running low on bottled water. In the past few days, to protect the chestnut tree roots, the remaining bottled water had all been used up. He planned to finish his current tasks and go out tomorrow to search for the flying white tiger, while also killing zombies for corpse crystals and star crystals. As for that space pendant, the only clue Zhao Yin had was that it was on a corpse king. Zhao Yin found an empty spot, set up the invisibility tent, ordered his contract beasts to guard outside, and walked straight in. Zhao Yin, the fish soup is ready. Look, it's milky white. Come and taste your fiancé's cooking. Song Xiao carried a pot of fragrant fish soup, swallowing her saliva. Where's Zhao Yin? The little monkey pointed at an empty area. Song Xiao immediately understood. That was the invisibility tent. She fumbled around to find the door. The little monkey tugged at her clothes and shook its head vigorously. Song Xiao asked, what is Zhao Yin doing? The little monkey squeaked and gestured, conveying that it sensed its master becoming stronger. He's evolving again. Song Xiao suddenly realized something, her eyes wide. Didn't he just evolve to a level? An hour passed. 2 hours passed. It was not until dark that Zhao Yin's figure finally emerged from the invisibility tent. Human male, awakened ability user, E-rank, evolver, evolution progress, 1000. 26, strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, talent rank, shooting life, countdown, 109,963 days. At that moment, Zhao Yin had already unlocked his rank potential, nearly doubling all his attributes. His 5 senses had become keener, enabling him to hear the faintest sounds from 5 kilometers away, and in the absence of obstructions, even discern a mosquito flying 5 kilometers distant. Moreover, Zhao Yin had mastered an rank lightning ability, though it remained undetectable by the eye of truth. Monkey, come over and let me test your strength. Zhao Yin's face beamed with delight as he spoke loudly. In truth, Zhao Yin had never possessed a combat-type ability, which had always made him act with caution. Now he felt as though he had finally found his footing. Master, are you certain? The little monkey quickly inquired through telepathy. I'm afraid I might not be able to hold back and accidentally hurt you. I have chestnut leaves for healing. If you beat me, I'll reward you with 5 franc corpse crystals. Zhao Yin declared. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey grew excited. To it, the master's reward was no longer mere supplies, but recognition, love. Master, make your move. Let this little monkey witness your formidable strength. Zhao Yin wasted no more words and threw a punch at the little monkey's shoulder, using 70% of his strength. Bang! The little monkey staggered back a step, eyes wide as it stared at Zhao Yin. It remembered that its master had never been this strong before. Activate your ability and strike me with full force. Zhao Yin commanded. The next moment he threw another punch at the little monkey. Roar. Master, be careful. The little monkey instantly activated its gigantification ability and threw a punch back at Zhao Yin. It had realized that after this evolution, its master's strength was no longer what it used to be, and it could not afford to be underestimated. Boom. The 2 fists, one large and one small, created a sonic boom. Just as the little monkey thought its ability would surely overpower its master, a bolt of electric arc suddenly burst from Zhao Yin's fist. The little monkey felt a jolt throughout its body, every pore tingling with numbness. The force in its fist was forcibly interrupted, and then bang. The little monkey's massive form was sent flying. In that moment, all the contracted beasts and Song Xiao were stunned. They stared at Zhao Yin in disbelief. Activate your dual abilities. Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey. Master, I was careless earlier. I didn't dodge. Monkeys were naturally stubborn, and this defeat stirred the little monkey's competitive spirit. It had to preserve its place in its master's heart. Now I'll show you my true strength. Excellent. Zhao Yin replied. The little monkey activated its second ability Berserk, and its nearly 3-meter turtle massive form charged at Zhao Yin, stirring up a gale. Zhao Yin understood that with its dual abilities activated, the little monkey's strength and speed were roughly 2.5 times his own. He chose not to clash heat in with the monkey, and a spark of electric arc appeared at his fingertip again. The little monkey bared its teeth in what seemed like a grin, but speed far exceeded Zhao Yin's, and before the arc could be released it burst forth at maximum velocity. In an instant it flashed behind Zhao Yin and reached out with its large hand to grab his collar. "Master!" But before it could savor its triumph, a net of lightning suddenly appeared on Zhao Yin's back. The electricity instantly traveled up the little monkey's arm and engulfed its entire body. The little monkey's body stiffened, then its limbs twitched as it collapsed to the ground. Zhao Yin turned to face it and said calmly, "Monkey, you've lost." Once the numbness faded, the little monkey rose from the ground with its head lowered, its spirits sinking. "Master, I've let you down." "You are strong," Zhao Yin said sincerely. He still took out 5 franc corpse crystals and tossed them to the little monkey. "This is your reward." "Master, there's still a reward." The little monkey's mood brightened instantly. "Of course. You are my first contracted beast, and the position of vanguard will always be yours," Zhao Yin declared. In truth, Zhao Yin had merely wanted to test his new combat type ability. His victory over the little monkey was mainly due to his thorough knowledge of its capabilities, while the monkey was encountering a lightning ability for the first time. If they were to fight again, or if the monkey fought with lethal intent, or if it used the Rat King's claw, the outcome might have been different. Of course, Zhao Yin would not reveal this. He needed to maintain his current authority before his contracted beasts. "Zhao Yin, when will I ever get such a powerful ability?" Song Xiao pouted, fiddling with her fingers, and murmured, I want to be as strong as you." "Do you think abilities are as common as cabbages?" Zhao Yin asked. "I'm still only Frank, even weaker than Shu Yi and the others," Song Xiao said tearfully. Zhao Yin replied casually, "Tomorrow I'll go hunt zombies. You can come too. If you want an ability, go kill zombies and extract star crystals. If you actually unlock an ability, it's yours to keep. No need to hand it over." "Really? I never break my word." In the apocalypse, fewer than 1 in 10,000 survivors ever awakened an ability. Countless survivors spent their entire lives without even catching a glimpse of one. He didn't truly believe Song Xiao could unlock an ability, he was just trying to comfort her. As for improving Song Xiao's strength, Zhao Yin already had a plan. Once he gathered enough corpse crystals to evolve her to a rank, he would proceed with her evolution. As for abilities, he would deal with that after he himself grew stronger. Earlier, while waiting for Zhao Yin, Song Xiao had been sneaking bites of the fish soup, and now not a drop remained in the pot. "Zhao Yin, I'll make you a new batch of fish soup," the girl said before scampering off toward the pond like a thief. After most of the day, over 1,000 jin of fresh fish had been caught. Some women were cleaning fish by the pond while others had set up fires to dry fish jerky. Old Black patrolled the shore with the 4 giant rats, preventing anyone from stealing food. 2 other giant rats were supervising the harvesting of crisp ear vegetables and their drying process. In the evening, Wu Shuigui set up over a dozen large pots boiling the hundreds of jin of rat bones Zhao Yin had given him, along with fish scales, gills, innards, and fish oil. All the survivors lined up in long queues waiting for their meal. Everyone was all smiles. That had been a long time since they'd had a full meal. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin cooked a large pot of chestnut porridge, stir-fried crisp ear vegetables with smoked rat meat jerky, and roasted a large piece of Rat King meat. Together with the large pot of fish soup cooked by Song Xiao and a steamed big-mouth fish, the simple wooden table was laden with food. On the ground, several iron pots were filled with meat and fish soup. Zhao Yin then called back all his contracted beasts and opened a bottle of mutate he had been saving. Instantly, the aroma of wine and meat wafted out of the tent. An 11 or 12-year-old girl was enticed, her mouth watering. "Uncle Wu, is my dad really not coming back?" the girl asked. Wu Shuigui ladled out a large scoop of bone soup, deliberately adding an extra piece of cartilage in her bowl, and sighed. "Even if Captain Wang does come back, hell, have to call that man boss, understand?" The girl was Captain Wang's biological daughter, the one secret Wu Shuigui had never dared to tell Zhao Yin. Her eyes dimmed at his words. Actually, if Dad had been like the boss back, then Uncle Xiao wouldn't have died. "Uncle Wu, can I see the boss alone? I have something I want to say to him." "You want to see the boss?" Wu Shuigui was taken aback. What important business could a little girl have with the boss? He quickly warned her, "The boss isn't like your father. If you mess up, people can die. Drop this idea right now. Since your dad and Uncle Xiao aren't here, it's my responsibility to look after you. Don't ever bring this up again." "Uncle Wu, I just want to say a few words." "Is it really impossible?" the girl pleaded. "Your Uncle Wu doesn't have that much influence. Even I can't just go see the boss whenever I want," Wu Shuigui said dismissively. At that moment, a woman further back in the line urged him to hurry, and the girl had no choice but to leave with her bowl. She returned to a corner of the cave where a crude shelter had been built with a wooden frame and a few old bed sheets, the place where the girl Wang Xiaolei once lived with her father. "Meow." As the girl approached, a weak cat's cry came from within the shelter. "Little White, I've got food." The girl's voice carried a hint of excitement. She pulled back the cloth curtain, revealing a rough wooden bed frame. On a filthy mattress lay a tiny kitten, pure white and frail, reduced to skin and bones from hunger. Yet its blue eyes still gleamed with vigilance. Recognizing Wang Xiaolei, the kitten let out a soft purr and slowly crawled toward her. "Tonight, we'll feast well. Tomorrow morning we head to the western mountains to search for the white tiger of the sky, and along the way, we'll kill zombies to gather star crystals. Shu E Shu Air Shu Sin Shu Cu4 will stay in the cave tomorrow to guard the supplies and keep the survivors in check. The other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao will come with me. Now let's eat," Zhao Yin announced. After a night's rest, the sky was just beginning to lighten the next morning. Zhao Yin left all the supplies behind, instructing Shu Yi and the others to guard them, and then led his 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao out of the cave. After the rainfall 4 days ago, the surrounding forests had grown far lusher overnight, erasing all traces of capital-driven development. In its place was an overwhelming vitality, yet for some reason it evoked a lingering sense of desolation and bleakness. On the muddy road where Zhao Yin had trudged yesterday, weeds had grown, even taller, reaching waist height. Zhao Yin ordered Old Black to clear the path ahead. Old Black's massive form bulldozed through, flattening all the weeds into a green carpet. Zhao Yin stepped onto it, the ground soft beneath his feet, the air thick with the fragrance of vegetation. It was a rare moment of comfort, as if this were not the apocalypse. The team advanced faster than when they had come. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin and his group had traveled over 10 kilometers westward, and finally figures of zombies appeared on the road again. Roar! 7 or 8 zombies spotted Old Black at the front of the line and charged at it instantly. Their speed was several times greater than that of unevolved zombies. Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Male zombie Frank, evolution 1003, strength 21, agility 14, spirit 1. 7 female zombie Frank, evolution 1001, strength 20, agility 15, spirit 0. 3 male zombie Frank. Zhao Yin's spirit jolted. Every single zombie was Frank. He recalled that 4 days ago, among the small horde he had encountered, less than a tenth had evolved to Frank. It's because of that rain. It awakened the surviving animals, and their flesh accelerated the zombies' evolution. Zhao Yin murmured. In his past life at this time he had struggled just to survive and had never noticed such details. Just then Old Black, as if provoked, blurred into motion and crashed into the zombie horde. A cacophony of cracking sounds ensued. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies lay on the ground. For had been severed at the waist by Old Black's sharp claws, while the rest had their heads torn off. Throughout it all, Zhao Yin's pace never faltered. "Time to work," he said. The 2 remaining giant rats darted forward swiftly, cleaving open the zombies' skulls. Monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind, collecting the corpse crystals. In less than a minute, Zhao Yin's group resumed their journey. Less than a kilometer ahead, another horde appeared, this time 40 to 50 zombies strong. Zhao Yin's gaze immediately locked onto the tallest one. Male zombie, rank, evolution 10012, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9. Aside from this rank zombie, the rest were all Frank. "Charge forward, all of you. Finish this quickly. Monkey, see that tall zombie. It has a star crystal. Go fetch me its head," Zhao Yin commanded directly. The Orang zombie's attributes were significantly higher than a typical evolved Orang. It had definitely devoured a star crystal. Roar! Little Monkey immediately activated his gigantification ability, swiftly donned the massive rat-hide armor, and wielding the Rat King claw with his single arm began to run. With every step, a thunderous boom echoed. Moo! Old Bull was also excited. Since recovering from its injuries, aside from tormenting those useless old men, it hadn't fought in a long time. Its massive frame charged forward even before Little Monkey. Seeing the master's 2 veteran subordinates so fierce, Old Black refused to be left behind. It led the 2 giant rats into the charge. In the blink of an eye, all the contracted beasts had surged forward. Only then did Song Xiaodao finish putting on her rat-hide armor, trailing behind. Zhao Yin lit a cigarette, plopped down on a roadside rock, crossed his legs, and squinted at the battle ahead. By now, all the mutated beasts had plunged into the zombie horde. Even the 2 pseudo-mutated giant rats possessed strength far beyond these zombies, let alone the 3 true mutated beasts. It was like slicing through melons and vegetables. The Orang zombie had initially been excited at the sight of living creatures, but the next moment it saw its underlings decimated in the blink of an eye. It let out a roar, and all the remaining zombies immediately rushed forward to intercept Old Bull, who was leading the charge. Meanwhile, the Orang zombie turned and fled. Having devoured corpse crystals, it had already developed a considerable level of intelligence. But the next instant, the Orang zombie felt a gale whip up behind it. It turned its head in terror to see a gleaming Rat King claw swinging toward its neck. There was no way for the Orang zombie to dodge in time. Thud! Its head flew into the air, caught by the leaping Little Monkey. Clutching the head in one hand and biting the rat king claw in its mouth, little monkey rampaged back, trampling 7 or 8 zombies before stopping before Zhao Yin. Master Head, your head is chopped off. My head. Zhao Yin was speechless. This monkey still had such a poor way with words. He didn't bother arguing. Taking out a short rat king claw, he neatly sliced open the head, rummaged around, and rolled out an rank corpse crystal and a star crystal from the dark brown brain matter. Zhao Yin crushed the star crystal, and a white light flashed in his hand. Golden saddle grade C-type supernatural mount equipment. Mount movement speed 80, load strength 100, attached effect mount movement speed 5. Zhao Yin had been bracing himself for a bottle of Nongfu Spring, but when he saw the weighty saddle in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. It was a rare mount-type equipment, and a grade C at that. A surge of joy welled up in Zhao Yin's heart. Was it that the chances of getting good items from star crystals had increased in this life, or was his luck simply extraordinary? Regardless, getting something good was always a blessing. No need to overthink it. By now the mutated beasts and Song Xiao had finished the battle. All 47 Frank zombies had become true corpses. In fact, digging out the corpse crystals took longer than the actual killing. Zhao Yin, the corpse crystals are all here. No star crystals found. Song Xiao carried a pile of corpse crystals toward Zhao Yin. Then she noticed the gleaming golden object in his hand. What's that? Is it for me? It's a saddle. Want to equip it? Zhao Yin took one last drag of his cigarette, stubbed it out, and stood up. Song Xiao quickly shook her head. I don't want to equip that. Zhao Yin's gaze swept over the group of mutated beasts before settling on Old Black. It was the most suitable mount. Old Black, come here. Zhao Yin beckoned with a finger. Old Black's spirits immediately lifted. It trotted over eagerly to Zhao Yin. Master. Its eyes were brimming with excitement. Every time the master had called Little Monkey an old bull like this before, it meant a reward. Zhao Yin directly fitted the saddle onto Old Black's back, then vaulted up and mounted it. His feet found the stirrups, and he found the ride far more stable and comfortable than he had imagined. This mount equipment is yours from now on, Zhao Yin finally said. Old Black's mental voice was cheerful. Master, I feel so much lighter with this equipment. This equipment gives you 100 points of load strength. Even if you carry another 1,000 gene, you won't feel any heavier than usual, and it nearly doubles your movement speed. Zhao Yin patted Old Black's shoulder blade. Thank you, Master. From now on, Old Black will carry you through this apocalypse. Old Black's mental voice was brimming with excitement. Old Bull and the 2 giant rats looked on with envy. They had all heard Zhao Yin's words. This equipment was tailor-made for 4-legged mutated beasts. Sensing the emotions of his 3 contracted beasts, Zhao Yin reassured them, don't worry. When I get more mount equipment in the future, you'll all have your turn. Zhao Yin, I want to ride Old Black too. Song Xiao held the corpse crystals, tilting her head up. Zhao Yin bent down, pulled her onto Old Black's back, and worried she might fall, simply held her in his arms. He said to all the mutated beasts, let's go. 10 more kilometers to Xishan. Along the way they encountered several more zombie hordes. All the zombies had evolved to Frank, but no ranks appeared again. Zhao Yin easily collected over 200 more Frank corpse crystals. By now the total corpse crystals in his spatial ring could be converted into the equivalent of 4 rank corpse crystals. Zhao Yin had finally reached his destination. Ahead lay a vast valley. West Mountain was once one of the most significant attractions in the Great Vane Mountain tourist area, home to over 30 renowned ancient temples. The most famous among them, Celestial Dragon Temple, was known nationwide, drawing countless pilgrims daily to burn incense and worship. The valley before us was originally a bustling commercial hub within the scenic area, featuring hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping malls, and various luxury stores. Now none of it remains. The ruins were overgrown with weeds and trees. Standing outside the valley, one could occasionally spot zombies wandering through the desolation. They were tattered with lifeless eyes and prominent veins beneath pale skin, all Frank, moving swiftly. Zhao Yin rode on Old Black's back, holding Song Xiao in his arms. Closing his eyes to listen, he detected that deeper into the valley the footsteps of zombies grew denser. Estimates suggested at least tens of thousands of zombies were gathered there. Zhao Yin, there are zombies inside, Song Xiao whispered, peering into the valley. Looks like a few hundred. Should we go kill them? Not a few hundred. There are tens of thousands deep in the valley. Zhao Yin stated. Upon hearing this, Song Xiao immediately recalled the industrial park, her face turning pale. We should leave quickly. This is exactly the place I'm looking for, Zhao Yin said in a low voice. In his past life, it was here that he had captured the flying white tiger for Lin Huafeng. But back then the flying white tiger had already matured and slaughtered the nearby zombies. When Zhao Yin arrived, the area had transformed into a forest occupied solely by that tiger. Don't worry though, there are many zombies. We are no longer what we once were. You really want to kill all these zombies? Song Xiao remained fearful. The scene at the industrial park had left a shadow in her heart. Zhao Yin took out the rank corpse crystal and handed it to her. Evolve to a rank now, during the fight you'll need every bit of strength. Song Xiaodao took the corpse crystal, dared not say more, and crushed it in Zhao Yin's arms. A faint white light spread in her palm, quickly seeping into her body. Her frame trembled slightly. For evolvers, leveling up with corpse crystals was not like taking an evolution potion for the first time. Soon Song Xiaodao felt a surge of formidable power within her. Her entire body felt lighter, as if she had been carrying hundreds of pounds, and suddenly set them down. A sense of ease and comfort washed over her. After a long moment she opened her eyes. Zhao Yin, have I really evolved to a rank? Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Human female, rank, evolver evolution 1000, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, life, countdown 60,102 days. Alright, get ready for battle. With that, Zhao Yin tossed Song Xiaodao off the rat's back and mentally commanded, Monkey, go lure the zombie horde. Remember, no more than 500 at a time. The other contract beasts prepare for combat. Even with his powerful contract beast army and his own vastly improved strength, he dared not venture deep into the valley recklessly. Even if the tens of thousands of zombies stood still for the contract beasts to slaughter, they couldn't finish them all in one go. Once their energy was depleted, they would become the zombies' meal. His strategy was to lure the zombies out of the valley in waves and eliminate them one by one. He estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals in the valley, both he and his contract beasts could advance to rank. The little monkey received the order, immediately activated its gigantification ability, and dashed into the valley. The nearest zombies at the valley's edge spotted the little monkey and charged at it with roars. The monkey paid them no heed, transforming into a gust of wind and darting past them. It ran 200 to 300 meters, the roars growing denser around it, attracting 200 to 300 zombies. The little monkey turned and fled, followed by the horde, including a towering, rank zombie. Prepare. Zhao Yin drew his long-handled rat king claw, still seated on Old Black. The two giant rats, the Old Ox and Song Xiaodao, quickly spread out, ready to encircle the zombie group. The little monkey stopped beside Zhao Yin with nearly 300 zombies behind it, howling and charging madly. In the distance, scattered zombies were also drawn by the commotion. Keep it quiet and finish them quickly, Zhao Yin urged, clamping his legs to charge toward the horde emerging from the valley. Song Xiaodao and the contract beasts immediately closed in. As Old Black neared the foremost zombie, Zhao Yin swung the rat king claw, but the zombie was already sliced in two by Old Black's claw. By then Old Black had plowed into the horde, its claws flashing, slaughtering every zombie that came near before they could even approach. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that riding Old Black to show off was a mistake. It only slowed down his own zombie-killing speed. So Zhao Yin leaped off the rat's back, retrieved a cleaver from his spatial ring, and replaced the Rat King claw. The cleaver's sharpness was more than enough for these zombies, and its bonus attribute of 15 points to swing speed allowed him to kill even faster. As for his lightning ability, it consumed energy and was unnecessary now. Just then a zombie moving stiffly yet swiftly approached Zhao Yin. He casually swung his newly equipped cleaver. Thwack! A head shot into the air, disappearing somewhere. Before he could look, 4 or 5 zombies had surrounded him. His movement speed was 5 to 6 times theirs. He sidestepped out of the encirclement. Thwack! Another zombie's head flew off. By now all his contract beasts had charged into the horde, unleashing a massacre. Severed limbs and black blood flew everywhere. The most fearsome was the Old Ox, now with its horns restored, tail clamped tightly to protect its rear. Each charge sent over a dozen zombies crashing, their bodies shattered. The zombie ranks fell in droves, quickly thinning out. Zhao Yin's gaze locked onto the towering zombie 30 meters away. With a full-powered swing, he cleaved 3 zombies in front of him in half. He stamped his foot and shot forward, reaching the tall zombie in an instant. This rank zombie had no idea what kind of monsters it was about to face. As Zhao Yin's blade descended, it instinctively raised an arm to block. Crack! An arm was severed. Then Zhao Yin kicked it to the ground and chopped off its head. The gap in strength was too vast. It was barely different from killing a Frank zombie. Just 2 swings and a kick. Behind him the remaining zombies had been nearly wiped out by the contract beasts. Zhao Yin bent down, picked up the rank zombie's head, and carefully cut it open in a safe spot, extracting an rank corpse crystal and a star crystal from the brain matter. Zhao Yin pressed the star crystal with his finger. A white light flashed, revealing a filled sandwich. Not bad, just what I need. A superfood for rapid healing, he chuckled. At least it wasn't a bottle of Nongfu spring water. He stowed it away. The last zombie behind him was dispatched by Song Xiaodao with a swing of her Rat King claw, its head and half a shoulder severed. The pitch-black heart thudded against her. The girl's pristine white armor was now smeared with black blood, her face grimy. Song Xiaodao had no time to lament before Zhao Yin's voice rang out. Collect all the corpse crystals within half an hour. Little monkey, go lure more zombies. Zhao Yin also joined the team to collect the corpse crystals. Even with his Song Zaideos and the contract beast's speed, it still took them 27 minutes to finish the collection. There were a total of 336 grade corpse crystals. Immediately after, the little monkey continued to lure the zombies. Over 10 minutes later, it brought back another 300 or so zombies. Zhao Yin gazed intently, spotting another exceptionally tall zombie within the dense horde. Another grade. Thus the slaughter repeated once more. After a dozen minutes, the zombie horde was annihilated, and collecting the corpse crystals took another 20+ minutes. After Zhao Yin stored away all the corpse crystals, he frowned. Calculating the time spent, including the little monkeys luring, it took nearly an hour to clear one wave. The speed is too slow. This valley conservatively holds at least 30,000 zombies. How long will it take to kill them all? At least 4 or 5 days. Zhao Yin instructed Song Xiaodao, go to the cave and have Wu Shuigui organize a group of people to come help collect the corpse crystals. Choose those who are quick and nimble and have them arrive here within 2 hours. Also bring some supplies and all the tools in the cave that can break open skulls. Tell Wu Shuigui that if he does well, when I leave, he'll leave all the rat bones to him. The monkey and old black are faster, shouldn't they go instead? Song Xiaodao was taken aback. You're the weakest here, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately pouted and snorted. So I'm supposed to run errands, serve tea and water, and not be worthy of following you to kill zombies. She clenched her little fists and ran back, muttering under her breath, Stinky Zhao Yin, just you wait. Sooner or later it'll unlock an ability more powerful than yours. The distance from here to the cave was less than 30 kilometers. At Song Zaidao's speed, she could return in about 20 minutes, and the remaining hour or so was enough to organize the people to reach the western mountain. Zhao Yin turned to the monkey and said, lure more at once, but keep it under 500. As long as we don't cause too much of a commotion, it should be fine. Understood, master. The little monkey went to lure the zombies again. Zhao Yin directly crushed the star crystal he had just obtained. Compressed biscuit. It still wasn't a bottle of Nungfu Spring, it was a compressed biscuit that replenished energy. Previously, compressed biscuits were of little use to Zhao Yin himself. He gave them to the little monkey and old ox. Now that he had mastered the lightning type ability, which belonged to the elemental category, it consumed the most energy. Eating a compressed biscuit at a critical moment could definitely boost his combat power significantly. Zhao Yin put away the compressed biscuit. Soon the little monkey returned, followed by 400 or 500 zombies. At this moment, within a radius of several hundred meters around Zhao Yin, the ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. He raised his blood-dripping machete and mentally commanded, prepare for battle. All the contract beasts beside him immediately spread out, ready to meet the oncoming horde. Zhao Yin gazed into the distance. There were no A-grade zombies in this batch, which made him feel a pang of regret. 30 seconds later, the zombie horde surged out of the valley, and the battle began again. Until the battlefield was cleared. 479th grade corpse crystals were obtained. By now, old ox and the little monkey, who had been using their combat abilities continuously, were both exhausted. Especially the little monkey, who was always responsible for luring the monsters, was panting heavily. Zhao Yin found a clean patch of ground, set up the invisible tent, and directly set up a large pot to cook rat king meat for the little monkey and old ox. As for old black and the 2 A-grade giant rats, they didn't have combat type abilities and hadn't expended much energy, so Zhao Yin still fed them chestnuts. After all 5 contract beasts were full, they lay down to rest. But Zhao Yin wasn't idle. He took out all the corpse crystals from his space ring. Crushing dozens at a time, whether they were ungraded or grade, he absorbed them frantically. Now that he had unlocked all potential at the A-grade, Zhao Yin prepared to advance to grade as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin had absorbed all the corpse crystals. Human male ability awakened to grade, Evolver Evolution Progress, 10,013. 26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Stamina 50, Spirit 95, Talent grade Marksmanship, remaining lifespan, 109963 days. He still needed over 8600 grade corpse crystals, or 83 A-grade ones to evolve to. At this moment, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside the tent. All were normal humans, about 100 or so. Zhao Yin didn't need to guess. He knew it was Song Xiaodao leading Wu Shuigui and the others. All recovered your energy? Zhao Yin mentally asked. All 5 contract beasts indicated they had recovered well. Zhao Yin led them out and directly packed up the invisible tent. Wu Shuigui was leading a group of over 100 people, with 30-some sturdy young women and 70+ elderly women. All of them, upon seeing the mountain of corpses beside Zhao Yin, wore expressions of shock. Previously in their minds, Zhao Yin was a murderous devil. He had killed dozens of old men without hesitation. Now they realized that he could not only kill people, but also slaughter zombies with such ferocity. Boss! Wu Shuigui, limping on one leg, became even more cautious, showing a sycophantic smile as he trotted toward Zhao Yin. Boss, I heard you needed manpower, so I brought them for you. Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon the group of women. Do you know why I called you here? A few young women at the front immediately nodded. Sister Song told us. We're to dig out a kind of stone from the zombies' heads. Boss, these women aren't afraid. They said that as long as they have food, they'll do anything, said Wu Shuigui. Zhao Yin nodded slightly. In the apocalypse it was best that they had this awareness. Food is no problem. Work well for me, and I won't shortchange anyone. After saying that, Zhao Yin took out over 100 chestnuts. Old Wu distribute these to them. This kind of chestnut has 10 times the nutritional value of what was available before the apocalypse. Eat sparingly, and they'll keep you from hunger for 3 days. Wu Shuigui waved his hand, and all the women immediately stepped forward to receive the chestnuts. They couldn't wait to start eating. Soon they found that even raw chestnuts were delicious and fragrant, better than any fruit they had eaten before the apocalypse. But they were just ordinary people. After a few bites each they felt full. They had initially thought Zhao Yin was just brushing them off, but now as they looked at him their eyes were filled with shock once again. How could he have such delicious and filling food? If the apocalypse was hell, then the man before them was a miracle within that hell. In truth, they didn't know that the crispy ear vegetables they usually ate were no less valuable than the chestnuts. But they only got 1 or 2 boiled leaves per day, so they never noticed. 5 minutes later, everyone had received their chestnuts. Zhao Yin ordered, "Everyone fall back 300 meters. Come help when you're needed. Song Xiao, you stay with them, and take care of any zombies that stray over." Next, the little monkey went to lure the zombies again. Soon another 400 or 500 zombies chased after it out of the valley. Zhao Yin glanced over and spotted 2 grade ones. 2 more star crystals were about to be his. Zhao Yin commanded, "Prepare. Spread out. Encircle in 30 seconds. 30 seconds later the zombies had entered the safe zone. Zhao Yin confirmed that killing them here wouldn't attract the ones inside the valley. He was the first to charge into the horde, machete in hand. In an instant the battle began again. Farmer's Spring Water Grade F-type Transcendent Beverage replenishes 24-hour water consumption upon consumption. Sandwich Bread Grade F-type Transcendent Food replenishes 24-hour energy consumption upon consumption, with the additional effect of healing injuries. After this wave of zombies was slaughtered, Zhao Yin personally stepped forward to find the corpses of 2 grade zombies, extracted 2 star crystals, and immediately opened them. Finally, Farmer's Spring Water had appeared. The effect of the sandwich bread could be substituted by chestnut leaves, and it was not what Zhao Yin most desired at the moment. After putting the items away, he rested with his contracted beasts nearby, while Song Xiao led the survivors from the cave to open skulls and extract the star crystals. 5 minutes later, 493 corpse crystals were collected. Again, let Old Black lure the zombies. Zhao Yin stood up and instructed. After Old Black was fitted with a saddle, its movement speed surpassed that of Little Monkey. When it activated dual abilities, he couldn't keep exhausting Little Monkey. 15 minutes later, Old Black led the zombie horde out of the valley. Song Xiao immediately directed the survivors to retreat, while Zhao Yin and his contracted beasts continued the harvest. Everything proceeded methodically. By nightfall, Zhao Yin had killed 9 more waves of zombies, obtaining 11 star crystals, 4,238 grade corpse crystals, and 11 grade corpse crystals. He ordered the survivors to cook on the spot, setting up several large pots to boil dried fish, leaving Rat 5 and Rat 6 to protect them. Then Zhao Yin deployed the invisible tent and entered with Song Xiao and the 3 contracted beasts. "Zhao Yin, what's for dinner tonight?" Song Xiao asked. "Just eat something simple," Zhao Yin said, directly tossing out a large chunk of Rat King meat and 200 caddies of chestnuts. While Song Xiao cooked, Zhao Yin took out the corpse crystals and began to absorb them. The contracted beasts rested nearby, exhausted from the day's work. Even Old Black, though it hadn't expended much mental energy, was nearly drained physically. Half an hour later, Song Xiao finished cooking the Rat King meat soup, and Zhao Yin finished absorbing all the corpse crystals he had obtained that day. Human Male Ability Awakener, a grade, Evolver Evolution Progress, 10075. 26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Stamina 50, Spirit 95, Talent grade, Shooting Life, Countdown, 19963 days, only 25 grade corpse crystals were needed to evolve to grade. Zhao Yin, dinner's ready. Song Xiao called out. Zhao Yin retracted his Eye of Truth, took out a wooden table, bowls, chopsticks, and basins from his space ring, and after serving the meat soup, let Little Monkey eat at the table with them. Old Ox and Old Black still ate from their basins. This was a hierarchy Zhao Yin deliberately created. He wanted the contracted beasts to understand there was a difference in closeness to instill a sense of urgency. Zhao Yin chewed a piece of fatty and lean Rat King meat, then took out 11 star crystals. Song Xiao, who had been drinking the meat soup, immediately brightened and asked, "Zhao Yin, can I open one?" "No." Zhao Yin glanced at her sideways. How could he let her have such an exciting experience? As he spoke, he cracked open a star crystal. A flash of white light, and an item fell onto the table. A bottle of Farmer's Spring Water. Another damn Farmer's Spring Water. Zhao Yin cursed. It was like a curse returning again. Every time this was the start. Then Zhao Yin cracked open the 2nd star crystal. Farmer's Spring Water. His face darkened. Has my recent luck run out? Song Xiao pouted. Who told you not to let me open it? Unconvinced, Zhao Yin immediately opened the 3rd one. A flash of white light. Another bottle of farmer's spring water. I don't believe it. He opened the fourth one directly. Iced black tea grade F type, transcendent beverage replenishes 24-hour water consumption upon consumption with the additional effect of doubling physical attributes for 1 hour. Finally, a transcendent beverage Zhao Yin wanted. His expression improved slightly. Keep it up, bring out something good, Zhao Yin said. He opened the fifth star crystal. A flash of white light farmer's spring water. Uft. Song Xiaodao laughed so hard she spat out rice. Who told you not to let me open it? Zhao Yin blinked and looked at her. You really want to open one? Zhao Yin, let me open one, just one. Song Xiaodao held up one finger, her voice sweet. I've never opened a star crystal before. Zhao Yin casually tossed her a star crystal. Take it. Song Xiaodao was overjoyed, grabbed it swiftly, and flashed a cute smile at Zhao Yin. Her teeth were white and sparkling. She said, if I get an ability potion, can I keep it? Zhao Yin nodded. Open it. Song Xiaodao held the star crystal, closed her eyes, prayed for a moment, and with a crack she exerted force with both hands. A white light flashed in her hands, and then something pushed her hands apart. A pair of pink girl's leather shoes. Zhao Yin's eyes widened. He had opened so many star crystals, but had never seen pants or shoes. Song Xiaodao had only opened one, and it gave her shoes. And they seemed tailor-made for her. Was there no justice? Leather shoes grade D-type, transcendent defensive equipment, sturdiness 45, movement speed 52, additional effect never stinky feet. Seeing it wasn't an ability potion, disappointment flashed across Song Xiaodao's face. She handed the shoes to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, it's your favorite color, wear them. Zhao Yin was taken aback, realizing this girl might have misunderstood. He had to clarify. My past actions were because I was poor and needed equipment to survive. I don't have any special hobbies, understand? If you don't like them, can I have these shoes? Song Xiaodao hugged them, speaking coquettishly. Zhao Yin tapped her on the head. Don't play mind games with me when you want something in the future. Song Xiaodao giggled, immediately took off her old shoes and put on the leather shoes. She stood up and spun around in front of Zhao Yin. Under the rat hide armor, her legs were white and straight, giving her a prairie girl vibe. Then she leaned close to Zhao Yin, her small face beaming with joy, and asked, do I look good? Since they fit so well, I'll lend them to you. You can pay me back by working later, Zhao Yin said. Now the one in the team who most needed to strengthen was Song Xiaodao, and the shoes were opened by her. Naturally, Zhao Yin would let her have them. In truth, Zhao Yin's earlier explanation was sincere. He wore women's clothes in the past because of poverty. Now with 9 contracted beasts and a pile of equipment, his perspective had naturally changed. Zhao Yin, consider this an engagement gift from you. Song Xiaodao started to say more, but Zhao Yin interrupted. Eat. Her expression stiffened, then she snorted softly and obediently went to eat. They'll take it as an engagement gift from you, you jerk, Zhao Yin. Little monkey finished its meat soup and went to nap by itself. Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao ate heartily. He then pushed the remaining 5 star crystals in front of Song Xiaodao. You open them all. Song Xiaodao, who had been sulking while eating, immediately perked up. Really? Really? Zhao Yin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately put down her chopsticks and carefully cracked one open. Out came a bottle of iced black tea. Her face fell. Zhao Yin, no equipment or ability. Not bad, Zhao Yin said. Equipment and abilities aren't so easy to get. Iced black tea was already one of the great items Zhao Yin wanted most. With 4 star crystals left, Song Xiaodao opened them one by one cautiously. Farmer's spring water. Canned beef grade E-type, transcendent food, replenishes 24-hour energy consumption upon consumption with the additional effect of permanently increasing strength by 1 healing potion grade D. Effect heals injuries for any life form below grade, can regenerate lost limbs upon consumption. Space teleportation scroll grade B. Single use, consumable effect, random teleportation note, creates a spatial portal lasting 1 minute after use. Except for a bottle of Nongfu spring water, the other 3 items were all good things. The canned beef could permanently increase strength attributes belonging to the category of long-term growth items. In theory, as long as one could obtain more, the attributes could be continuously increased without level restrictions. Such items seemed of little use in the early years of the apocalypse, but 3 years later, as many evolvers grew stronger, leveling up became increasingly difficult. Items that could permanently increase attributes became extremely precious. Especially powerful figures who had established their own factions would often pay a huge price to acquire such items. The grade healing potion was most needed by Little Monkey at the moment, as it had only 1 arm left, severely diminishing its combat ability. The grade spatial teleportation scroll. Zhao Yin had obtained it several times in his past life, and it could save his life at critical moments. All were good things. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao in surprise, wondering in his heart, could this girl be the child of fortune? Otherwise, how could her luck be so extraordinary when opening star crystals for the first time? Zhao Yin, why are you looking at me like that? Are these things really that good? Song Xiaodao's face flushed slightly. She picked up the healing potion and asked, it feels the same as the potion I fed Ning Yue last time. This is the grade healing potion, Zhao Yin said, casually putting all the items on the table into his space ring. After a moment of thought, he took out a can of virus-preventing tuna and a sandwich bread, pushing them towards Song Xiaodao. If you ever get bitten by a zombie in the future, eat the tuna can save your life. Take the sandwich bread as well. Is this a reward for your fiancé? Song Xiaodao took them happily. It's because I'm afraid if you die there'll be no one to open star crystals for me, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao wrinkled her nose. You're clearly concerned about me, yet you deliberately make yourself sound so bad. Zhao Yin picked up the healing potion and called out Monkey. Little Monkey, who had already woken up because it heard Zhao Yin mention the great healing potion while sleeping, was now staring at Zhao Yin with eager eyes. It quickly communicated telepathically. Master Little Monkey is always ready to follow your orders, even if it means being stabbed in the butt. That's a bit too much flattery. This monkey had grown increasingly intelligent as its strength improved, and was no longer the silly little monkey it once was. Zhao Yin tossed the healing potion over. Hey, race what I promised you. Use it tonight. Tomorrow morning, I want to see you killing zombies at your peak condition. Little Monkey happily hugged the potion, bouncing up and down and circling Zhao Yin. Little Monkey loves Master. Willing to sacrifice everything for Master. Even my butt. Get lost. Zhao Yin kicked Little Monkey away and continued eating his meat soup. Tonight, he would let everyone and every beast rest. Tomorrow he planned to advance to grade and collect more star crystals. Deep in the night, a dark red moon appeared in the sky. Compared to before the apocalypse, it looked more than 10 times larger, like a blood-colored eye overlooking the earth. Meanwhile, on a low hill 5 kilometers east of the invisible tent, under the moonlight, 3 figures stood beneath a large tree, their bodies hidden in the shadows. Boss, that man is 5 kilometers to the west. He's been killing zombies all day with that group of monsters, at least 1,000. Old Qin pointed in the direction where Zhao Yin was. In the darkness, the woman's eyes sparkled like stars, and a beautiful smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Hong Xiaodian said, Boss, what exactly do you owe him? Old Qin almost lost his life for this fishing net. Are you really going to give it to him? Haven't we already divided everything? The woman finally spoke, her voice as hoarse as ever. You took the evolution potion, Old Qin took the sandwich bread. This fishing net should be mine. The net can trap zombies. With it you'll have an extra layer of safety, boss. In this apocalypse, why? Alright, little Hong, I know my limits. The woman interrupted calmly. Hong Xiaodian and Old Qin fell silent. Their lives were saved by the woman. Among the 3, she was also the strongest. It was she who led them to kill zombies and grow stronger, and told them the secrets of the star crystals. Both regarded the woman as their dearest person, vowing to protect her with their lives. You two stay here. They'll be back soon. The woman said softly, then stepped forward, her mind drifting back to the experiences of the past month. On the night before the zombie outbreak, after leaving the old zoo site, she had picked up a few more star crystals. She intended to go back and give them to that man, but he had already left. She didn't know where he was. At that time, she was utterly despondent. That man had saved her life, and in this lonely apocalypse, she had wanted to follow him forever, but unfortunately, he simply didn't care for her. Recalling that man's obsession with star crystals, she began to observe these blood-red stones. By chance, she smashed one open and obtained a bronze lamp. Then she opened all the remaining star crystals. Out came a bottle of Nongfu spring water, a sandwich bread, a pack of instant noodles, and a bottle of grade evolution potion. At that time, the woman had nothing. The evolution potion allowed her to undergo her first evolution. She remembered that she had almost starved to death, but luckily she finished all the supernatural food and barely managed to survive. And so she lived. She became one of the first survivors to leave the shelter after the apocalypse. But later she never encountered any more star crystals. Recalling the appearance of zombies, she tried killing zombies to test her theory. Perhaps it was heaven's favor. A few days later she discovered that just as she suspected, the star crystals had all been devoured by zombies. Zombies that had devoured star crystals were exceptionally powerful. She gradually discovered that Nongfu spring water could keep her from thirst for an entire day, and the sandwich bread healed all her injuries. The instant noodles allowed her to withstand the cold at night. From then on, she fully understood that star crystals were humanity's last hope. In fact, she had not obtained spatial or temporal abilities as Zhao Yin had imagined. The woman simply tried using the bronze lamp and discovered that by offering her own flesh and blood as lamp oil, she could freeze a 100-meter radius of space. The more she sacrificed, the longer the freeze lasted. From then on, she began to use the power of the bronze lamp to selectively kill powerful zombies and collect star crystals. Later, she opened a piece of clothing that could conceal her aura. The woman knew that among the entire Guangzhou city, the industrial park had the most zombies, so she decided to lurk inside using the concealment of that clothing. She dared not sacrifice too much blood at once, fearing her body couldn't handle it, so she used the bronze lamp every other day to kill a few powerful zombies. Later she encountered a father and son hiding in a sewer. The zombies didn't know how to open the manhole cover, and the iron cover couldn't be broken by unevolved zombies, so they survived. The woman remembered her own dead child and decided to save them. She even took off her aura-concealing clothing and gave it to the man, wrapping the child inside the front of the garment so that both father and son could conceal their auras. However, after that man learned about the function of the bronze lamp, he stabbed the woman in the back. Wounded, she fled alone, and the father and son were trapped inside the industrial park. That day she had already used the bronze lamp 3 times. Continuing further might cause her to lose too much blood and fall unconscious, so she could only hide on the outskirts of the industrial park to recover. Until later Zhao Yin came to the industrial park, and that man stirred up the zombie horde. The violent commotion alerted the woman hiding in the ruins. She happened to catch a glimpse of Zhao Yin's ragged figure, and also saw the father and son along with the aura-concealing clothing torn to shreds. When the woman used the bronze lamp's power to rush over, Zhao Yin had already fled, leaving only little Monkey trapped alone in the encirclement. She knew that Monkey must be connected to him, so the woman did not hesitate to cut off one of her own fingers as a sacrifice to help little Monkey escape. Later she tracked the blood trail left by little Monkey and found the underground tunnel. By then Zhao Yin had already arrived there. With guilt the woman wrote the word sorry and left behind, aside from food, the only bottle she had opened, a potion whose effects she did not know. Later she discovered that the zombies were growing increasingly formidable, and venturing into the horde to seek higher tier undead was no longer a simple task. She rescued Old Qin, and they joined forces. The woman was responsible for immobilizing the zombies while Old Qin swiftly dispatched them, which significantly reduced the time she needed to use the bronze lamp. For days ago they stumbled upon Hong Xiaoyan, who was nearly killed by Old Black. Thus the team gained another member. But now the zombies were becoming harder to kill. Even after the woman used a second bottle of evolution potion to elevate Old Qin to an Frank Evolver, they had nearly lost their lives the day before. Even when the zombie was immobilized, Old Qin could barely breach its defenses with a cleaver. Each strike only sliced a bit of skin. By the time the lamp oil ran out, Old Qin was gravely wounded. The woman had to sever another of her own fingers to save his life. The star crystal from that zombie yielded a fishing net. On the night of the rat tide, she had witnessed Zhao Yin deploying an invisibility tent and knew it was a treasure from a star crystal. Now a group of survivors had gathered outside the tent, and the woman knew Zhao Yin was there. His hearing was exceptionally sharp. The woman gripped the bronze lamp tightly, her left hand, now missing 3 fingers, clenched as drops of blood flowed along the grooves into the lamp. A faint glow enveloped her, as if she were walking through another dimension. Now she understood the bronze lamp better. By slowly dripping blood, it would emit a protective shield hiding her in a separate space. This allowed her to endure for a long time. Soon she approached the valley entrance, where she saw survivors resting in a sparse circle, leaving a large, empty space in the center. That must be the invisibility tent. The woman revealed herself and took out a palm-sized octagonal net resembling a child's toy. Inside the tent, Zhao Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Earlier he had heard footsteps from 4 kilometers away, but they vanished abruptly, alerting him. Now amid the 147 breaths outside the tent, one more had appeared. Zhao Yin swiftly exited the tent, his machete in hand, and without a glance he closed in on the sound, slashing fiercely. Ah! A sharp female cry shattered the night stillness. The woman never expected to be discovered so easily. In her panic, she couldn't even use the bronze lamp in time. Zhao Yin's reaction was so swift that she couldn't respond, and her legs buckled, sending her collapsing to the ground. Zhao Yin's blade hung in midair as he stared at the vaguely familiar face. You. The granary. He hadn't expected her to survive. This woman whom he had nearly forgotten had reappeared. Don't kill me, I mean no harm. The woman quickly explained, then raised the net. I came to give you this. Zhao Yin's pupils contracted. Even without activating his true sight, he recognized the object instantly. Wasn't this the beast-catching net from his past life? Beast-catching net, rank type, supernatural auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effect capture, and trap, additional effects, size, change, camouflage. Zhao Yin squinted at her. Why give it to me? He sensed a notable change in her, as she seemed to have adapted to the apocalypse. To repay your kindness, she said, calming down, patting the dirt off her pants, and standing up. I don't want to owe you kindness. Zhao Yin frowned. He hadn't heard that word in a long time. In the apocalypse, there were only farmers and snakes, only ingratitude. What he detested most now was people trying to get close to him for no reason. He snatched the net from her. Your debt is paid. You can go. Oh, she replied. She knew he was hard to deal with, which was why she had approached invisibly twice. But he still found her out as cold as ever. She knew he would only relax if he watched her leave, so she turned and walked away without hesitation. Zhao Yin stared at her retreating figure and activated his true sight. Human female, Frank Evolver, evolution 1000, strength 14, agility 18, stamina 13, spirit 9, life, countdown 145 days. His eyes narrowed. This woman had become an evolver, yet why did she have only 145 days left to live? Wait. Zhao Yin called out. The woman spun around quickly, a bright smile spreading across her face. Do you believe me now? Are you injured? He asked. Instinctively, she hid her three-fingered left hand behind her back and shook her head with a smile. No, I'm fine. I've always been fine. Zhao Yin had already noticed the missing fingers. He glanced at the net in his hand and made a guess. Was that bottle of healing potion from you too? The father and son in the industrial park. I saved them, but they nearly got you killed. The potion was my compensation, though I only learned it was a healing potion when you told me. The woman gazed at Zhao Yin, never shifting her eyes. You survived on food from star crystals? He asked. She nodded. Yes. Zhao Yin now had the answer. Her evolution was still at frank 0%, meaning she didn't even know how to use corpse crystals, let alone obtain so many star crystals, unless in his past life some people could open a sinister item that granted power by sacrificing life force. Those who possessed such items were cursed and met no good end. Yet in the apocalypse they flocked to it despite knowing the outcome, each one descending into madness. What you sacrificed to that thing was actually your life force, Zhao Yin warned. Life force? The woman's expression shifted. Then she shrugged it off. What did it matter if she sacrificed life force? Without the bronze lamp she would have died countless times. Thank you, she said. I didn't save you on purpose back then, it was just a coincidence. The food I gave you compensated me with star crystals, so you don't owe me anything. Zhao Yin held up the net. This net is useful to me. Let me give you a piece of advice: raise your evolver rank as soon as possible. At least you'll live longer. Zhao Yin might have no principles, but he had his own rules. This woman had only brought him benefits so far, so he didn't mind letting her live a little longer. Do you know about corpse crystals? The woman reached into her bra and pulled out a corpse crystal. She still liked to hide things there. She held it out for Zhao Yin to see. Is this it? This item didn't come from a star crystal, but from within a zombie. So she had been cautious and never tried it, but she kept all the corpse crystals she found. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at the woman. That corpse crystal was actually a rank. He nodded. This is a corpse crystal. When crushed, it releases energy that only evolvers can absorb. Raising your strength will also increase your lifespan. The woman's eyes lit up. Though she didn't know she was losing life force, she had sensed something wrong with her body. Thank you. Can I come find you again? She smiled, her face radiant. I won't give you any more information for free next time. Of course, if you have star crystals or corpse crystals, I can tell you what you want to know. Zhao Yin said with slight hesitation. Then how do I find you? She asked. Depends on fate. In the apocalypse, everyone was homeless with no communication. Many separations were eternal farewells. After speaking, Zhao Yin's face turned cold. You can leave now. The woman's smile slowly faded. She nodded. Oh. She slowly turned around, then suddenly looked back. By the way, my name is Tang Tang. Can you tell me yours? Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin frowned. Cool name. Tang Tang smiled, turned, and walked away, her silhouette gradually disappearing into the night. Zhao Yin withdrew his gaze, turned, and returned to the tent. He lay on the soft blanket, picked up the capture net to examine it, and noticed a drop of her blood on it. He wiped it off with a disgusted finger, then stored the net in his space. The next morning before dawn, Wu Shuigui led the others to prepare breakfast outside the tent. Zhao Yin got up, stretched, and saw that Song Xiao had already cooked meat and chestnut porridge. After breakfast, all contracted beasts had recovered to their peak condition. Zhao Yin stepped out of the invisibility tent and gazed into the valley. Under the dim light, zombies were more active than during the day, flickering and endless. I need to find that flying white tiger quickly. With one more powerful contracted beast, zombie killing speed will surely increase. If I could form a legion of contracted beasts. Zhao Yin stopped thinking. There was still a long road ahead. Everyone get ready. Follow the same order as yesterday. Monkey and Old Black take turns luring zombies. Other contracted beasts stand by. Song Xiao handles the stragglers and protects the survivors digging for corpse crystals. Zhao Yin ordered loudly. Then the scene from yesterday repeated: luring zombies, killing, collecting corpse crystals, luring more, killing again. By the end of the day, from dawn to dusk, Zhao Yin had obtained 22 star crystals, 9 7th grade corpse crystals, and 22 E-grade corpse crystals. During the evening break, Zhao Yin took out corpse crystals and began to absorb them. When only 1st grade corpse crystals remained in his space ring, his whole body trembled. Then familiar powerful energy surged within him. His already muscular frame expanded slightly, and his vision and hearing increased, reaching a range of 10 kilometers. When everything calmed down, Zhao Yin felt his body light as never before, his mind clear and infinitely calm. His aura had changed once more. He looked more vibrant than ever. Barring any accidents, Zhao Yin could live for more than 430 years. Zhao Yin withdrew his true sight eye and clenched his fist. His current strength now rivaled an ordinary grade mutated beast. Having developed the peak potential of an A-grade, all his attributes far surpassed those of an average grade survivor. Zhao Yin felt that with his increased energy, his lightning-type psychic power could last longer. Zhao Yin, have you evolved again? Song Xiao sensed the change in him and asked. Zhao Yin nodded. I've reached grade The remaining corpse crystals aren't enough for one contracted beast to evolve. Tomorrow I'll let Monkey also advance to grade. I want to evolve quickly too so I can fight alongside you. Song Xiao pouted. Zhao Yin was in a good mood tonight, so he patiently explained. If a human evolver doesn't get a same grade evolutionary potion to unlock their potential advancing rashly, we'll make it irreparable later. Monkeys are different. Mutated beasts can always improve with high-grade mutated beast meat. Don't you want to become a stronger evolver? Song Xiao quickly shook her head. Let the little monkey evolve first. He'll wait until you get an A-grade evolutionary potion. Zhao Yin took out 22 star crystals and pushed them all in front of Song Xiao. Open them. If there's an A-grade evolutionary potion or a psychic power, they're yours. Song Xiao immediately beamed, her eyes turning into crescent moons. You said it. No backing out. Zhao Yin stared intently as Song Xiao crushed the first star crystal. White light dissipated, revealing another compressed biscuit. Could replenish energy. Not bad, a good start, Zhao Yin said. He sat on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and squinted at Song Xiao as she opened the star crystals. The second star crystal yielded a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin, it seems my luck isn't so great either, Song Xiao said disappointedly. Zhao Yin smiled. It's fine. The chance of Nongfu Spring from star crystals is the highest. Keep going. The third star crystal still yielded Nongfu Spring. The fourth was still Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin's expression finally changed, his smile froze. As Song Xiao was about to open the fifth, Zhao Yin quickly said, Wait, let me do it. He snatched the star crystal from her hand. Zhao Yin, let me open one more. I'm sure he'll get a psychic power. Song Xiao insisted stubbornly. Lucky hand. What are you even opening? Zhao Yin directly crushed the star crystal in his hand. White light faded, revealing a sandwich bread. Then Zhao Yin opened another Nongfu Spring. Of the 6 star crystals opened, 4 were Nongfu Spring. His face turned dark. Song Xiao didn't dare provoke him further. She carefully said, Maybe we should open them tomorrow. We'll open all of them tonight. If we get something that boosts our strength, our zombie killing speed tomorrow will be much faster. Luck is something you can neither ignore nor fully trust. As Zhao Yin spoke, he crushed the star crystal in his hand. A flash of white light, and with a thud something fell onto the table. Zhao Yin's words stuck in his throat. Speak of the devil, and he appears. A super long-range weapon he had been longing for, capable of rapid fire, and even its special effect was so impressive, auto-loading. With this crossbow and his shooting talent, even 100 A-grade zombies could be taken down within 10 seconds. As for arrows, Zhao Yin's space ring contained 132 of them. If he replaced the arrowheads with the Rat King's claws, they would certainly match great arrows. However, he currently had no tools to cut the Rat King's claws. But there were still the claws of the 6 A-grade giant rats in his space ring, which he could use to cut the Rat King's claws. Producing over 100 A-grade arrowheads would be no problem. Then Zhao Yin opened all the remaining star crystals. He got another 4 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 bottles of ice black tea, 2 packs of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, 3 pieces of sandwich bread, and 1 compressed biscuit. Additionally, there was a yellow peach and a mount equipment. An unprecedented haul. All 22 star crystals were opened. Zhao Yin picked up the mount helmet. The helmet was a beautiful silver white, forged from super metal, covered with intricate hollow patterns. At the center was a 3-foot-long horn, ferocious and terrifying. Zhao Yin had always wanted to get some equipment for the old ox, but few things suited it. This mount helmet not only added mental power and impact force, but also provided the 50 points of movement speed that the old ox needed most. Its attack method was to charge after building up momentum. No other contracted beast needed movement speed as much as the old ox. It was practically tailor-made. Zhao Yin immediately summoned Lao Nyo to his side. Lao Nyo, I once told you that you would become one of the most formidable mutated beasts after the apocalypse. Do you still remember? Master, I have never dared to forget. Lao Nyo knelt on his front legs, his simple heart responding. Zhao Yin patted his head. Good. As long as you fight desperately for me, I will never treat you poorly. Lao Nyo was so moved that tears streamed down his face. His heart echoed. I am willing to die for my master. Zhao Yin personally placed the mount helmet onto Lao Nyo and praised him. Very handsome, very imposing. Hearing this, Lao Nyo's heart leaped with joy, though he was not adept at expressing it. He simply gazed at Zhao Yin with tearful eyes. At that moment, Lao Nyo's gaze held only boundless reverence and gratitude for his master. Zhao Yin patted Lao Nyo's head. Tomorrow morning, show your strength. Let all humans and beasts see it. Yes, master. Lao Nyo slowly rose and went to rest on the side. Zhao Yin arranged the mount helmet and immediately set to work on crafting arrows. Currently, his power was still meager. Only by toiling relentlessly could he ensure his safety in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin directly took out the sharp claws left by the 6 giant rats and began cutting one of the Rat King's claws according to the arrowhead proportions. He did not sleep that night. By dawn, he had finally finished crafting 100 arrows. After everyone finished breakfast, Zhao Yin summoned all humans and beasts to prepare for battle. Today, with the Zhuge repeating crossbow and 100 arrows, the monkey's strength had returned to its peak, and Lao Nyo had gained new equipment. Thus Zhao Yin aimed to increase the speed of killing zombies. He directly commanded, "Monkey, for the first wave today, lure 700 zombies and test the waters." "Yes, master." The little monkey immediately turned and dashed toward the valley. 20 minutes later, the monkey emerged hopping and bouncing with excitement, followed by a vast horde of zombies. Zhao Yin swept his gaze and estimated about 700 or 800. The little monkey was now quite reliable. There were even 3 A-level zombies among them. 3 A-level zombies meant 3 more star crystals were about to be obtained. His mood lifted, and he immediately took out the Zhuge repeating crossbow, aiming at the zombie horde. Once they entered range, Zhao Yin continuously pulled the trigger. Instantly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows tore through the air like meteors plunging into the zombie horde. Under the effect of his shooting talent, every arrow precisely pierced a zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, 100 arrows were spent, and a large swath of zombies fell. "Lao Nyo," Zhao Yin commanded loudly. "Moo." Lao Nyo let out a low roar, his terrifying figure turning into a blur as he eagerly charged into the zombie horde. Boom. 4 or 5 dozen zombies were smashed to pieces. Lao Nyo charged straight into the center of the horde. When his momentum waned, he immediately activated his iron armor ability. Then he shook his entire body with a sudden force, activating his giant strength ability. The dozen or so zombies that had just closed in were sent flying away. The next moment, Lao Nyo accelerated and rammed again. With the boost from the mount helmet, it was like adding wings to a tiger. For a time, as Lao Nyo's figure flashed by, severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. All the contracted beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. Just one piece of equipment had increased Lao Nyo's strength so dramatically. Zhao Yin was also stunned, his heart filled with anticipation for more mount equipment in the future. "Monkey," Zhao Yin commanded again. The little monkey immediately turned, let out a low roar, and charged back into the zombie horde. His body expanded, activating both gigantification and berserk abilities. Gripping a rat king's claw in each hand, he became a whirlwind, a veritable meat grinder. Seeing that the zombie horde had been thoroughly scattered, Zhao Yin ordered all contracted beasts attack. Lao He and the 2 giant rats also surged into the horde. By then, the monkey and Lao Nyo had already killed most of the zombies, leaving fewer than 300. With the addition of Lao He and the 2 giant rats, they were quickly wiped out without Zhao Yin needing to intervene. Zhao Yin felt elated. The killing was faster than he had anticipated. Song Xiao led a group of antis as they hurried over, commanding, "Quick, pull out the arrows first. If we don't collect all the corpse crystals within 20 minutes, no lunch for anyone." Hearing that there would be no food, the antis sped up their work. The arrows were pulled out one by one, and along with 3 star crystals and the corpse crystals, everything was soon gathered. Song Xiao handed them over to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin put away the corpse crystals and star crystals, then began to reload the repeating crossbow. As soon as the arrows neared the crossbow, they automatically loaded themselves. A series of clicking sounds echoed, and soon all the arrows were back in the magazine. This was the auto-loading effect. In theory, as long as Zhao Yin had enough arrows, he could fire continuously. However, crafting arrows was a technical task requiring professional woodworking skills, which Zhao Yin did not possess. He would have to explore and learn slowly in the future. Alternatively, he could directly find a surviving professional. Next wave, lure 1,000 zombies at once. After reloading, Zhao Yin issued the command without pause. "Understood, master," Lao He replied mentally. It was his turn to lure the monsters. Soon the second wave of zombies was lured by Lao He. About 1,000 with 2 A-level among them. Roar, roar, roar. Zhao Yin had never faced such a large group of zombies heated. He grew serious, aimed at the horde, and pulled the trigger. The same pattern played out again. First, a volley of arrows killed 100 zombies, then the contracted beasts charged. But this time, due to the sheer number, Zhao Yin also rushed forward, wielding a rat king's claw. Seeing their master personally join the fray, all the contracted beasts were immensely invigorated. Soon the morning passed. They had killed 7,529 level zombies and a staggering 19 A-level ones. After ensuring all humans and beasts had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhao Yin waved his hand and produced 10,000 level corpse crystals. He looked at the little monkey. "Monkey, these corpse crystals are enough for you to advance to level. I want to increase the speed of killing zombies." The little monkey never expected that after obtaining enough corpse crystals, his master would think of him first again. He stared at the pile of corpse crystals before him, deeply moved. "Master, I will definitely kill zombies with all my might for you, even if it means—" "Stop!" Zhao Yin quickly interrupted him. "Go in advance now." Lao He and the 2 giant rats watched with envy as Lao Nyo and the little monkey, one had received equipment from their master, the other had been given corpse crystals to level up. "Don't worry, one by one. It will be your turn soon." Zhao Yin keenly sensed the fluctuation in his contracted beast's emotions and immediately comforted them. "Thank you, master." The 3 rats replied in unison. By then the little monkey had already begun absorbing the corpse crystals. When just over 100 crystals remained, his body suddenly trembled violently. Then the little monkey felt an overwhelming surge of power within him that could no longer be suppressed. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura rose from the little monkey, sweeping upward. All the contracted beasts and Song Xiao sensed something and looked stunned. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the monkey grew to nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging. His eyes gradually turned golden, and the fangs in his mouth became sharper and more ferocious. Even the little monkey's body size had increased by 1 size compared to the level stage. Zhao Yin was not surprised by this. In his past life, this monkey had grown to level before death, and it had been even larger then. Roar. Roar. Then the little monkey activated his second ability, Berserk. His fur grew again, turning dark gold, and his height increased by another half meter to about 4 meters, rivaling Lin Yue in size. But it wasn't over. The little monkey let out a painful roar from his mouth. The next moment, a scorching flame burst from his mouth. The table Zhao Yin had painstakingly crafted was instantly reduced to ashes when touched by just a few sparks. Even the pots and pans on it melted. Third ability. Zhao Yin had nearly forgotten that the little monkey possessed a flame ability. Only upon reaching the level could he unleash the full power of his third ability. The moment the thought arose in Zhao Yin's mind, he immediately felt a scorching heat rushing toward him. After collecting the remaining corpse crystal of the little monkey, he pulled Song Xiao back and shouted, "Stop! Do you want to burn the house down?" The little monkey snapped out of its daze and hastily withdrew its fire ability. When it saw what it had burned, the monkey was stunned for a moment, then explained anxiously telepathically, "Sorry, master, I had too much energy inside me earlier and couldn't control it. It'll work to pay for the damages, okay?" Zhao Yin sighed in relief, his face returning to calm. Mutant beasts inherently lacked self-control compared to humans. Earlier, the little monkey had evolved too quickly and simultaneously awakened its third ability, causing a brief moment of disorientation. He looked around. Fortunately, the invisibility tent had a defense of 430 points and could not be set on fire. Otherwise, Zhao Yin would have nowhere to cry. He activated True Vision Eye. Growing Macaque drank Mutant Beast Strength 83, Agility 87, Stamina 72, Defense 72, Spirit 38, Bloodline Talents, Giantification, Berserk Fire Control. Zhao Yin, how did the little monkey become so strong? Song Xiao, still shaken, patted her flat chest. "Remember that golden silk fruit?" Zhao Yin asked. "Of course I remember. Could it be?" Song Xiao instantly understood. How could she forget that golden silk fruit? She and Zhao Yin had gone to the industrial park together and almost died. The golden silk fruit grants mutant beasts an additional ability. That's the monkey's third ability, Zhao Yin said. At that moment, the little monkey couldn't resist raising a paw again, trying to unleash its third ability. Boom. A burst of flame erupted on its monkey paw, enveloping the entire hand in a blazing fire. The terrifying heat radiated outward, yet the monkey felt no discomfort, its face brimming with joy. But before long, its body rapidly shrank back into a scrawny, gray-furred little monkey, and the flames vanished. "And master, I can't seem to use the third ability anymore," the little monkey urgently transmitted telepathically to Zhao Yin. "You expended too much energy earlier with that flame jet. Elemental abilities have the major drawback of draining your energy too quickly. Before evolving to a rank, it's best to avoid shooting flames recklessly," Zhao Yin said. Even he himself now dared not casually use large-scale lightning abilities. In the past 2 days, while killing ordinary zombies, Zhao Yin had not once used even a small-scale lightning ability, fearing an accident. However, when you face a real opponent, you can try coating your weapon with flames. That will last longer. The little monkey waited until its energy had recovered a bit, then picked up the Rat King's claw to try. A thin layer of flame clung to the claw. Indeed, the energy drain was much slower, roughly equal to the consumption of its berserk ability. "Alright, eat some Rat King's meat to recover your energy quickly. We'll be fighting soon," Zhao Yin said, tossing a piece of Rat King's meat to the little monkey. The little monkey grabbed it and tore into the raw meat. After resting for another half hour, Zhao Yin had all his contracted beasts fully recovered. Even the antis outside the tent after eating the chestnut porridge were once again full of vitality. Zhao Yin ordered the luring of zombies to continue. By evening, Old Black went to lure the 6th wave of zombies. It took a full hour to lead over 1,000 zombies out of the valley. After Zhao Yin and his contracted beasts had slain all the zombies, he found Old Black and asked, "Why did it take so long? What went wrong?" "Master, all the zombies in the valley are dead. I searched for a long time to gather 1,000. Old Black replied telepathically. "All dead." This morning, Zhao Yin had noticed that the deeper into the valley, the denser the zombies. In 2 days, Zhao Yin had killed over 30,000 zombies, but by conservative estimate, there should still be at least 5,000 in the valley. "Impossible. Did you miss any place?" Zhao Yin asked. Old Black shook his head. "Master, I didn't pay much attention. I just gathered 1,000 zombies and came back." Zhao Yin frowned. Unless he had misheard this morning, the number of zombies wasn't that high. But he was already a Drank evolver. The chance of error was almost zero. There was another possibility. Perhaps a zombie king summoned all the zombies away. Zombie king. Song Zaidao's face turned pale at the words. She would never forget the zombie king they had encountered in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou last time. 4 ordinary evolvers as zombie king was an invincible existence, impossible to defeat. That time everyone had nearly died there, including old Cow, who had already reached a rank. Zhao Yin, let's leave. If the zombie king finds us, we won't be able to escape. Song Xiao tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. But a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Zhao Yin's face. He had always been thinking about the zombie king lurking in the Dawei mountain range. The star crystal within him could unlock that S-rank life space pendant. He originally came to find the flying white tiger, but unexpectedly encountered the zombie king first. Don't be afraid. Zhao Yin reached out and ruffled Song Zaidao's hair, a smile spreading across his face. Now that I have my combat ability and Little Monkey has advanced to Drank, today's star crystals are enough to promote Old Cow to Drank as well. A Drank triple compatibility mutant beast, a Drank dual ability mutant beast plus me, a combat type evolver. That's enough to crush any zombie king of the same tier, even if it has royal potential. And if worst comes to worst, Old Black can take us and escape. Before coming to Shishan, Zhao Yin wouldn't have had such confidence, but now he was brimming with it. After Little Monkey's evolution, the space ring still held 6110 frank corpse crystals. After killing 6 waves of zombies in the afternoon, he gained another 7452 frank corpse crystals and 11 rank ones. Immediately, Zhao Yin took out 1 frank corpse crystals and gave them to Old Cow, ordering it to start evolving. He kept the remaining 3562 frank corpse crystals and the 11 rank ones. Then he entered the invisibility tent and took out all 30 star crystals he had gathered that day. He crushed them one by one, flashes of white light flickering. 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 4 slices of sandwich bread, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of iced black tea, 2 yellow peaches, 3 cans of canned beef, 1 can of canned tuna, 3 packs of instant noodles, military jacket rank F, butterfly knife rank F, healing potion rank D, effect heals injuries, any life below Drank, consuming it will instantly regrow, severed limbs, healing potion rank C, effect heals injuries, any life below Crank, consuming it will instantly regrow, severed limbs, and restore peak condition, energy ring rank B-type, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, spirit 25, special effect, can store spiritual power to be drawn upon during battle. Maximum capacity 200 points of spiritual power, reusable. He obtained 25 food and drink items, 3 pieces of equipment, and 2 bottles of healing potions. The 2 frank equipment were trash to Zhao Yin now, but the 2 healing potions and the energy ring were exactly what he needed most. Currently, Zhao Yin had only 95 spiritual power points. If he filled the ring with spiritual power, it would effectively grant him an additional 200 points. Henceforth, he could use his lightning ability for more than 3 times the normal duration. Zhao Yin immediately put on the energy ring and began storing spiritual power into it. After exhausting his own spiritual power, he ate a compressed biscuit to replenish it and continued storing. He did not leave the invisibility tent until he had stored 200 spiritual power points. No one noticed the new ring on his hand. By then, Old Cow had absorbed all the corpse crystals. Zhao Yin activated True Vision Eye. Adult Water Buffalo Drank, Mutant Beast Strength 100, Agility 75, Stamina 80, Defense 130, Spirit 30, A Bloodline Talents, Mighty Strength, Iron Armor. All contract beasts and Song Xiaodao, follow me into the valley to kill the zombies. Zhao Yin commanded directly. Wu Shuigui, lead all survivors to stay put. No one is allowed to leave until I return, even if it means death. Boss, we will definitely guard this place and not go anywhere. Wu Shuigui said solemnly. Whoever dares to flee, I will be the first to kill him. Over the past 3 days, he had witnessed the formidable strength of Zhao Yin and his contract beasts. In truth, he had his own calculations, with several hundred people in the cave struggling to survive the apocalypse. Only by gaining the protection of a powerful figure like Zhao Yin could there be any hope for the future. Thus, Wu Shuigui was sincerely serving Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin produced a pistol loaded with 30 rounds and handed it to Wu Shuigui. Take this. It's perfectly capable of dealing with frank zombies, and it's not bad for killing people either. Wu Shuigui took the pistol and found it far superior to the homemade one Xie Jinshan had made, a genuine revolver from a military factory. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thank you, boss." Zhao Yin led his contract beasts into the valley. Facing the setting sun, a strong mountain wind blew out from the valley mouth, ruffling the gray fur of the monkey at the front. Song Zaidao's hair was blown into a mess. At just 1.50 meters tall, she pressed close behind Zhao Yin, using his tall figure to shield herself from the wind. A week had passed since the torrential rain. The world's vegetation had surpassed its pre-apocalyptic state. Many trees in the valley had grown as thick as buckets and stood 20 to 30 meters tall. Though not mutated plants, they were in a sense still transformed. The ruins inside the valley had vanished completely. The reinforced concrete had been broken down by vegetation into sand, and rust eventually washed underground by the rain. The world was constantly resetting, heading toward a different civilization. Perhaps the creator's original intention was to build a zombie civilization, but the human survivors refused to accept it, choosing to fight for life against heaven. Entering the depths of the valley, just as Lao He had said, not a single zombie was seen. Zhao Yin grew more certain that a zombie king lurked there. The reason Lao He had been able to lure away the last wave of zombies was probably because the zombie king hadn't had time to call them. However, Zhao Yin was puzzled. Since the zombie king had detected him, why hadn't it taken the initiative to attack? Could its intelligence already sense danger? As he pondered, he gradually moved deeper into the valley. Traces that ordinary people would find hard to detect were easy for him to discern. Soon Zhao Yin noticed broken grass roots, snapped branches, and shallow footprints on the rocks, all pointing southwest where the zombies had gone. Head southwest, Zhao Yin ordered. An hour later, as night fell, Zhao Yin led his team to the mouth of a cave. At that moment, several zombies were rushing into the cave. Even upon noticing Zhao Yin's team, they seemed to ignore them. The zombie king is here. Zhao Yin stopped, closing his eyes to listen. He could faintly hear dense footsteps inside the cave. At least 4,000 or 5,000 zombies. Based on the echo frequency, the cave extended deep into the mountain, with a narrow passage 2 or 3 kilometers long leading to a spacious hall. Zhao Yin's heart leaped with joy. Earlier he had calculated that if the zombie king ordered all zombies to swarm at once, he would have to risk a direct assault on the king, and then quickly retreat with his team. Now he realized that this zombie king clearly knew nothing about military tactics. Gathering all zombies into a bottle-shaped cave was nothing short of suicide. Each contract beast gets 1 bottle of iced tea and 1 piece of filled bread. Zhao Yin produced 5 bottles of iced tea and 5 pieces of bread and distributed them to all contract beasts. Xiao Hozi had pockets on his rat hide armor and stored them directly. Lao Nyo and the 3 rats hid them in their mouths, ready to bite open the packaging and eat when necessary. Remember, no contract beast is to waste any supernatural food unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Yin warned sternly. Zhao Yin, what about mine? Song Xiaodao asked. You stay by my side, kill any lone zombies you find, and if you encounter the zombie king, get as far away as possible. Zhao Yin said. For Song Xiaodao's strength, facing the zombie king alone would be inviting death. Hearing this, Song Xiaodao's face broke into a sweet smile, and she tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. Then you must protect your fiancée. It seemed that Zhao Yin still regarded her as his fiancée, treating her completely differently from the contract beasts. Zhao Yin brushed away Song Xiaodao's hand, too lazy to bother with the girl. He sensed his space ring. There were still 3 compressed biscuits. He kept 1 for himself and handed the other 2 to Xiao Hozi and Lao Nyo. In the upcoming battle, conserve your energy as much as possible and try to save this biscuit. Xiao Hozi and Lao Nyo both nodded in assurance, vowing not to waste the supernatural food. With everything arranged, Zhao Yin commanded, Lao Nyo, you lead the charge this time. Monkey follows closely. Lao He covers the left flank, he'll take the right flank. Shu Wu and Shu Lu kill any zombies that slip through. Push all the way in and aim to finish the battle within 2 hours. Moo. Lao Nyo let out an excited low roar. The master actually made him the vanguard this time. He suddenly felt like a fish turning over. Then, activating his iron armor ability, his scales turned a dark gold, covering his entire body. He clamped his tail and charged into the cave. Instantly, the sounds of violent collisions and zombie roars erupted. Xiao Hozi understood that in this situation, Lao Nyo with his iron armor was better suited as the vanguard. With a low growl, he grabbed 2 rat king claws, 1 long and 1 short, and charged in as well. Charge! Zhao Yin also drew his rat king claws and rushed in with Song Xiaodao and the remaining contract beasts. Inside the cave, it was pitch black. By then, Lao Nyo had already advanced over 100 meters, crushing most zombies along the way. Xiao Hozi followed closely, finishing off the remaining zombies, leaving only a few. Lao He and the 2 giant rats rushed in and cleaned them up. Zhao Yin then followed with Song Xiaodao. In truth, Zhao Yin's earlier plan had been overly cautious. Without the zombie horde forming an encirclement, even if there were several times more zombies, they would be no match for Xiao Hozi and Lao Nyo. Everything went more smoothly than imagined. Even when encountering rank zombies, none could withstand a single blow from Lao Nyo and Xiao Hozi. They swept through all obstacles. After half an hour, Zhao Yin had advanced 2 kilometers, and suddenly the zombies ahead were gone. Lao Nyo and Xiao Hozi up ahead both stopped, looking back at Zhao Yin with an air of unfinished business. Master, is that all? Xiao Hozi asked telepathically. Lao Nyo unusually lively rumbled through his mind. Master, are there more zombies? Since I advanced to rank, killing them feels too easy. And this helmet, it's amazing. Zhao Yin listened carefully and noticed that the passage within a kilometer ahead had no zombies, only the hall at the end where about 1,000 remained. The Zombie King should be there as well. Lao He, go in and locate the Zombie King. Once you find its position, come back. Do not engage it, Heaton. Zhao Yin ordered directly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He wanted to first ascertain the situation inside. Lao He responded with a mental acknowledgement, and with a flicker, he dashed rapidly toward the end of the passage. After Lao He left, Zhao Yin swung his blade and severed the head of a dead zombie, using it as a stool to sit on. He took out a cigarette, clamped it between his teeth, and with a flick lit his lighter. Hiss! Zhao Yin inhaled deeply. In the darkness, the ember of his cigarette flickered, illuminating the contours of his face. Sweat beads rolled down, and his eyes were dark and deep. Zhao Yin, want to go cut some watermelons? Asked Song Xiaodao. She had followed Zhao Yin inside without killing a single zombie, and so she recalled her old trait. Zhao Yin shook his head. No need. Kill the Zombie King, and let Wu Shuigui and the others come in to clean up. The battle was not yet over. They had to conserve their strength. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had only one rank non-combat ability, and surviving 7 years in the apocalypse was due to his caution. Countless powerful ability users had capsized in a ditch due to a moment of carelessness. Zhao Yin had seen too many. Soon the ground suddenly split open, revealing a large hole, and Lao He's figure quickly emerged from within. Immediately after, the hole rippled like water and vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yin had never seen the Earth escape ability before, and a wave of emotion stirred in his heart. Fortunately, back then Lao He had been concerned about the White Rat King. Otherwise, if it had escaped and used this ability to ambush him at any time, Zhao Yin couldn't imagine the consequences. So did you find the Zombie King? Zhao Yin asked. Master, I saw a large zombie. If there truly is a Zombie King in the cave, that must be it, Lao He transmitted telepathically. It could only judge by size and could not detect detailed information. All contracted beasts now shared a mental connection with Zhao Yin and were familiar with his units of measurement. Lao He continued telepathically. The hall is about 5,000 square meters with 149 zombies inside. There are 16 A-rank zombies. That large zombie is alone in a cave chamber, as if guarding something. As soon as I approached, it detected me, so I had to return and report to you, Master. Guarding something? Zhao Yin was lost in thought. No wonder he had killed so many zombies over the past 3 days, yet the Zombie King had not appeared. Even if it sensed danger, it chose to stay holed up here instead of attacking. Zhao Yin asked again, did you see exactly how big it is? About the size of monkey after activating its first ability. Lao He's voice was grave. Facing that Zombie King, Lao He had sensed danger. Zhao Yin frowned in thought. If Little Monkey only activated its giant ability, its height could reach nearly 3 meters now. An ordinary zombie 3 meters tall would be at least crank, but a Zombie King could grow to 3 meters, even at drank. A drank Zombie King. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back at his 3 contracted beasts, all of which were also drank. With their current capabilities, fighting together would be enough to crush a Zombie King of the same rank. Nevertheless, Zhao Yin took out an item. Beast Catching Net, Grade B-Type, Supernatural Auxiliary Equipment, Toughness 280, Effect Capture, Entrap, Attached Effect, Size Change, Camouflage, the Star Crystal within the Zombie King that carried an S-rank space pendant. Zhao Yin had coveted it in his previous life. He would not allow any mishap. If he could capture the Zombie King more easily, he would not want his contracted beasts to get hurt. There were only a few chestnut leaves left, and the healing potions and sandwich bread could not be wasted lightly. Zhao Yin stuffed the beast-catching net into his rat leather armor and stood up from the zombie head. Zhao Yin said in a low voice, enter the hall, kill the Zombie King, take the treasure. Boom. All the contracted beasts were instantly energized, quickly surrounding Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao in the center. Lao Niu led the way in front, Little Monkey and Lao He flanked left and right, while Shu Wu and Shu Lu followed behind. The team of 2 humans and 5 beasts rushed swiftly into the hall. The remaining kilometer of passage had no zombies blocking them, and they traversed it in minutes. By then, all the zombies in the hall had gathered, and a giant zombie, standing a full 3 meters tall, stood at the center of the horde. From its facial features, it had been a young man under 30 in life, but now the muscles on its face had distorted its features. Its skin was a sky blue and veins crawled across its entire visage. Its fish-like eyes fixed on the hall entrance, a gaze that was cruel, cold, bloodthirsty, yet also containing intelligence. Its clothes had long been torn apart, hanging from its body like tattered rags, leaving it practically naked. As Zhao Yin stepped into the hall, a deafening zombie roar reached his ears. Roar, roar, roar. The Zombie King let out a single low roar that shook the entire cave hall, causing rubble and dirt to fall from above. Immediately, over 1,000 zombies all began to roar and charge toward Zhao Yin and his group. At the same time, Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Male zombie, drank, evolution 10099, strength 220, agility 140, defense 195, spirit 15, Awakened ability stone skin, it was just shy of evolving to crank, and its stats and level ratio were even more outrageous than the zombie king Zhao Yin had killed last time. The key point was that this zombie king had already awakened an ability. The last zombie king had only been on the verge of awakening, revealing its speed ability only when near death, but unfortunately, it was killed by Zhao Yin before fully awakening. Kill goes straight for the zombie king. Zhao Yin transmitted telepathically. Roar. Little monkey, who had been maintaining its giant ability, quickly activated rage, and then a layer of flames spread from its hands, swiftly enveloping the two rat king claws in its grasp. Its body turned into a gust of wind as it charged into the zombie horde. Lin Yue, who had been standing at the front of the formation, moved a bit slower. It also activated its dual abilities and charged forward with a thunderous crash. Although Lao He had no combat ability after equipping the golden saddle, its speed was already close to that of Little Monkey back when it was a rank. Coupled with the unparalleled Rat King claws, its strength was far beyond that of ordinary mutated beasts. As it charged into the zombie horde, in an instant over a dozen zombies were sliced into limbs. Zhao Yin followed closely behind his three contracted beasts, firing rapidly with his Zhuge repeating crossbow. After killing over 100 zombies, he immediately switched to the Rat King claws and began a frenzied harvest. Song Xiao Dao and the two giant rats could only follow behind Zhao Yin, as there were hardly any zombies that slipped through the front lines. They were responsible for ensuring that no zombie attacked Zhao Yin from behind. Soon the focused little monkey had already charged into the center of the zombie horde. When it was less than 10 meters from the zombie king, it suddenly accelerated and slashed. The zombie king seemed not to have expected the enemy to be so formidable. Patches of stone skin rapidly appeared on its body, covering it entirely in the blink of an eye. Crack! Little monkey was far too fast for it. A rat king claw struck the zombie king's neck, but only managed to chip through a layer of stone armor, penetrating half an inch into the flesh before getting stuck. The zombie king's body was also knocked askew by the immense impact. It reached out to punch Little Monkey, but before its fist could land, a massive creature, even larger than itself, slammed into it. With a deafening crash, the zombie king was sent flying, smashing directly into the stone wall 50 meters away. Unfortunately, the zombie king's stone skin ability was not broken by Lin Yue's helmet. It quickly got up, and flames flickered from the wound on its neck inflicted by Little Monkey, spreading the smell of burning, rotting flesh. The zombie king raised its hand to extinguish the flames, its face filled with rage, and strode rapidly toward Little Monkey. Just then Zhao Yin had arrived. He raised his hand, and a thunderous boom echoed. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie king's head. The entire cave hall was illuminated as bright as day. The zombie king suddenly trembled, violently staggering as his muscles convulsed and twisted from the electric shock. Roar! Ugh! The zombie king glared at Zhao Yin in fury, but his advance was impossibly slow. With a boom, Zhao Yin raised his hand, and the lightning elements in the air converged wildly, sending another thunderbolt crashing onto the zombie king's forehead. The zombie king fell to the ground, convulsing violently. At that moment, the little monkey arrived and struck the zombie king's head with a rat king claw, slicing off another piece of stone skin. Black blood flowed, scorched by the terrifying flames. Roaring in fury, the zombie king finally sensed a life-or-death crisis. As the paralysis faded, it generated another layer of stone armor, enveloping the previous one. If the first layer was a stone garment, this one was a stone shell, fierce and thick. When the little monkey struck a second time, sparks flew with a clang, but it couldn't pierce the armor. At that moment, Zhao Yin's true sight, I revealed the zombie king's transformation. Male zombie, level evolution 1000, power 220, agility 140, defense 395, spirit 15, awakened ability stone armor. It had broken through to level. Zhao Yin instantly understood. The zombie king's evolution had already reached 99%, and it had accumulated enough. In the brink of death, it finally broke through. However, perhaps due to the circumstances, its power and agility had not increased, but its defense had grown to a terrifying level. Nearly 400 defense points. And its stone skin ability had evolved into stone armor. Why must you choose to be a turtle? Zhao Yin found it amusing. If the zombie king had broken through normally, Zhao Yin might have had to make his contract beast drink iced tea and fight to the death, perhaps even paying a price. But it had chosen to maximize defense to survive. Then the little monkey struck the zombie king's head a third time, sending sparks flying. The zombie king, still seated, punched the little monkey in the abdomen. Bang! The little monkey was knocked back several steps, then charged forward with the rat king claw, mentally transmitting, "Master, I can't cut through." "Don't worry, monkey, dodge," Zhao Yin replied mentally. The little monkey immediately retracted the claw and retreated. The zombie king had not yet risen from the ground when another thunderbolt crashed onto its head. The zombie king's stone armor was not an insulator. No matter how strong its defense, it was useless against lightning. The zombie king convulsed again, 3 thunderbolts twisting every muscle in its body. Zhao Yin mentally commanded Old Ox, knock it down. The old ox, which had been waiting, charged forward. Bang! The zombie king was knocked flat, sliding several meters before hitting the stone wall behind it. The next moment, boom, boom, Zhao Yin struck it with 2 more thunderbolts. As the zombie king convulsed and couldn't move, Zhao Yin took out the prepared capture net. He communicated with the net through his spiritual power through it, and the net locked onto the zombie king, expanding into a large web in the air. It instantly enveloped the zombie king's massive body and rapidly contracted. The zombie king roared in frustration, but the net's toughness of 280 was far beyond its ability to break. Zhao Yin felt a sudden exhaustion. The thunderbolt was the strongest lightning ability he could unleash at his current level. Having just released 5 in a row, his spiritual power was nearly depleted. As he absorbed spiritual energy from his spirit ring, he commanded all contract beasts kill every zombie. At that moment, Song Xiao and the 2 giant rats were still guarding Zhao Yin, preventing the zombie horde from approaching him, and the 3 forward contract beasts. All the zombies had gathered, and Song Xiao and the 2 rats were covered in black blood. As the little monkey Old Ox and Old Black turned back to attack the horde, clearing a large area in moments, Song Xiao and the 2 rats finally felt the pressure ease. Then Song Xiao walled toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, I ate my tuna can. Were you bitten by a zombie? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiao lifted the rat skin armor on her arm, revealing 2 deep tooth marks on her wrist with fresh red blood flowing. It was an 11-level zombie. I killed it, but it bit me. After eating the tuna, can I feel fine? Without the virus-resistant tuna, she would have become a zombie by now. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiao. Her face was pale, her chest heaving, and knew she was exhausted. Rest beside me. Let the monkeys and the others handle the rest of the fight. There were fewer than 1,000 zombies left, easy work for the contract beasts. Song Xiao suddenly pulled out a star crystal and said in a hushed voice, Zhao Yin, the 11-level zombie I killed. I accidentally cut open its head, and this star crystal fell out. Oh, Zhao Yin reached out to take it. Song Xiao continued, this is the first 11-level zombie I've killed. If it grants an ability, can I keep it? 2 nights ago, Zhao Yin had said that any zombie she killed herself, the ability would belong to her. Zhao Yin didn't think a single star crystal would yield an ability, and Song Xiao had nearly died for it. He wouldn't break his word. He nodded, activate it. But anything other than the ability must be handed over to me. Rules are necessary to maintain order, even though Zhao Yin now considered Song Xiao his own. No one could break his rules, or they would repeat the mistakes of his past life. Sometimes people change, just like his former good brother Lin Tianfeng and his adopted son Zhang Dongliang. They had once fought alongside Zhao Yin through life and death, especially Zhang Dongliang, who had nearly died for him several times. But what happened in the end? In the face of immense benefits, how many loving couples, closest brothers, or even biological parents eventually turn against each other? So in this life, Zhao Yin would not let those around him feel that they had a share in his possessions or the right to contend for them. He would ensure they lived well, but deep down they would respect him and harbor no rebellious thoughts. If they wanted something, they would have to please Zhao Yin. Schemes, betrayal, or taking advantage of favor would only lead to nothing. And once they acted, they would pay a heavy price. Although Song Xiao was still young, it was never too early to start brainwashing. This was the art of mind control Zhao Yin had learned at the cost of his life in his previous life. Song Xiao immediately crushed the star crystal in her hand, and a flash of white light appeared. In her hand appeared a medicine bottle with a crystal-clear body half filled with a light blue liquid that emitted a silver glow, casting a dreamlike radiance on her face. Zhao Yin, who had been indifferent, now widened his eyes in shock. Zhao Yin, what is this? Another healing potion? Song Xiao asked with a frown. She had never seen an ability potion before, as she didn't even know that what unlocked ability genes was a potion. Zhao Yin immediately activated his true sight eye. Talent ability potion, grade S-type, wind advanced potion. After consumption, it unlocks the hidden talent ability of the evolver's bloodline, wind types level. Zhao Yin was stunned for a long time, unable to comprehend what kind of fortune this was. In his past life, he had never heard of its great ability potion appearing here. Zhao Yin, speak up, what exactly is this? Song Xiao asked anxiously. An ability potion, wind type. Zhao Yin tried to keep his voice steady. And it's grade. Song Xiao's face flushed with excitement. Really? You're not lying to me. She couldn't believe she had actually unlocked an ability. Zhao Yin calmed his mind. If this potion were in someone else's hands, he would have unhesitatingly killed them to seize it. But since he had promised it to Song Xiao, even if it were SS grade, he would give it to her. He'll keep it safe for you. Use it when we return to the stealth tent. With that, Zhao Yin took the ability potion and stored it in his spatial ring. The first awakening of abilities hidden within one's genes, except for SS grade, always involved a painful process. It also required a relatively long time. Only the most supreme SS grade ability was an exception. The current situation was clearly unsuitable for Song Xiao to absorb it immediately. Zhao Yin, you should use it instead. I don't want it anymore. Song Xiao bit her lower lip as if she had made some kind of resolution. Don't want it. Zhao Yin was taken aback. Haven't you always wanted to become an ability user? My life was saved by you. I've been freeloading by your side all this time without ever bringing you any benefit. This potion is sprayed, and you need it too. Song Xiao smiled. Zhao Yin, consider it a gift from me, my payment for the meals. Zhao Yin gazed at her youthful face, a strange emotion welling up within him. At last this little girl, and the Song Xiao from his past life and his memories gradually merged into one. Zhao Yin shook his head. I already have an SS grade ability. Nothing less than SS grade is worthy of me. SS grade abilities were not so easily obtained. There were few in the entire world. Every powerhouse who acquired one would never reveal any information about their ability. Just then a tremendous roar echoed through the hall. The ground beneath their feet and the stone ceiling above trembled slightly. The paralysis effect on the zombie king had worn off, and it was struggling fiercely. But Zhao Yin only glanced back and ignored it. Given the toughness of the capture net, it couldn't break free no matter what. The 5 contracted beasts were finishing off the zombie horde. After the last zombie was crushed by Old Ox's body, the beasts returned to Zhao Yin. Song Xiao wanted to say more, but Zhao Yin interrupted. Song Xiao ride Old Black to inform Wu Shuigui. Have him bring people in immediately to collect the corpse crystals. Monkey Old Ox Rat 5 Rat 6 follow me to kill the zombie king. The zombie king was now a sitting duck, but killing it was still no easy task. Its energy had to be drained first. Only when the zombie king lost its stone armor ability could the rat king claw slowly cut through it. With that, Song Xiao climbed onto the golden saddle on Old Black's back and rushed out of the cave. Zhao Yin led the 4 contracted beasts toward the zombie king. Attack all of you. Drain its energy as fast as possible. Zhao Yin commanded. The 4 contracted beasts immediately launched their attacks. With the battle ending, Old Ox and Little Monkey no longer conserved their energy, striking with full force each time. The claws of the 2 giant rats left a trail of sparks on the zombie king's body. Zhao Yin also drew the rat king claw and joined in the assault. The zombie king let out terrified wails. Possessing intelligence no less than a human's, it seemed to beg for mercy. Don't stop. Kill it until it's dead. Zhao Yin ordered loudly. He wanted the star crystal inside the zombie king. What use was its begging? Even if Zhao Yin could contract zombies, let alone the fact that it was a contracted beast, he would still kill it for the S-grade treasure. Now to survive, the zombie king had no choice but to activate its stone armor ability, rapidly depleting its energy. As time passed, the layer of rugged stone armor gradually thinned and finally vanished. With a single strike, Little Monkey slashed at the wound on the zombie king's neck, widening it by a few millimeters. A trace of black blood stained the rat king claw. Zhao Yin's heart jolted. He realized the zombie king's ability could no longer hold. All contracted beasts fall back. Monkey, keep aiming for the wound and strike. Zhao Yin withdrew the rat king claw and stepped back. Old Ox and the 2 giant rats halted while Little Monkey continued swinging the rat king claw. With each blow, the wound expanded and torrents of blood flowed. After another half hour of strikes, the zombie king let out a final agonized scream. With a crack, its head rolled out of the capture net. Yet even its severed head did not die. Its mouth opened and closed as if trying to bite. In terms of the zombie king's abnormal defense, its stone armor ability had reached a grade. Even without the armor, its defense was comparable to an ordinary grade zombie. Having evolved to grade by sacrificing strength and agility to stack defense to such a terrifying extent was quite something. Zhao Yin picked up the zombie king's head, grabbed it by the hair, and slapped it twice. Why are you so hard? At the same time, he felt relieved. The zombie king was no longer a threat. He then retracted the capture net and led his contracted beasts out of the cave. Cleaning up the battlefield was best left to the survivors. The zombie king's head was the hardest part, but it would take Little Monkey a long time to extract the star crystal. The cave reeked of corpse stench, and Zhao Yin had no desire to linger. Suddenly, he halted, recalling how Old Black had sensed the zombie king alone in a certain chamber earlier. Could it have been guarding some treasure? Zhao Yin wondered. He turned to look and soon spotted a cave entrance not far from where he had just killed the zombie king. It appeared man-made, with an upright oval opening that wound inward, hiding its contents from view. Let's go in and see. Zhao Yin turned and walked toward the entrance. His contracted beasts quickly followed. At that moment, the zombie king's head in his hand suddenly twisted into a ferocious grimace, its jaws clenching violently. Its teeth clattered together as if unwilling to let Zhao Yin approach. This cave is mine now, including all the treasures, and you. You're all my personal property. Zhao Yin raised his hand and slapped the zombie king's face twice more. Soon he entered the cave. It was cleaner than expected, as if the zombie king had deliberately maintained hygiene. A zombie that cared about cleanliness. Puzzled, Zhao Yin traversed the dozen-meter winding passage and entered a chamber. Then he paused. There was no treasure as imagined. Only a 20-square-meter chamber with a wooden-framed bed at the far end. 2 bodies, one large and one small, sat on the bed's edge, their features withered. They were not zombies, but actual corpses. They seemed to have been specially treated, showing no signs of decay. He could vaguely make out a mother and daughter. The child's body appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, while the adult female corpse was too dried to determine age. They had not died after the apocalypse. Otherwise they would have turned into zombies. Judging by the degree of desiccation, they had been dead for at least 7 or 8 months. In an instant Zhao Yin understood something. He looked down at the zombie king's head in his hand. Its dead fish-like eyes were filled with entreaty. Flashes of scenes appeared in Zhao Yin's mind. Roughly half a year before the apocalypse, a mother and daughter had died in an accident. The woman's husband, the little girl's father, the very zombie king he now held, was overwhelmed with grief, unwilling to let his wife and daughter depart. Stubbornly, he preserved them as dried corpses, keeping them by his side, believing that was companionship, eternity, a way to never lose them. To avoid the judgmental eyes of the world, he found this cave and hid their bodies within. On the night of the meteor shower, he happened to be outside and perished in the falling stones. A month later, he returned, devoured a few star crystals, and reawakened with consciousness. Yet the zombie king's obsession lingered, carrying fragmented memories of his past life. Thus he returned to this cave and guarded it ever since. Aside from his wife and daughter, he cared nothing for the survival of his subordinates. Only when Zhao Yin had nearly slaughtered all the zombies in the valley did the zombie king sense the threat and summon the remaining horde. Even the ability the zombie king evolved was a defensive stone armor born from the deepest obsession in his heart. That obsession was protection, to guard that lingering remnant of his life and death. Zhao Yin sighed inwardly. His heart, usually as still as water, stirred with a faint ripple. Monkey, bring the zombie king's headless body here and cremate it along with these 2 corpses. Zhao Yin commanded. Little Monkey immediately left the chamber and carried the zombie king's corpse inside. At that moment no one noticed a look of relief and gratitude rising in the severed head's eyes. It slowly closed its eyes, never to open again. Flames flickered in Little Monkey's hand, igniting the 3 corpses in an instant. The blazing fire illuminated the faces of 1 man and 4 beasts. The contracted beasts did not understand why Zhao Yin did this, nor did he explain. Zhao Yin rarely performed acts of kindness, especially in the apocalypse. Only when it did not involve his interests or threaten his safety was there a slim chance. However, the 2 female corpses quickly turned to ash, but the zombie king's body merely had its skin scorched black. The flames from Little Monkey's ability died out, unable to cremate it. Zombie king, it's not that I won't help you, but your damn defense is too strong, Zhao Yin said to the head in his hands. Just then Old Black entered the chamber, carrying Song Xiaodao on its back. Zhao Yin, Wu Shuegue, and the others have arrived, and are collecting corpse crystals and star crystals. Song Xiaodao said cheerfully to Zhao Yin. Keep an eye on them. Don't let the survivors touch the star crystals. Collect them all yourself, Zhao Yin ordered. Song Xiaodao pursed her lips immediately. I just got back, and you want me to leave again? Then next time you can be the vanguard, and let Monkey handle these tasks, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao was startled and quickly replied, how could I steal Little Monkey's credit? With that she jumped off Old Black's back and swiftly left the chamber. Zhao Yin mounted Old Black directly. Let's go, leave this place. Exiting the chamber and the cave's main hall, he saw a blaze of firelight at the end of the tunnel. Wu Shuegue and the others, unable to see in the dark, all held lit wooden sticks, slowing the corpse crystal collection, but there was no other choice. Song Xiaodao was not far away, crouching with her backside sticking out, using a rat king claw to slice open an level zombie's skull. Zhao Yin left the cave, found a flat spot, and set up the invisible tent. His gaze fell on Old Bull, Old Black, and the 2 giant rats. You haven't used the transcendent food from before, have you? Bring it all out. The contracted beasts, following orders, each spat out the transcendent food given earlier, still covered in saliva. Zhao Yin was mainly worried they might sneak a taste out of greed, and couldn't be bothered to pick them up. He instructed Little Monkey, keep them all with you and distribute them during the next battle. Squeak. Master, Little Monkey will never steal a bite. Little Monkey's heart voice vowed. This was the master's trust, his love, so he must never disappoint his master. He wiped all the food clean and stored it in the large pouch of the ratskin armor on his chest. Monkey, come with me. Zhao Yin carried the zombie king's head and entered the invisible tent. Once Little Monkey followed without needing further orders, he took the head from Zhao Yin's hands, placed it on the ground, and began chopping. Zhao Yin smoked on the side, while setting up a hanging pot to cook rat king meat. Little Monkey chopped relentlessly. With each strike, the zombie king's face twisted in pain. Thud, thud, thud. By dawn the skull remained uncracked, but Little Monkey's stamina had been depleted several times. Zhao Yin made him replenish by eating rat king meat. Consuming large amounts of rat king meat boosted Little Monkey's attributes by a few points. Finally, as morning light rose outside, Little Monkey struck down with a rat king claw, and a crack echoed. Zhao Yin shot up like lightning, and before the zombie king's brain matter could spill, kicked the head out of the tent like a soccer ball. Little Monkey panted heavily, holding the rat king claw. Stunned, master. Don't dirty the invisible tent, Zhao Yin said, then swiftly chased after the head. It flew 70 or 80 meters, split open by a gash, with a stream of black brain matter spilling everywhere. Zhao Yin bent down, picked it up, and pulled out a rat king claw to scrape out the corpse crystal and star crystal along with the brain matter through the crack. He searched carefully and found 4 pieces in total: a door star crystal and a clevel corpse crystal. Finally got it. Zhao Yin was more meticulous than ever. He took a pack of tissues from his spatial ring, wiped all the star crystals and corpse crystals clean, and returned alone to the invisible tent. Just as he was about to open the star crystal, Song Xiaodao suddenly entered from outside. Song Xiaodao emptied her ratskin backpack onto the ground with a clatter. A heap of corpse crystals of various sizes mixed with blood-red star crystals formed a small mountain. Zhao Yin, all the corpse crystals and star crystals are collected: 56A2 level corpse crystals, 34 A-level corpse crystals, and 34 star crystals, all here. In the spatial ring, there were still 3562 level corpse crystals and 11 A-level corpse crystals. In total, that made 9244 level corpse crystals and 45 A-level. After calculating, Zhao Yin said, "Call Rat 6 over." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention and turned to leave. Soon a giant rat covered in black blood followed her in. Zhao Yin picked out the 34 star crystals from the mountain, then stored away 44 level corpse crystals and took 8 from the A-level ones to add to the pile. Having gathered enough energy for an A-level to D-level evolution, Zhao Yin stored away all the remaining corpse crystals. He then looked at the giant rat and said, "Rat 6, do you know why I called you?" Rat 6's eyes flickered, glancing several times at the pile of corpse crystals. Over the past 2 days, Zhao Yin had evolved monkey and bull to D-level, and the 2 A-level giant rats were intensely envious. "Does Master want me to evolve?" Rat 6's heart voice asked eagerly. Zhao Yin had planned to keep him guessing, but this fool didn't know how to play along. No wonder he was only fit to be cannon fodder. "Rat 6, you're very smart. The pseudo-mutant beast I think most highly of." Zhao Yin showed no expression, wearing a kind smile. In truth, all 6 giant rats looked about the same. Zhao Yin had always treated them as tools, rarely even bothering to speak to them. How could he think highly of them? "In my heart, pseudo-mutant beasts are never inferior to mutant beasts. Since heaven created your kind, there must be a reason. Don't sell yourself short." Zhao Yin's face turned stern. "You guessed right. Today I will make you the first D-level pseudo-mutant beast under my command." Rat 6 trembled with excitement. So the master really thought highly of him. Rat 6 began to question himself. Had he been too slack in serving the master before? "Master." Zhao Yin waved his hand. "Say nothing. Absorb this pile of corpse crystals. I hope you will continue to strive and become the finest giant rat." Rat 6 vows to die for the master. Rat 6 prostrated with its forepaws on the ground. Contracted beasts, though 100% loyal, each had their own thoughts, and sometimes slacked off. They needed motivation. After wasting a stream of words, Zhao Yin stopped looking at Rat 6 and pulled out the S-level ability potion. Even in Zhao Yin's hands, this treasure felt extraordinarily heavy. "You should also use the ability potion." Zhao Yin finally looked at Song Xiaodao. "Zhao Yin, such a formidable ability, you should use it yourself." "It's enough that I have your protection," Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yin smiled softly, his gaze slowly lowering. In his memory, the scene of Song Xidao's death in his past life once again lingered in his mind. He rarely expressed genuine emotions. Since his betrayal in his past life, any form of affection had become a luxury to Zhao Yin. "Song Xiaodao, you are the only one by my side. I only hope you will never betray me. Can you promise that?" Song Xiaodao was puzzled by his sudden words, yet a sharp pang of pain inexplicably struck her heart. At this moment, the Zhao Yin before her no longer resembled the cold-hearted figure, but rather an ordinary young man who had just graduated from university before the apocalypse. She could not understand the source of this heartache, nor why it had arisen. Tears glistened in her eyes as she earnestly said, "Zhao Yin, I will never betray you, not even in death. Go activate your ability and live longer." Zhao Yin slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes now clear and composed. He withdrew from the emotions that should never have belonged to him. "If the zombies eventually overrun the entire world and all survivors must perish, I hope you will stay by my side until the very end," Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao bit her lip, stepped forward to grab the ability-enhancing serum, and looked at Zhao Yin. "He'll marry you in a few years whether you want me or not." With that, the young lass walked to the corner of the tent, hesitated no longer, opened the serum, tilted her head back, and gulped it down. Immediately Song Xidao's face flushed crimson, her brows furrowed as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead. Soft moans escaped her lips, a clear sign she was enduring the agony of genetic alteration within her body. Zhao Yin had experienced this same pain. He withdrew his gaze and took out all the corpse crystals. First, he pried open all 34 star crystals from the A-level zombie's body. 7 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 6 pieces of sandwich bread, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of iced tea, 3 peaches, 4 cans of beef, 1 can of tuna, and 1 piece of instant noodles. Military uniform, top, grade F. Machete, grade D. Aside from the supernormal food and drinks, the military uniform top was already the second spare piece. Zhao Yin had the rat skin armor and the Rat King's claw. Weapons and armor below grade C were essentially useless. Apart from the damaged machete, this was also the second intact one. Zhao Yin was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force such matters. He looked at the remaining 4 Corpse King star crystals, then grabbed one and applied some pressure with his fingers. Crack! A flash of white light. A black glove appeared in his hand, as thin as a cicada's wing, weightless to the touch. Gale Gloves grade C-type supernormal auxiliary weapon durability 85, attached effect attack speed 98. A rare grade C auxiliary weapon that increased attack speed. Once Zhao Yin wore them, whether barehanded or wielding the Rat King's claw, his speed would directly increase by nearly 100 points. Zhao Yin directly put the glove on his right hand, which he usually used to hold his blade, then stopped paying attention to it, and pried open the second Corpse King star crystal. After the white light, a red arrow appeared in his hand. Explosive arrow grade B-type supernormal weapon attack, 520, attached effect upon hitting the target it explodes, covering a 50-meter radius with indiscriminate damage. Note: one-time use weapon disappears after explosion. This explosive arrow was undoubtedly Zhao Yin's greatest weapon at the moment, but regrettably, it was a one-time use item. Nevertheless, at a critical moment, this single arrow could turn the tide of battle. The star crystals from a Corpse King indeed yielded good items from the first 2. Zhao Yin then pried open the 3rd star crystal. As the white light rose, he silently prayed, "I must get the space pendant. I only need the space pendant." With only 2 star crystals left, he feared the information he had from his past life was incorrect. Soon the white light faded and a gray hat appeared in his hand. The furry material resembled dog fur, complete with dog ears, dog eyes, dog nose, dog teeth, and even a thumb-sized dog tail at the back of the hat. Solar-powered dog head hat grade C-type supernormal defensive equipment durability 120 spirit 50, attached effect releases a supernormal energy barrier that blocks any form of attack below 800 points once. Note: after each barrier release, it requires 72 hours of sun exposure to recharge. Zhao Yin stared at the hat, his eyes going slightly vacant. Another special equipment piece, its attached effect so powerful it could rival grade B rare equipment. But the design. Who the hell designed this? I've seen bear head hats and tiger head hats, but who would ever wear a dog head? Zhao Yin grumbled, but he still put the dog head hat on his head. The attached effect was simply too tempting. It could save his life. Next, Zhao Yin pried open the last Corpse King star crystal. A dazzling white light flashed, and a chill spread across his palm. It was unmistakably a pendant. Beneath a chain of unknown metal resembling purple gold hung a miniature woman's hand. Lifelike, with skin as white and delicate as snow, slender fingers, and even nails so translucent they seemed real. If not for the hand being only the size of a broad bean, one would believe it was genuine. Zhao Yin was not a hand fetishist, but seeing this hand still made his heart skip a beat. In the hand was clutched a spherical bead colored a muted gray. World Pearl Chain grade SS type, unknown effect, self-contained space, infinite growth. Note: requires blood bonding. Current level 0, can absorb any supernormal energy to upgrade. Finally obtained it. Zhao Yin held the World Pearl Chain, unable to collect himself for a long time. In his past life, countless people had coveted this treasure, leading to countless deaths, and even triggering battles among SS-grade powerhouses across thousands of miles. He had never imagined obtaining it so easily. Originally, he had only come to search for the flying white tiger, and Zhao Yin was uncertain whether he would even encounter that Corpse King in this lifetime. But everything had gone so smoothly, as if by fate. Yet upon reflection, Zhao Yin felt it was perhaps inevitable. With the 3 mutant beasts he now possessed, any one of them could dominate a region. Moreover, Zhao Yin himself wielded lightning combat abilities and possessed equipment far beyond ordinary people. If someone like him could not obtain such a treasure, how many others in this world could? Zhao Yin took out the Rat King's claw and cut his finger. A drop of crimson blood oozed from the tip and fell onto the gray bead. In the next instant, the World Pearl Chain rapidly dissolved into a warm yellow light, burrowing into Zhao Yin's palm. Then on his neck, a phantom of the chain materialized, slowly solidifying into a physical object. At that moment, a new connection formed in Zhao Yin's mind, allowing him to clearly perceive everything about the World Pearl Chain. It was similar to the bond with his contracted beast, except the chain had no consciousness. It was ultimately a lifeless object. With a thought, Zhao Yin vanished from his spot and appeared in an unfamiliar space. He stood momentarily dazed, discovering that the space was pitifully small. Only a square meter of solid ground beneath his feet, surrounded by a gray hazy mist. Zhao Yin reached out and touched the mist, feeling as if he had encountered an invisible barrier. Within the gray mist, faint fluorescences flickered, casting a dim light. The solid ground beneath him was black soil. An S-grade treasure with only such a small space. He could hardly believe it. Soon information about the World Pearl Chain flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood currently at level 0. Theoretically, with enough supernormal energy, this space could even evolve into a world. What exactly is supernormal energy? Zhao Yin wondered. In his past life, he had never encountered a spatial artifact, so he was unfamiliar. His first thought was of corpse crystals and star crystals. But Zhao Yin had no star crystals on hand, and even if he did, he would not waste them on upgrading the space. With a flicker of thought, an grade corpse crystal appeared in his hand.